of the Age of Enlightenment, Greco-Roman values, Athenian democracy and Roman Republic, and their constitution and nation's formation were influenced by these works. Leviathan or the Matter, For Me and Power of a Commonwealth Ecclesiastical and Civil by Thomas Hobbes, Atheist or Materialist Theist, Social Contract Theory and Liberal Conservatism. Two treatises of government, in the former, The False Principles, and Foundation of Sir Robert Filmer, and his followers, are detected and overthrown. The latter is an essay concerning the true original, extent, and end of civil government by John Locke, deist, classical liberalism, natural rights, all men are created equal, life, liberty, and the pursuit of property and property rights. The Spirit of the Laws by Charles Louis II, Baron de l'Aubry de Montesquieu, deist, The Three Branches of Government, Separation of Power, Liberalism, and Libertarianism. On Crimes and Punishments by Cesare Bonsanna de Beccaria, Marquis of Guildrosco and Villareggio, atheist. Utilitarianism, Condemn torture, condemn death penalty, father of modern criminal law, father of criminal justice, and this works influenced the U.S. Constitution and Bill of Rights. The Founding Fathers was not based on the Bible, but instead their Bible is Hobbes, Locke, Montesquieu, the Golden Age of Athens/Greece, 5th century BC, Roman Republic, and the Age of Reason, deism, pantheism, and atheism. The Founding Fathers, mentioned above, were deist, and Thomas Jefferson was possibly an atheist, and Thomas Paine, who gave a name of the country, was also a deist, and all of them were heavily critical of organized religion, and their nation was a philosophical war against religion, divine rights of kings, absolute monarchy, state religion/church, and theocracy, making the separation of church and state the most obvious example of their anti-clerical views. People will say America is a Christian nation because all presidents of the United States of America are Christians, but that is not true because over 40% of all presidents were not Christians, 18 to 20 presidents were not Christians, Unitarians, Quakers, and deists, and 14 were Freemasons, but to some Americans come as a shock, but there were 8 or 10 U.S. presidents that are atheists or agnostics, irreligious in general. Thomas Jefferson, 3rd President Martin Van Buren, 8th President William Henry Harrison, 9th President Zachary Taylor, 12th President Abraham Lincoln, 16th President Andrew Johnson, 17th President Ulysses S. Grant, 18th President Rutherford B. Hayes, 19th President Chester A. Arthur, 21st President William Howard Taft, 27th President. These presidents, with the possible exception Thomas Jefferson and Abraham Lincoln, are unbelievers, atheist or agnostic. Let's see their achievement. Thomas Jefferson was a founding father, the author of the Constitution and Declaration of Independence, the first Secretary of State, organized the Louisiana Purchase, the father of the separation of church and state, and called himself as Epicurean and materialist and loved the moral values of the Greeks and Romans. Martin Van Buren, the founder of the Democratic Party, he was against slavery, helped develop the current American political system, and an ally to Lincoln. William Henry Harrison, the first president to die in office and created the modern presidential campaign tactics. Zachary Taylor, a hero of the Mexican-American War, the first president to be elected without holding any previous political office but die before he can do anything significant as president. Abraham Lincoln was during his entire life an unbeliever. He was, according to his family and very close friends, an atheist, agnostic, infidel, deist, pantheist, or universalist, but regardless he was the first president to be assassinated, ended the Civil War, abolished slavery, modernized the U.S. economy. First Republican president, and considered by many as the greatest president that the nation has produced, but it is confirmed by James Matheny that during the last years of his life he was atheist. Andrew Johnson was the worst president the U.S. has to offer and first American president to be impeached. Ulysses S. Grant led the Union Army to victory over the Confederacy, created the Department of Justice, prosecuted the Ku Klux Klan, he gave Jews and Africans prominent federal offices, and created the first Civil Service Commission, and was a strong supporter of the separation of church and state. That I agreed with his statement. In 1850, I believe, the church property in the United States, which paid no tax, amounted to $87 million. In 1900, without a check, it is safe to say, this property will reach a sum exceeding $3 billion. I would suggest the taxation of all property equally. Rutherford B. Hayes was an abolitionist, declaring former slaves as free citizens, and wanted a meritocratic government which in my opinion has socialist elements, equal treatment regardless of wealth, race, and social status. Chester A. Arthur gave the rebirth of the United States Navy and the first president to deny a specific racial group from entering its borders, Chinese, in the Chinese Exclusion Act. William Howard Taft was mostly a forgettable president. Dwight D. Eisenhower was for almost his entire life before becoming a president was irreligious and not part of any religious sects, but after he became the president he was baptized in the Presbyterian Church. Besides, started the American exceptionalism and this false belief of this Judeo-Christian nation, on the good side that he promote progressive taxation, 90% top tax rate, but his political philosophy, if was alive today, will be on the side of social democrats and democratic socialists. And here's are his words. This conjunction of an immense military establishment and a large arms industry is new in the American experience. The total influence, economic, political, even spiritual, is felt in every city, every state house, every office of the federal government. We recognize the imperative need for this development. Yet we must not fail to comprehend its grave implications. Our toil, resources, and livelihood are all involved, so is the very structure of our society. In the councils of government, we must guard against the acquisition of unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought, by the military-industrial complex. The potential for the disastrous rise of misplaced power exists and will persist. We must never let the weight of this combination endanger our liberties or democratic processes. We should take nothing for granted. Only an alert and knowledgeable citizenry can compel the proper meshing of the huge industrial and military machinery of defense with our peaceful methods and goals, so that security and liberty may prosper together. Should any political party attempt to abolish Social Security, unemployment insurance, and eliminate labor laws and farm programs, you would not hear of that party again in our political history. There is a tiny splinter group, of course, that believes you can do these things. Among them are H.L. Hunt, a few other Texas oil millionaires, and an occasional politician or businessman from other areas. Their number is negligible and they are stupid. No people on earth can be held, as a people, to be an enemy, for all humanity shares the common hunger for peace and fellowship and justice. No nation's security and well-being can be lastingly achieved in isolation, but only in effective cooperation with fellow nations. I believe that the United States as a government, if it is going to be true to its own founding documents, does have the job of working toward that time when there is no discrimination made on such inconsequential reason as race, color, or religion. Every gun that is made, every warship launched, every rocket fired signifies, in the final sense, a theft from those who hunger and are not fed, those who are cold and are not clothed. This world in arms is not spending money alone. It is spending the sweat of its laborers, the genius of its scientists, the hopes of its children. This is not a way of life at all, in any true sense. Under the cloud of threatening war, it is humanity hanging from a cross of iron. A preventive war, to my mind, is an impossibility today. How could you have one if one of its features would be several cities lying in ruins, several cities where many thousands of people would be dead and injured and mangled, the transportation systems destroyed, sanitation implements and systems all gone? That isn't preventive war, that is war. I don't believe there is such a thing, and, frankly, I wouldn't even listen to anyone seriously that came in and talked about such a thing. It seems to me that when, by definition, a term is just ridiculous in itself, there is no use in going any further. These are the absolute proof that the United States of America was not founded by Christian values but instead was founded against such values. Their Constitution and Declaration of Independence is against God, and I'm not saying this as a rhetoric, but the statement was also said by Anglican ministers and loyalists, and it go as far saying that the nation's philosophy is atheism, or in the words of James Wilson, one of the original 6 people that hold a seat of the Supreme Court, is the executive power of Great Britain founded on representation? This is not pretended. Before the Glorious Revolution, many of the kings claimed to reign by divine right, and others by hereditary right, or in the words of Thomas Jefferson, he has waged cruel war against human nature itself, violating its most sacred rights of life and liberty in the persons of a distant people who never offended him, captivating and carrying them to slavery in another hemisphere, or to incur miserable death in their transportations thither. This piratical warfare, the opprobrium of infidel powers, is the warfare of the Christian king of Great Britain. Determined to keep open a market where men should be bought and sold, he has prostituted his negative his veto for suppressing every legislative attempt to prohibit or to restrain this execrable commerce. Religious promotes elitism while deist, atheist, agnostic and pantheist promotes liberty and equality for all, except the Soviets. Compare what Paul said in Romans 13 to the 2 atheists Thomas Jefferson and William Goldwyn. Paul, let every person be subject to the governing authorities, for there is no authority except from God, and those authorities that exist have been instituted by God. Therefore whoever resists authority resists what God has appointed, and those who resist will incur judgment. For rulers are not a terror to good conduct, but to bad. Do you wish to have no fear of the authority? Then do what is good, and you will receive its approval, for it is God's servant for your good. But if you do what is wrong, you should be afraid, for the authority does not bear the sword in vain. It is the servant of God to execute wrath on the wrongdoer. Therefore one must be subject, not only because of wrath but also because of conscience. For the same reason you also pay taxes, for the authorities are God's servants, busy with this very thing. Pay to all what is due them taxes to whom taxes are due, revenue to whom revenue is due, respect to whom respect is due, honor to whom honor is due. John Mason a Puritan, but God was above them, who laughed his enemies and the enemies of his people to scorn, making them as a fiery oven. Thus did the Lord judge among the heathen, filling the place with dead bodies. Thomas Jefferson, it is the right of the people to alter or to abolish it, and to institute new government, laying its foundation on such principles and organizing its powers in such form, as to them shall seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness. William Goldwyn, God himself has no right to be a tyrant. Above all we should not forget that government is an evil, a usurpation upon the private judgment and individual conscience of mankind. Learning is the ally, not the adversary of genius. He who reads in a proper spirit, can scarcely read too much. The proper method for hastening the decay of error is by teaching every man to think for himself, and it is false that kings are entitled to the eminence they obtain. They possess no intrinsic superiority over their subjects. The line of distinction that is drawn is the offspring of pretense, an indirect means employed for effecting certain purposes, and not the language of truth. John Adams, deist, the people alone have an incontestable, unalienable, and infeasible right to institute government, and to reform, alter, or totally change the same. When religious people arrive in America they committed religious violence, while the founding fathers who were deist and Jefferson and atheist made religious freedom. For example, like Pope Pius V commanded Pedro Menendez de Aviles, founder of St. Augustine, Florida, to massacre the natives for refusing to convert to Catholicism, and it has also happened in Plymouth and Massachusetts. Bay theocracies or Oaks, a preacher views of religious tolerance is firstborn of all abominations. Imposed the death penalty for worshipping other gods, blasphemy, homosexuality, and adultery. Or John Calvin, who promotes tolerance, but when he gained power he burned Spanish theologian Michael Servetus at the stakes for theological difference, baptism, and the theocratic Massachusetts Bay Colony was the first to legalize slavery. The founding fathers wanted the world's first godless nation, and their fears that religion poisons politics came true in the Civil War, which is to an extent a religious war where both sides use the Bible to justify slavery and condemn slavery, and the first religious political parties were made during the war, and the motto of the Confederate States of America was God will vindicate, or with God our protector or avenger, and Jefferson Davis, the president of the Confederacy, view slavery was established by decree of Almighty God. It is sanctioned in the Bible, in both testaments, from Genesis to Revelation. It has existed in all ages, has been found among the people of the highest civilization, and in nations of the highest proficiency in the arts, and the South use Luke 12:45-49 to justify the beating of slaves. But and if that servant say in his heart, my Lord delayeth his coming, and shall begin to beat the menservants and maidens, and to eat and drink, and to be drunken, the Lord of that servant will come in a day when he looked not for him, and at an hour when he is not aware, and will cut him in sunder, and will appoint him his portion with the unbelievers. And that servant, which knew his Lord's will, and prepared not himself, neither did according to his will, shall be beaten with many stripes. But he that knew not, and did commit things worthy of stripes, shall be beaten with few stripes. For unto whomsoever much is given, of him shall be much required, and to whom men have committed much, of him they will ask the more. I am come to send fire on the earth, and what will I, if it be already kindled? Benjamin Palmer of the First Presbyterian Church in New Orleans believed that people who are against slavery are atheist. Last of all, in this great struggle, we defend the cause of God and religion. The abolition spirit is undeniably atheistic. Among a people so generally religious as the American, a disguise must be worn, but it is the same old threadbare disguise of the advocacy of human rights. This spirit of atheism, which knows no God who tolerates evil, no Bible which sanctions law, and no conscience that can be bound by oaths and covenants, has selected us for its victims, and slavery for its issue, and all this the suffering of the people was so great that Watkinson, Pollock, and Chase proposed to include in God we trust in their currency to help people in this heathen land taking advantage during times of horror. But ironically Susan B. Anthony, the first woman on U.S. currency, was agnostic. Andrew L. Seidel in his research on the origins of Christian nationalism was fully established during the Second Red Scare. The fear-ridden climate in the United States was similar to that in Nazi Germany during Hitler's rise to power, according to at least one journalist who lived through both. William Shirer, a war correspondent stationed in Germany during Hitler's ascension and author of the definitive book on on the subject. The 1960 bestseller The Rise and Fall of the Third Reich, A History of Nazi Germany, returned home to America to find an atmosphere of suspicion, intolerance, and fear. I had seen these poisons grow into ugly witch hunting and worse in totalitarian lands abroad, but I was not prepared to find them taking root in our own splendid democracy. Another reporter, John Hunter from the Capital Times in Madison, Wisconsin, attempted an interesting social experiment to measure the fear. On July 4, 1951, Hunter asked passers-by to sign a petition comprising the first 6 amendments to the Constitution, the 15th Amendment, which guarantees the right to vote regardless of race, and the preamble to the Declaration of Independence. We hold these truths. People were so scared and suspicious that of the 112 people Hunter asked, only 1 agreed to sign. Most declined because they thought the ideas contained in those excerpts were too communist, un-American, or subversive. 20 actually accused Hunter of being a communist. Responses included, that might be from the Russian Declaration of Independence, but you can't tell me that it is ours, and you can't get me to sign that I'm trying to get a loyalty clearance for a government job. Other newspapers around the country repeated the experiment, with similar results. Reactions like these, remarked Chief Justice Earl Warren in 1955, caused some thoughtful people to ask the question whether ratification of the Bill of Rights could be obtained today if we were faced squarely with the issue. Religion preys on fear. With the ground prepared by Madison Avenue advertising, it was easy for religious leaders to capitalize on the national fear of communism and nuclear death. If mutually assured destruction was truly assured, Christians would be happy in the afterlife with Jesus, while the godless communists would burn twice. As one author put it, Americans, being Christians, believed in life after death and were self-confident that if even the world itself were destroyed in a righteous cause, they would go to their heavenly reward. Communists, by contrast, were atheists, held out no hope of life after death, and would be correspondingly less willing to escalate a confrontation all the way to nuclear exchange. Senator McCarthy warned people that this is the era of the Armageddon, that final all-out battle between light and darkness foretold in the Bible. In the best of times, clergymen love to preach about the world ending. With nuclear Armageddon a real possibility and so many advertisements telling them to go to church, preachers were winning terrified converts. He also found in his research for early persecution and anti-intellectualism during this time, William Shirer's prediction about witch hunting proved prescient. Conformity was soon valued more highly than civil rights. During this era, Congress passed the Alien Registration or Smith Act of 1940, the McCarran Internal Security Act of 1950, and the Communist Control Act of 1954. All were designed to punish nonconformists. Any thinkers not strictly orthodox, i.e., American, capitalist, and Christian, were suspicious. According to polls, people suspected their neighbors of being communists because they would not attend church, talked against God, didn't believe in the Bible, or were poisoning the minds of young people with things that are contrary to the Bible. President Truman, a failed businessman with no college degree, the last president elected sans degree and one of only a few since Reconstruction, and probably touchy about that shortcoming, attacked ivory tower professors. It became fashionable to vilify academics and the intelligentsia. According to Ronald Oakley, by the time the Great Fear had run its course, 600 college professors had been dismissed for being insufficiently orthodox. Christianity is anti-American. If the Founding Fathers were alive today, they will be horrified of what happened to their beautiful country during the First Red Scare and beyond. Puerto Rico. The dangers of capitalism that results in climate change, melting of the Arctic, deforestation, overfishing, child labor, people working to death or to such extreme that the population of Japan is reducing, and countries that are capitalist and its failures like Democratic Republic of Congo, Mozambique, Uganda, Tajikistan, Yemen, Haiti, Ethiopia, Tanzania, Kyrgyzstan, and Uzbekistan. These are the 10 poorest countries in the world where the capitalist system destroyed them and ruled by authoritarian regimes, political turmoil, weak financial institutions, inadequate infrastructure, and corruption. Not only that, but countries like Somalia, Afghanistan, Turkmenistan, Kazakhstan, and Bosnia and Herzegovina are all former Soviet countries that are now Islamic republics, especially Afghanistan, that the human rights for women has been so awful that you find pictures of women in Afghanistan before and after the Islamic Revolution, that it shows that the communists help improve women's rights, but after of one totalitarian to another that results the backward spiral of the country. In the U.S., the only hyperpower in the world, also suffer poverty like Centerville. Illinois is the poorest town of the country. New Square, New York has the highest poverty, and any town in the U.S. population lives in poverty. Some go to 70%. Not only corruption exists in Asia and Europe, but also in the Caribbean, that this region, that all nations are extremely corrupt, that according to Corruption Perception Index, that Cuba, the totalitarian socialist country, is the least corrupted country in the Caribbean, and Puerto Rico, the only U.S. capitalist country in the area, is the most corrupted country in the Caribbean and the entire Antilles. The government of Puerto Rico, since the beginning their government, were extremely corrupted, and every leader since Luis Marin, that the politicians of Puerto Rico are corrupted for stealing money, trying to stay in power, eliminate political opposition, manipulate the media, and the infamous assassination of Cerro Maravilla. But the first person that tried to solve this problem was Celia Calderón, the first female governor of Puerto Rico, but sadly it barely solved the problem, but instead increased the virus of the island from Luis Fortuno to Ricardo Rossello in 2009. 60 days after Fortuno became governor, it gave birth to the economic crisis that as of 2019 Puerto Rico suffers. The unemployment rate that raised to 16.7% in October of 2009, but in 2017 the poverty rate had reached to 45% higher. That is double than the United States, but the department can trace back to colonialism by the United States. PR is the last no colony in the world. After America became U.S. territory after the Spanish-American War, that America refused to pay the colony creditors, the U.S. put the Farragut Act, which Puerto Ricans can never have full U.S. rights and cannot make laws that goes against the federal law. The Jones-Shafroth Act allow municipal investors to do whatever they want regardless of the PR budget. In 1917 authorized the Puerto Rican government for tax that later create the Jones Act, which today Puerto Rico have this department crisis of $70 billion in debt, and after the Hurricane Maria, a Category 5 hurricane that hasn't been seen for 125 years. As of 2020 people are still living in horrible conditions of the hurricane. That later the government announced in the local radio that the island is in federal bankruptcy. The government made laws like increase taxes to 15%, a law that anybody under 25 years old looking for a job only paid half compared to any employee over 25 years old. Contract to Europeans for millions of dollars with free food, apartment, and flights between Puerto Rico and their homeland back to back. People justifiably angry hearing the government saying they have no money to fix roads, housing, and others, while wasting money on people who may have not realized that the island even existed. Having thousands to probably millions of bottles of water abandoned in the middle of Nowhere while people struggling to have clean water. During the hurricane that the Mexican government gave the Puerto Rican government a powerful power plant to give electricity for the entire island, but they never use it and is still around there hiding, and mayors spending over $8 million on statues instead on infrastructure. The legal abuse from both the US and PR government that result is 60% decrease use of electricity, which raised the debt even higher. Federal bankruptcy. PR is extremely dependent to the US because the US has PR in iron grip like Spain during the Napoleonic Wars. During the Spanish occupation that PR was so underdeveloped that even the elite walk on barefoot and rely on illegal trade with the US, that before PR reached the 19th century the population of the island did not reach 200,000 people. Increased poverty among smaller and middle-sized farmers at the expense of the rich coffee plantation owners. Landless workers have less rights and were forced to work to the rich or being punished by law, and many people spent their entire lives working for the rich while they die in poverty. Wasting millions of dollars of milk for no reason, paying fancy cars for themselves while police cars are mostly collecting dust, not handling the hurricane situation, Trump who throw toilet paper at Puerto Ricans and putting martial law, making the first since the nationalist uprising, the junta, scums of the earth, people not having electricity and water up to 8 months, people still not having running water, electricity, and a roof over their heads 3 years after the hurricane. People dying under horrible conditions, plus doctors are leaving, and this becomes such a problem to the point that only one doctor that is a surgeon for cancer and maybe as the time I'm writing this may have also left the country. Schools are almost non-existent because they close so many schools that in some pueblos there are no schools at all, and parents have to take their children for basic education, which takes 30 minutes to 1 hour, while in the past it takes 2 minutes on foot. While the people are suffering, the governor Ricardo Rossello is on vacation and going on fishing, and the people struggling, and in some areas people can't find jobs to pay bills for electricity and sleep in the dark in their own home. Disastrous policies like Promesa, cutting the federal minimum wage, and a law that people under 25 years old are going to be pay half compared to someone over the age of 25. Operation Bootstrap made Puerto Ricans to work below minimum wage. 43.5% of Puerto Ricans are living below the poverty line. Puerto Ricans have a higher risk of cancer, diabetes, alcohol consumption, asthma, and infant mortality rates. Many children are frequently absent from school. Usually they are impoverished. Children have to deal with stresses such as caring for siblings. Enrollment in schools has declined by about 40% in the past 10 years. 640,000 Puerto Ricans on the island receive food stamps, and the rich who are scavenging the economies of the island, like John Paulson, who wanted to move to Puerto Rico. Why? Because to avoid paying U.S. capital gain taxes, or Ben Carson is illegally holding $18 billion in aid that was passed by Congress that was given to Puerto Rico, or Trump administration officials scamming Puerto Rico out of $1.8 billion in hurricane relief funds, federal official to profit off taxpayer money, or HUD withholds $18 billion in disaster aid, or FEMA official taking bribes. This is capitalism. We're in the U.S. families in the 1950s who have a married couple with 7 kids on a salary of $32,000 a year, where they can buy a TV, house, and car from the husband, earn income, while today's youth, one person earns $32,000 a year but live in poor housings and can't earn their own houses. They can't afford a car and barely pay the bills in a world where 50% or 3.4 billion people struggles for basic needs, where housings that are made in the 1950s are too expensive and the prices are still increasing, where average income is no longer enough, where having children is more expensive than ever, which there are higher chances that parents will abandon their children because they don't have the money to keep it stable. Child care cost, child education, which costs 16% of the housing budget. Household debt is over 200% in Australia, Sweden, Denmark, and Switzerland, and debt became the new type of slavery for this generation and future generations. While in some areas in Puerto Rico it is just a ghost town with closed stores, forgotten buildings, barely any public schools that are still in operation, while the churches, mosques, and synagogues are still open, and there are more churches of superstition, false delusions that pay no taxes, yet almost no schools to teach the reality of the world, which is why people still believe outdated ideas and still question evolution and still had a prejudice against atheists. Only 5% of the population are irreligious, which is the second largest religion, and only 1% are open atheist. Despite the money laundering, intense corruption, fraud, and stealing money from the people, but the straw broke the camel's back is Rossello's telegram controversy, proving once and for all that the government is just an overqualified mafia that needs to be stopped and be arrested for federal crimes. Puerto Rico is the biggest failure of America's capitalism and an example of American colonialism and American empire. Like when 1950 the U.S. government bombed its own citizens, it does not want Puerto Ricans. They want Puerto Rico. They artificially made the island poor. The island was originally a military tactic and now is an economic tactic. America was never nice to Puerto Rico, like in the World Wars when they did medical testing Puerto Rican soldiers, like locking them in chambers and subject them to various gases. In disturbing similarity of Nazi experiments, but not that extreme, tested birth control drugs in San Juan. The women who were poor and illiterate were forced to subject to various drugs that are still in development to see what it results to the body before giving it to white people, which result of the many deaths of these innocent victims. 1/3 of the women on the island had been sterilized by the U.S. project of sterilization as part of their industrialization of Puerto Rico, and eugenics was popular, seeing Puerto Ricans as the dirtiest people on earth and purposely injecting Puerto Ricans cancer and tuberculosis. This ethnic genocide that over 35% of women in PR have been sterilized, which is the highest in the world, higher than Nazi Germany. Massacring nationalists in the 1930s and killing Ohaterios. The U.S. used Vieques and Culebra as bombing practice, which kill civilians. The cancer rate for people living in Vieques was 27% higher than the rest of the island. La Princesa was the place to torture, human experimentation, and forced starvation, and during the early years of America's occupation they made to teach English to Puerto Ricans in order to civilize the savage. In 1909 it was illegal to speak Spanish in public schools until they removed the law in 1998, but English became the official language. Changes nothing. Outlawed all Puerto Rican currency, thus all Puerto Ricans lost 40% of their savings, and was illegal to have a Puerto Rican flag, and you can be in prison for $10,000 and $100,000 bail. In the 1920s to 1930s, American leaders view Puerto Ricans as half-breeds, Negro filth, forcing to teach English, eliminate any teacher that is too pro-Puerto Rican, imprison and kill labor unions and other people who share similar views. The U.S. will never care about the lives of Puerto Ricans. They did not care during Hurricane Maria, which is the 4th deadliest hurricane in history. When it comes how many people die. They did not care when Nazi Germany bombed La Mona, and they did not care during the Attica prison massacre, which is the 6th most violent event in prison history, and the targets were Puerto Ricans and African American. The Puerto Rican soldiers in World War II were segregated among 2 groups, those who are fluent in English and those who are not. For those who can speak fluent English were with white soldiers, while those who can't speak English were with black soldiers, implementing the gag law, which was a violation of the First Amendment, which dozens of people were arrested for not being too American, or when the U.S. put a military government in PR by putting John R. Brooke, the first American Governor of PR and Charles H. Allen, the first civilian U.S. governor who we control the entire economy of PR, which over 40% of all arable land turned into sugar plantations, which was owned by him. He owned the American Sugar Refining Company, which was the biggest sugar refining company in the world. The U.S. giving Puerto Ricans U.S. citizenship as an excuse to recruit more soldiers in World War I. Every war that America made or involved that Puerto Rican soldiers were always the first to go into the battlefield. Fixed salaries, people losing their pensions, retirement age raised from 61 to 67, raising electric bills to insane levels, raising taxes to 15%, abandoning stockpiles of water in warehouse after massive earthquakes which people are dying of thirst, people sleeping in horrific conditions, the government forcing people to pay $400 a month when these people are using abandoned buildings to help people and give kids basic educations. That even international law admits, International Action Center, that the U.S. committing colonial crimes, like violating the U.S. own constitution to keep oppressing PR, like enforcing the PROMESA law which violates the null and void process of 1952, deprive the right to self-determination, and Puerto Rico itself is the U.S. biggest crimes against humanity. Anarchists in Puerto Rico suffer yet survive in a literal example of colonialism, but many anarchists through history are either highly educated, university professors, or poor, which were the majority. And were illiterate and Hebrews, with a burning passion to help people like anarchists in Fajardo and other pueblos on the eastern side of the island, and was one of the first places that recovered clean water and electricity after the hurricane. They did it as early as 2 months after the hurricane by an anarchist group called Project for Mutual Aid, and the government used the police to try to arrest these anarchists as respective terrorists, while the capitalist government took 3 years to recover running water and electricity in some locations. Anarchist thinking existed in the island as far back as 1810s were expressing dislike to the government. Many were abolitionists. The first abolitionist was an anarchist named Ramon Emeterio Batenses, who founded the secret abolitionist society, which they succeeded on March 22, 1873, and wanted independence. There are anarchists like Santiago Iglesias who wanted statehood, like the Taino Rebellion in 1511 led by Eguibanatu, 3 years after the Spaniard founded their first European settlement, Antonio Valero de Bernabe, who wanted independent Puerto Rico. The first anarchist movement in Puerto Rico started in the 1870s by creating labor unions, cooperations, promotes literacy, and mutual aid. Circulo de Recreo y Beneficencia in 1872, La Bella Union Mayaxana, El Circulo Ponce de Artesanos, La Union Fajardina, and La Sociedad Amigos del Bien Público in 1873, making anarchist newspaper from 1874, El Artesano, to 1899, El Criterio Libre, first anarchist revolt in 1848, possibly influenced by the speeches of Juan Angel Silén, in San Juan. Luisa Capetillo, a leader of women's suffrage, she helped pass a minimum wage law. In 1898, many anarchist organizations were made to help the people when the U.S. steals their salaries. Censorship of anarchist literature, labor workers are reducing, and people in the cities were paid more than countryside. The traditional Puerto Rican music called danza was created by early anarchists/socialists to promote literacy. The literate will go teach the illiterate in their factories about reading, and anarchism were the first intellectuals teach the people about politics, economics, science, philosophy, and read out loud the works of Malatesta, Kropotkin, and Marx. Anarchists joining forces with other socialists and liberals to limited European influence, like joining forces with José Celso Barbosa, the first African descent to earn a medical degree in the U.S., the Puerto Rican Autonomous Party, a liberal conservative group founded in 1887, multiple liberal pro-independence leaders and pro-independence political parties over the years, making the first socialist political party in 1899, Labor Party. Federación Regional de Trabajadores was the first anarchist party founded in 1898. Mikhail Bakunin published his work in San Juan, Federalism and Socialism, and celebrate their first May Day in 1899. In 1868, the Grito de Lares happened where socialists, liberals, and anarchists wanted independence. Ramon Emeterio Batenses was an anarchist sympathizer, the father of the poor, the mastermind of the revolt, the father of the independence movement, and the father of the Puerto Rican nation, but created the first Puerto Rican flag created by Mariana Bracetti. The first national anthem was written by Lola Rodriguez de Tito, and the original constitution, the 10 Commandments of Free Man, was based on the French Revolution's Declaration of the Rights of Man and of the Citizen. Anarchism is alive and well when the anarchist symbol was all over in San Juan when Ricardo Rossello resigned. The first time in PR history. During the nationalist uprisings in the 1950s, for the first time a radio transmission was recording during real time during a gunfight between 40 heavily guarded policemen vs 1 barber. Nationalists were torture in Aguadilla, and today's 3 main political parties in Puerto Rico have its origins from radical socialists because the FRT was separated into 2 groups, the nationalist and pro-American. Santiago Iglesias was the first influential anarchist in Puerto Rico and was the first to propose statehood for Puerto Rico, the spiritual father of the new Progressive Party, and the nationalist wanted independence, making the Socialist Party, 1889, the Nationalist Party, 1922, Puerto Rican Communist Party, 1934 and refounded in 2010, Transparent, Authentic and Complete Liberal Party, 1937 and founded by Luis Muñoz Marin when we was a socialist/pro-independent, Puerto Rican Socialist Party, 1959, one of the leaders named Juan Mari Braz was the first to receive Puerto Rican citizenship from the PR State Department and the FBI plotted to assassinate him. Working People's Party of Puerto Rico, 2010 but not. Pro-Independent, Workers' Socialist Movement, 1982, Revolutionary Socialist Party, Maoism, Popular Socialist Movement, Castroism, Political Education Workshop, Puerto Rican Revolutionary Workers' Party Macheros, Socialist Front, 1990, Asociación Nacional Independence Movement, 2004, Armed Forces of National Liberation, 1974, Movimiento Nacionalista Revolucionario, 2015, Boricuá Popular Army, 1976, and later the current Puerto Rican Independence Party, 1946. These revolutionaries started 4 revolutions: Tainos of 1511, Grito de Lares of 1868, attempted coup of Yauco of 1897, and Nationalist Revolution of 1950. Many did protest through the years, after the 1950 uprising, but losing respect among Puerto Ricans when some of these radicals committed social democratic reformism and electoralism, lack of unity among socialist groups and promoting Leninism, but they protesting against Rossello to resign, protest the U.S. Navy base in Vieques and various heists. Many of these revolutionaries like public execution in 1899, people were either killed without the chances to defend themselves, assassinated/murder like Filiberto Ojeda Rios, Enrique Soto Uribe, Santiago Mari Pescara, Carlos Muniz Varela and Arnaldo Dario Rosado. People who supports independence were tortured, imprisoned, and murdered by the police, National Guard, death squads and FBI from the first Red Scare till today using surveillance, human experimentation on Pedro Albizu Campos, the first Puerto Rican to graduate at Harvard, massacres against the revolutionaries in Ponce, 1937, Rio Piedras, 1935, various massacres committed by the National Guard during the Nationalist Uprising, 1950, and Cerro Maravilla, 1978, labor unions were reducing, 247,120 in 1899 to 2,771 in 1907, workers in the cities were paid more than countryside workers and first Governor Luis Muñoz Marin used FBI files to oppress nationalists and other rivals, while the FBI file shows that he was a drug addict and abused its power like buying luxury like the kings of Spain. And prevented the only time PR could have independence when U.S. Senator Millard Tydings gave the PR government a bill for independence but Luis prevented the bill to reach PR. When anarchists were the first to recover from the hurricane using mutual aid, cooperation, and green energy but the PR government does not help them but instead sending militarized police believing as deceptive terrorist. In the Caribbean we have the North-South Korea image of the Marxist-Leninist state atheist Cuba and the capitalist Roman Catholic Puerto Rico but like the two Koreas shows us that the socialist is more successful. Cuba was prepared of the hurricane, have great infrastructure and recover extremely quickly while Puerto Rico still haven't recovered from the hurricane. Many houses are destroyed. Over 3,000 people die and both Cuba and Puerto Rico were denied to have crucial resources from the U.S. Embargo on Cuba by the U.S. before the hurricane and in PR no other country can give supplies without U.S. permission. The U.S. government while knowing that people are dying of hunger and thirst that even the mayor of San Juan is begging for food that instead of giving aid but they privatize power grid. The PR government made the promesa to solve it. Debt by paying people who are under 25 years of age less than minimum wage, $4.25 while the federal minimum wage is $7.25. This is the legacy of Puerto Rico, a series of economic disasters, corrupted politicians, torturing revolutionaries, and PR being a hostage to the U.S. while Cuba despite of Castro brutality especially against gays, religion, despite being a Christian atheist, and persecution of anarchists, Fidel Castro made achievements like the only country in the Americas that does not suffer malnourishment, Unifique declare as an international paradise for infants, having the lowest child death rate in the Americas, student-teacher ratio of 10:1, eliminate homelessness, the unemployment rate is below 3%, people of Cuba are eating more calories than any Latin American country but slightly below the U.S., largely eradicated poverty and hunger, Cuba is among the 20 best performing countries in the world, Cuba is the most sustainably developed country in the world, Cuba is also one of the only nations to meet conditions for sustainable development, has one of the best doctors/healthcare in the world, has higher life expectancy than the U.S., Cuba is the first nation in the world to eliminate mother-to-child HIV and syphilis transmission, CIA World Factbook gives Cuba's literacy rate as 99.8%, Cuba spends a higher percentage of GDP on education than any other nation in the world, Cuba offered to take in 24,000 Soviet children from the Chernobyl area so that they could recover more quickly from the effects of radiation pollution while the free market did nothing, Castro surviving over 600 assassinations from the U.S. and the U.S. tried to destroy their crops to starve the people, committing an artificial famine, in order to revolt against Castro and convert to capitalism, Cuba was the first to sing discrimination against women, Cuba ranked 6th in the world for women political participation, free education while the U.S. since 1978 college tuition fee raised to 1,120%, Cuba is the third highest literate country in the world, behind to Latvia and Azerbaijan both former Soviet countries. U.S. human experiments like giving poor illiterate women giving illegal contraception which 1/3 of all women lost the ability to give birth, committing ethnic cleansing which Hitler got his influence, experiments of Agent Oranges was in Puerto Rico which I have family members who were victims of the human experimentation and suffered strong health complications, I have more family members who were victims of abuse by the U.S. military and working in the Panama Canal during Teddy's presidency, the U.S. made a law to force sterilize Puerto Ricans, the U.S. Navy in Vieques destroyed the environment and kill civilians, 1 point accidentally bomb Ponce, and some Puerto Rican veterans in Vieques got restraining order from the military were not allowed what they saw the U.S. secret projects in Vieques or go to jail for the rest of their lives especially if they suffer health conditions during those projects which the U.S. Navy chemical experiments give it. People of Vieques suffering like people dying at higher rates, 30% higher from cancer, 41% higher from diabetes, 95% higher from cirrhosis liver disease and 396% from hypertension. The U.S. used Cuban terrorists to kill teachers and other civilians who promotes Puerto Rican independence and socialism or put bombs of daycare centers that belong to the socialist part of PR. Tactics of COINTELPRO originated in PR by harassment, setting fire on pro-independence office, bombing pro-independence buildings, put a bomb in the car of Juan Mari Braz led by the National Guard, pro-statehood terrorist, and anti-Castro Cubans, throwing bomb at Vega Figueroa, try to assassinate Juan Antonio Carretier, murdering Santiago Mari Pescara, by the Navy. Domingo Vega was shot by death squad but survived. Lieutenant Alex de la Cerda, U.S. Navy Public Relations Officer, placed explosives at the Puerto Rico Bar Association offices, sabotaged the Vieques Air Link, state-sponsored terrorism, starting a conservative anti-intellectual movement which became the people's moral values, criminalization of leftist activism and murdering a woman in front of their children because she believed in independence. Teachers who disappeared, using Cubans for their death squads which was supported by pro-statehood politicians, Senator Juan A. Paler and his pro-statehood gang attack pro-independence buildings killing people, bombing university buildings that have a strong socialist movement, bomb the Clemente Coliseum during a game, bomb political rally for the birthday of Eugenio Maria de Hosto, the disappearance of Julio Pinto Gandia, killing Santiago Mari Pescara, killing the socialist candidate Governor Juan Mari Braz, Alejo Maldonado was a police colonel and leader of the death squad, intense surveillance, Carpio, mayor candidate Trujillo Alto was assassinated and the Battle of Villa Sin Mito of 1982 where cops attack, throw tear gas and shoot people including women and children who were living in unused land that was considered private property. Puerto Ricans created the first institutions for black history in the 1910s. Many revolutionaries went to free Cuba and becoming leaders in Venezuela where there are statues of Puerto Ricans in Venezuela and Fidel Castro has a portrait of Betances using danza and bomb to teach literacy, which almost 80% of the population, non-rich, were illiterate in 1910 and was illegal to publish pro-independence literature from the 15th century to the 1970s. From 1809 to 1868 there were 40 slave Revolts. The slave revolt of Marcos Zairo in 1821 was influenced by Jean-Pierre Boyer and the Haitian Revolution. There were 8 revolutions for independence: 1511, 1822, 1835, 1838, 1868, 1897, and 1950. Try to assassinate President Truman, the poorest president. There are only 8 presidents that have a net worth less than $1 million. Attack the Capitol in 1954, and Filiberto started the separatist/clandestine movement in PR, virtually creating all militant groups which, from 1954 to 1998, was a period of war among the revolutionaries and the U.S. military especially. By the National Guard, which the founders of the Guard were members of the White League, a paramilitary section of the KKK, which these separatist groups have bombed military/corporation/federal buildings, blowing up entire Air Force fleets, shootings against the Navy which started the Vieques protests, and doing over 300 military operations against the U.S. The reason this group does this, using Bolivar socialism, a mix of Marxist-Leninist Maoism with the radical patriotism and left-wing nationalism of Simon Bolivar, because they know they are alone. The rest of Latin America and the Spanish-speaking world can't help Puerto Rico without starting a war with the U.S. We were betrayed by Mao, who voted in favor of the U.S. colonialism of PR and UN vote, and the largest Trotskyist group in the U.S. did not advocate for PR independence in 1998, and the U.S. have interest to annex PR since the presidency of John Adams, which he wanted to colonize PR. In 1787, Alexander Hamilton proposed the annexation to the United States of Cuba, Puerto Rico, the Western Territories, and the entire American hemisphere. 1816, Simon Bolivar arrived to PR to liberate the island, but the hurricane prevented him to achieve this goal. James Monroe established the Monroe Doctrine, which prevent both Spain and Bolivar to take PR, but various revolutionary groups who were illiterate and poor but fought the U.S. military. Notable people who supported Bolivar goal for liberated PR like Roberto Cofresi, Antonio Valero de Bernabe, and Maria de los Mercedes Barbudo, which by that time a debate if PR should be integrated as part of Spain or more autonomous, which is the same debate today for U.S., while Cuba gained independence during the Spanish-American War, but PR did not, when the U.S. have undermined the independence movements like the Jones Acts, which Puerto Ricans can join the military but can't vote, and at one point they were forced to join the military, and if you have siblings you are forced to go to war without any say at the matter, making a law that was illegal to sing the national anthem of PR. Jesus Pinero was told by Washington to not pursue the independence bill. Boycotts at the 2012 elections. J. Edgar Hoover have made permanent orders to undermine any independence movement for U.S. national security. In 1950, after the revolution, the U.S. gave a election for a new government, but there was no independence option, only the new constitution, commonwealth, or feudalism, despite the fact the U.S. granted independence to the Philippines in 1946, while in Prairie independence was not even an option, and in 2020 a survey found the majority wants independence for the first time since 1950, 41%, but 2 months later when the elections came the independence option was removed for the first time since the first election. Oregon wants independence, and they want the Confederacy of the Antilles, Cuba, Dominican Republic, and Puerto Rico as one nation, and always remember our heroes like Luisa Capetillo, Ramon Benatances, Eugenio Maria de Hosto, Juan Antonio Corsete, Mariana Bracety, Lola Rodriguez de Tio, Marcos Zairo, and the slaves who later participated in the Grito de Lares and the Spanish Empire. Give the Puerto Rican Spanish citizenship to prevent any future revolts. Antonio Matei Libras, Eguibanatu, Maria Mercedes Barbudo, Antonio Valero de Bernabe, Roberto Cofresi, Juan Alejo de Arizmendi, the first Boricua bishop who made the 1811 conspiracy against Spain, Ramon Power y Gerald, the first self-declared Puerto Rican, Julio Vizcarrondo Coronado, abolished slavery and the founder of the Protestant movement in Iberia, Lorenzo de Vizcarrondo y Ortiz de Zarate, Andres Vizcarrondo, brothers who founded and first municipal mayor of Carolina, Juan Vizcarrondo, Wayne of Ventura, Valentin Quiñones, Pablo Andino, these last 4 planned a revolution in 1838, but the Spaniards found out. Yuza, the only female cacique in Boricua and the second/last female cacique in the Caribbean. The first is Ana Cayana of Hispaniola, Isabel Rosado, Jose de Diego, which achieved PR autonomy during Spanish rule, but the U.S. undone his achievement. Juan Mari Braz, Rafael Cancel Miranda, Pedro Albizu Campos, Oscar Lopez Rivera, Filiberto Ojeda Rios, and the many poor, illiterate, and Hebrew anarchists who were manly black and women who created many communes, mutual aid projects, and co-ops during the 1810s to 1920s. Puerto Ricans helped liberate Cuba and Dominican Republic, started 6 revolutions, 40 slave revolts, created music genres, bomba and plena, to spread literacy and class awareness, attacked the Capitol, tried to assassinate Truman, kick out the Navy, made the South Bronx their second home, despite the Boricua community were persecuted by using government policies based on race, using redlining where any neighborhood that has 5% Boricua population is classified as a declining neighborhood, which banks, insurance companies, and federal housing agencies sabotage their communities to the point of many Boricuas die in the 1970s, coined the term Latino, Agina Batu drowns Salcido to disprove the idea Spaniards are gods. They are always first in the front lines on U.S. wars. The Borinqueniers is the only all-Latino regiment in the U.S. and the last fully segregated regiment, having the best boxers in the world. Wilfred Benitez is the youngest champion in boxing history. Armando Serrano holds the world record for becoming champion in 9 world titles across 7 weight classes and becoming the first female super champion, and PR is the only country in the world that in boxing has champions in all divisions/categories. PR defeated the U.S. in a basketball game in the Summer Olympics, with a 19-point margin, which is the largest margin defeat in U.S. Olympic history and their 3rd ever Olympic lost. The other 2 are from the Soviet Union. Jose Ferrer is the only Latino that won an Oscar for Best Actor. He is the first actor to earn the U.S. Medal of National Arts. The Freemasons joined the struggle for independence. The Boricua will to fight is so strong that rivals the legends of the Romans, which they will fight to the death to be free, and many of these independists believe in reincarnation, that in the words to Ricardo Diaz, I pray to God I reincarnate in a future revolutionary movement, or in the words of Isabel Rosado at the age of 107, inside I feel rebellious and I will continue to feel rebellious until we rule over our own government. Eugenio Maria de Hosto influenced education in Latin America, convincing Chile to let women have education in universities. People of Villa San Mito fighting 500 cops up until their homes were set on fire by the cops, or one of the victims of the Ponce massacre in its last moments wrote on the wall with its own blood, long live the Republic, down with the assassins, Che describing Puerto Ricans as the most heroic people in all Latin America. Like Isabel Rosado fighting full squads of cops in a shootout, and the only reason she lost because she ran out of bullets. When Filiberto made an interview in 1990, it became the most watched/view event in Puerto Rican TV history. Also, it took a combined might of 200 federal agents and 20 militarily armed FBI agents to kill Filiberto. Blanca Canales took over a police station and burned the post office during the 1950 revolution and fully took over J-Way for 3 days, and it took the combine Force of 11 U.S. military planes, bombing Jawa, artillery, mortar fire, grenades, U.S. infantry troops, and the Puerto Rican National Guard to make her surrender, not die. 1 Antonio Negrin waged guerrilla warfare in the 1950 revolution from October 30th to November 10th. Macheros went to a shootout against the Navy in 1998 and won. The Macheros committed at the time the largest cash heist in U.S. history, Wells Fargo heist. The Macheros at the time did largest attack on U.S. military forces since the Vietnam War, and it was the greatest material loss from any single attack perpetrated against the U.S. Air Force anywhere in the world. The family of Batenses starting revolutions in Dominican Republic in 1808. André Salvador Vizcarrondo Pertes de Zarate when his father made guerrilla warfare against the English in 1797 but tried to start the first armed revolution in PR on October 24, 1835 but was betrayed and expelled but try again on July 15, 1838 in Carolina, which he later founded and becoming their first mayor in 1857 but was again caught but became a general in Venezuela and funded the Grito de Lares. Batenses joined the Freemasons and radicalized them, becoming socialist and anarchist. Unlike the classical liberal, racist, and sexist orthodoxy, he became the first Puerto Rican to be awarded the French Cross of the Order of Knighthood of the Legion of Honor. He liberated Dominican Republic and ended biased tyranny in 1873 that the people loved him so much they wanted him Boricuah to be their president but refused. Because we wanted all Spanish Caribbean free, but he became a DR citizen and their first Secretary of Dominican Embassy in Paris. He fought in the French Revolt of 1848, participated in the Paris Commune. He became a general agent of Cuba, fought in the Cuban Revolution and helped liberate Cuba. Batenses wrote the restoration letters of Gregorin Lebrun and lastly Vidal Santiago Diaz, a barber who fought 40 soldiers, which they have tear gas, machine guns, carbines, revolvers, and grenades, in a 3-hour shootout and almost won during the 1950 revolution that the military thought that the salon were 20 people, but in reality it was Vidal will to power, which he was shot point blank in the head and the staircase collapsed on him, but the man lived. That the military were too scared to finish the job. The two last survivors of the Grito de Lares, PR, have one of the longest life expectancy in the world, rivalry Okinawa, Monaco, and Dominica. Aurelio Mendez meet the Nationalist Party and Pedro Anglero meet Albizu, passing the torch at the age of 110 and a revolution in 1822 led by Freemasons declaring Republic of Boricuah and making Mayagüez the capital. The wood of Guayacan are used for airplane propeller worldwide. PR has more roads per square mile in the world. According to Encyclopedia Britannica, that PR has the richest history when they have the best conserved Spanish tradition. PR is the third in the world with mayor proportion of professionals, doctors, lawyers, and etc. Eugenio Maria de Hosto is considered one of the most important intellectuals in the world, especially in the field of education. But during a global pandemic in 1912, that Prairie was the first country in the world that control/eliminate the disease in a record 92 days. Santurce is the only barrio founded by escaped slaves. Another example of people's fight against colonialism is when the first pro-statehood governor went full annexationist during Olympic Games. The people booed during the U.S. national anthem and started raising the PR flag, signing their anthem, both the original and Yankee version, or during the 1950 Central American and Caribbean Games in Guatemala while the PR revolution was still going on. The Guatemalan people joined the Boricuah athletes and raised the PR flag when was still illegal in solidarity. Although the Olympic history of PR is connected with pro-colony movement and the autonomous wing of the pro-colony party, Enrique Hoff Sampaio, a revolutionary nationalist, the second most important/influential figure in PR Olympism, he hosted the 1979 Pan American Games, but the US/PR, during pro-state governorship, discouraged any separatist sentiment, and he with other athletes fought the right to raise their own flag as a separate nation. Went to strikes in La Fortaleza, created the Asociación de Adultos y Deportistas de Puerto Rico, which not only achieved their goal to recognize PR as a sovereign nation, but at the games have the best basketball team in PR history. And during the 1980 Moscow Olympics, Rikhoff wanted PR to participate the games going against the U.S. boycott. Thus the governor Barcelo withdrew all support but managed to send 2 delegates to Moscow and got full official undisputed recognition. He managed to make PR compete in the Moscow Olympics against the wishes from the U.S. The U.S. will never give us statehood despite using pro-statehood politicians to create death squads against the independence movement. In the words of U.S. Representative Joseph Cannon in 1917, that Puerto Ricans are ineligible for statehood for not being white. This is our eternal colonial fate unless a revolution for independence is achieved like what happened in Cuba and Dominican Republic. Another example of cultural genocide against the Boricuas was the Carlisle School. PR suffer 129 more years of slavery than the U.S., 51.6% more years, 12.5% of Boricuas were slaves. The slave to overall population ration was 1 in 8, the same as the U.S. despite having a higher population. Today Boricuas are still slaves, wage/debt slavery, the U.S. still committing genocide against Boricuas, by using the original definition by Raphael Lemkin, which the UN rejected because if accepted his definition, Western Europe, North America, Australasia, and Japan will be in court. Like the Nuremberg trial, today PR consumer prices are 20% higher for every product than the U.S., paying 15% higher sale tax than the U.S., paying 200% more for electricity. In 2018, a list of the poorest and most crime-ridden place in the U.S. half is located in PR. Homicide rate is 622 per 100,000, 45% live below the poverty line, non-voting members in Congress, fracking by U.S. corporations. The late 1960s, over 80% of housing was made by the private sector, but 59% of it population could not afford the houses, has the second largest police force in the U.S., second only to New York, and Pinochet style of privatization. From the 1030s to 1990s, over 4,000 people were assassinated by the U.S. government who supported independence. Governors like Alonso Manso was the leader of the Inquisition to kill hidden Jews. PR has the largest Jewish population in the Caribbean. Romualdo Palacios Gonzalez persecuted and possibly killed the founder of the Autonomous Party Ramon Baldoraide de Castro. Andres Gonzalez Munoz fought against the revolutionaries in Cuba. Nelson Miles and John Brooke were involved in the Wounded Knee massacre and lead the invasion of PR with 16,000 U.S. troops. Guy Verner Henry was responsible to eliminate PR independence. Autonomous charter. George Whitefield Davis forced Puerto Ricans to migrate to the Panama Canal Zone to work. Charles Allen control 98% of U.S. sugar and have the largest sugar company/factory in the world based on Banana Republic style of slavery. And Emmett Montgomery really doing cultural genocide. Not only should Puerto Rico be independent but also Tamil Eelam, Kurdistan, Okinawa, Hawaii, American Samoa, U.S. Virgin Islands, Guam, Northern Mariana Islands, Palestine, Aslan, Chicano, Republic of New African, Republic of Lagata, Basque, Ireland, Azawad, Kabyle, Barbary, Berberia, Catalonia, South Yemen, and all 21 islands in the Caribbean that are still colonies based not on nationalism and patriotism but instead on internationalism and cosmopolitanism, a world without borders. No imaginary lines to create the other. Vietnam and the rest of Indochina. The U.S. propaganda model to justify their aggressive invasion of Vietnam started when they immediately intervened Indochina after World War II in support of French recolonization and putting a Catholic dictatorship in South Vietnam where many Buddhists were killed, and the U.S. media labeled this as a moral good to fight against the evil godless Soviets, yet the U.S. brutality killed 17% of the Vietnam's population by using chemical weapons and dropping more bombs than the entirety of World War II. The Kennedy administration to use chemical warfare to destroy rice crops in South Vietnam, Agent Orange, which 13% South Vietnam lands was attacked by its own allies, which Laos and Cambodia was also attacked by the same chemical weapons, which as many as 500,000 children are born with dioxin-related deformities, which the most people were victims in South Vietnam, and the reason will not use this brutality on the state atheist Soviet North because the Soviet government have links with the rest of the Soviet world and will publicize their brutality. As early as they realize the violation of international law, but the Catholic capitalist South have no voice to cry to their pain of being human experiments of the U.S. studying the effects of dioxin on people, yet the U.S. control of mass media blame the Soviet Union of these chemical crimes that the U.S. committed, like the U.S. claiming declaring itself as a creator of democracy yet supports brutal dictator like Suharto when we created the dirtiest war and most brutal crimes in the history of Indonesia. 1990 to 1998 Indonesian military operations in Aceh, the Turkish terrorist group the DHKP/C was created as a response to the Gulf War, which is still ongoing, the bloodiest war in the history of Peru, which is still ongoing since 1980. In Peru, oppressing Maoists who were protesting for free education, which 18 of the protesters were killed, which will later create the extremist version of the Maoist group called the Shining Path, but the government as a response to these Maoist group. They kill innocent villagers, which is called the Akamarksa massacre with the help of the U.S. train police battalion called the Sinchis, who are today known for their violation of human rights and funding anti-Maoist groups, which they kill a Maoist commander by stabbing, stoning, and set him on fire, which in response the Maoist massacre the people in the area, yet the Peruvian government committing crimes against humanity. The most famous is Alberto Fujimori, like La Cantuta massacre, Santa massacre, and Barrios Altos massacre. All these things the U.S. media will not talk about. They will talk all day about the Romanian Revolution but not talk about the Islamic Socialist victory in the First Liberian Civil War, the U.S. creating the Mujahideen to win the Afghan Civil War from 1989 to 1992. They will not talk about the last war that the U.S. was beaten by the Socialist, Cambodian-Vietnamese War and Cambodian Civil War, where they created and supported Pol Pot's group and even supporting them during the Vietnam-Cambodian War. The U.S. created a secret army made by the Hmong people making an insurgency in Laos, which is still ongoing since 1975, the U.S. supporting Buddhist extremists in Burma since 2010. The U.S. will not talk about the socialist Muammar al-Gaddafi supporting the National Resistance Army which eliminated Idi Amin from power, yet the U.S. supported this cruel government. The U.S. supporting the socialist Somalia during the 1982 Ethiopian-Somali border war. Despite Vietnam being betrayed by China when they invade Cambodia to stop this brutality, and the U.S. persuaded the United Nations to deny assets to Cambodia and Vietnam, the U.S. giving the Khmer Rouge military preparations and remained the official delegate of the nation in the United Nations, and thus 25% of Cambodia's population was perished, and now every time you watch videos or photos of the horrors in Cambodia you can thank the U.S. While China attacked Vietnam, the U.S. blocked credits from the IMF to Vietnam and giving military support long after the war in Thailand, and the U.S. tried to rebuild the Khmer Rouge using the Focal Intelligence Agency and the CIA were in the Khmer Rouge camps. The U.S. over $10 million to Pol Pot. The U.S. torturing civilians in Vietnam and committing constant crimes, and when the soldiers go home they are abandoned by the government that sent them there to suffer. Guatemala. The U.S.-backed dictatorship ruled by the United Fruit Company and allowed to kill workers who disagree, and the many dictators that America supported like Manuel Estrada Cabrera, then a military coup by America which put Jorge Ubico in power, and when Arevalo was democratically elected he was a soft reformist, but the U.S. tried to make another coup against him, and the Decree 900 was established, but the United Fruit Company did not like this, so with the help of the CIA install a dictatorship, putting Carlos Castillo Armas in power, and then a military government that massacred his own people, and the CIA Operation PB Fortune tried to discredit Jacobo Arbenz, thus America committed genocide. For the longest time Latin America posed no threat to the U.S. and the U.S. can easily invade Latin America, but it all changed when socialism, regardless if it's utopian socialism, liberal socialism, and anarcho-communism/communalism of Book Chin, arrived, which the U.S. already paranoia and irrational hatred that goes against their free market capitalism, where dictators militarize schools and even symphony orchestra to establish their authority. Workers are arrested, people being executed for rejecting the most superficial elements of their ideology, despite the U.S. view Arevalo as a communist while in reality he rejected Marxism but promote liberal socialism, imagine social democracy but the economy is socialist, a combination of sabotage, death squads, radio manipulation, U.S. controlling another country's economy that results of the 70% of the population lose their income, and coup to create a democratic approach that the U.S. produced, thus raising illiteracy, conflict, racism to the natives and crime, intellectualism and the far left, and why capitalism should die. While people who call themselves anarchist and socialist, but the public will have this negative view and points at the Soviet Union, Stalinist era, China, Maoist era, Cambodia, Pot era, Cuba, Castro era, and Venezuela. It's a capitalist country by the way, but people always confuse Leninism, Maoism, Stalinism, and Castroism, but forgetting that are other socialist philosophies that goes against the ones I mentioned. There is a reason that in the intellectual circles have adopted anarchist and socialist ideas, because knowing the destructive nature of our current system, like in 2018/20 Phil Paper Survey, PhD and faculty, the dominant political view is egalitarianism, 33%, socialism, 53.2%, almost all European scientists are socialist, and other sources of university professors and more educated people in general subscribe to left-wing political views from moderate/center-left to anarchism. Many people on the right will say that the left are not smart or don't have facts/logic, which is a fan claim by Ben Shapiro, but one of the smartest people in history are on the left, like Albert Einstein, socialism Alexander Grothendieck, anarchism, creator of modern algebraic geometry, Jeff Monson, anarcho-communism, heavyweight fighter of the UFC, Bertrand Russell, socialism/anarchist Julia Gillard, democratic socialism, the first atheist prime minister of Australia, Gloria Steinem, liberalism, the founder of Time magazine, Warren Buffett, liberalism, capitalist and was the first, second, and now the third richest person ever. Noam Chomsky, anarchism, libertarian socialism/anarcho-syndicalism, Christopher Hitchens, Keynesian and former Trotskyist, John Maynard Keynes, liberal socialism, carefully read the General Theory of Employment, Peter Kropotkin, scientifically prove animals behave under anarcho-communist philosophy of mutual aid and cooperation, Eli C. Riklis, anarchism, made one of the most extensive works on geography, Richard Levins, socialist, the father of modern ecology. Stephen Jay Gould, socialist, with some agreement with Peter Kropotkin ideas. Frederick Douglass, precursor of liberation theology aka Christian Marxist. Nikola Tesla, socialism. Marie Curie, Socialism David Graeber, Anarchism Stephen Hawking, Social Democracy or Democratic Socialism William James, Anarchism, the leader of the Pragmatist movement, John Dewey, Liberal Socialism Elias Disney, Socialism and proponent of the IWW, the father of Walt Disney, William James Cedis, Leninism, the smartest human that has ever lived with an IQ of 250 to 300, was a proponent of the Bolsheviks. He was an atheist and his book The Animate and the Inanimate Creating the Field of Astrobiology. He predicted black holes and the first to predict the existence of dark matter 2 years before Jacobus Kapteyn. H.G. Wells, Socialism George Orwell, Democratic Socialism, yes, the same man that wrote 1984, George Carlin, Anarchism Oscar Wilde, Socialist Martin Luther King, Jr., Socialist, one of the leaders of the Black Rights Movement, Jean-Paul Sartre, Anarchism, in the end of his life, E.P. Thompson, Marxist, the Marxist historian, Malcolm X, Socialist, John Lennon, Socialism. Charlie Chaplin, Anarchism Isaac Asimov, Socialism Bernie Sanders, Social Democracy Patrick Stewart, Socialism John Stuart Mill, Liberal Socialist Gil Green, Socialism, hero of the Spanish Civil War, J.R.R. Tolkien, Anarchism, the author of The Lord of the Rings, the father of high fantasy, Michel Foucault, Marxist anarchist. His impact/influence on historiography and philosophy of history is unimaginable, and his view of the history of sexuality changed how we view sex, gender, and sexuality in history. Karl Marx, Marxism, one of the founding fathers of sociology. A third of all countries in the world adopted his theories in less than a century. That China and Russia became superpowers that rival the US and UK, and all historians use his approach of historiography and philosophy of history, the materialist conception of history. Gandhi, Socialism/Anarchism. Leo Tolstoy, Anarchism, the author of Anna Karenina and War and Peace. Jean Baudrillard, Post-Marxism. He took the philosophy of postmodernism, post-structuralism and postmodern nihilism to its logical extreme/and Jesus of Nazareth. Socialism, Communism, and Anarchism. Matthew and Acts, Paul, Anarchism, 1 Corinthians 6:1-6. But contradicts himself by promoting theocracy in Romans, Allah and Muhammad, egalitarianism, Quran 49:13, Dwight D. Eisenhower, social democracy. You read that right. One of the presidents of the United States was on the far left, and he was a liberal conservative branch of the Republican Party. Matthias Knudsen, the first modern atheist and anarchist in recorded history, living during the scientific revolution. Jean Meslier, anarcho-communism, advocate for feminism, right to divorce and animal rights. Jeremy Bentham, utopian socialism, advocate individual/economic freedom, separation of church and state, equal rights, freedom of expression, right to divorce, decriminalize homosexuality, abolition of slavery, capital punishment, physical punishment, and advocate animal rights. And apologists say atheists have no morals. Auguste Comte, utopian socialism. Henry de Saint-Simon, the first utopian socialist, the founder of the European Union. Rudolf Carnap, socialism, one of the giants in the 20th century philosophy. Nikolai Chernyshevsky, socialism, the man who influenced Lenin. Benedetto Croce, liberalism, won the Nobel Prize in Literature 16 times. Claude Adrien Helvetius, egalitarianism, one of the few atheists who was a member of the Freemason. Hilary Putnam, socialism. Frank Ramsey, liberal socialism, he contributed the theory of taxation. John Rawls, liberal socialism. Sam Harris, center-left. Bhagat Singh, anarchism. James Flynn, social democracy/atheist, the most popular philosopher from New Zealand. Etienne de la Boétie, anarchism, the founder of modern political philosophy in France. Carmelo Delgado, socialism, one of the first U.S. citizens to die in the Spanish Civil War, joining the International Brigade, was the leader of the Nationalist Party of Puerto Rico and a member of the Cadets of the Republic. Isabel Gutierrez del Arroyo, one of the first Boricua female historian. By the time I'm typing this, she is turning 114 years old. Antonio Penique, anarchist, who is currently over 110 years old, and he is fighting fascism, Cuban dictatorships, and U.S. imperialism for a literal century. Pancho Villa, socialist/Blanquism, made the only successful attack against the U.S. which the U.S. never got their payback, and Villa defeated a young Dwight Eisenhower and Patton. Anarchism. It's been around since the beginning of human history. The idea of egalitarian lifestyle with no authority is in our nature, and hierarchy is an invention to gain power, and capitalist ideas only started in the 9th century, but people have no understanding of anarchism, and I can give you a list of not only anarchist, socialist/egalitarian in general, societies that has been successful but did not end it in a dictatorship. Human prehistory from 7 million years ago to 12,000 years, a period when humanity had for the longest time have no state, no authority, no religion, and no hierarchy, and around this time only 3% of all deaths were violent. Cities from Kittilhoyok to Poverty Point to Talianki. The first cities from 8000 BC to 5000 BC before the rise of Uruk and Egypt were anarchist cities which people live without kings, administrators, or bureaucrats. The web. When the concept of hyperlink was invented, it changed how humans communicate. The web browser functions as anarcho-communism/stateless/classless/moneyless system, with some exceptions like Spotify, and everything is free, and you can make your own Twitter software and give it for free. The opposite how capitalist functions, and companies like YouTube or any capitalist companies who goes to the internet has to function like communists, because people go to YouTube to watch videos, and companies use ads as an ability for user as free worker and gain profit, and the users will not gain a single cent. Wikipedia use knowledge as more useful and beneficial if everyone has access to it and control over it, and built by volunteers, a common ownership of the means of production. The same goes to all open source. This is the greatest proof that we don't need profit and competition to make amazing work. Making mods for video games, discussion forums, Patreon, DeviantArt, Tumblr, Reddit, 4chan, 8chan, crowdfunding, and the internet functions from each according to his abilities to each according to their needs. If Peter Kropotkin and Marx was alive, the internet will bring him the biggest joy, that his ideas not only work but praise even people from the right using the web to criticize Marx while using the same technology that functions by his ideas and anarchist ideals. In the words of the anarchist FAQ, encouragingly, this socialistic gift economy is still at the heart of computer/software development and the internet. For example, the Free Software Foundation has developed the General Public License, GPL. GPL, also known as copyleft, uses copyright to ensure that software remains free. Copyleft ensures that a piece of software is made available to everyone to use and modify as they desire. The only restriction is that any used or modified copyleft material must remain under copyleft, ensuring that others have the same rights as you did when you used the original code. It creates a commons which anyone may add to, but no one may subtract from. Placing software under GPL means that every contributor is assured that she, and all other users, will be able to run, modify, and redistribute the code indefinitely. Unlike commercial software, copyleft code ensures an increasing knowledge base from which individuals can draw from and, equally as important, contribute to. In this way everyone benefits as code can be improved by everyone, unlike commercial code. Many will think that this essentially anarchistic system would be a failure. In fact, code developed in this way is far more reliable and sturdy than commercial software. Linux, for example, is a far superior operating system than DOS precisely because it draws on the collective experience, skill and knowledge of thousands of developers. Apache, the most popular web server, is another freeware product and is acknowledged as the best available. The same can be said of other key web technologies, most obviously PHP, and projects. Wikipedia springs to mind, although that project, while based on cooperative and free activity, is owned by a few people who have ultimate control. While non-anarchists may be surprised, anarchists are not. Mutual aid and cooperation are beneficial in the evolution of life, why not in the evolution of software? For anarchists, this gift economy at the heart of the communications revolution is an important development. It shows both the superiority of common development as well as the walls built against innovation and decent products by property systems. We hope that such an economy will spread increasingly into the real world. Teachings of Buddhism, Taoism, Judaism, Christianity, Zoroastrianism, Hinduism, and to lesser extent Islam has teach socialist values and early followers live in socialist lifestyles, and since its foundation many followers still practice this concept. Plato's Republic gives the earliest literary example of feminism and a socialist society that even Marx used him as a reference in his Das Kapital, but his doctrine of philosopher king gives birth to modern totalitarianism, and Plato last work the laws believe a just society should have theocracy by putting the worship of the gods should be mandated by law. Aristophanes made a comedy parody of classical Athens where women control Athens, and in his words, I shall begin by making land, money, everything that is private property, common to all. In ancient Greece anarchism was promoted by the Cynics and Stoics. People like Diogenes of Sinope and Crates of Thebes promotes anarchism. The founder of Stoicism, Zeno of Citium, made his own version of Plato's Republic that not only promotes socialism like Plato but anarchism as well. Socrates may be an anarchist by his philosophy of questioning everything including authority, and Aristippus, the founder of hedonism, also promotes anarchism. Kittelhoek, 7500 to 5700 BC, was the world's first city where evidence shows the culture was egalitarian, anarchist, men and women have the same status, and was the first example of anarcho-communist society. Kaonu, 8630 to 6800 BC, this is where pigs were first domesticated and the first domestication on wheat. Kilkitany, Tripoli culture, 5500 to 2750 BC, is the largest settlement of Neolithic Europe, has the earliest salt works in the world and one of the earliest examples of proto-writing. New Guinea Highlands, one of the few prehistories anarcho-communist society that is still around, 10,000 years. Tokopia, a Polynesian society before European contact. Meona civilization, 2600 to 1100 BC, was the first European civilization which functioned as matriarchy and anarchism and ended by a volcano eruption called the Minoan eruption, which may give birth to the Atlantis story. Janapadas, 1500 to 600 BC, was a series of republic/kingdom of Vedic India where in some cases was anarchist while other times was monarchist yet never had borders. Which the Vedic Varna was anarchist city. Indus Valley civilization, 3300 to 1300 BC, was the largest anarchist society in the Bronze Age. Phrygian freedom, 993 to 1350, was a region where feudalism was absent and anarchism reigned but emperors took the city, ending the only place in medieval Europe where people are truly free. Republic of Kospia, 1441 to 1826, was a small state in Italy and was the only state where there is no government, aka the only anarchist state in Italy. Republic of Pirates, 1706 to 1718, a loose confederacy under the principles of anarchism during the golden age of piracy. Mississippi and Pennsylvania during the American Revolution function as anarchists based on direct democracy and socialist ideals of Thomas Paine respectively, which 2 months after Paine published Common Sense, John Adams published Thoughts on Government, which the U.S. government functioned the anti-democratic principles of Adams. South Carolina Commune, 1868 to 1874, was one of the few if not the only commune that functions under anarchism in 19th century America and was run by African Americans. Paris Commune, 1871, is considered the first successful anarchist revolution and was doing great until being massacred, and there was also a Paris Commune during the French Revolution. Cantonal States, 1873 to 1874, was the first attempt to make anarchist society, mutualism, in Spain with help from the former president of Spain, Francis Pi I Margall, which later influenced the revolution in Catalonia of the 1930s. Strandzha Commune, 1903, was an anarchist state based on anarcho-communism, but the Ottoman Empire massacred the people of this anarchist state. Maginista, 1911, during the Mexican Revolution the anarchists controlled Tijuana and Mexicali, but the revolution ended by military oppression from both the U.S. and Mexican government. Morelos Commune, 1913 to 1917, was a successful anarchist society in Mexico which later influenced the Zapatista movement, but it ended by betrayal when Venustiano Carranza ordered the General Pablo González to use military violence against its own revolutionary allies. Soviet Republic of Nizhsar, 1917 to 1918, was a short anarchist state with less than 100 people but later massacred by the Germans. Odessa Soviet Republic, 1918, was an anarchist society which later merged with the Bolsheviks. When Lenin made the policy of state capitalism, many anarchists made rebellions against the Bolsheviks but all failed. Bavarian and Bremen Soviet Republic, 1919, was a very short anarchist state in Germany which was overthrown by Marxists, Eugen Levine, which used terror and barely lasted under Marxist rule. Limerick Soviet, 1919, was a self-declared Irish Catholic anarchist state. Guangzhou City Commune, 1921 to 1927, was an unknown anarchist state with little information to work on. Saigon Commune, 1945 to 1946, was a short-lived anarchist society in Vietnam. People's Republic of Korea, 1945 to 1946, was a short-lived anarchist society in Korea, both north and south, but was slaughtered by the combined force by Mao's Communist Army in the north and the imperialist Japanese in the south at the same time. Shanghai People's Commune, 1967, was the second ever anarchist society in China as the opposition to Mao. Chinese communes in the democracy movement of 1978 to 1979. Symphony Way, 2008 to 2009, was an anarchist community in South Africa where 300 families lived there. Ca Valley, 2000 to 2012, Sarvodhya Shramadna, 1958-2, is a self-government anarchist society in Sri Lanka and has the largest indigenous community, 38,000 villages, in Sri Lanka and based on the teachings of Buddhism and Gandhism and becomes one of the most successful places in Sri Lanka with a population of 11 million. Fijuv, 1979-2, anarchist society in Bolivia with over 600 councils based on the practice of the indigenous Aymara and became the second biggest and the second most powerful city in Bolivia. The first is the capital. Marinaleda, 1979, is a small anarchist province in Spain with a population of 2,778 people. Popular Indigenous Council of Oaxaca, 1980, a small anarchist state that is self-governed and been praised by many indigenous community. Puerto Real, 1987, is a small anarchist province with the population of 40,667 people and it has been praised by many people in Spain for their anarcho-syndicalist method. Spesino Albanese, 1992-2, is a municipal anarchist province in Italy with a population over 6,000 people. Rebel Zapatista Autonomous Municipalities, 1994-2, one of the more well-known anarchist state with the population of 363,583 people and the economy functions under the principles of mutualism, Pierre-Joseph Proudhon, and collectivism, Mikhail Bakunin, selling over $44 million worth of goods per year and is one of the least violent and the least poorest community in Mexico, have universal healthcare which was praised by the World Health Organization. Barcelona numerous social centers, 2002, a small group of municipalities that embrace anarcho-communism. Barbès Cha, 2001-2, a small region in Algeria with the population of 27,000 people and is one of the few places that is against the Algerian government. Abahali Base Mjondolo, 2005-2, is a housing movement in South Africa with the support from the church. Zachila, 2006-2, is a municipality in Oaxaca. Exarchia, 2008-2, is a neighborhood in Athens. Zone of Defend, 2009-2, a small French neologism. Turin, 2011-2, a small municipality in Mexico. New Harmony, Indiana, 1825, the first modern socialist society in the United States that got interest from John Adams, Thomas Jefferson, James Madison, James Monroe, and John Quincy Adams were interest of the people socialist ideas. Utopia, Ohio, 1847 to 1875, Modern Times, New York, 1851 to 1864, New Australia, Paraguay, 1893 to 1905, founded under the principles of anarcho-communism ended over the conflict of prohibition of alcohol. Home, Washington, 1895, Equality Colony, Washington, 1897 to 1907, Whiteway Colony, 1898, Life and Labor Commune, 1921, Drop City, 1965, Stapleton Colony, 1921-2, a Christian anarchist community. Federation of Egalitarian Communities, 1967-2, a series of communities in Virginia, Missouri, and Ohio. Twin Oaks Community, Virginia, 1967-2, is the longest and largest enduring secular international community in North America. Freetown, Christiania, 1971-2. Longomai, 1973-2. The Farm, Tennessee, 1973-2. Aramba, Ethiopia, 1982, the safest place for women in Ethiopia. Commune Niederkaufungen, 1986-2, is the largest community in Germany. Kibbutz, Israel, 1909-2, is an anarchist society in Israel and Palestine and is one of the biggest industrial ventures of Israel and the leaders of solar technology in Israel. Smangus, 1990s-2, an indigenous Christian anarchist society in Taiwan. Canados, Brazil, 1893 to 1897, was an anarchist society controlled by free slaves with a population of 25,000 people until the government of Brazil committed a genocide. WA state is a territory in Myanmar, Maoist put in practice capitalist. Many indigenous groups that live in anarchist or anarchist communist societies today and before European contact like Aboriginal Australians, Ambazai, Andamanese, Anga, Anuak, Bassa, Baram, Birafor, Bobo, Cherokee, Croatan, Dan, Dogon, Ikoi, Kigo, Karibo, Hopi, Ibibio, Idoma, Igbo, Ija, Inuit, Kisi, Konkumbai, Kru, Kusesai, Lugbara, Mamprasi, Mono, Mapush, Maragoli, Beauty, Nubian, Newer, Pequot, Pro, Tolensi, Plateau Tonga, Quinnipiac, Sami, San, the oldest indigenous group in history, Santal, Simei, Seminole, Shona, Tiv, Tsimiheti, Beauty Pygmies, Kung, Kalahari, Iroquois, Nambikura, Indians, Nazca, Mosh, African Pygmy, Sanda, Hadza, Nama, Vizo, Tolensi, Imei, Windu, Onondaga, Baining, Borora, Malagasy, Pro, Siboney, Cuban Tanos, Bayaka, Batek, Nyatsatepi, Haudnosani, Wendat, Kaionu, Malaipantaram, Palayan, Minangkabau, Majgo, Kuna, Anuak, Bayaka, Konkumba, Nutha. Lugbara, Pequot, various tribes in Arabia in pre-Islam, Shirant, Kirikuru, Jibaro, Moriori and Urhobo. St. Louis Commune during the Great Railroad Strike of 1877 in the U.S. which took the combined might of the police, National Guard, militias, and federal government to put down these U.S. version of the Paris Commune killing over 100 people. Incarnacine Commune anarchist society in Paraguay that lasted for 16 hours. Castile Confederation anarchistic society in the 16th century. Maluku Archipelago have been historically anarchist. Yoman society was both hunter-gatherer and have permanent towns was anarchist with little to no violence. Tlaxcala, post-classical, anarchist city without Aztec rule. The Pueblo people successfully kick out the Spaniards in 1680 to make an anarchist society. Gengino, 250 BCE to 1400 CE, anarchist society in Mali. Pailigong, 7000 BC to 5000 BC, anarchist society in China. Nishnabega anarchist society in pre-colonial North America. Kaionu, 7200 BCE to 4200 BC, anarchist society in Anatolia. Navajo Nation is anarchist society. Idaho's villages are anarchist societies in Basque. Teotihuacan, 100 to 600 CE, anarchist city in Mexico. Early Israelites was mostly decentralized society until the 6th century BC. Massachusetts and Pennsylvania during the American Revolution was anarchist and Paine-style socialism respectively. Blackfoot Confederacy was an anarchist government in Canada that lasted for centuries until European contact. Zomia is the largest anarchist society, size of Europe, in the world with the population of 100 million people, where countries like China have no control/influence in the area, where the majority are atheist or atheistic, animist, Buddhist, Taoist, and is one of the best examples that anarchism can work. Iroquois Confederacy was an anarchist society of the Native Americans that hold huge territory, and women hold same status as men, and the people living in anarchist society that even Europeans see them as the freest people, and lasted for over 300 years, and the U.S. governmental system of democracy was based on the Iroquois. Korean People's Association in Manchuria, 1929 to 1931, was a massive anarchist society with a population of 2 million people under anarcho-communism, where schools and mutual banks are made and prosper until Stalin and Japan eliminated it. Ukraine Free Territory, 1918 to 1921, was at the time the biggest anarcho-communist society in Europe. 7 million people lived there, and was so successful that even Lenin and Trotsky consider a separate anarchist society in their Marxist state, but was crushed by the Bolsheviks themselves. Rojava, 2012 2, the only country in the Muslim world that supports secularism, separation of church and state, gender equality, freedom of religion, and the population is 2,000,000 people, and follow the philosophy of Murray Bookchin of his communalism and libertarian municipalism. Other examples that non-anarchist but still socialist/socialistic country that flourish, like Finland, Iceland, Ireland, Canada, all of them today, and the UK during World War II when Keynes was in charge of the treasury. Sumeria, 2100 BC, had a state-planned economy, thus the civilization was socialist and was at its peak. Babylonia in 1750 BC, where the Code of Hammurabi was made and fixed the wages of workers. Egypt during the Ptolemaic dynasty, 323 to 30 BC, during the Egypt's most successful period, a Hellenistic country where the state owns the means of production. The Roman Empire during the reign of Diocletian nationalizes all major industries, and his socialist reforms ended the crisis of the 3rd century and stabilized the empire for the next 150 years. The Han dynasty under the rule of Wu of Han nationalized natural resources, income tax, regulated trade, fixed prices, and established public works. He is considered the greatest Chinese emperor of all time and made the Han dynasty one of the most powerful nations in the world. Mauryan Empire of India was a state socialist monarchy. The Incan Empire, 1438 to 1533, is the biggest empire in the history of America before European contact, and lasted for 95 years and was socialist from the empire was established to its end, a society where everyone was collectively organized and every Incan citizen participated in exchange for food and security, and government mixed with socialism, theocracy, and absolute monarchy. Now compare the earliest known examples of proto-capitalism has been promoted by John Calvin. Already mentioned his abuse of power, Islamic Golden Age in the 9th century, where many Muslims see the importance of creating capital, where even Ibn Khaldun talks about the labor theory of value, have a proto-merchant capitalist system, especially in the Arab slave trade. Medieval Europe developed its own merchant economy in the 12th century but have little influence from its more popular feudalism. All European countries like Phoenician cities, Venice, Genoa, and Malacca adopted early merchant economies from the Medieval Ages to industrial evolution, and companies like the East India Company use kings and Atlantic slave trade to gain more capital. The Dutch Golden Age suffered the first ever stock market crash. In the 11th to 12th century Europe, where new concept of free labor, public loans, and merchants have influence of the state and early establishment of monopoly, the Dutch East Indian Company was its own country that waged wars for profit, but between the 11th to 18th century the merchants class became the new aristocracy, and early economic inequality and the rise of trade hierarchy and the world market was starting to take shape. Already capitalism was not yet created, but its precursors used violence and the deaths of suffering of millions of people. Then during the first industrial revolution is when capitalism was first adopted, but the middle class worked 10 to 12 hours a day and earned 20% to 40% less than the minimum requirement to live its basic needs to survive. Similar conditions already existed in proto-merchant capitalist societies, that these horrible conditions influenced socialists like Robert Owen to promote better working conditions for workers. Child labor were common in these industrial societies, and the children were paid less than the adults despite their chances of survival was lower. Children as young as 4 were employed, which is basically committing child murder by today's standards, and some children work under these horrible conditions for 13 hours. Children were treated as slaves when warehouses will sell orphans to work without wages, and those who ran away were whipped and sent back to their capitalist overlords. Children were abused, lost limbs, got cancer, and even decapitated under these conditions. Many unions were made to improve workers' rights, but the Combination Act 1799 made unions illegal. But Chartism, the first workers' movement, was created during time with early influence of socialism, which later became the British Labour Party, but early capitalism gained power by the Atlantic slave trade. Smoke pollution was on the rise, which corresponded to today's environment, while in the U.S. used the slave trade for their capitalist economy, but Thomas Paine, the man who started the American Revolution, was against this practice and promotes socialism, especially in his work Agrarian Justice. The United States, who doesn't care of the near million homeless people living in the richest country in the world, they don't spend their money on free universal health care, while forgetting socialists are the reason that many countries adopted the principles of national health service as a human right, access to education, development of council housing and welfare state, free education, including universities, basic universal income, but they will spend money on military budget. Over $700 billion a year, and recently on August 29, 2019, President Trump will have a new military branch called the Space Force, which will cost at minimum $5 billion a year. They cost money more than the entire continent of Europe, China, and Russia combined, and if we reduce their budget by half, America will still be number 1 in military spending, while this is the same country where the economy is crumbly, the stock market that will eventually break, wages stagnated since the 1980s, infrastructure crumbly, mass incarceration crisis, refuse the tax cut to the rich, which trillions of dollars of debt will fall on the poor. Trump's first military act was to approve a raid that kill a child, girl, and this is the same country that 57% are against the First Amendment and want a theocracy, and giving bombs to Saudi Arabia to kill Yemeni civilians, or when Afghan civilians are being killed by U.S. soldiers more offend than the Taliban, and the U.S. is allied to the Saudi Arabia, the same country that practiced public beheadings, 158 in 2015, and the minimum age is 15 for beheading. Witchcraft hunts justify in the Hadith. Sharia law, criticizing the Saudi family is illegal. Theocracy, surgically paralyze its prison inmates. Homosexuality is illegal. Atheism is illegal. American welfare is warfare. They rely war to survive. They must kill to economically survive because of their broken industrial military complex. They care so much about oil that even John Bolton admitted on Fox News that we should have American coup in Venezuela. Is about the oil. Oil companies to invest in and produce oil capabilities in Venezuela. Many conservatives are against many ideas that are useful like universal basic income, but Finland made this experiment to see if Uber works, which it became a success. The government should give citizens a regular infusion of free cash to 2,000 unemployed citizens at random, and the results show that the recipients show less stress than the control group, felt more trust towards other people, from random strangers to the police to political parties. Recipients became happier and less likely to join the workforce and debunk the idea that free money will induce people to work less, and Alaska did a similar experiment and also results positive results. They are also against free higher education and canceling student loan debt, but having these things have beneficial economic results, like what Richard Wolff said. It helps them, students, at the price of the 1% or the 5% at the top. One side benefits, the other side loses some, at what's been going on the last 40 years, where the reverse has gone on, and Bernie Sanders wants to erase all student debt, $1.6 trillion, and this debt crisis caused 2.5 million students are forced into prostitution in order to pay their debt, and it all started from the 2008 Great Recession. The right is against free universal healthcare, which the U.S. is the only first world country that does not have one, and this lack of healthcare kills 45,000 people a year, leaves 27 million people without insurance money, thousands going bankrupt because of the system. 25 million people don't have health insurance, while Norway, Canada, Australia, and UK have 0 people that don't have health insurance. Americans who are diabetic, 1 million, goes to Mexico for cheaper insulin because they can't afford it in America, and the people save $800 for going to Mexico to buy insulin. The politicians are working for Big Pharma like a illegal pyramid scheme. The American healthcare system is an insult to humanity. The Big Pharma see people as price tags for them. This is business, not human beings. Pharma companies raise anti-seizure medications from $40 to $38,892, or 60 companies in their 2018 federal tax rates amounted to 0 or less than 0 on income earned on U.S. operations. They got away with dodging over $16 billion in taxes and blowing $20 billion in deficit. America, despite being the richest country in the world, suffers massive economic inequality, like taxpayers with the highest income, plus 392% average income and minus 37% average tax rate. Occupations of taxpayers, 31% from executives, managers, and supervisors who are non-finance vs 0.2% from pilots, 0.8% of teachers, and 1.6% of scientists and professors. The top 1% owns 40% of the nation's wealth, while the bottom 80% is 7% of the wealth. The 1% take home 24% of national income. The 1% own half of the country's stock, bonds, and mutual aid, while the bottom 50% own 0.5% of it. The 1% have 5% of the nation's personal debt, while the bottom 90% have 73%. The 1% has the average income of $1.5 million, and you know what's so disgusting about this? That there are the wealthy who are so out of touch of reality that they believe that they need almost $200 million to survive. That is an insult to the poor, who will die and kill to have $5,000 to survive and live the rest of their lives. To rely only $5,000, and 54% of the rich believe that the poor have it easy, while in fact being poor is expensive and hard, and there are over 10 million working poor people in America. Business of big companies are using slavery when a CEO can make over $30 million a year, while the worker who is doing the actual work earns $14 an hour. Thus the overwhelmed value doesn't go to the worker but straight to the chain of commands of people who basically just breath and earn all the money from the factories it doesn't use and huge land that it doesn't even explore. The global economy is structured around cheap exploited labor at the bottom and useless objects like ice cream with gold that cost $1,000 at the top. There is so much inequality when it comes to global wealth, like in 2019, 7.7 billion people live on Earth and exist $317 trillion in global wealth across the world. Enough for all people in the world will have $41,169 in their pockets. 70% of the world's population are in the lower class and only control 3% of the world's wealth. 21% are the middle class and control 12% of the global wealth. The 10% of the world's population have a net worth over $93,170, and the average American, Canadians, and Europeans are in the 10% of the upper middle class and control 38% of the world's wealth, and the 1% control 47% of the world's wealth, and these people at the top have a net worth of at minimum $770,000 and represent 0.06% of the global population, and that is just the millionaires, and there are 2,208 billionaires in the world, with a combined wealth of $9.1 trillion, and if you don't know how insulting it is, then if billionaires were a single country, then it will have the third largest economy in the world behind China and the United States. In the year 2000, the combined wealth of billionaires was barely $1 trillion, and the 10 richest people in the world have greater health than the bottom 50% of the world's population, or 3.85 billion people, and these people have a net worth of a minimum $30 billion. In America, the combined U.S. household net worth is $94.7 trillion, thus divided it equally to all households in the U.S. it will be $760,000 per American family, while in reality 50% of these families have a net worth of $11,000, while the richest 400 Americans have more money than 163 million Americans combined, and the 1% in America controls 38% of the nation's wealth. And the worst part is that despite America's extreme economic inequality compared to the rest 200 countries in the world, America is the most economically equal country in the world, thus other nations suffer. Even worse than this, South Africa is the worst, that the 1% controls 70% of the nation's wealth, and the income in North America is $105,000, while in the Caribbean is $35,000. The rich like Jeff Bezos not only are legal criminals but try to avoid taxes by various means, like having low salaries. Bezos is $81,840 by using shares of their companies to have lower rate tax, paying a smaller percentage in taxes than his own employees, corporate tax, not paying any federal income tax, using loopholes like Amazon to pay zero taxes, use donations to nonprofit organizations to avoid taxes. They are not doing it to help people but instead to max their income, carried interest, home mortgage, property taxes as well, and death, when a child with a billionaire father who is dead can inherit all of his money by existing, and the child has to pay taxes instead of the parent who was still alive. This is why capitalism should die and the rich is the new emperors of our current militaristic Keynesian plutocracy we are living. This is why we should tax the rich and church. In fact, 60% of the American people agree with the idea, except the Republicans, of course, and many conservatives will use the argument of how the left pay for all the free stuff, free universal health care and free education, while 62% of the American approve free universal health care. Then there is answer, and it can be done in their terms, like David Parkman, a social democrat, has given a strong answer. Reverse Bush tax cuts, $488 billion/year. Reverse Trump tax cuts, $164 billion/year. End wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, $127 billion/year. 7.5% employer payroll tax, exempting first $2 million in payroll, $390 billion, saves business $9K/year average. 4% taxpayer tax on income above $29,000, $350 billion/year, saves families $4,400/year average. Carbon tax $73/ton, $300 billion/year. Wealth tax, 2% above $50 million, 3% above $1 billion, $275 billion/year. Increase top marginal tax rates, 40% $250K $500K, 45% $500K $2M, 50% $2M $10M, 52% above $10 million, $180 billion. Raise SOC secretary payroll cap to $250,000, $120 billion. Wall Street speculation tax 0.5% on trades, 0.1% on bonds, 0.005% derivative trades, $55 billion. End fossil fuel subsidies, $26 billion. End LIFO accounting, $11.2 billion. Long-term cap gains 15% to 20%, $5 billion. Also, the Political Economy of Research Institute at the University of Massachusetts Amherst found that single-payer healthcare would save the U.S. $5.1 trillion over a decade. Capitalism puts workers in a state of constant conflict with the capitalist and ourselves, bosses earning more money than the workers, entrepreneurs taking dangerous risk at the expense of the workers, jobs are distributing at the free market, selling their work to the capitalist. The lack of available jobs compared to available workers gives little chance for the workers to survive in the market, and the owners has more power than the workers because of this, and the unemployed compete against each other to find the scarce sources of jobs. 80% of U.S. workers live from paycheck to paycheck. They are the working poor. The people's jobs/labor are a commodity of the capitalist machine. No matter you have PhDs in physics, math, and philosophy, the capitalists own the means of production. You don't. You are a resource that can be abused and throw away like junk at any moment without your consent. You don't have a choice to live in a capitalist system as long the capitalist maintains control over the places you live. You are forced to participate to survive, not starving to death, not becoming homeless, and not losing my health care. Companies like Apple and Walmart has been using child labor, yet they are the richest companies with little consequences of their immoral actions. While many people on the right accuse the left, mostly liberals, of entitlement while forgetting the richest person in the world, Jeff Bezos has enough money to end world hunger for 5 years. That is one person who doesn't do customer support, doesn't deliver the things people buy, doesn't use code for his website, doesn't make the products, yet he gets all the money from the people who struggles to meet ends meet by working long hours. Jeff not paying federal tax, when he is hoarding so much money and wanting more while knowing that 1 in 9 people are dying of the lack of resources that he possesses. That is entitlement. Other big companies like Disney, which has been discovered to have inhumane sweatshops in South China, mostly young girls working for long hours, poverty wages, poor food, and workplace hazards. Another problem of capitalism when it comes to intergenerational mobility is that children from low-income families have 1% chance of reaching the top 5% of income distribution, while rich children have 22%. African-American children from poor families has higher chances of staying poor, while poor white children are less likely. Capitalism is so destructive that a poll found that millennials who are born at the height of the Cold War and witnessed the collapse of the Soviet Union found that 44% prefer socialism over capitalism and 7% prefer communism over capitalism, and this is from the US, or when India, which is a social democracy, the most far-left position that still support capitalism, has 300 million people unemployed and landless and from the lower caste backgrounds, and worldwide over 800 million suffers from chronic undernourishment. Or look again at Amazon. Jeff has over 500,000 employees, yet he keeps all the money they earn because he is the big boss. And remember I said that Jeff can end world hunger? Well, you don't even need that, because the world has enough power to end it right now. In fact, it only needs $30 billion a year to eliminate world hunger, but the capitalist system will collapse if we do so. The system is immoral. It prevents people to have basic food to survive. Many will defend entrepreneurs to make capitalism great while forgetting that 82% of small businesses fail, 78% of U.S. workers are living from paycheck to paycheck, and 81% of workers can't make ends meet. Other problems of capitalism is the gender wage gap. It is harder for women to have full-time employment jobs, and when women are asked for compensation, they suffer harder pushbacks than men. Culture that still persists on traditional values that prevents women for higher pay jobs. Women offense suffers from discrimination, lack of educational promotion, and inability of workplaces to implement effective strategies in the business world and in the sciences/humanities. Women are underrepresented because of the stereotype that women lack innate talent in these fields, and is the two African Americans and men have higher chances to be higher, have better salaries, and offer mentorship than women, and when women wants a raise, there are higher chances to be turned down. 24.3% of all national parliamentarians were women, 20.7% of government ministers are women, while socialist countries have more women, like Cuba, 53.2%, and Bolivia, 53.1%. The salary of female scientist is $26,500, while the men is $30,200. Women who are college graduates get paid less than men, and in the culture where women are not allowed to be as assertive as men is discrimination, especially in Islamic countries where women are imprisoned and killed for protesting to have better rights. Capitalism is ending. It has become eating itself by reducing wages, cutting rights for workers in order to keep profit, but that only takes so long before it collapses in on itself, and its doctrine of infinite expansion is suicidal when we live on a planet that has finite sources, and in order to survive is to adopt anarcho-communism by fully automated society, fully embrace green technology, and we have the means to do so 50 years ago, but the greedy capitalists prevent it and use universal basic income in order to keep the rich richer and the poor poorer. It will keep to the point it becomes apocalyptic for the working class. Brazil, with their Pinochet-style capitalism and their fascist president Jair Bolsonaro, using firing squads to kill suspected criminals, who said to the natives that they will not have 1 more centimeter of land. Its deforestation of the Amazon for profit is the biggest example that capitalism is a threat. It is destroying the environment that will eventually lead to our extinction unless we somehow fix it or colonize space to survive. Its global warming crisis just got worse thanks to Brazil of all things, and thanks to this many children are suffering and many babies having breathing problems. He refused aid from international community. The fires have been raging by 300% more than last year, and America is also responsible of this environmental terrorism by processing over 230,000 barrels of crude oil. Capitalism and the state is destroying the environment because of their persistent of privatized water and overdependence of oil, not technology and not overpopulation. One of the most extreme examples of the dangers of capitalism is something most people don't think about, and that is idol culture. K-pop and J-pop. The industry is like a vampire, and the fandom is their main source of profit. The industry commonly consists of young, mostly female singers who reach a rise to fame in their teenage years. There are idols who are in their 30s or fictional groups from anime that also gain popularity. The industry will paint a picture of their idols as Flawless beings who enjoyed a rich/high-class lifestyle as a tactic to gain more profit and recruit more teenagers in their business, but in reality these idols are slaves to the industry to the point that everything from their public appearances, concerts and interviews, to private life are orchestrated and controlled by their masters, managers, promoters, and the industry. And remember I said that they promote the idea they live a rich lifestyle? In reality their promoters prevent them to enjoy such lifestyles, force them to overwork and be underpaid, with the exception of the few elites that gain legendary status. Not only this but the ones that did not gain popularity are forced to work as hostesses, cabaret dancers, prostitution, and others because of the contracts they sing, and all this happened in the beginning of the idol industry, 1960s to 1970s, despite in the 1980s things improve when it comes to have personal lives but still have this totalitarian grip on teenagers, using new strategy to appeal the masses by portray the idols as everyday people who so happens to be talented in a specific field. While the industry knows that their fan base is extremely fanatical and because they want profit then they have extreme restriction imposed by their agencies giving their idols of an image of purity and sing contracts in order to have this image of innocence of their idols which in response controls and molds their fan base in an obsessive/cult-like state, and that is how the industry survived, by capturing obsessive fans who will waste their life savings for their precious idols, and thus the industry gains more profit, thus resulting by ruining the lives of both fans and artists. AKB48 is an extreme example by having over 300 members so they can perform multiple places at once, overproduce their works, and again the promoters have this control of their private lives to the point they are not allowed even to get in a relationship because it will ruin their image of purity among the fan base, which I'm surprised of how this is not domestic abuse among workers. In order to keep them from even thinking of having a relationship they keep their idols will stay silent about their work schedule and inform me at the last minute to prevent them of having any independent lives and decisions, or keep them in the overworking state that they are too tired to think in order to have more profit. You know what happens when idol from AKB48 has a relationship? Then look at Minami Minagishi, that after it was discovered to have a relationship that she was punished by shaving her head bald and apologizing on camera while she was crying and demoted from the group. Other instances like these that idols are either kicked out of the group, fined $6,072.30 in one case, or even sued by having a relationship. A 23-year-old idol was sued for $92,466 for having a relationship, but thankfully she won the case. The industry encouraged the fans to be obsessive to the point the fans even stalk and try to kill their idols, and the industry preventing their idols of basic human needs is an insult to the music industry, the media censorship, and South Korea's first three presidents who were dictators who kill its own people that the US were allies with and give funds to continue their crimes because they were anti-communist, and this media control that K-pop first started their rise and their focus on fashion and the artist have no creative control in their music, control every aspect of their careers and use contracts to force their idols to go plastic surgeries, preventing them from using social media, intense training program to fit their standards which cause physical, mental, and psychological abuse. There are many contracts that will rightly fully believe are slave, but they have a literal slave contract, both name and content, that can last for 13 years. This also adds the abuse when the South Korean minimum wage is barely $3 and both government and private companies harass and sanction union groups to prevent them from losing profit. The government's intense studies and working hours of Japan and South Korea leaves little room for creative activities and having relationship to the point Japan is reducing its population because few people reproduce because of overworking, robbing their idols' childhoods to become their product for profit, as young as 8 years old, and fearing of being fired from their managers at any moment that they adopt a extreme competitive behavior that damage any relationship between workers and outsiders. This is slavery, not just wage slavery but absolute slavery, and this is legal approved by the government and society. Out of the many economic crises in the history of humanity, the biggest and most devastating in history happened under capitalism, and that is the Great Recession of 2008. The epicenter was the U.S. mortgage market, where there had been an extraordinary acceleration of credit and price for several years. The originators of the loans were banks and non-banking institutions in the United States. The international financial crisis of 2008 was mostly the result of the crisis in the U.S., which had a negative impact on the world economy. The crisis had its origin in the problem of U.S. mortgages, and it was later extended, affecting not only the entire economy of that country, but also those of other nations, principally members of the European Union. Due to the rise in oil prices, the increase in inflation and credit stagnation caused the economic future of the United States to be full of pessimism and uncertainty, until the point where the New York Stock Exchange succumbed daily during late 2007 and early 2008. It is the economic crisis that has as its main factor the crisis of the banking system that affects the monetary system. This is manifested in the bankruptcy of banks, the reduction of credit caused when states take over bankruptcies and bank bailouts, the increase in sovereign debt, the deficit of states that generally affect the productive economy. It arises in the United States due to the collapse of the housing bubble caused by the crisis of subprime mortgages and high prices in raw materials, mainly oil. At the end of 2007, the U.S. stock markets began a precipitous decline. Subprime mortgages severely affected the banking system, and the cause of the crisis were decrease in interest rates, high-risk mortgage market boom, derivatives markets, variable rate mortgages, and increase in interest rates. Financial crises can be preceded by monetary crises, external debt crises, stock crises, and banking crises, the latter being the one that produces international financial crises, altering the national financial and banking systems as well as the composition and dynamics of the behavior of capital flows at international level, and the collapse of large, medium, and small banks has a very important significance in the field of economic theory, economic cycle, competition between national financial markets and the various regions of the world. Faced with this situation, bank failures were evidenced in Thailand, Indonesia, South Korea, and Japan at a cost to the International Monetary Fund close to $100 billion. The banks of Scandinavia at the beginning of the 90s, Latin America, having suffered the Great Depression, the crisis of 1929, and the crisis of 2008, once again it is shown that capitalism is not only ineffective but dangerous, that can ruin and kill people for things that the grand majority of people have nothing to do with it. Capitalism kills. People will say Marx killed 100 million people as a way to discredit Marxism, socialism, communism, anarchism, and atheism in general, but let's say that Marxism kills and use their maximum death toll plus the French Revolution to please them, and it is 111,400,000 deaths. But what about capitalism and its death toll? Which many atrocities were the result of capitalism, which many people don't talk about, and in fact capitalism has killed more people than Marxism. Thus here are the results. People die because of lack of water, food, and medicine, which is 20 million a year because of capitalism, which from 2010 to 2019 will result in 200 million deaths in a period of 10 years, while the Soviet era, all countries in the world that was Marxist-Leninist, from 1917 to 1991 kill 100 million people. It took 74 years while capitalists took 5 years. Capitalism is organized to produce profit rather to satisfy people's needs, like many anarchist philosophies, and social democracy, which is a mix of capitalism and socialism, and the socialist part is to help people through welfare programs, but capitalism only cares about profit. Thus many people's needs are not met because there is no profit, but we have the resources to feed all people. We overproduce food that almost half, 40% of the world's food are thrown away instead of giving it for those who are starving. There are homeless people in rich countries like Canada, Hong Kong, and United States. In the US there are 3.5 million homeless, while at the same time the country has 18.5 million vacant homes. 77.5% of US households are in debt. The 5 richest people, there is a 25-year gap in life expectancy between rich and poor. Jeff Bezos, $153.72 billion. Bill Gates, $102.1 billion. Bernard Arnault, $93.9 billion. Warren Buffett, $84.8 billion. Mark Zuckerberg, $67.4 billion. These 5 people give 10% of their money to world hunger, 3% of their money to clean water. They will solve world hunger and clean water for all. They have the money, resources, power, and influence to do it right now, but instead they are not. But why? Because they don't care. Money and power is what they care, and this is a failure of capitalism regardless which definition or version you subscribe to, because it cares profit over human beings. For example, Western corporations bring jobs in the third world not because they want to help, but instead the labor in these countries is cheaper and brings more profit. Capitalism has been built on conquest for the preservation of the few by the expense of the many. The richest are the laziest and inherited the wealth of others. People labors. Not only the cost to end world hunger, giving everybody clean water and other basic needs are cheaper, but the capitalist has enough money of halting global warming is $300 billion. Which is 1/8 the cost of the Iraq War. In total, $340 billion it costs to end world hunger. Solve climate change, give everybody clean water and giving everybody basic needs for survival, but instead the US spent over $700 billion on the military, making guns, tanks, nuclear weapons, and other inventions to kill, torture, destruction, pollution, and bringing unnecessary suffering to the world, both people and animals. People need money for education that 94% don't have access to higher education, which brings to question that how many Einsteins have died in sweatshops or are too poor to have education. Not only that capitalism holds scientific progress back, and to achieve it is public funding to achieve basic scientific progress, and the idea of funding for science is something many socialists advocate. Capitalists will say that capitalism has lifted millions from poverty, but in reality the evidence shows an increase of economic inequality and increase of poverty from 1.9 billion people as in 2015 are in absolute poverty, while in 1987 it was 1.2 billion. The event called Armero tragedy, which can be easily avoided, but when many volcanological organizations warned the government about the volcano but instead they ignore them, which this phrase became popular. The volcano didn't kill 22,000 people. The government killed them. That is not all. Let's not forget other atrocities that are the direct result of capitalism, state, and hierarchy. Congo Free State, 7 million to 15 million deaths. Anarcho-capitalism, 1/3 of all deaths is from absolute poverty. 1912 Lawrence textile strike, 3 deaths. 1914 Ludlow massacre, 20 deaths, 12 are children. Homestead strike, 10 deaths. 1921 Battle of Blair Mountain, 10,000 deaths. Everett massacre, 7 deaths. Orange riots of 1870 and 1871 to 61 deaths. Irish Protestant want to make their own Paris Commune in New York. Red Summer of 1919, 1,000 deaths. Astor Place riot of 1849. 22 to 31 deaths. Bonus Army of 1932 to 2 deaths. Internal Security Operations Command, Thailand, untold thousands. Red Drum killings, 200 to 3,000 deaths. Jeju uprising, 30,000 deaths. The US/South Korean Army vs Korean laborers, Thomas at University massacre, 46 deaths. Amazonian rubber companies, plus 250,000 deaths. Bengal famine of 1943, British imperialism, 3 million deaths. Atlantic slave trade, 11,400,000 to 60 million deaths. Arab slave trade, 7,545,000 to 70 million deaths, 7th century to 1981. Indonesian occupation of East Timor, 100,000 to 300,000 deaths. French Equatorial Africa, 3 million to 9 million deaths. El Nino famines of the 19th century, 27 million deaths. Decommunization, plus 4 million deaths. Japanese occupation of Dutch East Indies, 2,400,000 deaths. Camp Sumter, 13,171 deaths. Nazi Germany, plus 20 million deaths. 5 years of U.S. drone strikes, 2,400 deaths. Obama administration. Syrian civil war, U.S. funding of rebels and terrorists like al-Nusra to overthrow the government, 146,000 deaths. U.S. funded and NATO intervention of Libya, 30,000 deaths. Congo's exploits of diamonds and other minerals that our smartphones are made of, 5,000,000 deaths. Chinese civil war, USSR helping the nationalists thus rejecting socialism, plus 6 million deaths. British occupation of India, 20 million to 35 million deaths. Famine in held British India, 30 million deaths. Atomic bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, 126,000 to 226,000 deaths. US-backed anti-communist/anti-atheist massacre in Indonesia, 500,000 to 3 million deaths. Operation Condor, 50,000 to 80,000 deaths. General Plan Ost, 13,684,700 to 40 million deaths. Hacienda, 173,000 to 2,015,000 deaths. Slavery in French Empire from 1900 to 1940, 200,000 to 13 million deaths. Construction of Suez Canal, 30,000 to 120,000 deaths. FIFA World Cup abuses of human rights, Qatar, 1,400 deaths. Dirty War, America-backed state terrorism in Argentina, 9,000 to 30,000 deaths. War crimes of capitalists. South Vietnam, 57,000 to 284,000 deaths. French conquest of Algeria, 500,000 to 1 million deaths. Genocide of native Brazilians, 235,000 to 800,000 deaths. Bodo League massacre, 100,000 to 200,000 deaths. 3 all policy in China by Japan, 2,700,000 deaths. Construction of Burma Railway, 12,000 to 60,000 deaths. U.S. war on drugs, 47,000 deaths. Joe Biden, insulin manufacturers price gouge on insulin, which results in the death of thousands of type 1 diabetics. And drug companies monopolize insulin and charge diabetics $500 per month, while Charles Best and Frederick Banting, the ones who discover insulin, wanted to give this treatment for free, no charge. This is extortion. The U.S. approved thousands of child brides. From 2007 to 2017 there are 8,482 cases of forced child marriage. 150 U.S. workers die each day from bad working conditions were in 2015. 4,836 workers were killed on the job. Japanese imperialism. 12,705,105 deaths. Nanking massacre. 300,000 deaths. Japanese bombing of China. 71,105 deaths. Japanese occupation of East Timor. 70,000 deaths. Japanese massacre of Singapore. 100,000 deaths. Japanese democides. 5,964,000 deaths. Japanese germ warfare in China. 200,000 U.S. support Saddam and were responsible for his rise of power. Plus 600,000 deaths. Germany. Selling poison gas to Saddam. 400,000 deaths. Rebelling Shia. 300,000 deaths. Desert Storm. 500,000 deaths. U.S. imposed sanctions on Iraq from 1990 to 2012. 1 million to 3,300,000 deaths. U.S. bombing Iraq water supply 1991 to 500,000 deaths. War of Terror. 1,300,000 to 2 million deaths. CIA-backed Khmer Rouge. 2,035,000 deaths. Irish potato famine. British landlords to sell their remaining potatoes and the Anglican Church used the Bible to justify the famine. 1,500,000 deaths. Somalia's anarcho-capitalist period. 1 million deaths. Angolan Civil War, where Communist China and capitalist U.S. join force to fight Communist Russia. 1 million deaths. Mozambican Civil War, plus 1 million deaths. Selling tobacco. 7 million deaths. Dutch East Indies. 25,000 deaths. Nigerian Civil War. 1 million deaths. Second Boer War. 75,000 deaths. Rwandan genocide. 1 million deaths. French Madagascar. 80,000 deaths. South African apartheid. 3,500,000 deaths, where Elon Musk inherited his wealth. Spanish Civil War. 400,000 deaths. First Indochina from 1946 to 1954. 1,500,000 deaths. Man-made famines made by Gulags from 1932 to 1933. 7 million deaths. U.S. giving Pakistan military government to massacre Hindus and Bengalis. 2 million deaths. The Paris Commune massacre. 20,000 deaths. Union Carbide Bhopal disaster. 15,000 deaths. Capitalist policy in India from 1947 to 1990. 120 million deaths. Children die from hunger in 2009. 5,256,000 deaths. Children die from hunger in 1990 to 1999. 100 million deaths. Children die from preventable diseases since 9/11. 208 million deaths. While Earth produces enough food to feed 10 billion people, yet 1 in 8 people lack the food needed to survive. This is the problem of hierarchical/capitalist distribution. When the food gets produced but is not profitable enough to send it to the poorer countries in Africa and Asia where the most starvations happen in the world. Investment prevent countries to have shipment of food because the government have to pay a lot of taxes that countries like Puerto Rico can't afford. Instead of capitalists spending money to help them, but instead on private prisons, which is a $74 billion industry, and are paid how many people are in prison. Thus they prioritize to lock up many people and make them to stay there as long as possible to make profit. UNICEF results and bread for the world estimate 15 million people die each year from preventable poverty, which 11 million of them are children under the age of 5, which means capitalism kill more kindergartners in 10 years than socialism in 74 years. Russian Empire, 1,066,000 deaths. U.S. where 20,000 to 40,000 people die a year because of the lack of health insurance. The Great Famine of 1876 to 1878, 5,500,000 deaths. The Indian Famine of 1899 to 1900, 4,500,000 deaths. The Orissa Famine of 1866 to plus 2 million deaths. Queen Victoria forced starved farmers to export over 200 million pounds of rice to Great Britain. The Upper Duke Famine of 1860 to 1861, 2 million deaths. Indian Famine of 1896 to 1897, plus 1 million deaths. Indian Rebellion of 1857 to plus 800,000 deaths, for not bending the knee to Queen Victoria. Opium Wars, untold millions. Yoruba Revolt, plus 75,000 deaths. Anglo-Zulu War, plus 75,000 deaths. First Boer War, plus 800 deaths. Penal labor in United States, untold millions. Companies like IBM make profit from this. Incarceration in the United States, 2,200,000 in 2016, highest per capita incarceration rate in the world. Herero and Namaqua genocide, plus 100,000 deaths. Srebrenica massacre, 8,372 deaths. Second Boer War, plus 800,000 deaths. Great Bengali famine of 1,770 to 10 million deaths. Persian famine of 1917 to 1918. 8 million to 10 million deaths. Bangladesh famine of 1974, laissez-faire market command over food, 1,500,000 deaths. Ethiopian famine of 1783 to 1973, untold millions. Yemen famine of 2016 to 85,000 deaths. Children, and over 17 million are at risk. 2005 to 2006 Niger food crisis, 30 million are in danger. Companies who sell and promote cigarette and alcohol, 1960 to 2010, 300 million deaths. Children and adults in the Industrial Revolution, USA, 100,000 deaths. Both world wars, plus 75 million deaths. French colonies, 1 million deaths. Over 50,000 homeless veterans and 500,000 non-veteran homeless in the United States. U.S. imperialism, 387,697,326 deaths. Invasion of the Philippines, 650,000 deaths. War of Afghanistan, 1,200,000 deaths. Iraq War, plus 500,000 deaths. U.S. intervention in the Congo, 5 million deaths. U.S. bombing of Yugoslavia, 300,000 deaths. Iraq-Iran War, where U.S. push funds on both sides, 1,500,000 deaths. Vietnam War plus the bombings of Cambodia and Laos, plus 5,000,000 deaths. Korean War, 5,050,000 deaths. People die each year due to systemic poverty, 18 million deaths. Structural poverty kill more people in the 21st century than communism. Cuban embargo, the victims were civilians, making it as one of the worst crimes that the U.S. has done. 47,000 deaths. U.S. unheard genocide, which I call the Hispanic Holocaust, for profit in Nicaragua, Panama, Guatemala, Cuba, Dominican Republic, El Salvador, Honduras, Chile, Venezuela, Puerto Rico, and Grenada. English, the involved bombing water supplies, invasion, bombing its own citizens. Puerto Rico, forced starve its citizens. Puerto Rico, coups, and 4 massacres in Puerto Rico. University of PR, Ponce, Rio Piedras, and Cerro Maravilla, 6,300,000 deaths. 1,898 American War. Philippine, 3 million deaths. Spanish American War, 100,000 deaths. U.S. man-made famine in Bangladesh in 1974, 100,000 deaths. U.S. Civil War, 700,000 deaths. Tamils killed by U.S.-backed Sri Lanka government, 30,000 to 100,000 deaths. Palestinians killed by Israel from 1947 to 2002, 826,626 deaths. U.S.-backed General Suharto, 1,200,000 deaths Philippine insurrection, 234,000 deaths the Native American genocide, 50 million deaths Great Depression, America, 5 million to 12 million deaths businesses profit from Nazi slave labor, IBM, BMW, and Schaeffler, plus 3 million deaths Rwandan genocide, 500,000 to 1,074,017 deaths, the U.S. fully aware before its height but did nothing, Salvadoran Civil War, plus 80,000 deaths Manifest Destiny thesis, untold million Second Congo War. African World War, 2 million to 3 million deaths Second Italo-Ethiopian War, 900,000 deaths Worker deaths in United States labor disputes, plus 1,000 deaths Alfredo Stroessner of Paraguay, 90,000 disappeared in a country of a population of 2,300,000 Rafael Trujillo of Dominican Republic, plus 40,000 deaths Anastasio Somoza Debayle of Nicaragua, unknown Ferdinand Marcos of the Philippines, 2,000 deaths. François Duvalier of Haiti, 60,000 deaths Mobutu Sese Seko, plus 200,000 deaths Antonio de Oliveira Salazar, unknown El Salvadoran peasant massacre of 1932 to 30,000 deaths El Mazode massacre, 800 to 1,200 deaths the Guatemala silent Holocaust, plus 42,275 deaths Shanghai massacre, 5,000 deaths Kuomintang anti-communist factions, 1,131,000 deaths Guangzhou uprising, 2,400 deaths Taiwan's White Terror, 4,000 deaths U.S. counter-guerrilla mass killings in the Vietnam War, 110,000 to 310,000. Deaths French work camps from 1852 to 1953, the more extreme version of the gulags, over 500,000 with the mortality rate of 95% while the gulags was 3 to 5%, 0.01% poverty murder over 400 million people since 1995, 9.1 million starve each year and increasing because of climate change, 820 million people lack the food to live a healthy life, 3.5 million people die from lack of water treatment, combined deaths each year from lack of health care, lack of water treatment and lack of food. From the year 2000 to 2019 almost 300 million people die because the free market capitalism don't find it profitable to give these treatment for free in Africa and Asia. This is 50 times higher than the death toll of the Holocaust. Soviet Union, Mao's China, Castro's Cuba, Laos, Vietnam, North Korea, and the entire Soviet world, 20 million to 100 million deaths. Yes, the Soviet world is capitalist, but to be more specific, state capitalism. Why? Let's start with the Soviet Union, when Lenin's interpretation of Marx was that communism is born from capitalism and society must transition from capitalism to socialism and then socialism to communism, which is predicting the end of history by using Marxist historiography/philosophy of history. The first stage is a violent revolution to gain control of the state and put the party in charge. As long there is a state, there is capitalism, because like Bakunin made it clear, is that state. Socialism is state capitalism, putting the industry under state control. Instead of public ownership of the means of production, which was socialist, instead it was the state ownership of the means of production, which is state capitalism. Thus the Soviet Union never went beyond its state capitalism phase because of both world wars and the Cold War. Lenin himself established state capitalism by arguing that capitalist development was necessary. State monopoly capitalism inevitably and unavoidably implies a step, and more than one step, towards socialism. And Lenin used Germany as an example of his state capitalist model and Mao's socialist market economy. Mao admitted that China under his reign was capitalist. Deng Xiaoping's policy, North Korea's state socialism, Laos Soviet-style state enterprise, Castro policy, and all Soviet world are extensions of Lenin's state capitalist economic policy. Thus there is no such thing as a communist death toll, only capitalism. Yugoslavia is the exception, which is free market socialism. The many wars that made profit from the deaths of untold millions, like Lockheed Martin, $40.8 billion, Boeing, $29.5 billion, Raytheon, $22.9 billion, Bay System, $22.8 billion, Northrop Grumman, $21.4 billion, General Dynamics, $19.2 billion, Airbus Group, $12.5 billion, and L3 Communications, $8.9 billion. State, hierarchy, and capitalism does not handle pandemics, droughts, and other disasters correctly, and when disasters happen, common people become automatically anarchist and use cooperation and mutual aid to help each other, not governments, and state takes longer time to help the poor. Puerto Rico is a great example during the hurricane and tsunami. Like anarchist Spain were more prepared than its capitalist and Stalinist neighbors. The coronavirus is the biggest example of why capitalism/state/hierarchy fails, and we need anarchism, anarcho-communism/communalism. When capitalists sold stocks during this economic and health crisis to make profit, companies like Pepsi force people to go to work for profit at the expense of the deaths of the employees. 500,000 workers in McDonald's have to go to work regardless if they are sick or healthy and have no paid sick leave. Corporations making tax breaks during this crisis. The U.S. and their citizens, in fact 40%, can't afford $400 expense. The powerful try to keep their power and let the poor to die a horrible death. Airlines are making bailouts at the expense of taxpayers. Tax evasion. People who support the state will claim we don't have the money to transition to a green economy, while we have the technology to colonize space since the 1970s, yet they will spend billions bailing out the biggest offenders who cause climate change. The richest 10% own 90% of all stocks, while people who are so poor that can go bankrupt buy medical bills. Richard Burr was aware of the virus very early on, but instead hid this information that can prevent those many deaths and only help himself to make profit of the deaths of tens of thousands. Capitalist gouging hand sanitizer for $300. Boeing CEO was fired over the MAX scandal, $80.7 million, enough to pay 39 worker salaries. The rich hates the poor. 6.6 million people lost their jobs. The U.S. government used the virus bailout, $4.50 trillion, to let corporations loot the treasury. The U.S. Department of Justice asked Congress to detain arrested people indefinitely during the crisis. The biggest single-day drop since 2008, 653 points. The stocks fall over 2,000 points. The U.S. has more cases of the virus than any country in the world. Hospitals are getting close because of the lack of profit. The profit comes from elective surgeries. Many countries are adopting socialist methods to improve the lives of people, and Vietnam is the first country that completely recovered from the virus. The private debt raised to $27 trillion. Corporate debt is $10 trillion. U.S. national debt is $25 trillion. Consumer debt is $13 trillion, and the average American household debt is $137,000 each. Capitalists will profit during crisis while the people are distracted. Capitalism prevents a cure for this virus. Before the crisis, scientists were very close to have a vaccine in 2018, but they ran out of money. Thus capitalism shut down a progress that could save lives by the billions. Notice that many of these capitalist atrocities happened in the 19th century. Because during this time capitalism was at its peak during the colonial/imperial period when the British Empires was the biggest in history. 26.35% of the world belonged to England, was the 18th to 19th century equivalent Of Maoist China, where they prefer people starving so they can make profit, Indian and Irish man-made famines. The British Empire shows us the dangers of industrial capitalism, colonialism, and imperialism from the biggest empire in history, and this empire became powerful by using famines, invasions, slavery, and created what Africa is today, a collection of third world countries that suffers from the Queen's wrath and the massacre the empire did to India, from Victoria to Churchill, young children in dangerous conditions in early factories. Not only this shows us the dangers of capitalism but also hierarchy. It has shown that monkeys who have hierarchy like bamboos torture and punish the bamboos of the bottom of the hierarchy, and on the top can torture them whatever they want, have all the food and have sex with all the females, but when the dominate ones were killed off by disease, the ones on the bottom shows that once dominate their tribe. It shows a lack of hierarchical structure, a culture of low-level violence, high levels of social affiliation, and absence of stress. Thus, it shows us that hierarchy is not something among apes like humans to have naturally. It is a social creation as a excuses to dominate the weak. Thus we as humans do create hierarchy. It shows its destructive behavior like a reduction of women's rights as far back as 12,000 years. Out of all apes of this superfamily of mammals, only humans have hierarchy, while chimps, gorillas, orangutans, and gibbons have no hierarchy. Religious hierarchy, killing people who don't subscribe to their theology. The Japanese Empire massacring Chinese and Koreans in World War II. The Spanish Empire killing 5 million natives and forced them to believe the Catholic faith. The Portuguese Empire that steered the transatlantic slave trade, killing Hindus by burning them at the stakes to convert them to Christianity, massacring Africans in the 1970s. The Ottoman Empire committed the Armenian genocide to eliminate all non-Muslims from the Holy Land. The French Empire starving slaves from Haiti under Napoleon's reign, killing almost 1 million of them. The British Empire, 1783 to 1997, has estimated to kill 150 million people under its early capitalist system by oppressing Asia, India, and Americas and killing 10% of the poor population by using concentration camps, brining the Tasmanian natives into extinction, expanding the slave trade by using capitalism. By slave owners receive $2 million in today's money, and these slave owners were middle-class people, and 40% of widow women are slave owners in Bristol. Today's capitalists use sweatshops, low paid jobs and other crimes to make better profit, and slavery ended because it was not profitable anymore thanks to the Haiti uprising, and there is more slaves today than any point in history, and many slaves work for free, and the slave owners make profit to benefit countries like India, subdue the Aboriginal Australians believing themselves as the greatest race, British, of governing other races by massacring the Australians using military campaigns, made multiple pacts with Hitler, destroy Iraq in the early 1900s, massacring Yemenis nationalists in the 1960s and 1970s, killing 500,000 peasants in Malaysia and use concentration camps called New Village to prevent communist influence, putting 100,000 Bo people in concentration camps, massacring 90,000 Kenyans in the 1950s and 1960s. This is why we should abolish the state. It is destructive to our species. Lower the status of women in the first industrial revolution. Early examples of homelessness in the first industrial revolution, and the U.S. used concentration camps on its own citizens during the first Red Scare, but technically the actual first Red Scare was during the Second Great Awakening that the pro-slave advocates, before the Confederacy, believed that utopian socialists will take their slaves and use slavery to fight against socialism, and during this time the rise of anti-intellectualism and rejecting modernity, deism, Shakers, the first religion that originated in the U.S. were socialist, secularism and Freemasonry, with the rise of romantic ideals, scientific innovation, Mormonism, theocracy, conspiracy theory, anti-Manson, and rejection of socialism, associationism, benevolent empires, transcendentalism, early communes, Christian socialist/abolitionist. Capitalism requires you to produce more value than you receive in return. You are worth whatever you're paid, and any boss who actually paid its employees that value it actually owns will lose its business. Your pensions is reducing over time, thus people will suffer, especially the elderly. Restricted labor rights. People are forced to work for free under certain conditions and takes loans to cover the money that it should be paid. Women who are pregnant or people who are taking care of their sick family have high chances of being fired of their jobs. $50 billion are stolen through wage theft in the U.S. Brand products which are the same as cheap products, thus wasting money. Advertisement can lie about their products to sell and can cause health concern. People selling illegal drugs, astrology, alternative medicine, magic crystals, and other nonsense that will cause harm either explicitly or implicitly, making impossible beauty standards to sell products that cause mental harm. The unemployed have lower sleep durations and work harder than most people to survive, while the rich are more lazy, selling useless drugs that gives illusion of improving health, selling unhealthy food, and our station more offend on low to middle income communities than high income communities. This is the danger of capitalism, and authority, business, and entrepreneur must act like a dictator/totalitarian/authoritarian in order to function, and people before, during, and shortly after the French Revolution people warned the dangers of authority and private ownership of the means of production like Plato, Mazdak, Jesus, Abu Dhar al-Ghifari, John Paul, François Noël Babeuf, Etienne Gabriel Morelli, Philippe Bonarroti, Auguste Blanqui, Thomas Paine, Charles Hall, Lao Tzu, Buddha, Diogenes of Sinope, Crates of Thebes, Zeno of Citium, Gabriel de Foigny, François Fenelon, William Godwin, and Anacharsis Cloutes. Capitalism, hierarchy, and state use corporate abuse to stay in power at the expense of the workers like Facebook use people's data without consent for profit and propaganda like to influence people during the 2016 elections, horrible equipment of the British petroleum spill, violating safety priorities, illegal telemarketing calls, Dish Network, the Puerto Rican government making laws to tax the sun, Enron defraud California, blackouts, Ranbaxy selling ineffective drugs, Chinese dairy company selling contaminated milk which kill many babies, the thalidomide scandal, privatized water in Bolivia which the country still has water scarcity, and America's industrialization of Puerto Rico that created the first slums and cause environmental disaster like people living in garbage heap right next to the capital San Juan. The death toll of capitalism is 400,000,000,002 plus 2 billion deaths. You read that right. Capitalism has killed more than the Soviet era and French Revolution combined, and because of the 20 million deaths a year from starvation because of the capitalist system. If this is not a failure, then I don't know what it is, but what I do know is capitalism has failed and Marxism has failed. We need a third alternative: anarchism, libertarian socialism/anarcho-communism. Religion, the worst creation of man. It's ironic that churches that pay no taxes and gets billions of dollars for false ideas, and they criticize communism, socialism, and anarchism because it's against their religion values or are atheist ideas, while forgetting that communism, socialism, and anarchism, it's been around since the Paleolithic. And the earliest no literature that promotes such ideas are from religions like Judaism, Christianity, Islam, Taoism, and Buddhism. Examples like Leviticus 19:13, 18:1 Timothy 6:10 Matthew 25:34-40 Matthew 19:21 Matthew 6:24 Matthew 6:19-21 Matthew 19:24 Exodus 16:16-18 Proverbs 13:25 Deuteronomy 10:10-19 Deuteronomy 24:19-22 Surah 31, 5-7 Ecclesiastes 3:13 Deuteronomy 24:14 Psalms 82:3-4 Acts 2:44 Luke 14:13-14 Acts 4:32-37 Acts 5:1-12 Acts 4:19 1 Corinthians 6:1-6 Colossians 2:15 Judges 21:25 1 Samuel 8:6-20 About 1:10 About 5:10 Matthew 5:1, 12 Matthew 6:24 Luke 3:11 Luke 16:11 2 Corinthians 8:13, 15 Leviticus 19:13, 18 Isaiah 1:15-17 Luke 10:25, 37 Luke 6:20, 21 James 5:1, 6 Quran 49:13 Tao Te Ching Zhuangzi Kawarij, Islamic school in the 1st century of Islam, Kalam Sutta. While anarchism, communism, and socialism it's been around when humans were hunter-gatherers but religion especially Islam, Judaism, Christianity, Buddhism and Taoism made these things as their own separate political philosophy as a response, both political and theological, against the societies of its time. Taoism is the oldest example of religious anarchism that promotes what we would call today as philosophical anarchism which is more of a moral philosophy than a political one. Laozi, a naturalistic pantheist/atheist, the possible author of Tao Te Ching bring early examples of proto-anarchism which it was not yet perfected until William Godwin's magnum opus. Inquire concerning political justice and its influence on morals and happiness. In the words of Laozi himself, the more laws and restrictions there are, the poorer people become. The sharper men's weapons, the more trouble in the land. The more ingenious and clever men are, the more strange things happen. The more rules and regulations, the more thieves and robbers. Buddhist, atheistic religion, in their Kalama Sutta is another example of religious anarchism because the text according to the Buddha that do not blindly believe religious teachings, don't rely on scripture, don't blindly believe what monks say and don't believe sometime because is an old tradition and don't trust authority and promotes pragmatism, free inquiry, and empiricism to have better knowledge. Despite Buddhism since the beginning were atheist/atheistic and anarchist but Zen Buddhism takes the atheist and anarchist philosophy to the fullest which becomes the dominant form of Buddhism in China and Japan. Both Taoist and Buddhist believe that property is theft, but Buddhism has the same problems like pseudoscience, faith, believing things without evidence like karma, Bayesian probability disprove it, reincarnation, despite science disprove the entire idea of non-physical minds, solipsism, Rahitasa Sutta and Tibetan Book of the Dead, the Buddha have omniscient and his teaching are infallible, by consequence have to reject scientific finding that contradicts Buddhist scripture and theology. This doctrine is called the Abhidharma. These same problems also have Hinduism and Jainism. Also extremist actions like Shinto Buddhist teaching and promoting Japanese pilots to commit kamikaze as holy and just to please the god emperor or the practice of seppuku, Pure Land Buddhism, or Buddhist nationalist in a holy war against the Muslims in Sri Lanka and many Zen Buddhist in Japan heavily promotes Japan's militarization and its war crimes because Buddhist scriptures has nothing to say about war. And believe the Emperor Hirohito was the ideal Buddhist monarch the Cakravartin Raja, the future Buddha, Maitreya, which Hindus also believe is theological king/dictator. Zen Buddhism long history of militarism in Japan like they have their own crusaders in the Middle Ages, Sahay Brotherhood, Zen Buddhist monks promoting the war against China in the 1800s, the disregard of life of people during times of war and justified by removing all agency from the fighters, that man did not kill that women but the sword did, advocating genocide to rid the world from evil and spreading Zen Buddhism by the sword they believe as a holy war and believing that these people need to be enlightened and the imperial fascist Japan was based on Zen Buddhism. Hindus express anarchist thinking when the Rishi, enlightened person, live in the forest outside of government control but they are not anti-state but try to balance between authority and anti-authority and some Hindus believe that the Satya Yuga is an anarchist society, Chanakya Sutra. The earliest example of anarchism as a political philosophy and not moral philosophy like we see in Taoism and Buddhism is Judaism in the period of the judges Israel, was an anarchistic society and the prophet Samuel was against the establishment of monarchy, but later contradicts himself and crowned a king instead. The Essenes a Jewish sect and the authors of the Dead Sea Scrolls were communists living in communes and rely on manual labor. In their text the Avat and Perkei Avat is the most explicit example against authority and promotes communism. Love labor, hate mastery over others, and avoid a close relationship with the government. Be careful with the government, for they befriend a person only for their own needs. They appear to be friends when it is beneficial to them, but they do not stand by a person at the time of his distress. He who says, what's mine is mine and what's yours is the median type, though some say that this is the quality of Sodom. He who says, what's mine is yours and what's yours is mine, is a simple, or, according to other readings, an ignorant man. He who says, what's mine is yours and what's yours is a pious man, Hasid. And he who says, what's yours is mine, and what's mine is wicked. Jesus in Matthew promotes early far-left ideas and in Acts shows that early Christians promote communism and socialism but sadly in order to become the dominant religion in the Roman Empire have to leave their original anti-authoritarian views and join the authority and promote theocracy instead but even in the Bible and even the same books I mentioned contradict themselves. And promotes theocracy, anti-democracy, threatening them with a fate worse than death, hell, anti-intellectualism, anti-Semitism, against science and philosophy and other morally and ethically bankrupt beliefs. Islamic continuation of Christianity which later becomes its own religion also in its early years promotes socialism thanks to Abu Dhar al-Ghifari who was the fourth or fifth person ever to convert to Islam. He was against the accumulating wealth of the working class in Uthman's caliphate, the first caliphate. Khawarij is the first Islamic sect or at least one of the earliest and was anarchist against the caliphate and believed that Allah alone chose a ruler not man. Lastly, the Wazi movement was a Islamic communist/socialist group that joined forces with the Bolsheviks in the Russian Revolution. It was against the rule of the Russian Empire/Orthodox Church and replaced it with the Quran and Sharia law but when Stalin came to power and the Great Purge begins killing all opposing views including other communists like Trotsky and the Wazi movement. Despite all this religion has caused so much death and horror that religion should die. You can find more information on my previous section The Failures of Religion and in that section go to the sources, index, citation, references, and bibliography for more extensive detail of the falsehood of religion and impossibility of God and give thanks to evolutionary psychology of religion, cognitive science of religion, sociology of religion, psychology of religion, political science of religion, neuroscience of religion, history of religion/God/theism, archaeology of religion, anthropology of religion, evolutionary origins of religion and comparative religion/theology/mythology. Religion giving birth to hierarchy, 12,000 years ago, and especially celestial hierarchy to justify their crimes against humanity like human sacrifice, genocidal and suicidal, self-harm, behavior of promoting martyrdom. The idea that they will kill themselves or let them being killed for religious reasons is a destructive concept that the justification of holy wars and terrorism takes its natural form. But hierarchy started in the Upper Paleolithic when the early examples of fertility goddesses started to emerge and give birth to sexism and the end of women's rights and treated them as sex objects/property. At the same time when hierarchy was created, not only female goddesses was distorted to show women as inferior in the earliest years of the Neolithic Revolution brings the earliest class division and inequality like special burials for certain farmers who own bigger land, creating the first harem, 17 women reproduce for every one man, around the same times as the Neolithic Revolution. Humanity has its first massacre, the earliest male gods around 7,000 years ago. In Turkey and proto-kings around 6,000 years ago in the Balkans, the culture that has the first proto-king was very religious, when the agricultural revolution laid the seeds of inequality creating the first systematic wars between groups for food, while before this, war was unknown. Even the San people don't see a use of war in their anarchist society, creating the first class division that shamans and chieftains at the top and use lineage as an excuse for authority. The first priests keep the people's goods in the first temples which early abuse gives birth like creating the first slaves, women first and male slaves was created later. The first states were slave societies were the privileged few living off the labor of everybody else, priests establishing archaic text on the poor to improve their temples, kings using religion to keep in power and keep the people illiterate as long as possible and as long there is a hierarchy events like Dark Ages will happen and the suffering of people will continue. In Sumerian priests were so powerful that even kings have to give offerings to the temples of their superstition. The Sumerian religion shows that the gods created humans because they wanted slaves to do all the hard work while the gods enjoy their lavish lifestyles. The god of the Christians and Jews created humans yet forbade them knowledge because having knowledge was evil. In Hindu mythology, Brahma created the first women so he can rape her, Kshatripa. In Greek, the first woman was punished for the most basic human desire, curiosity. In Inca mythology, Vishwakarma created the first men but forgot to give him food, thus he died, and Allah created humans and jinn so they can worship him like a narcissistic dictator. Quran 51:56, and purposefully created a group of humans and jinn that can't believe in Allah so they can be tortured in hell. Quran 7:179. Humans naturally use cooperation and competition is usually artificial, showing the earliest example of competition caused the earliest example of racism and war around 13,000 years ago, and apes when expressing the earliest example of religious thinking created competition like competing for territory, resources, and races so who can see the sun first, and humans when developed the earliest religion in the Neolithic created the first death cults and violent ritual. It also gave birth to theocracy where priests and monks are on the top or at least the second highest in early hierarchies, like shamans having special burials, first royal cemeteries in Egypt, early inequality between slave and royals believing they are descent from the gods or some other supernatural legitimacy, divine right of kings or being granted the title emperor by the Pope like in Mesopotamia, ancient Egypt, ancient Japan, ancient China, Russian Empire, Kingdom of France, Holy Roman Emperor, Byzantine Empire, Saudi Arabia, North Korea, Afghanistan, Caliphate, Nazi Germany, Catholic monarchy, Spain, and Typing Heavenly Kingdom. The cult of personality that we see in the Soviet world was a continuation of theocracy/divine right of king/emperor cults. Maoist China, with his own holy book, the Little Red Book, worshipping a mango in honor of Mao, claiming moist statues performing miracles, and Nicholas described best. Of this religion, Mao is not only a historical figure, of course, but is part of the tattered web of legitimacy on which the People's Republic rests. He is part of the founding mythology of the Chinese government, the Romulus and Remus of People's China, and that's why his portrait hangs in Tiananmen Square. Even among ordinary Chinese, Mao retains a hold on the popular imagination, and some peasants in different parts of China have started traditional religious shrines honoring him. That's the ultimate honor for an atheist. He has become a god. Stalinist Russia, Afghanistan under Nur Muhammad Tariki, Hakka Albania, Cuba after Castro's death, Ethiopia under Francisco Nkrumah, where the official motto was there is no other god than Masias Nkrumah and believe he was God, Laos under Kason Phombihain, North Korea, Romania under Nicolae Ceausescu, Turkmenistan under Saparmurat Niyazov. It even have a creation myth about him, Ho Chi Minh's Vietnam and Tito's Yugoslavia, despite declaring state atheism as part of their Marxist-Leninist ideology. It just replaced traditional religion/theocracy to a state religion, worship the state and leaders instead, thus changing nothing. Mesopotamia, ancient Egypt, and the Vedic period is the earliest example of theocratic rule by god kings and early abuse of women that we later see in the Bible, Old and New Testament, Quran, Book of Mormon and various Hindu texts. The social hierarchy in Mesopotamia goes like this in order, top to bottom. 1. Priest king 2. Priest and nobles 3. Scribes, army, government, and rich merchants 4. Artisans and merchants 5. Commanders 6. Slaves Egypt's social hierarchy, 1 king priest pharaoh 2. Priest and nobles 3. Soldiers 4. Scribes 5. Merchants 6. Artisans, craftsmen, and traders 7. Commanders 8. Slaves the Vedic period, 1 priestly people 2. Rulers, administrators, and warriors 3. Artisans, merchants, tradesmen, and farmers 4. Laboring classes 5. The untouchables. India with the caste system is a divine creation and people believe it and promotes it for theological system. While religion blames many things like homosexuality, women's disobedient, believing a society ruled by women is a bad thing, Isaiah 3:12, other religions that are not their own, other denominations that are not their own, and communism, and they will use the maximum death toll to ruin their reputation. But if we find every war, atrocity, genocides, terrorist attacks, dictatorship, and etc. and use their maximum death toll, religion surpass the bloodshed beyond comprehension like Timur the Lame who called himself as the sword of Islam and spreading the religion through violence killing 5% of the world's population, or Kublai Khan a Buddhist who has a similar kill count persecuting Muslims, Jews, and Christians, or Genghis Khan who was a terrorist who pray in his tent for multiple days before important campaigns which this man killed 10% of the world's population. But out of all wars, genocides, and political oppression that if we use their maximum death toll, only 3 cases where the death toll reached 100 million, and all 3 was started by Christians and did it for their religious beliefs, which I go into more detail in the failures of religion. Typing rebellion, 100 million deaths, creating a theocracy and the bloodiest war in the 19th century, 2.1% of the world's population perish. European colonization of the Americas, Christianization, Atlantic slave trade, genocide of the natives and encomienda, 10% of the world's population perish. World War II, Hitler's Christian movement. The Aryan Jesus influenced by Protestant theologians, establishing the Institute for the Study and Eradicating of Jewish Influence on German Church Life and the Faculty of Theology at the University of Jena. 3% of the world's population perish. Timur the Lame, spreading Islam by the sword, wiped out 5% of the world's population. 30 Years' War, 1.4% of the world's population perish while the First World War is 1.7%. Genghis Khan, wiped out 10% of the world's population. Pope Gregory IX ordered that black cats to be killed because he believed they are incarnation of Satan, and many cults have used black cats, which by consequence of this the increased number of rats and spread the plague, with other causes like diseases in Asia and Genghis Khan early use of biological warfare and many witch hunts in the 1400s which also kill cats in mass, thus a mix of superstition and religious zealots which kill 1/3 of Europe's population. Christianity always to some extent promotes violence like in the Gospels and the just war aka just persecution, which anti-Semitism/anti-Judaism adds to their violent justification, has been promoted from Augustine of Hippo to Thomas Aquinas and in the words of the Church Fathers. How shall I admire, how laugh, how rejoice, how exult, when I behold so many proud monarchs, and fancied gods, groaning in the lowest abyss of darkness, so many magistrates who persecuted the name of the Lord, liquefying in fiercer fires than they ever kindled against the Christians, so many sage philosophers blushing in red-hot flames with their deluded scholars, so many celebrated poets trembling before the tribunal, not of Midas, but of Christ, so many tragedians, more tuneful in the expression of their suffering, Tertullian the father of Latin/Western Christianity/theology. Faith is to believe what you do not see, the reward of this faith is to see what you believe, and God has made hell for the curious. Augustine of Hippo, the great church father. We admit that we teach those men to believe without reasons, Origen the first intellectual Christian. Those who stretch out and hold up this education of which I speak, they think they are lifted up high in the sky to walk on the very ether, as if carrying God himself in their numbers, while they conclude that we, because we do not pursue the same studies, are not better than cattle, and say we cannot know in this way either God or anything majestic. Eusebius, father of church history. They want people to believe simply and absolutely everything they say, not only without having any doubt, but also without searching for or even desiring to know the reasons for it. Catechisms of the Council of Trent, Art 1, Jean Meslier. Those three events that Christianity and Islam in general spill blood for their imaginary hierarchy, killing people in the name of a being who in the end is a human invention like Hong Xiaoquan, a self-proclaim as the brother of Jesus trying to save China by committing genocide that the world has never seen until Hitler arrived. Hitler creating a Christian nation heavily influenced by Martin Luther and many Protestant theologians. Nazism has its origins by Catholic anti-French Revolution views of Arthur de Gobineau and Adolf Stirrer, a Protestant theologian, and his anti-Semitism influenced the Nazi regime and founded the Christian Social Workers Party, and Harry Elmer Barnes, another Christian who gave birth to Holocaust denial, and Maurice Barth is the first denialist influenced by the fascist Catholics. The Phalange and W.D. Henderson was the first American Holocaust denialist by publications in Bible News Flashes expressing his views, and the first person who claimed that 6 million Jews never die in the Holocaust, and Benjamin Friedman, a Jew who converted to Catholicism and published his anti-Semitic work called Common Sense, where he made this infamous claim: in Nazi Germany were pro-Nazis, promoting anti-Semitism, anti-Judaism, and Christians officials were the masterminds behind the Holocaust based on the works of Martin Luther. According to Holocaust in the Encyclopedia of Politics and Religion, religion played an integral part in the Holocaust. Christian churches from the time of Constantine in the 4th century had wanted to force convert Jews, and medieval Christian churches throughout Europe engaged in varying degrees of persecution because they felt it was the Jews who had crucified Christ. This belief formed the basic foundation for anti-Semitism and was never contradicted, or even addressed directly, by any religious group throughout this period. While apologists will claim Jesus' miracles as proof of his divinity, yet they will discrete miracles by Krishna when he was eating dirt and when opened his mouth the universe is inside of his mouth, or when turns a basket of grains to gold, or when the Emperor Hadrian heal a person's blindness by touching his eyes, or when people who give sacrifice to Feronia can walk on barefoot on hot coal without being burned, or when Bacchus gave to the children of Onius the power to change whatever they wanted by only touching it, or Aethalides has the gift of the power of life, death, resurrection, and omniscience, or when Asclepius can resurrect the dead, or when Romulus and Remus were born by the Virgin Ilia, or when Romulus was carried away to heaven, or when Ganymede was carried away by Zeus into heaven. All these are people telling lies so they can make the best stories in order to gain more followers. Lastly, when Christopher Columbus arrived in the Caribbean and tried to force them to convert to Christianity to the native Taino, which later slavery takes its place, he implemented the American encomienda, which is the most extreme form of slavery, a version of slavery so extreme that even people of his time consider it too extreme, that the Taino population reduced to 85%. Atrocities like the massacre of the main temple or Atahualpa, the emperor of Inca, was christened against his will and then murdered him by Spanish conquistador, or the violence against the natives in Massachusetts, Carlisle Indian Industrial School, the original concentration camp, Trail of Tears, and in 1493 King Ferdinand by the authority of the Pope wrote this: should you fail to comply, or delay maliciously in so doing, we assure you that with the help of God we shall use force against you, declaring war upon you from all sides and with all possible means, and we shall bind you to the yoke of the church and of their highnesses, we shall enslave your persons, wives, and sons, sell you or dispose of you as the king sees fit, we shall seize your possessions and harm you as much as we can as disobedient and resisting vassals. And we declare you guilty of resulting deaths and injuries, exempting their highnesses of such guilt as well as ourselves and the gentlemen who accompany us. In 1492, Pope Nicholas V legitimized the slave trade when issued the papal bull called the Dum Divorces, which the Catholic monarchy take advantage of the Pope decision and declare the requirimiento, acknowledge the Church as the ruler and superior of the whole world, and the high priest called Pope, and in his name the King and Queen are lords, in his place, as superiors and lords and kings of these islands and this terra firma, and that you consent and give place that these religious fathers should declare and preach to you the aforesaid. Another example of the Christian and proto-capitalist oppression against the natives in the Caribbean, when the Roman Catholic Church made a law called Terra Nullius, where Europeans were free to occupy any territory that was inhabited by these natives who did not recognize private property and God. Frederick Douglass escaped from slavery, and here are his words: were I to be again reduced to the chains of slavery, next to that enslavement, I should regard being the slave of a religious master the greatest calamity that could befall me. For of all slaveholders with whom I have ever met, religious slaveholders are the worst. I have ever found them the meanest and basest, the most cruel and cowardly, of all others. Paul in 1 Corinthians 7:20-22, everyone should remain in the state in which he was called. Were you a slave when called? Never mind. But if you can gain your freedom, avail yourself of the opportunity. For he who was called in the Lord as a slave is a freedman of the Lord. Likewise he who was free when called is a slave of Christ. Jesus in Mark 16:16, he that believeth and is baptized shall be saved, but he that believeth not shall be damned. Quran 22:19. Here are two adversaries feuding regarding their Lord. As for those who disbelieve, garments of fire will be tailored for them, and scalding water will be poured over their heads. Jesus in Revelations 9:4-5. Only those people who do not have the seal of God on their foreheads. They were allowed to torture them for 5 months, but not to kill them. Paul in 2 Corinthians 10:5. We take every thought captive to obey Christ. Catholic Canon Law, Can 752, a religious submission of the intellect and will must be given to a doctrine which the Supreme Pontiff or the College of Bishops declares concerning faith or morals. Therefore, the Christian faithful are to take care to avoid those things which do not agree with it. Hans Skem, our religion is Christ, our politics fatherland. Bhagavad Gita, the qualities of the godless, demonic/unenlightened, result from bondage. Life after life the foolish come, births from the godless, as they head for the worst destinations, 3 gates of hell, lust, anger, and greed. The godless disorderly ones do not know how to begin or where to stop, they are unclean, do not know to behave and have no truth in them. They say that the universe does not really have a purpose, that it has no ruler, that it did not come into existence from God. Less intelligent, having lost themselves being complacent with this godless outlook, do the less favorable activities flourish and does their work lead to the unfortunate of destroying the planet. Confiding in lusts that are insatiable, in hypocrisy, arrogance and driven by false pride, 1. Led by illusion, takes to the non-permanent of material things and thrives in dedication to the impure. Now compare all these quotes from these idiotic theologians who believe that speaking in tongues gains knowledge. Paul in 1 Corinthians 14:139 and Jesus in Mark, forbidding pagan teachings, Tertullian in on idolatry, ignore Greek education, Origen in against Celsus, mocking educational values and believing education is an insult to Christianity, Eusebius in preparation for the gospel, against science literacy, Justin Martyr in dialogue of Justin and Trypho the Jew, learning. Science is heresy, Paul of Samosata, learning too much philosophy leads to atheism thus forbid godless teachings, Origen in letter to Gregory, they don't need school and should spend their lives to Christ and only receive education in the afterlife, Origen on the first principles, don't waste time to philosophy, Clement of Alexandria in Stromata, and philosophy came from the devil, Clement of Alexandria in Stromata, to Cicero an atheist or agnostic, thus natural philosophy supplies us with courage against the fear of death and confidence against the terror of religion, along with peace of mind and regulation and judgment in our understanding. Other examples. Socrates thought and so do I that the wisest theory about the gods is no theory at all, Michel de Montaigne, atheist. Those who cannot remember the past are condemned to repeat it. George Santayana, atheist. Conservatives are not necessarily stupid, but most stupid people are conservatives. John Stuart Mill, atheist. If a test of civilization be sought, none can be so sure as the condition of that half of society over which the other half has power. Harriet Martineau, the first female sociologist, atheist. Know yourself to improve yourself. Auguste Comte, the first philosopher of science, atheist. Live a good life. If there are gods and they are just, then they will not care how devout you have been, but will welcome you based on the virtues you have lived by. If there are gods, but unjust, then you should not want to worship them. If there are no gods, then you will be gone, but will have lived a noble life that will live on in the memories of your loved ones. Marcus Aurelius, atheist or agnostic. The universe, that is the all, is made neither of gods nor men, but ever has been and ever will be an eternal living fire, kindling and extinguishing in destined measure. Heraclitus the father of ontology, atheist. I found the philosophical arguments in aid of religion so execrably awful and pointless that they bored and disgusted me. I now regard the case for theism as a fraud and I can no longer take it seriously enough to present it to a class as a respectable philosophical position no more than I could present intelligent design as a legitimate biological theory. I do not mean to charge that the people making that case are frauds who aim to fool us with claims they know to be empty. No, theistic philosophers and apologists are almost painfully earnest and honest. I just cannot take their arguments seriously anymore, and if you cannot take something seriously, you should not try to devote serious academic attention to it. I've turned the philosophy of religion courses over to a colleague, Keith Parsons, considered one of the greatest philosophers of religion in the past decade. We therefore conclude, though as always subject to correction by further evidence and further argument, that the universe itself is ultimate, and, hence, that whatever science may from time to time hold to be the most fundamental laws of nature must, equally provisionally, be taken as the last words in any series of answers to questions as to why things are as they are. The principles of the world lie themselves inside the world, Antony Flew. Many of our most serious conflicts are conflicts within ourselves. Those who suppose their judgments are always consistent are unreflective or dogmatic. John Rawls, atheist. Bill Clinton praised John as the man who helped a whole generation of learned Americans revive their faith in democracy itself. Just think about Irish history, the Middle East, the Crusades, the Inquisition, our own abortion doctor killings and, yes, the World Trade Center to see how seriously religious people take thou shalt not kill. Apparently, to religious folks especially the truly devout murder is negotiable. It just depends on who's doing the killing and who's getting killed. George Carlin, atheist. So I ask, do you believe in God? The right hemisphere, brain, went straight to yes. I asked the same question to the left hemisphere. Yes, no, I don't know, it went to no. So here's a human being whose right hemisphere is an atheist, and the left hemisphere, on the other hand, believes in God. And this finding should have sent a tsunami through the theological community, but barely produced a ripple, because it raises all kinds of profound theological questions. V.S. Ramachandran, neurologist, his test accidentally proves metaphysical atheism. Only a fraction, 9%, of the people who are resuscitated have NDEs, their experiences are cultural and all over the place, and the feelings that they experience are replaceable in the lab by messing with very specific brain regions. We have no valid evidence that NDEs are proof of life after death, evidence that should be there if that was indeed the case. Thomas Westbrook. No sane person should believe that something is subjective merely because it cannot be settled beyond controversy. Hilary Putnam, atheist. There can be no doubt that the knowledge of logic is of considerable practical importance for everyone who desires to think and infer correctly. Alfred Tarski, atheist. The simple person lives the way he breathes, with no more effort or glory, with no more affectation and without shame. Simplicity is freedom, buoyancy, transparency. As simple as the air, as free as the air. The simple person does not take himself too seriously or too tragically. He has nothing to prove, since he has no appearances to keep up, and nothing to seek, since everything is before him. What is more simple than simplicity? What is lighter? It is the virtue of wise men and the wisdom of saints. André Comte Sponville, atheist. Time is the most valuable thing a man can spend. Theophrastus, agnostic. Time cannot be saved, it can only be spent, and if not spent wisely and well, it is wasted. William Smith, the father of geology, agnostic. Love what you will never believe twice. Alain Badiou, atheist. In a way, mathematics is the only infinite human activity. It is conceivable that humanity could eventually learn everything in physics or biology. But humanity certainly won't ever be able to find out everything in mathematics, because the subject is infinite. Numbers themselves are infinite. That's why mathematics is really my only interest. Paul Erdos, atheist, he published 1,500 mathematical papers during his lifetime, a feat not yet surpassed. It's interesting that the founders of religion like Jesus, Christianity, Muhammad, Islam, Joseph Smith, Mormonism, Guru Nanak, Sikhism, Sayyid Ali Muhammad Shah Reza, Baha Faith, folk religion, multiple cultures, Isaiah, Judaism, and whoever founded Hinduism. These people promote slavery, the killing of unbelievers, torture and anti-intellectualism, while the first philosophers like Thales of Miletus, atheist, the first naturalist and the first Greek philosopher/scientist, Lao Tzu, atheist/pantheist and the first Chinese philosopher, Confucius, atheist humanist, the second ever Chinese philosopher, Parshvanatha, atheist and the first Indian philosopher, Aruni, the first Indian atomist, Yajanabhakaya, the student of Aruni, Siddhartha, Gautama, founder of Buddhism, and Makhali Gosala, the founder of Ajivika, promote skepticism, pragmatism, science literacy, find alternative explanations, how to treat others, the morals of the Buddha, Confucius, and Jains are superior, the first or the least one of the first two. Promote vegetarianism, animal rights, and the golden rule. The three biggest religions in the world, Christianity, Islam, and Hinduism, and their creation myths are just that, myths, but people believe that these events happen and some believe it literally. Let's examine the absurd. Let's start with Hinduism. There is no official creation myth because there are many versions of it and even express agnosticism when it comes creation, the only intellectual honesty that shows in their text. So we examine the oldest, the Rig Veda. The Rig Veda in Samhita, which is basically their version of Genesis 1, right off the bat shows no creation myth but worshipping the gods like warriors and kings of the forgotten past that have given divine status over time, like using months of the calendar, similar to Julius Caesar and the month July, woman's petition to deity Agni, the god of fire, to attract a good husband and addressing Agni for his great achievements as a warrior like slaying his enemies. This is just stories of forgotten battles between tribes and not gods. In Purusha Sukta mentions a being called Purusha and his body was scattered that eventually create a universe, literally the universe is a corpse, and his body create the caste system, Brahmin, Rajanya, Vaishya, and Shudra, because of course it did. Another Hindu text believes the world is flat and guarded by a world elephant and believe that earthquakes happens when the elephant is tired. They also believe that atheists are forbidden to learn the Vedas. Today's cosmology and evolution already disprove all this by knowing the physical process and is all natural. The Quran, the Qur'an, is the Islamic creation myth. It starts by telling Muhammad to read because he is illiterate, while in reality Muhammad is a traitor and you must learn to read and write to be a traitor, thus is a made-up story. Then it says that humans are made of clot, already rejecting evolution. People are not allowed to question everything. Quran 96:7, condemning unbelievers. Quran 96:13, Big Brother is always watching. Quran 96:14, bring violence to bad people. Quran 96:15. And you must be on complete submission or else. Quran 96:19. This is the same book, plus the hadith, where the sky is solid. Quran 2:22, stars are missiles to fight devils. Quran 15:17-18, there's no south and north poles. Quran 17:78, the sky have pillars. Quran 31:10, mountains prevent earthquakes. Quran 16:15, and you can't pass the sky, aka no space travel. Quran 55:33, Muhammad cursed people who has / done hair extensions. Sunan Nasai 3:9:1988, curse women who practice / gets a tattoo. Curse women who remove hair on their face. Curse women who separate their teeth. Curse women who change their natural appearance for beauty. Sahih Bukhari 7:72:826. Curse the unbelievers. Sunan Abu Dawud 8:1435. Muhammad curse all scorpion because it sting him while praying. Sunan Ibn Majah 1:5:1246. Curse a thief who steals eggs and his hand has to be cut off. Sahih Bukhari 8:81:791. Curses wine including the person who drinks, serves, sells, and buys. Sahih Bukhari 18:81:791. Curse the Jews and Christians. Sahih Bukhari 4:55:660-666. Curse women who visits gravers. Jamie at Tirmidhi 2:5:1056. Curse women who loudly grieve at a dead person. Sunan Ibn Majah 1:6:1585. Curse tomboys. Sunan Abu Dawud 33:4088. Curse men who wear women's clothing and vice versa. Sunan Abu Dawud 33:4087. Curse people who claim who is their father who it is not biological because adoption is forbidding in Islam. Sunan Abu Dawud 33:4087. And curse women who refuse sex to their husbands. Sahih Bukhari 4:54:460. But don't curse chickens because for it awakens prayer. Sunan Abu Dawud 42:5082. Genesis 1 already contradicts Genesis 2, but let's focus on the former. In Genesis 1:1-2, God created the universe and earth at the same time, which already contradicts cosmology, and there was no darkness. The early universe was very bright and hot and no water can exist in this time like in the Bible that it is hovering, and earth did not have water long after it was formed. In Genesis 1:4-5, God did not create the sun yet but did create day, night, evening, and morning, and the Bible darkness is its own thing while in reality it is just absent of light. The sky is solid in Genesis 1:6-8. God has no knowledge of gravity. In Genesis 1:11-13 there are plants that bear fruit without photosynthesis and the first living things are plants and trees, already contradicting evolution and abiogenesis. Single cell organism from the sea. In Genesis 1:14-18 promotes astrology, made the stars, moon, and the sun at the same time. Again, no knowledge of cosmology. God did not know that the sun is also a star. The moon does not produce his own light like it said in the Bible, but in reality the moon reflects light from the sun, and this verse promotes geocentrism because the sun is in our sky, which is not. In Genesis 1:24-25 livestock were created for getting human domesticated these animals. Humans just pop into existence again forgetting we are apes, and God gives humans all plants with seeds for us to eat, forgetting the many plants that can kill us by poison. Again, all these creation myths are bullshit stories that reading the animate and the inanimate by William James Seedy is an atheist, left libertarian and Leninist, gives more knowledge about the universe than any god wish it can, and superior than August of Hippo who believed that the universe, humans, earth, and spiders were created at the same time, and when the Bible says stars have thinking minds with personalities in Isaiah 48:13, Job 22:1, Judges 5:20, and Genesis 1:17-19. Even the oldest Abrahamic text, Isaiah chapter 1 to 39, have ridicules beliefs like God hates gardeners, earthquakes happen because God is angry, flat earth, God having a literal throne, God shaves people's pubic hair, God move the sun backwards, dragons, stars will fall from the sky, God will massacre every human on earth and our blood will melt mountains, the moon produce its own light, which a prophecy revolves around is scientific error, God destroying wisdom and understanding. Cockatrice, people think from their hearts not brains, a belief from ancient Egypt, God made the sons murder their father, Sennacherib, people will be burned forever, God should be feared, which 1 Corinthians we should fear God above all else, using perfume is bad, God just tire, the Sabbath doesn't matter, don't value human life, women ruling society is bad and hates gay. Some may argue that the God of Abraham, Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, is actually Satan. They're biblical facts that I found from Draconic Chronicler. In Hebrew Je or Je or Yah means Lord or God, the suffix hova is no which means ruin or mischief in another form of no hava means calamity, iniquity, mischief, mischievous, naughtiness, naughty, noisome, perverse thing, substance and very wickedness. Thus Jehovah means God of ruin, mischief, calamity, perversion, wickedness, and noisome which means the biblical God is Satan which in context of 2 Samuel 24 and 1 Chronicles 21 makes more sense, God is actually Satan. And again the anger of the Lord was kindled against Israel, and he moved David against them to say, Go, number Israel and Judah, and Satan stood up against Israel, and provoked David to number Israel. Adding the original pagan message of the Israelites when Yahweh and Satan were one of many Bani Elohim which Elohim created dragons, Yahweh and Satan, as assistants like the Jewish Cyclopedia states the highest heavenly creatures are seraphim, means fiery flying serpent, which in Greek seraphim means draken which later the image of the fiery serpent will later become angels in medieval Christian art/theology, the only graven image of Yahweh is a fiery flying serpent, which another connection is the flood myth which is borrowed from the Sumerian myth which the god Enlil who is subservient of the creator Kal who is a greater serpent dragon of heaven which associated him with rainbows like we see in Genesis and this god is also called as the good shepherd. Scholars learn that the name Yahweh comes from the Canaanite dragon god Yah who is a god of storms and floods, like Genesis flood myth, Exodus Yahweh leaves his dragon-sized tent and flies ahead of the Israelites and marks the route by spewing smoke and fire, he is described spewing fire from his mouth and smoke from his nostrils and states he plays with Leviathan, female partner, another dragon trait when Yahweh consumes humans to include 2 of Aaron's sons who sacrifice wrong thus Yahweh demanded the firstborn of all Israelites. Also Moses offers Yahweh 32 Midianite virgins which was a preferred prey of dragons in many cultures, but was possible to pay him money instead. Dragons love of hoarding treasure, proto-capitalism, the Zoroastrians stated. In their text called the Denkard that the god of the Jews is a dragon and brother of the dragon Arima, Yahweh is described with feathers until medieval age thus Christians and Muslim are worshipping a dragon/Satan and they don't realize it, which the Dead Sea Scrolls are described as reptilian. God does not exist. This is a metaphysical/ontological fact. Learning God is just a product of the human brain and studies found that magnetic treatment can disable parts of the brain can weaken the faith in God so technically we can shut down a belief in God using the treatment according to the study. Amongst those who received the strong magnetic dose, 32.8% fewer had decreased beliefs in God, angels, and heaven compared to the control group who received no dose. And 25.8% more of those who had received TMS had a more positive response to the immigrant who had written a negative letter about their country. In other words, those given the magnetic treatment were found to have decreased beliefs in God and more positive views towards immigrants. Religion's history of anti-intellectualism can trace back in Judaism when in Genesis when Adam and Eve were not allowed to eat the fruit of knowledge. Greek mythology have a similar story with Pandora. Even God wants us to blindly obey him and be retarded and obedient like dogs but when they ate the fruit and God is dead but his followers or celestial slaves which is a more appropriate title, prevents people to learn from atheist, from origin to today's creationist, heathen. Understanding and burn or ban books that goes against their beliefs like the works of Albert Einstein, Friedrich Engels, Sigmund Freud, Epicureans, Rosa Luxemburg, Karl Marx, Leon Trotsky, H.G. Wells, Giordano Bruno, Thomas Hobbes, René Descartes, Baruch Spinoza, John Locke, Voltaire, Montesquieu, Denis Diderot, Immanuel Kant, Jeremy Bentham, John Stuart Mill, Galileo Galilei, Nicolaus Copernicus, and Victor Hugo. In Mesopotamia when the gods to create humans as slaves to do all the labor when the gods have their lavish lifestyles or when Pandora the first woman in Greek mythology was punished for her curiosity which the gods are against our most basic human desire. Curiosity thus religion in the earliest years is against the idea of questioning the god's authority. These books were either burned and banned by the Catholic Church and Nazi Germany but authority in general before the scientific revolution that many leaders in the past from Spain to China burned books to prevent the majority of the population to be smart enough to question authority even in Pots Cambodia did the same and religious authority command the death of other people's religion like the Taoist Wuzong of Tang the Chinese emperor of the Tang dynasty did the great anti-Buddhist persecution, to eliminate all outside influence including the killing of Christians, Zoroastrians, and did all this for religious reasons, including economic and social confusion reasons. Another danger of believing religious nonsense that will lead the deaths of innocents is when Cambyses to use cats to defeat the Egyptians because they believe cats are gods. Striking an image of cats was punishable by death, and will not harm them so Cambyses took the advantage of their superstition and destroyed them or Anders Bering who pray for Odin, he was a Freemason, before killing 77 people or Mohammed Lahej jihadist terrorist killed 86 people or Gilles de Rais who believe and worship Satan and was considered the first serial killer. He tortured, raped and murdered hundreds of children and was Joan of Arc's most trusted soldier. This is the same woman that God chose to save France yet can't give her a nobleman but instead a satanic child rapist as a friend and this is the same saint that view other marginalized Christians as heretics, condemned the Hussite as disgraceful and also condemned Muslims and Charlemagne the father of Europe the first king since the Roman Empire to establish a theocracy, the notion of kings being chosen by God, spreading Christianity by the sword by massacring pagans. Christians during its early years view the Jews who refused to accept Jesus as a threat thus made laws that discriminated Jews like the Theodosian Code, Justinian Code, in 399, Jews couldn't marry Christians, in 439, Jews are not allowed to have political positions, in 531, Jews couldn't appear as witnesses against Christians in court, Council of Antioch forbid Christians celebrating Passover with Jews, during the medieval ages Jews could not own land and today both Christians and Muslims hatred for the Jews from cultural Marxism, conspiracy theories, anti-Zionism, and promoting Nazism from both the Middle East, Jordan have a survey that more than 89% hate the Jews, and the English-speaking world. Yet all these so-called prophets make predictions that either fail, like Nostradamus predicted the world will end in 1999, or purposefully so vague that can fit in any situation and claim it was prophecy after the fact, or when apologists using their holy texts, Christians, Muslims, Jews, and Hindus, as scientific foreknowledge yet only claim as such after the fact and not progressing beyond any other civilization if they claim these foreknowledge yet atheists do a better job at being. Prophets like Leon Trotsky, where he predicted the USSR downfall because of dictatorship, unstable bureaucracy, lack of democracy, increasing privatization of land, which Stalin later did, economic stagnation and adopting Western-style capitalism over time, which all of these events were predicted by Trotsky. Mikhail Bakunin perfectly predicted that Marx's ideas can lead to brutal hierarchy and totalitarianism, which Marx became a dictator himself when he kicked out all anarchists. In the First International, Rosa Luxemburg also predicted that the Russians will become the new capitalist nation and betrayed their revolution. Emma Goldman also predicted that Lenin will not make a socialist nation but a state capitalist nation and rename it as socialist, predicting that World War II will result in a new form of madness on earth, fearing that the Bolsheviks will persecute anarchists, which later became a reality. William Godwin criticized religion when using no crime and use their power to keep the people ignorant and believe their fantasies and justify their theocracy, which later turns out to be correct when empirical studies by Noam Chomsky which both religion and state/hierarchy to manipulate people, which is called the propaganda model. George Orwell in his work 1984 that if the government controls the media, newspaper, radio, TV, and etc. will control the masses and give them false information to keep them in line, which it is happening from the Cold War and today, China's facial recognition, South Korea's oppression of left-wing views, the Pentagon Papers, the Afghanistan Papers, the first Red Scare and etc. Lastly, Ray Kurzweil, which his predictions has 86% accuracy rate. Islam is no better because the Crusades was a response to the early Muslim conquests and the Atlantic slave trade was borrowed from the Arab slave trade. Islam unifies Arabia by the sword and violence. Islam is a political religion or a religion for the mafia, like in Quran 9:29. Fight those who don't believe in Allah until they paid the jizya willingly, while being subdued, or in the words of the useless Muhammad in Sahih Bukhari 9:84:59, I have been ordered to fight the people till they say, none has the right to be worshipped but Allah, but when they made their theocracy the head of the empire was also the head of the religion called Caliphate. Not only that, but minority religions were persecuted by creating the dhimmi system. Restrictions on minorities, no building of temples, no missionary activities, practice religion quietly, recognize Islamic supremacy, pray protection money and lose protection if Islam is offended. Apologists will claim Islam is pure with no pagan influence, but in reality experts from history, linguistics and archaeology that Islam is a mix of pagan Arabian religion with Judeo-Christianity, like Judaism where Lucifer was originally a god and Lilith, Adam's first wife, was originally a demon of Sumerian origin, which I already mentioned before in the failures of religion, but here are other examples like pilgrimages, a practice that Muslims adopted from pagans that go on pilgrimage of Al-Makkah, moon god, at Marib and other sites they go for their pagan gods, including Mecca where Allah was one of many pagan gods which are referenced in pagan poetry, and Allah was originally a moon god called Hubal, which the moon is very important to Islam like calendars, base of the Babylonian calendar. The importance of number 7 also is pagan in origin. Christian influence like Muhammad was not originally a name but a motto to Jesus in the inscription on the dome of it. Rock, and the name Muhammad was a common name in pagan Arabia, Ugarit text which means selected one in 13th century BC, the mass deportation of Antiochian Christian which give influence of the Arabic language. Not only Christians already have influence, but Judaism became the dominant religion of the Himyarite kingdom in Yemen, and these Christians made a prophecy of the Heraclius will win over Khosrow II, which split into two groups, those who reject the prophecy and those who believe it, which the authors of the Quran believe it. The story of the sacred black stone of Kaaba is just a retelling of Heraclius recover the stolen true cross which was stolen by Zoroastrians, which itself is just a retelling of 2 Samuel 6. Because Heraclius promoting Syriac Christianity during his military conquest and portraying himself as a young Alexander the Great, that the Quran portray Heraclius as Alexander in Quran 18:82, and Syriac Christians' beliefs of Alexander creating a universal Christian Byzantium Empire which influenced the authors of Quran. The conflict among the Sasanian Empire and Byzantine Empire which will influence the Arab identity, Islamic architecture, coins, art and music. The concept that in paradise you can have delicious grapes, instead of virgins, is a Syriac Christian concept. Promised land, where Palestine was originally the promised land with the connection of Abd al-Malik and the second coming of Christ, believed that Abd was living the end times. Abd al-Malik was the one who built the Dome of the Rock, modeling the Sasanian architecture of the first temple as part of his Messianic Utopia campaign, and coins of Jesus with the flaming swords, and one of the earliest mentions of Muhammad in coins, 696 CE, but as a title for Jesus, as an apocalyptic judges, and believing the world was going to end in year 77 of the Arabs. Thus Muhammad as we know was created later, from a possible historical prophet or possibly multiple people, but the earliest surah shows the prophet as a warlord conquering Arabia, the oldest hadith making juridical laws for their theocracy, and it has to be accepted without questioning. The oldest surah that are lost were supposedly written 57 years after his death, and the oldest hadith which is also lost was written 24 years after his death, and the earliest surviving surah and hadith are over 100 years after his death. But because of the Syriac Christian influence in the Quran goes even further, when the oldest Quran was written 568-645 from 2 years before the birth of the Prophet to 13 years after his death, where the text makes it clear of its theocratic/totalitarian message. We have not sent down to you the Quran that you be distressed, but only as a reminder for those who fear Allah, and verse where unbelievers will go to hell to be punished. There were many variant Qurans that were distinct to one another until Uthman made the official version and destroyed others. Other Syriac Christian influence like Surah 841 is a reference to God's salvation of the Israelites by parting the Red Sea, thus no battle of the Badr, and the battle is a retelling of Abraham's battle of the 4 kings. The authors of the Quran presuppose that the people already read the Syriac Bible in order to understand their text. Quran 2:225 refer Allah as the subsisting one is a reference to Daniel 6:27. Surah 97 is about Christmas, and Surah 3:96 is a reference to Psalm 84:6-7. In Quran 5:32 where it says that whoever kills a person unless it is for murder or corruption on earth, it is as if he killed the whole of mankind, is reference to the Jewish text of Sanhedrin 4:5. If any man has caused a single life to perish from Israel, he is deemed by scripture as if he had caused the whole world to perish. The stereotype of the flying carpet that we see in the Quran is a retelling of Solomon flying of the carpet in the valley of the ant's tail. Legend of the Jews, the story of the sleeper. They seek refuge in a cave, and of their strong faith in Islam they sleep for 309 years, and once they wake up there are no longer pagans, is a retelling of the Syriac bishop Jacob of Sirach tale of the 7 sleepers which celebrate as a miracle on July 27th. The story of Mary bending a palm tree in Quran 19:22-26 is a retelling of it. Same story in Gospel of Pseudo-Matthew. Jesus speaking as a baby in Quran 19:27-34 is a retelling of Syriac infancy gospel, and the Islamic belief of Jesus never being crucified, never die, is adopted from Docetism, Manichaeism, which can be seen in Irenaus against heresies, written in 180. Second treatise of the Great Seth and Gnostic Apocalypse of Peter, and Islam's rejection of the Trinity is based on Syrian Christian theologians like Afraha. The religion of Islam did not exist until 685 before this, and the mention of the word Islam is not existent, or close to it, not by caliphs nor any feud of battles by Christians, not even during the first 200 years of the Islamic Empire, and the few sources we have contradicts tradition, like the Battle of Badr was not fought during Ramadan or when Uthman destroyed the many variant Qurans that Abdullah ibn Masud accused him of adding 3 new surahs, 113 and 114, which were never part of it. Original, and the order of the surahs were different from the original, and Ubay ibn Kabi version have surahs that are not in the Uthman/Abdullah versions, and other variants in Syria, Iraq, and scriptio inferior. Not only the Nestorian Christians' migration to Persian lay the foundation of Islam, but the famous practice of praying 5 times of day is originally a Zoroastrian practice: morning, noon, afternoon, and sunset, from sunset to midnight and midnight to sunrise. The Arabian Christian Al-Hira suffer under the leadership of Chosroes II, which later influenced Surah 30, the religious wars among Sasanian Empire and Byzantine Empire, and promoting their theocracies, which later lay the foundation of the Islamic Caliph. The protector of stranger, Quran 49:14, is a pre-Islamic institution. Amana, the founder, the first Caliph Muawiyah, was Christian and established Arab empire, not an Islamic one, making his authority by protecting Christian sites in Damascus where coins of Christian imagery like a depiction of John the Baptist, coins with Christian imagery with the words Ion and pro-Arabian Christian massages. Arab literature promotes the idea of apocalypses when believing if they conquered Rome the end time begins, but the Byzantine Greek fire further proved their theological message. Abd al-Malik promoting his Christian empire even further is when promoting his Messiah Muhammad, which is actually Jesus. Abd Allah, a position originally promoted by Arius where the Dome of the Rock mentioned as the servant of God and his apostle may be praised, where coins are produce of the word Muhammad with Christian imagery and cross, and Abd al-Malik was open to Christian theological debates and was part of the Sixth Ecumenical Council, but after the theological controversy with Byzantine that later removed the cross in their coins, and in the year 70 of the Arabs promoting the phrase that God and Muhammad, Jesus, is authorized representative, images of menorah in coins and the Dome of the Rock, was designed for a Christian message, like when the 12 columns is a reference of the disciples and its new Zion, and Abd al-Malik promoting that he is the father of the new Solomon and the new David. The Caliph after Abd al-Malik to justify their theocratic rule that in the year 130 of the Arabs that started to create the Muhammad family as a way their imaginary justification of ruling the people, while this is not the first time they try to justify their theocracy, like Abu Bakr the first Caliph declaring accepting any religion that isn't from Muhammad was punishable by death, and Umar expanding the concept of jihad in order to justify of declaring war on all non-Muslims, which the first terrorist groups adopted their policies. Scholars consider the first 4 caliphs were legendary, and early sources shows that Ali's death was meant to start the apocalypse and the return of the Mahdi, and the name Ali doesn't appear in an Islamic source including the Quran for 200 years after the birth of Islam, and early depictions of Ali was a failing Jesus. Many surahs mention Muhammad as Jesus, son of Mary, that he was resurrected and should be worshipped as a god. Surah 5:116-117, there were Christian slaves that have their own scriptures that influence Islam, that even it has been acknowledged by God much of what Muhammad teaches comes merely from Jabir the Christian, and the idea that Islam originated in Mecca is problematic because the evidence are almost non-existent, and the evidence show that Bakka, a place of worship, a reference to Psalms which has similar description to Quran 3:96, and the earliest shows hints that the city that gave birth to Islam is Meru, which became the city capital of Abd al-Malik. During the early years of Islam, images of God, Allah have a face, eyes, mouth, throne, 2 right hands/arms, 1 shin, he is measure in 30 meters in height, he lives in a house named Al-Bayt al-Mamur and has private parts in Quran, Hayat al-Kulub, Sahih Bukhari, Sahih al-Bukhari, and Sahih Muslim, and Prophet were common and accepted, but with the fall of the belief of the apocalypse, believing the Messiah will come in the end of the century, and when the Messiah did came, Yazid I started to remove the images, becoming, over time, forbidding to have image of the Prophet. Abd al-Malik is the last caliph of the original faith, while his son al-Walid I abandoned the apocalyptic/messianic belief, started to make Arabic the official language, although people still believe in the old faith, like believing Sulayman and Umar too were the Messiah. It wasn't until the reign of Isfa that Islam started to become its own religion and moving away their Christian apocalyptic roots. The Quran influence of pre-Islamic poetry can be seen by the earliest surahs, and both the Quran and pagan poetry share similarities, like both have similar writing styles, both have repetition, and both are writing in a way of singing. The Christian Umayyad is the one responsible for putting Satan and jinns as 2 distinct beings which become part of Islamic theology, promote the prohibition of wine which is also part of Islamic belief, and the Shimal camel story in the Quran originated from him, which early Islamic individuals knowledge their influence. Tradition says that Umayyad hoped to become prophet of the Arabs. This passage seems to demonstrate that Muhammad compromises himself and that he recognizes him as a preacher of the true religion. Umayyad is claimed to have brought the expression "in your name, O God, Bismika Allahum," to Makkah, and the Quraysh put it at the beginning of their letters instead of the expression introduced by Muhammad. In the name of Allah, the merciful, are Amen. The Prophet recited the following verses, which are from Umayyad: praise to Allah in the morning and in the evening. Our Lord has given us a happy morning and a happy evening, and Umayyad is the best poet, for he has said the same things as us, and we have not said the same things as he. The legend of Loth that appears in the Quran also originated from Umayyad, which put the earth upside down, and he, God, unleashed on the earth a wind full of gravel, then mud mixed with pebbles. Muhammad influence to make his own religion goes very back when oral tradition from the Jews who's established in the towns of Arabia, and from the Arab converts to Christianity, but the biggest influence is the poet Umayyad, where Muhammad was aware of him and even used his poetry during his religious movement, that both Umayyad and the first Muslims share the same beliefs: flood that has ovens, description of heaven and hell, consequence of not believing in God, Solomon's story, and etc. That the true author/inspiration of the Quran and the true teacher of Muhammad is not Allah nor angels, but a man named Umayyad. He has been likened him to Muhammad, that of the heart purification, and his poetry was Quranic/Proto-Quran and a prophet, a precursor to Muhammad. One last proof of pagan/Christian origins of the Quran is this: the poet Inthirah of ABS, whose divan occupies 284 pages, evidently knew the revelations of the Quran and the technicalities of Islam before the appearance of Muhammad, in an address to the Persian king Anashir I, who died about AD 580. This poet calls the king the Qibla of suppliants, using a technicality of Islam for the direction of prayer, which perhaps ought not to surprise us, since according to the Aghani the pre-Islamic Medinessa had a masjid with a Qibla, which are ordinarily regarded as Islamic innovations. This same poet is familiar with the Islamic postures of prayer, inclination, and prostration, and with the stone of standing, that is that whereon Abraham stood, whose connection with the Meccan sanctuary is quite certainly an Islamic innovation. He also knows the Quranic names for hell, Jam, and Jahannam, and those which that work employs for the day of judgment. He uses with favor Quranic expressions. Hence there is no reason for doubting that he was a good Muslim, except that his life was past before Islam had appeared, and there are other poets preaching their own Quran a century before Muhammad. Christian preaching their text that influence the Quran use the Christian text to make their own theology, and Muhammad, like Jesus, was apocalyptic preacher when his first revelation was about the end times, and Quran is Christian, Jewish, and pagan stories to make their own religious movement. Islam was originally a Christian if not a Gnostic apocalyptic sect, like Christianity was at first a Jewish apocalyptic sect where the Christian gospel, the Dietzaron, was the only popular text in Arabia, and like all Abrahamic religion their prophets did not start their religion. It wasn't Moses but Elijah who founded Judaism, it wasn't Jesus but Paul who founded Christianity, and it wasn't Muhammad but Abd al-Malik founded the cult of Islam. Another influence Islam has is from Buddhism, like the pilgrimage, Haji, where both Buddhist and Muslims has this practice. Haji and the Buddhist walking meditation for young men becoming monks. The clothing are similar. Both have the right shoulder uncovered for men. The clothes are white and in the hadith may not be colored with wars accustomed to Buddhist. Both groups shave their heads in their respective ceremonies. Both the Kaaba and Buddhist temples are circumambulated. Both have the concept of intention. In Islam is Naya, while Buddhism is Sitain. In both stories the Buddha was conceived when his mother saw an elephant in her dreams, while Muhammad was born in the year of the elephant. Another influence that the Quran 109 is similar to the 8th speech of the first part of the long discourses of the Pali Canon, and lastly the oldest dictionary of Arabic written by Khalil B. Ahmed is written in Sanskrit sequences of letters. But the life of Buddha and Parshvanatha/Mahabharata are very similar, like all three of them are born from royalty. Their mothers have saw elephant in their dreams before giving birth. All leave and start a religious journey at the age of 30. All three reach enlightenment under a tree. All of them die around the same age, 78 to 80, and all three achieve nirvana/moksha. In recent years many Muslims try to rebrand their religion as religion of peace, while in reality is a religion of war, like Christianity from the Middle Ages to World War II. Muqaddimah, Ibn Khaldun, Rosenthal clarify that Islam is a religion of war. In the Muslim community, the holy war is a religious duty, because of the universalism of the Muslim mission and the obligation to convert everybody to Islam either by persuasion or by force. Therefore, caliphate and royal authority are united in Islam, so that the person in charge can devote the available strength to both of them at the same time. Jihad is being mentioned in the Quran 34 times and always means war, like in Quran 9:73, O Prophet, fight against the disbelievers and the hypocrites and be harsh upon them. And their refuge is hell, and wretched is the destination, or in Quran 9:5, and when the sacred months have passed, then kill the polytheists wherever you find them and capture them and besiege them and sit and wait for them at every place of ambush. But if they should repent, establish prayer, and give zakah, let them go on their way. Indeed, Allah is forgiving and merciful, and when you die fighting for Allah you will have virgin wives, like in Jamia Tirmidhi 3:20:1663, Quran 56:35-38, Quran 78:31-35, Sahih Bukhari 4:54:476, and fighting for God and the reward is sex slaves. No wonder their early conquest was popular. This is why that, currently, the longest war is a holy war among Shia and Sunni, Arab separatism in Khuzestan. Forgetting their atrocities like the Armenian genocide when the Ottoman Empire arrested intellectuals and killing over 2,000 of them, or in the words of the governor Jevdet Bey, if the rebels fire a single shot, I shall kill every Christian man, women, and every child, up to here. Or terrorist attacks since 2001 is 200,000 deaths, but Christians who have their fair share of killing, like when there are fighting communists in Vietnam where they put Buddhists in detention camps, and America giving funds to the Catholic NGO Dinh Diem, the president of South Vietnam, who kill Buddhists and spreading Catholicism by the sword, or Cotton Mather, who refer the massacres of Native Americans as a barbecue, or the Bishop Innocentius of Dirtna, who command the burning of synagogue in the 4th century, or Taoist who did the Yellow Scarves Rebellion which killed 7 million people, or William Ronan, a Catholic who was the chairman of the Committee of Merchants at Cape Coast Castle, which was the world's largest slave market between 1687 to 1697. Islam's anti-Semitic views can be seen since the beginning, when in the Battle of Khaybar, when they seized the wealth of the Jews, who they have to give half of their production to Muslims, until they were expelled/exiled by Second Caliph Umar, or when Muhammad's Medina Charter and Pact of Umar, where Muslims are privileged by the state, respect Muslims, give seats to Muslims, illegal to build non-Muslim temples, like Jews and Christians, no weapons for non-Muslims, no display of non-Muslim distinct clothing. Jews wear yellow belts and turbans in order to identify them. Muslims have higher rights. Muslim will not to introduce to themselves to non-Muslims first, but instead the other way around. Kafir, infidel/unbeliever, is a lowercase, are meant to be killed or forced to subjugate, protection money, or destroying pagan idols of the Kaaba, like Christians destroying pagan idols in the Roman Empire, or when Muhammad destroyed pagan temples like Alua in Sahih Bukhari 3:43:658, Sahih Muslim 4:2115, and Sahih Muslim 4:1812. Another example of anti-Jew sentiments are in their holy text, like Quran 9:30, where Allah will destroy them. Allah punished Jews from preventing many feelings of pleasure in Quran 4:160. Allah cursed the Jews in Quran 2:88. Racial slurs like Jews are the descendants of apes and pigs in Quran 2:65, 7:166, and 5:60. Jews are enemies of Islam in Quran 5:82. Jews and Christians are perverted transgressors in Quran 3:110. Prophecy of the massacring of the Jews in Sahih Muslim 41:69-85. All Jews and Christians will be expelled from the Arabian Peninsula in Sahih Muslim 19:43-66. Allah will put every Jew and Christian in hell for every Muslim who dies so he can go to heaven in Sahih Muslim 37:66-66. Should not be friends to Jews and Christians in Quran 5:51. Muhammad massacre an entire tribe of Jews in Medina in Sahih Bukhari 5:59:362. Fight Jews and Christians in Quran 9:29-30. Allah punished Jews in Quran 4:160. Jews are worse than Christians in Quran 5:82. Dajjal, the Islamic Antichrist, which the Jews will join his side. The Umayyads ban Jews from the Temple Mount and force Jews to provide Muslims virgins annually. Massacre of Jews in Spain. Granada massacre was caused because a Jew named Joseph Ibn became an advisor, and the Muslim public hated the idea a Jew was equal to Muslims, so they crucify him and massacre other Jews. Death penalty for being a Jew in Morocco. Judaism was illegal in Mali in the 15th century. Jews were blamed for plagues in Algeria. The 1934 Trace pogroms, 1934 Constantine pogrom, 1941 Farhad pogrom, Tripoli Tanya riots, 1948 Cairo bombings, Mustafa class. We live a tradition of martyrdom. When I see a Jew before me, I kill him. Expel Jews from the Islamization of Palestine in the 7th century. Jews were second-class citizens, and Amin al-Husseini meets Hitler and asks for alliance to get rid of the Jews in Israel. This racism started when Islam was originally a religion for Arabs and only Arabs can convert to Islam and can be saved, like the Jews that believe they are the only ones that can be saved and rejected non-Jews to convert to Judaism. It wasn't until Omar to allow non-Arabs to convert to Islam. Promoting slavery like Muhammad have 40 slaves, or in Quran 2:178 when people are divided into 3 groups, free, slave and women. Men are not equal in Quran 6:75, make male and female slaves in Quran 24:32, sex with slaves in Quran 4:24 and Quran 33:50. Slaves do all the housework for Muhammad in Sahih Bukhari 1:8:400, 3:43:636 and 336:481. Racial slavery, black people, in Sahih Muslim 10:39:01. Freeing Muslim slaves will prevent you from going to hell in Sahih Bukhari 3:46:693. Muhammad sails a former slave back to slavery in Sahih Bukhari 9:89:296, 3:47:765 and Sahih Muslim 15:41:12. The Arab slave trade started around the 7th or 8th century, where many Arab women/children were slaves while male Arab slaves were rare, and slavery started when they invaded places like Ethiopia. Sahih Bukhari 9:89:256. Ibn Khaldun describes sub-Saharan Africans as natural slaves in Muqaddimah, written during the Golden Age of Islam. Negroes have little that is human and possess attributes that are quite similar to those of dumb animals. The first caliphate made the first international slave trade agreement. Umayyad classes, Arab Muslims, non-Arab Muslim, non-Muslim and slave. The Devshirm system in the Ottoman Empire, taking young Christian children to raise them as Muslims to make them as elite soldiers called the Janissary, were they are forbidden to create families and be absolute loyal to the empire. In 1609, 20% of the Ottoman Empire's population were slaves. Castration of slaves. It's been around since pre-Islamic Arabia, and ended in the 20th century, where slavery was still practiced in huge amounts in the 1950s in places like Yemen, Saudi Arabia, and the last country to abolish slavery was Mauritania in 1981 and criminalized slavery in 2007, but Sudan still practiced slavery. In 2019 in Nigeria there is slavery by chained up boys and men to Islamic schools where they are shackled, beaten, and imprisoned. The victims are the age of 7 to 40 and are treated inhumanly. The theological hatred to not only Jews but all non-Muslims, like the Islamic Mughal Empire, committed the Sikh Holocaust of 1746 to 1762. Religion, and to a lesser extent theism, is the worst creation of man, causing the greatest crimes in human history in an incomprehensible scale, like massacres, slavery, sex slavery, rape of children, sexism, racism, destructive hierarchies, totalitarianism, dictatorship, ethnic cleansing, persecution, prejudice, terrorism, brainwashing, discrimination, intolerance, promoting self-harm, tapuzam, where people pierce themselves with sharp objects in the name of a Hindu war god, Kavadai Adam. Muslims cut their backs and heads with sword on the day of Ashura. Filipino Catholics crucifix themselves, walking on fire by the sand people, ritual battles where people bleed and risk their lives in Sumba, cutting your skin in Papua New Guinea, wearing gloves made of bullet ants in Amazon, jumping over infants in Spain, throwing babies from the roof in India, self-mummification by Buddhist monks, gouging your eyes in Sufism and endocannibalism in Papua New Guinea, anti-intellectualism, rejecting science and philosophy, especially if their teachings are written by atheist, destroyed any atheist texts like atomism. That 90% of literature in antiquity are lost because of Christian extremism, and for this literacy during the early Dark Ages in the 5th to 7th century was less than 1%, while the Roman Empire at its peak was 10%. Condemnations of 1210 to 1277, burning of books and burying of scholars in China 210 to 213 BC, legalism, Acts 19:18, 20, Constantine the Great's edict against non-Trinitarian Arians, Jeremiah 36, Athanasius of Alexandria, the father of Orthodoxy, demanded that Egyptian monks destroy all such unacceptable writings, burning of Nestorian, Protestant, Jewish, Arian, pantheism, Aztec and Mayan books, corruption and forced conversion. All this in the name of God, or commanded by God, or God himself did such things that if God was real it will be sentenced to death against crimes against life itself. If the world completely embraces all religious orthodoxy when there is no atheism, agnosticism, secularism, skepticism, when it comes to their faith, and all ideas that came out on the Enlightenment and scientific revolution, it will become a global theocracy/absolute monarchy where homosexuality, art, music, equal rights, freedom of speech and freedom of thought crime, are banned, animal/human sacrifice, prostitution, like the Devadasi tradition of selling their daughters into sex slavery at 10 years old in the name of the Hindu goddess Yelama, and in ancient Mesopotamia the king used religious prostitution to add their divine legitimacy to rule and use religion as justification for women can't refuse their offers, incest, Amish history of genetics disorders, progress of science will decreases, omnipresent surveillance, constant war between religions and denominations that I'm just basically describing George Orwell's 1984 instead of Oceania, Eurasia, East Asia, and the disputed areas, and rename them every religion, all denominations and different versions of theism as their own nations. God is the ultimate/absolute tyrant, and religion is, and forgive me for my language, is mental slavery. And George Orwell was not the first to talk about thought crime, but William Godwin was the first when criticizing religion for this practice in his chapter Religion and Government in his 1793 book Inquiry Concerning Political Justice and its Influence on Morals and Happiness, 17 years after Adam Smith's Wealth of Nations. Religion is based in fear, and to justify hierarchy it can be seen as early as Mesopotamia, like in the words of George Isru, as servants look to their good masters, with submission and fear, but also with admiration and love. For kings and commoners alike, obedience to divine orders was the greatest of qualities, as the service of the gods was the most imperative of duties. The Mesopotamians put their confidence in their gods, they relied upon them as children rely upon their parents, they talked to them as to their real fathers and mothers, who could be offended and punished, but who could also be placated and forgiven. This is where absolute monarchy/theocracy takes its logical conclusions, like in the words of Jacques Benigni Bossuet, it is God who establishes kings. He vested royalty in the house of David and ordered him to cause Solomon his son to reign in his place. Princes thus act as ministers of God, but like in the words of Peter Kropotkin, they are ignorant of nature. But since Nietzsche, religion and theism is just a corpse that refused to rot it, and I think Rabbi Abraham Joshua Heschel said it best, it is customary to blame secular science and anti-religious philosophy for the eclipse of religion in modern society. It would be more honest to blame religion for its own defeats. Religion declined not because it was refuted, but because it became irrelevant, dull, oppressive, insipid. When faith is completely replaced by creed, worship by discipline, love by habit, when the crisis of today is ignored because of the splendor of the past, when faith becomes an heirloom rather than a living fountain, when religion speaks only in the name of authority rather than with the voice of compassion, its message becomes meaningless. Religion/theism and unjustified hierarchy. It is based on fear. Where the people are oppressed and ignorant of the errors of their superstition, it is legalized insanity, and this is why the words of Gene Meslier and his case for atheism/anarcho-communism and case against theism/theocracy is still relevant, and he will be eternally correct. We know that it was by these tricks and ploys that Numa Pompilius, king of the Romans, tamed the rough and wild ways of his people, soft ending up little by little, says an author, the hateness and ferocity of their hearts by the sweet and pious duties of religion, which he got them used to with festivals, dances, songs, sacrifices, processions, and other similar duties of religion that he made them do and that he himself did, on the pretext of honoring the gods. He also taught them the way to make sacrifices. For this he instituted very particular ceremonies that he called holy and sacred, and he set up priests to attend specifically to everything that would pertain to the honor and service of the gods, making them believe that everything he did and everything he ordered them to do came from the gods themselves, and that it was the nymph or goddess Egeria who revealed to him the god's will. Likewise, we know that Sertorius, the famous chief of the armies of Spain, used a similar ploy to command his troops at will, which he always kept at this side, brought to him from the gods all the counsel he took. Zoroaster, king of the Bactrians, did the same thing with respect to his people, persuading them that the laws he gave them came from the god Ahura Mazda. Trismegistus, king of the Egyptians, likewise gave them his laws under the name and authority of the god Mercury. Zamalzes, king of the Scythians, issued his under the name of the goddess Vesta. Midas, king of Crete, issued his under the name of the god Jupiter. Charondas, lawmaker of the Chalcidians, also issued his laws under the name of the god Saturn. Lycurgus, lawmaker of the Lacedaemonians, issued his under the name of Apollo. Draco and Solon, lawmakers of the Athenians, likewise issued their laws under the name of the goddess Minerva, and others the same for. There was almost no nation in those times that did not have gods to their heart's content. Moses, lawmaker of the Jews, also issued his laws under the name of the God who, he said, appeared to him in a burning bush. Jesus, son of Mary, nicknamed the Christ, and head of the Christian sect and religion that we profess, likewise assured his people, i.e., his disciples, that he did not come on his own but that he was sent by God, his Father, and he said and did only what his Father ordered him to say and do. Simon, called the magician, abused the people of Samaria for a long time, persuading them as much by his words as by his tricks and enchantments that he was something great, so that everyone who heard him speak, from the first to the highest to the lowest, and they said, this one is the great virtue of God. Acts 8:10. Menander, his disciple, was said to be the Savior sent from heaven to save men. Finally, without speaking of many others, it was also by the same ploy of trickery and imposture that the much renowned false prophet Mohammed established his laws and religion throughout the East, making his people believe that they had been sent from heaven by the angel Gabriel, etc. All these examples and many other similar ones that I could relate show clearly enough that all these different sorts of religion that we see or saw in the world are really only human inventions full of errors, lies, illusions and impostures. The basic tenet of the faith is that if God didn't says it, it doesn't matter. Matthew 15:11. If you have faith in God, then you can drink snake venom and not be harmed, and speak in tongues gains knowledge. Mark 16:16-18. Kill rape victims. Deuteronomy 22:23-24. Capital punishment for gays. Romans 1:26-27. Jesus said that disobedient slaves should be killed. Matthew 24:51. And promote slavery. Ephesians 6:5-8 and 1 Timothy 6:1-2. Questioning/doubt is contempt that brings disease and leads to atheism. James 1:5-8, 1 Timothy 1:6-7, 1 Timothy 6:3-4, 2 Timothy 2:14-17, 2 Timothy 2:23, 2 Timothy 2:7, Galatians 1:6-9. Asking evidence is a bad thing. Luke 1:18-22. Reject philosophy because it leads to wickedness and philosophers are fools. Colossians 2:8, Ephesians 4:13-15, 1 Corinthians 1:20, 2 Corinthians 10:4-5. Jesus' promise of 100-fold return if people give up families and houses. Mark 10:29-30. Jesus said family members against one and another. Matthew 10:34-39. Towns that reject Jesus will be destroyed. Matthew 10:13-14. Christians who have weak faith are vegetarians. Romans 14:2. No forgiveness without bloodshed. Colossians 1:19-20 and Hebrews 9:22. Confusion over divine teachings is a good thing. Mark 4:11. God endures torture. Revelation 6:8, 9:4-6. Eternal punishment and endures self-mutilation. Mark 9:43. Don't self-defense. Romans 12:17. Thought crime. Matthew 5:22. Mohammed is a pedophile. Sahih Bukhari 7:62-64. Angels and Muhammad hates dogs. Sahih Muslim 24:52-48. Never doubt Mohammed and believe everything he says at face value. Quran 8:20, 3:132, 24:54, 4:79, 59:7 and 4:68, and believers will kill the unbelievers. Quran 4:89. Religion poisons everything, and even theists who are irreligious or anti-religious also bring suffering to the world and be hypocrites like the deists in the French Revolution. The U.S. founding fathers owned slaves. John Locke defending the Atlantic slave trade, which Christianity and Islam alone had killed so many people that their death toll is roughly 300 million to 1 billion deaths, and that is not including Taoism, Hinduism, Buddhism, the many cults, the many pagan religions, and even deistic groups that not only religion is a virus but theism also. Theistic beliefs, later religion, started when early primitive humans failed to understand the natural world, rely only on instinct, believing a noise in the bushes means a sentient being behind it, while in reality it is just the wind, but this thinking which other mental perceptions like magical thinking, wishful thinking, hyperactive agency, pareidolia, discovery of fire and drugs, which leads the birth of theism, religion, superstition, belief of the paranormal and supernatural, and people. Much latter, hustlers, which George Carlin called them, when shortly after religion was created hustlers arrived, and that if they could convince people what they want is what God wants, they would control people. The ultimate exploitation, like hell, that warning people of a fate worse than death if you don't convert, is a means of controlling people. They are using religion/theology as exploitation. And this is why religion should die, or in the words of Seneca, religion is regarded by the common people as true, by the wise as false, and by the rulers as useful. While they claim morality comes from God, we already know it comes from evolution. We are a social special that cooperates for survival, and that is not only humans but chimps, gorillas, and other apes as well. Other apes have been shown to give hugs, head pats, and kiss as a display of compassion and help those who are injured. We found Paleolithic/Neolithic sites that show early humans helping the disabled, and early medicine has been practiced, although these early practices were barbaric. Studies show that children, as early as preschool, display similar mental perceptions of Paleolithic humans: magical thinking, wishful thinking, hyperactive agency, and pareidolia, and young children description of their parents are the same as religious people description of God. Both describe having all knowledge, both describe as moral figures, both having a type of omnipotence/omnipresent, and both describe of having higher authority. Children spontaneous anthropomorphize the world. Brings early bias idea of core properties and agency of inanimate objects, which brings birth to religious culture. Except children with aspirature, they are less liking to have teleological thinking like God, but instead are more likely to use natural causes and more likely to have naturalist/atheistic thinking. But this thinking is lost when reaching adulthood. Adults tend to be skeptical and pragmatic in nature compared to babies/young children. Naive perception of intentions and internal states to everything, living, non-living, real and imagined, and among adults there is a correlation among brain damage and religion, fundamentalism, and other dysfunctional psychology/mentality among religious people, and there is a correlation of people who are less educated and suffers higher poverty or tend to become religious, and poorer countries and countries that suffers a lack of education are more religious, and studies show that children who are raised by religious parents have more difficulty distinguishing reality and fantasy, while children who are raised by irreligious parents, atheist, agnostics, deist, and etc., have less difficulty to distinguishing the two. Theism is a evolved product when humans and recently non-human apes sacralized nature when they started to have understanding of death, and this understanding that graves, cleaning dead bodies and grieving the dead, especially infant deaths, that creating the earliest example of religious thinking to justify that death is not the end, thus creating animism, the first religion and the first to create the concept of the afterlife, that every religion, with some exception, follows this doctrine. And with cultural influence can create a new religion like Hinduism, which is a mix of multiple Indian folk religions, and the language that was written in the Rig Veda originated in Syria and Mandalay have similarities to the Zoroastrian text, the Avesta, Buddhism, combination of Hinduism, reincarnation and karma, and Jainism, atheistic philosophy, Ajivika, and Ajnana, Judaism, combination of Zoroastrianism, Canaanite religion, and Sumerian religion, Christianity. Combination of Judaism, Hellenistic philosophy, Platonism, Aristotelianism, Stoicism, and Cynicism, and Greco-Roman mythology, Islam, combination of Syriac Christianity, Monophysite, Judaism, pre-Islamic Arabian mythology, like Jinn, and Zoroastrianism, and Mormonism, combination of primitive Christianity, Baptism, Methodism, Spiritism, Freemasonry, and various esoteric cults. Thanks that in recent times where the irreligious are the third biggest group and the 23 least religious/most atheist countries in the world shows us the bright future it brings, but for now I will not rest till the last king is strangled by the guts of the last priest. Why hierarchy is evil. Authority and capitalism bring suffering for so long that we need a revolution of a global scale, and any socialist who wants authority and hierarchy in their system is a disgrace to the workers. We must abolish hierarchy, capitalism, money, church, and the current system. The White House purposely to misinform people in order to spread more violence in Afghanistan and manipulation of data to give illusion they are winning and excuse to continue the war and committing unknown war crimes, and are allies to warlords that have child sex slaves and winning $9 trillion by killing innocents, which was finally been exposed in the Afghan papers, thanks to these heroes. Other incidents like the Cuban Missile Crisis was started by the U.S. because Castro wanted to be allies to the U.S. who needed economic assistance, but because of the U.S. anti-communist paranoia that Eisenhower and Nixon refused to meet Castro, thus Castro turned to the USSR, thus almost ending the world. Like the Pentagon Papers when they secretly aim at Vietnam, Cambodia, and Laos is not to give independence to them but to contain China committing many acts of terrorism and breaking international laws, like now the U.S. back coup against Bolivia. Putting a neo-Nazi Christian extremist in power, these Christian fascists wants a theocracy by proclaim that Jesus owns and governs Bolivia, and setting Morales' house on fire, the U.S. making deals with the Taliban by paying them as security in Afghanistan, and other examples of U.S. invasions, compiled by Radical Reviewer. 1798 France, undeclared naval war. 1801 Tripoli, First Barbary War. 1806 Mexico, platoon of U.S. troops invaded Spanish territory at Rio Grande. 1812 Canada, the U.S. invaded several times during the War of 1812. 1824 Cuba, USS Porpoise lands in Blue Jackets to pursue pirates. 1833 Argentina, U.S. forces sent to protect U.S. interests during an insurrection. 1835 Peru, Marines protecting U.S. interests during an attempted revolution. 1836 Mexico, during the War of Texas Independence. 1846 Mexico, during the Mexican-American War. 1852 Argentina, Marines landed to protect U.S. interests during revolution. 1854 Nicaragua, San Juan del Norte was destroyed to avenge an insult to the U.S. minister to Nicaragua. 1855 Uruguay, U.S. naval forces land to protect U.S. interests during an attempted revolution. 1857 Panama, U.S. troops deployed to protect U.S. interests during an insurrection. 1858 Uruguay, 2 U.S. warships land to protect U.S. interests during revolution. 1859 Paraguay, U.S. naval squadron sent to seek redress for an attack on a naval vessel in the Parana River. 1859 Mexico, 200 U.S. soldiers invade looking for the Mexican bandit Cortino. 1860 Colombia, U.S. troops deployed to protect U.S. interests during a revolution. 1865 Panama, U.S. troops deployed to protect U.S. lives and interests during a revolution. 1867 Nicaragua, Marines occupy Managua and Leon. 1868 Uruguay, U.S. troops deployed to protect foreign residents during an insurrection. 1873 Mexico, U.S. troops frequently deployed to search for stolen goods, Mexican troops sent to contest the invasions. 1888 Haiti, U.S. troops sent to persuade the Haitian government to give up a U.S. steamer which was seized for breaching a blockade. 1891 Chile, U.S. troops deployed to protect U.S. interests during a revolution. 1894 Nicaragua, U.S. troops deployed to protect U.S. interests during a revolution. 1902 Colombia, U.S. troops deployed to protect U.S. interests during a civil war. 1903 Honduras, U.S. troops deployed to protect U.S. interests during a revolution. 1903 Dominican Republic, U.S. troops deployed to protect U.S. interests during a revolution. 1907 Honduras, U.S. troops were deployed to protect U.S. interests during a war between Honduras and Nicaragua. 1912 Panama, U.S. troops deployed to oversee elections. 1912 Nicaragua, U.S. troops deployed to protect U.S. interests during government instability. 1913 Mexico, a few Marines landed to evacuate U.S. citizens during a civil strife. 1914 Haiti, U.S. troops deployed to protect U.S. nationals during political unrest. 1914 Mexico, undeclared Mexican-American hostilities following the Dolphin Affair. 1917 Cuba, U.S. troops deployed to protect U.S. interests during an insurrection. 1918 Mexico, U.S. troops entered Mexico to pursue bandits. 1919 Honduras, U.S. troops deployed to maintain a neutral zone during an attempted revolution. 1926 Nicaragua, Marines deployed to protect U.S. interests during a coup. 1935 Cuba, Marines landed to protect U.S. consulate during a revolution. 1953 Guyana, when Cheddi Jug unwanted union rights and the CIA used economic sabotage to put him out of power. 1955 Costa Rica, when Jose Figueres nationalized its banking sector and granted women the right to vote. The CIA made multiple assassination attempts on Jose. 1960 Guatemala, U.S. forces in Cuba were trying to stop Guatemala from stopping the U.S. invasion of Cuba. 1960 Ecuador, because of the leader's left-wing views that the CIA given funds to fascists, bombed churches in order to blame it on the leftist. 1961 Dominican Republic, using military coup against Bosch and causing a civil war. 1961 Cuba, running infrequent bombing since 1959, using terrorism, Operation Mongoose, the CIA attacked Cuban oil refineries, chemical plants, and other infrastructure in order to destroy their economy. 1964 Brazil, using a military coup, shutting down Congress, criticism of the president became illegal, military/police kill and torture civilians were pregnant women were forced to watch their husbands tortured and children torture in front of their parents, with active support from the CIA and U.S. ops. 1964 Bolivia, putting green berets, where torture was widely used including rape and executions. 1965 Peru, CIA give funds to right-wing counter-revolutionaries. 1965 Uruguay, the U.S. ops give police weapons and training in method of torture using thin wire/needles to apply electric shocks to the gums and genitalia, acts of kidnappings, bombings, and assassination, and Dan Mitrian trained the police to torture on the homeless. 1966 Guatemala, the U.S. established counterinsurgency with a team of Puerto Rican and Mexican Green Berets where guerrillas, peasants, students, labor leaders, and professionals were jailed or killed by the hundreds. Right-wing death squads between 1966 to 1976 and tortured and mutilated bodies were found on the side of roads or in mass graves, or floating in the rivers and lakes. Corpses were found with their arms tied behind their backs, castrated, decapitates, or with pins in the eyes. Bodies were found with their eyes gouged out and their testicles stuffed in their mouths, or their breasts cut off. 1973 Chile, the right-wing fascist group Fatherland and Liberty received $38,500 from the CIA. 1975 Australia, overthrew a democratically elected ally. 1976 Argentina, military coups, killing/torture civilians, mass graves, and people living below the poverty line increased from 9% to 50%. 1976 Jamaica, CIA give weapons and cause riots against the democratic socialist government. 1964 Greece, the CIA trained officers using military technology and teaching them to torture people that express leftist views, and the punishment were beating the soles of the feet with a stick or pipe, and after 4 months were covered with thick scar tissues, crippled by broken bones, sexual torture by shoving fingers or object into the vagina or anus and twisting and tearing brutally, tubes of water inserted under high pressure, the throat is grasped so the windpipe is cut off or filthy. Rag often soaked in urine and sometimes excrement is shoved down to the throat, jumping from the stomach and pulling out fingernails. 1980 El Salvador, election frauds, killing protesters during funeral for a martyred Archbishop. A bomb was thrown amongst the mourners followed by automatic rifle fire leaving 40 people killed, torture, burning flesh and rape, massacres, and death squads. 1982 Nicaragua, U.S. pressured the IMF, World Bank, and other international finance institutions to withhold loans from Nicaragua. Contras attacked Nicaraguan fuel depots, oil pipelines, ports, oil tankers, crops, grain silos, farmhouses and machinery and other infrastructure, with mortar shellings, aerial bombings, rocket and machine gun attacks, destroyed health centers, schools, cooperative farms, and community centers. Torture and murder was widespread, included genital mutilation, gouging out eyes, amputations, rapes, and beheadings. 1989 Panama, invasions, funds to right-wing groups and unemployment raised to 35%. 1991 Haiti, absolute poverty rose from 48% to 81%, massacres, engaged in murders, public beatings, raids on poor neighborhoods and mutilation by machete, executing children, raping the wives and daughters of suspected political dissidents, mutilated body parts left as warnings, and mothers slashed by machetes in front of their children. 1994 Colombia, aided in bombing raid and killing leftist. 1893 Hawaii, overthrow of the monarchy, spreading disease through sex, using Christians to convert the natives and putting laws to oppress the natives like singing was illegal. 2000 Ecuador, U.S. officials threatened to cut off aid and deny recognition of the new government. The pink tide is when Latin America are voting social democrats, liberal socialist and democratic socialist in office. Thus in response the U.S. have the blue tide, which the U.S. is currently committing Operation Condor 2.0 like Colorado, Horacio Cartes in Paraguay, Mauricio Macri in Argentina, Bolsonaro in Brazil, Porfirio Lobo Sosa who took over Honduras in a coup and was followed by Juan Orlando Hernandez whose presidency has been called undemocratic, authoritarian, and corrupt, Jimmy Morales in Guatemala who is under investigation for corruption, Pedro Pablo Kuczynski in Peru who has resigned after corruption charges, and Guido in Venezuela and Quemado in Bolivia, also putting Christian fascists in power. 2002 Venezuela, a military coup overthrew Chavez and installed Pedro Carmona. 2004 Haiti, U.S. military and diplomatic personnel went to the home of President Jean-Bertrand Aristide where they dissolved his personal security team and pressured him into signing a letter of resignation before being exiled to the U.S. 2009 Honduras, Manuel Zelaya was overthrown in a coup. 2011 Libya, government overthrow. 2012 Syria, oil embargo. 2017 Haiti, electoral coup. 2018 Nicaragua, attempted coup. 2020 Bolivia, coup to overthrow Evo Morales. 2020 Venezuela, attempted coup. 2021 Peru, attempted coup against Pedro Castillo. 2021 Cuba, attempted to make a regime change. 2022 Ecuador, conspiracy to exclude leftist parties. 2022 Mali, coup. 2022 Chad, coup. 2022 Guinea, coup. 2022 Sudan, coup. 2022 Burkina Faso, coup. Puerto Rico trying to have its independence since 1511, the Grito de Lares, the goal of the Revolutionary Committee of Puerto Rico was to create the Antillean Confederation, and for one day Puerto Rico gained its independence now called the Republic of Puerto Rico. They made a constitution called the Ten Commandments of Free Men, and Francisco Ramirez Medina became its president but was defeated by the monarchy and tortured the revolutionaries in Arecibo, which some of them died. The Barriquio Popular Army, the last revolutionaries in Puerto Rico, set explosives at Muniz Air National Guard base as a response of the U.S. predatory economic programs on the island for tax haven for the rich that caused the island bankruptcy. The nationalists of the 1950s were torture in La Princesa, feeding them worms, covering them in bedbugs and burning them alive with radiation, a cruel human experiment only the Nazis will be proud of, plus the 20,000 people, women and children, were lab rats of their radiation experiments between World War II and the 1970s, like feeding children radioactive cereals from 1946 to 1956, arresting children as deceptive nationalist, Puerto Rico, bombing Utah using P-47 Thunderbolt planes and spies convincing radicals to go suicidal missions in order to eliminate them. U.S. soldiers committing war crimes in World War II like the Biscayne Massacre, treating women as sex trophies on the Eastern Front, over 800,000 women were raped, killing surrendering Germans on D-Day, killing civilians in order to break German morale. General Patton encouraged his soldiers to commit massacres, the U.S. giving aid to Pol Pot, death toll, 1,386,734 to 3,400,000, the U.S. committed man-made famines, concentration camps, and genocide in the Philippine insurrection, death toll, 234,000, Operation Paperclip, putting Nazi scientists in the government like being in charge in NASA, and Operation Condor, Argentina suffered the most. Nazi Germany, another capitalist/Christian nation. That its hatred for the atheist Marxist Slavic people, that their final goal, beside eliminating the Jewish race, is General Plan Ost, eliminate the Slavic people from history. And today in Turkey, when the political elites committing multiple genocide against the Yazidi people, and while coronavirus was happening, Turkey used the virus as a biological weapon against anarchists in Rojava. People from the left are being repressed, liberal socialism to anarchist, like we see in Colombia, FARC, where militias/terrorists are created in the poorer side of the country in order to fight the corrupt government in any cost, both legal and illegal means, and in Turkey the Marxist-Leninist terrorist group, DHKPC, are fighting for the livelihood of their people using extremist tactic, and other similar groups in Peru, Nepal, India, and Syria, the anarchist Rojava. This is not a modern problem for these revolutionaries, but these same problems goes back like Etienne Cabet, knowing the systems is against the people, thus making Icarian societies to help the people making literature like Thomas More, Utopia, and Francis Bacon, New Atlantis, people like Henry de Saint-Simon, he joined the Americans to fight for their independence, Charles Fourier, and Robert Owen creating utopian socialist communities in France, which later became illegal, and the USA, London Cooperative Society was established in the 1820s to help the people. James Harrington during the English Civil War noticed that the uneven distribution of land ownership was the reason for this war/Puritan revolution, thus an early socialist revolution in the heart of the British Empire. And the U.S. founding fathers learned from Harrington's philosophy as influence for their country. The Luddites, an early radical group destroying machines that were destroying the lives of many people of the middle class. Thomas Hardy creating radical groups for better workers' rights, but the Combination Acts of 1799 and 1800 reduce workers' rights, that they are not allowed to ask for higher wages and lower working hours, and other laws in England, after the Napoleonic Wars, made laws that radicals can be punished without trial and remove all radical ideas, including committing massacres like in Portello. Thomas Paine wrote Agrarian Justice, making a socialist reform for the people that can be compared to Bernie Sanders and Alexandria Cortez proposals. Charles Hall wrote The Effects of Civilization on the People in European States, making the first critique of capitalism in literature. François Noël Babeuf creating one of the earliest newspapers about socialism during the French Revolution. Auguste Blanqui and his idea of a revolution lay the foundation of Leninism. Wat Tyler and John Ball making the peasant revolt for a religious socialist society. John Stuart Mill believed that a gradual process of socialization through worker-controlled enterprises, coexisting with private enterprises. John Maynard Keynes making a case for liberal socialism in his magnum opus, The General Theory of Employment, Interest, and Money, but the capitalist use his economic theories for capitalism, creating the golden age of capitalism. While U.S. presidents will say we are all Keynesians and the world runs on Keynesian principles, it is an insult to a man that supports liberal socialism and distorts his socialist economics to capitalism, which he blamed capitalism for the chaos of his time. Salvador Allende socialist policies like Project Cybersyn, where computers will dominate the economy like we see in the world today. Ricardian socialists who base their socialist market economy on the works of David Ricardo and Adam Smith. Where labor is the source of all value, where they were the first to advocate planned economy, John Gray, and progressive tax, Charles Hall, where these Ricardian/Smithian socialist theories has been practiced by the U.S. when they joined World War II. While people say people living in the Soviet world hated the country, while in reality the majority prefer the Soviet system than the current system, when in 1991 they switched to Western-style capitalism, the economy of Russia crashed, where mass poverty, unemployment, and increase in suicide, and the Russian elections of 1991 was rigged in order to prevent the people to vote to the Communist Party to be back in power. This is why capitalism, state, and hierarchy should be destroyed. When the biggest empires in history committed terror to the people, like the Spanish monarchy making wars in Africa during its final years as a Catholic empire, the Mongol Empire aggressive violence and spreading Islam during its final years, the Qing dynasty disregard to the poor and trying to keep its power during the final years, the Russian Empire during the reign of Nicholas II made Russia to join World War I, and Bloody Sunday, the Second French colonial empire, where the African French territory have slavery, over 30% of the population were slaves, and the British Empire during the final years, where they committed ethnic cleansing, massacres, torture, like rape and consistent hits in the groin, and concentration camps against the people of Kenya. Margaret Thatcher helping dictators like Pinochet, defending the apartheid and putting death squads in Ireland. This is why anarchism is our only alternative. The people, the early Jews, Buddhist, Taoist, and Christians, were anarchist/communist/socialist, where they try their own anarchist revolutions like the Yellow Turban Rebellion, 205, Kharajite Rebellion, 896 by Muslims, Sheikh-driven. Islamic anarchists lead the largest rebellion against the Ottoman Empire. Peasants' Revolt, 1381, German Peasants' War, 1524 to 1525, Munster Rebellion, 1534 to 1535, Brethren of the Free Spirit, a group of Christians who attacked the privilege of the Catholic Church, English Peasants' Revolt, 1381. Tabo writes, 1380s, Etienne Marcel Revolt, 1350s, Argentinian Horizontal Movement, 2001-2003, 15M Movement, 2011-2015, Gezi Park Movement, 2013, Flemish Town Revolt, 1323-1328, various diggers communes during the English Civil War, 1649-1650, anarchist, and atheist, who were the enrages and sans-culottes who were against Maximilian Robespierre and even against the cult of reason and Hebridists because violates the idea of no gods, no masters, and in the French Revolution they help abolish slavery, created civil marriage and were fighting the early capitalist that was spreading their virus on the lower class since before the revolution, like putting debt and taxes on the poor while the clergy and aristocracy were living the good life. When the anarchists making one of the first movements in France making their own Paris Commune, not that one, which later created 36,000 communes in France and eliminate the old regime, but Robespierre hated the anarchist and thus he killed them. Narodnaya Volya influenced by the nihilist philosophy of Sergei Nechayev were the first Russian socialists to assassinate Tsar Alexander II, when in the end of the 19th century when Russia gave high school level education to the poor it gave birth to the first revolutionary anarchist and the first Marxist. From 1901 to 1905 many assassination attempts against Russian monarchs by socialists. These people are the heroes we need, not the US putting a coup on Bolivia, putting a Christian Nazi in power and establishing a theocracy, Trump selling American soldiers to Saudi Arabia, $1 billion, selling their soldiers to a theocratic dictatorship to defend oil and die to defend oil, and outsourced 28,000 jobs by giving AT&T billions in tax cuts. Now the US military is an international mercenary group, US backing Saddam Hussein, then use fake information to justify to create the many orphans and possibly future terrorists to continue the suffering, the US putting oil debt on Iraq/Kuwait, using coalition of 34 nations, using God as an excuse for war, Tony Blair, to oppose Iraq and advised Bush on how to manipulate the public and all the suffering for oil and to make their own Roman Empire. The Afghanistan papers revealing that they lied to us and the US give Pakistan millions of dollars and that money go to insurgents to kill Americans, US generals. Knowing the war was unwinnable and using Afghan minerals to maximize the US profit, this is the same country where Soviet citizens were banned from 1/3 of the US while the Soviet Union you can go with a passport. Hierarchy, state, and capitalism is the greatest threat to humanity that prevents to give every human access to water, $10 billion to give every human water, and food, $30 billion a year to eliminate hunger. When employers steal $50 million a year from workers, we can halt global warming by spending $300 billion, the rich having better access than the poor and by consequence the rich has higher life expectancy than the poor, like Monaco is the second richest country in the world and has the longest life expectancy in the world, 89.4, while Afghanistan has one of the lowest, 51. In Monaco, a country only the rich lives, the final stage of hierarchy, state, and capitalism, with the highest real estate value on the market, $45,000/SQ meter. The country is a tax heaven for the rich, which the economy of the country is based on the business and service sector, which accounts 3/4 of the nation's registry. It has no income tax/property tax/capital gain tax. Business taxes are low. The country has over $163,000 GDP per capita. 1/3 of the population are millionaire and by consequence many people are corrupt by using money laundering and other loopholes to make the rich richer. Or another example of health inequality among the rich and poor is the oldest person that ever lived, Jean Calment, 122 years, who live in the higher class. She married a rich man and because of her life in luxury she never have to work. Anarchists were saying to abolish work, yet the capitalists ignore us, so she spent her life in activities she wanted, thus without stress of the world of hierarchy and capitalism she became the oldest person ever. Hierarchy ruins our health, and the reason the people of Okinawa has the highest life expectancy, over 90, is based on anarchist values. According to Mr. Bede, they tend to be more involved in the local community, spend more time around younger family members, and work by choice, rather than economic necessity, strong group orientation, other egalitarian values, and almost non-existent social hierarchy which people from different classes tend to interact and be friends. The state are rigged for the rich instead being on the side of the people. There are more slaves than any point in history, more people in prison than the Stalin gulags at its peak. Soviet countries using capitalism and creating their own religion to justify their own state/hierarchy. Trump increasing war funding by 139%. Twice as many companies pays zero taxes under Trump's presidency. 62% of Americans have under $1,000 in savings. CEO earns 774 times as minimum wage workers. 40% of Americans now make less than 1968 minimum wage. Extreme economic inequality in Asia, South Africa, Hong Kong, and Saudi Arabia. Religion join forces with dictators. Religion having a big role in eugenics in the US and UK. And many sources, even the FBI, confirmed crime and other similar actions are caused by economic inequality. This is why we need to abolish the military, prisons, states, hierarchy, capitalism, money, prisons, borders, and markets. But we must face the first defenders of this horrific system, the police, which we must abolish, not individual cops are bad, but the institution, and replace them an egalitarian version, like I mentioned, of anarchist National Guard and voluntary community self-defense, because the state gives cops certain legal power like violence, allowed to arrest people, and the state use this violence as a monopoly, thus the cops are blindly at the command of the state and obey under the penalty of injury, incarceration, and death. The police has and always exist as long they act on behalf of capital/state/hierarchy to stop the working class to organize, and the law is designed to serve the interest of hierarchy/state/capital and prevent the working people to fight back even in a peaceful protest. Thus cops, at least to a certain rank, wield unchallengeable power over the rest of the people, like 7 million people from 2001 to 2010 for possessing weed, and black people have higher chances of being arrested despite the crime is equal among whites and blacks. Poverty is criminalized, like the homeless being arrested for sleeping in a public bench, but when a rich person publicly committed a crime they can just bail out because they have money and power to not go to jail. The first modern police were slave patrols, were they enforcing segregation and discriminate free slaves, and the current police institution was created to stop labor unions. U.S. using prisons for profits, like bringing convict laborers from England. One card of British immigrants in the 18th century were convicts. Privatizing the penitentiary, leading it to the company McCatton, Pratt, and Ward. They force inmates work for a long period of time, and if they refused they were beaten and whipped and sometimes to death. Selling children to slavery, and made a law in 1848 that black women who gave birth in prison that the child will become property to the state. In 1870 Alabama that 40% of their convicts die. That is similar or higher than the gulags, and giving convicts to private businessmen to do slave labor in their plantation. Various statistics show from 2010 to 2019 shows the ever-increasing failure of capitalism. Like in 2010, the amount of people who own more than $1 million is 24.2 million people. They own 35.6% of the world's wealth, while in 2019 is 42 million. They own 45% of the world's wealth, and that represents 0.5% of the world's population, and all classes with the exception of the upper class are becoming poorer. Another failure of the free market is the immigration control, in the words of Ha-Joon Chang. The wage gaps between rich and poor countries exist not mainly because of differences in individual productivity but mainly because of immigration control. If there were free migration, most workers in rich countries could be, and would be, replaced by workers from poor countries. In other words, wages are largely politically determined. The other side of the coin is that poor countries are poor not because of their poor people, many of whom cannot compete their counterparts in rich countries, but because of their rich people, most of whom cannot do the same. This does not, however, mean that the rich in the rich countries can pat their own backs for their individual brilliance. Their high productivities are possible only because of the historically inherited collective institutions on which they stand. We should reject the myth that we all get paid according to our individual worth, if we are to build a truly just society. The capitalist is based on planned economy and not free market, unlike many defenders like to tell you. They become full Lenin-style central plan economy when it comes to war times, which makes them hypocritical when criticizing the Soviet approach to economics. The state have control and heavily intervening the market and shows which are the winners and losers, and the winners which the state has interest give them protection to prevent any bankrupt scenario, and the losers are at higher risk to lose their business. Also, studies show that professional economists are irrelevant and in fact cause more economic disaster, and all economic miracles that we see in Japan, Taiwan, and South Korea were managed by lawyers, scientists, engineers, and etc. When money and debt was first introduced in Mesopotamia, India, and China show the first events of economic/social crisis, the rise of slavery, women treated as property, the majority poor are slaves to the elite rich priest kings, men selling their daughters as wives for honor/profit, increase of wars, and priests use animal/human sacrifice to repay debt to a non-existent god. Also, to justify the state's power, they created a political construct called ethnicity, which can justify the oppression and committing violence on groups for superficial features. The idea of competition is not in our nature, showing the psychology of children, and the more intense the competition, more people suffers from anxiety, depression, worse mental health, and increase in suicide, like the Indian Institute of Technology and All Indian Institute of Medicine, which has the lowest acceptance rate in the world, 0.19% and 2% respectively, where there are increase of suicides because of too much stress and lack of rest, where some doctors, stretch of 24 to 48 hours, doctors are underpaid. The sector is increasingly becoming privatized, which reduce employment and more suicides, and students parents of religious discrimination, the same Hindus who have priests preaching people to cover their bodies in a pool of shit to prevent the coronavirus. The U.S. empire committing global barbarism using media control to declare war on ideas like poverty and terrorism to justify their illegal wars after the Soviet collapse, occupies foreign territory in forms of military bases, 70 countries, using the consumption of the global north and the production of the global south, Africa, Latin America, India, China, and etc., in order to make huge profits without competition, which results in many U.S. soldiers committing rape/sexual assault on women in foreign lands, weapon testing causing pollution, regime change, Iraq oil reserve as an excuse for war, racism against Hispanics within the military, which I hear stories from veterans being injured in Iraq then abandoning them in Spain or Germany without money to go home. US and UK bombing Syria while at the same time rejecting Syrian refugees, the CIA torture methods like threat of raping the victims' children or wives, supporting torture in 20 countries and bombing 30 countries, which almost none of them attack the US, creating a massage to prevent any threats against state, capitalism, and hierarchy, and this global military is the source of capital accumulation, and countries in Africa is poor by design as part of the US overexploitation, mass privatization/loan on countries during times of war or natural disasters. Leninism and his successors, Stalinism, Maoism, Castroism, Socialism, Dubčekism, Gorbachevism, Guevarism, Ho Chi Minh thought, Hoxhaism, Husakism, Jij, Kadarism, Khrushchevism, Titoism, and Trotskyism, was anti-revolutionary by creating their own religion, called the personality of Stalin, Mao, Nikolai, Rákosi, and Hafizullah, creating not socialist but instead a state capitalist bureaucracy oligarchy by trying its best to keep their power, and only a select few can have power and enjoy their riches while the people have to repeat the struggles of their pre-revolutionary, and to some feudalistic, lifestyles, while Hungary, Yugoslavia, Vietnam, and Czechoslovakia were one of the better places to live and less authoritarian, but those not justify that they lie the people when they say the people will be in charge, instead of the common ownership of the means of production with retaining respect for personal property, along with collectively owned items and with consumption based on the guiding principle from each according to his ability, to each according to his needs. The Leninists and their followers betray the people, and when the anarchists found out that Leninist institution of workers' control were undermined and the state undertook the role, and Lenin and later his successors like Tito, Mao, and Stalin used the power from above to attack the factory committees and trade unions and exploit the popular interest of the people, especially anarchists, to subordinate them, and all enterprises should be answered to the state instead of the workers' council, and prevent council workers to run their own affairs and imposes from the top down and oppress anarchist and left communist. They reject the basic idea of socialism. The industry should be at the hands of the workers and promote a hierarchical and capitalist idea of centralization, thus created secret police to attack anarchists like raided 26 anarchist centers in Moscow and killing anarchists when they found out of Lenin's capitalist method of micromanaging workers, and in the words of Lenin himself, unquestioning submission to a single will is absolutely necessary. The same principle that Mao Zedong and every leader in the Soviet world use the method that Lenin have, and anarchists in the Soviet world lost all their influence when the Soviets see them as a threat and use authority to take possession of industries, and even Trotsky defended Lenin's state capitalist society and gave the idea of concentration camps and believed that the Soviet hierarchical state capitalist country were entitled to assert its dictatorship. Thus from 1917 during Lenin's reign to 1991 during the last leaders of the Soviet world have abandoned socialism, attacking anarchists for basic rights, and socialism was completely destroyed and even destroying socialist institution, becoming counter-revolutionary and anti-socialist. Thus people who support left unity have only to support all left-wing views, but we must reject Leninists and their successors because the last time we did it we got betrayed by the Leninist and Maoist. Look at the many anarchist and left communist attempts to make uprising against the Soviets, and before the Soviets took over, like the 1956 Hungarian Revolution, and the last anarchist society in China was the Shanghai People's Commune of 1967 during the Cultural Revolution, when Maoists killed or arrested these anarchists like Zhu Yongjie, and many anarchists after their commune was taken down will later protest in Tiananmen Square in 1989, which they were massacred. While left communist revolts outside and inside of the Soviet world like the Shanghai Commune of 1927, which they were massacre, the Guangzhou Uprising of 1927, the Reichstag fire in 1933, the first assassination attempt on Hitler, the May 68 civil unrest, was a left communist revolt in France that the first left-wing politician to assume presidency under the Fifth Republic. Give thanks to the 22% of the French's population for this achievement. The movement of 1977 Italy, anarchist. Joining the Californian student movement of 2009 to 2010, anti-Bolsheviks uprising from 1918 to 1923, the activism of Andrei Sakharov and John Commons that the anarchist revolution should happen worldwide before any more destruction of the hierarchical status capitalist society we live but prevent any Leninist to take any other revolution. The state/hierarchy will eliminate all opposition using the most powerful weapon of them all, and that is information, which Noam Chomsky called the propaganda model. Like the U.S. media demonize the socialist when they show the killing fields in Cambodia, but the U.S. supported Pol Pot in exile while committing genocide in East Timor, and the U.S. media see them as unworthy victims for their narrative. The U.S. were responsible for a large number of Iraqi civilians' deaths, 500,000 children, in the 1990s, but they ignore this genocide that even Hussein can't accomplish, yet the media use the people's paranoia to justify the U.S. illegal war on Iraq. The U.S. used the media to show the downfall of the Soviet world, yet will not show that the 1996 Russian election, where the U.S. backed the Yeltsin regime and his aggressive privatization which lead many suffering to the people, the U.S. tried to demonize the Soviet Union by claiming that they assassinated Pope John Paul II, while in reality the killer was a Turkish fascist, but the propaganda became successful that the U.S., Italian government and the Roman Catholic Church used this false information for their goals, and the CIA used this false information to support the Reagan anti-Soviet campaign. Another example is from religion, when eliminating all pagan religions as false, yet Islam adopt the pagan Kaaba, which Muslims claim that is so holy that birds can't fly, which is false, above the pagan object but can't prevent the coronavirus, or as demon worshippers that eliminate the last pagans either using violence or disease, pagans who lost their influence when they made first contact to Christianity, Islam, Hinduism, or Buddhism, like New Guinea, 16th to 17th century, but their native religion have ridiculous practices like headhunting, or their god Takayo created 10 men but was not satisfied and changed one of them into a woman in order to marry their new sister or two. Carvuvio made 2 women as wives but were ugly and decided to steal his brother's wives. Cambodia, Hindu/Buddhist religion was introduced in the 5th century, and their native religion did animal sacrifices to appease spirits, which is a waste of the animal's life. Madagascar, Islam was introduced in the 10th century while Christianity was in the 17th century. Tierra del Fuego, the Fuegian people, 19th century, but believe shamans can control the weather and when dreaming they can take revenge on the enemies and tell the people of their false achievements. Namibia, where the native Himba people independently made their own monotheistic religion. Lesotho, Eswatini, Botswana, South Africa, 19th to 20th century. New Zealand, 18th century. Hawaii, 18th century. And Lithuania, 13th to 15th century, and their religion have influenced Hinduism. Almost all indigenous/pagan religions have promoted sexism, racism, violence, and other reactionary mentality that the people in power have taken advantage, and many neo-Nazi groups are pagans, and Hinduism, the oldest non-pagan religion, supported monarchism, fascism, and racial supremacy for centuries. That in the 20th century Hindus were inspired from Hitler and his racial theories, that the Rashtriya Swayam Sevak Sangh and later Hindu Tuva wanted that India belongs to the Hindus and minorities are inferior, that most cases of rape in India are by upper caste Hindus, that Dalit women are ignored or encouraged to be raped and kill. Early precursors of Hindu fascism, Hindu nationalism, and separatism are Vijayanagar Empire making laws based on the Vedas as a response of Muslim dominance, Shivaji made a Hindu empire, Prithvinarayan Shah making a Hindu Nepal where Christians were expelled and Hindu priests enjoy privileged status. Kings of the Baradari reign were considered incarnation of Vishnu, and many Nepal kings created a segregated caste system, and laws were based on Hindu scripture. In Hindu scripture, if a woman is raped, it is not the rapist that committed a sin but the victim, and she will be put to death, and women have no autonomy and must be dependent by her father/husband/son. Arya Samaj was a Hindu reformist that was against the caste system yet believed that the Vedas were infallible. Despite those religious texts promotes the caste system, but his religious views will influence the founders of Hindu nationalist. The organization Rashtriya Swayam Sevak Sangh drew inspiration from Italian fascism, and Vinayak Damodar Savarkar created Hindu Tuva, believing to make a Hindu nation we need a great man and view Hitler as that man, and Subhas Chandra Bose joined forces with Nazi Germany and Imperial Japan to achieve Indian independence, and lastly Hitler and Nazi Germany view upper caste Hindu/Indians, priestly people, are descendants of Aryans which allow them to rule over the subhuman. We need a revolution, a future for our children to be absolutely free, is either hope or human extinction is up to us to decide. Long live Spain, and why we can do it now. Anarchist Spain from 1936 to 1939 is the greatest example of anarcho-communist society, with 8 million people living in a place that the closest people get to a utopia while fighting fascist, Stalinist, nationalist, liberals, and the only allies are Trotskyist and democratic/liberal socialist, Orwell. While the anarchist wanted democracy and freedom in the purest form, while Franco wanted to spread fear, he wanted the workers terror-driven to keep it in line, using the Catholic Church to take over the means of production. The revolution did not start in a vacuum but influence of radical thinking for centuries, like the Spaniards living in a libertarian municipalism from 9th century to 16th century. When anarchist is established, all people from the elderly, kids, men, women, and the disabled voluntary join and work to make a better society, where 1/3 of the population work in agriculture and others related fields using unions and collectivization, and the rest are barbers, industrial, technological fields, cinema, stores, groceries, fishing, and other fields. In many areas money was abolished, while some use a very primitive form of currency while maintaining its anarcho-communist philosophy with such efficiency that using cooperation, mutual aid, and workers' self-management outperform the fascists in the economy, despite having a national guard with no tanks and aircraft to defend themselves. The people living in this anarcho-communist society was peaceful, where crime, discrimination, and other injustice was virtually non-existent. Inequality was unknown. The people were truly equal, with no ranks, bosses, leaders, and no other forms of people being superior than other. The concept of domination was eliminated, and these people not only live in a crime-free society where alcoholism was on decline and atheism was on the rise, and the Catholic Church, who was a symbol of hierarchical domination, authoritarianism, and the contemporary fascism of Franco, showed that faith was dying even among the religious anarchists who prefer non-denominational/personal/anti-religious position, but the majority embrace atheism and agnosticism using the philosophy of dialectical materialism/naturalism. These people with their atheist anarchism was so revolutionary that even Trotsky admitted that the Spaniards were superior than the Russians in their 1917 revolution. Unlike the Russian Leninist hierarchical state capitalist where the people were forced to collectivize, while Spain the people from all walks of life voluntary join, learning the benefits of cooperation, egalitarianism, and mutual aid, shows the superiority of anarchist economics. Not only the public ownership of the means of production was successful with respect with personal ownership of the individual, that all non-economic affairs said functions will be left to the private initiative and activity of the individuals and their voluntary groupings without outside interference. The people living in a commune with a communalist municipality, that the people of each branch of production can work without a state, bureaucracy, hierarchy, and bosses, and the people are in control using democracy. Doctors control the hospitals and teachers control the schools, not the state. Information is always moving and not the state, who claims to have more knowledge than the collective consciences of the nation's population. While the Republicans and various socialist groups, Leninist, betraying the socialist and refuse to give weapons to the CNTFIA, and apparently anarchist, have a better track record of predicting future events and how to solve them. CNT already can foresee Marxist betrayal. Peter Kropotkin knowing Russia authoritarian model leads to failure, and Bookchin telling people about how capitalism is killing the environment since 1964, and predicted that mechanical machines like AI, environmental friendly technology, solar energy, and other forms of energy is a better alternative. The anarchists always find a way to find technology, including what was considered up to date in their area, to give better access to sources and people have more free time to enjoy their labor, and instead of wages like the capitalist but equitable and just sharing of labor. The anarchist approach to economics was more practical, flexible, effective, successful, and pragmatic. Where people developed their own local currency, and the CNT created a national bank that is consistent of anarchist communist principles, like in the words of Diego Abad de Santillan. Credit will be a social function and not a private speculation roosery. Credit will be based on the economic possibilities of society and not on interests or profit. Should it be necessary, as it probably will, to create a symbol of exchange money in response to the necessities of circulation and exchange of products, the Council will create a unit for this purpose exclusively as a facility and not as a money power. The Council of Credit and Exchange will be like a thermometer of the products and needs of the country. General Assembles in anarchist Spain was the least corrupted places in the country, unlike the nationalist fascist and the Catholic Church using hierarchy at its worst, and the Republicans who claim to be socialist while promoting state capitalism and authority with inconsistent leaders, while the anarchists made doctor unions who are helping the sick and injured not because they want to be rich but as a moral duty they want to fulfill, unlike the idea that humans are evil by nature, Thomas Hobbes, but we are altruistic by nature. Anthropology, archaeology, psychology, and sociology, and all the evidences points our human nature. Thus the idea we will just kill each other, especially as technology continues to progress, is false, and only in the hierarchical and capitalist thinking promotes these violent behavior, while the elite few that make wars, torture, nuclear weapons, and other horrific actions, and they see it as a good thing, while the rest of humanity see this with disgust. Even among the right who are poor have the same disgust. Even the story of Odysseus is the earliest account of PTSD. While it became collectivized, with certain locations which were prevented by non-anarchist socialists, there was no unemployment. They became more productive, their supplies double, became the biggest producer of potato in Spain, technological innovation, using worker self-management, and were up to date when it comes to technology, to the point they were the most technologically advanced group in Spain, disproving the idea that you need a state for innovation. Everybody work voluntary. Even the elderly, the very old, wanted to put their labor for a better future, and unlike the capitalist system that if you don't work you will starve to death or are forced to steal to survive and be punished for it, but in anarchism people should eat regardless if they work or not, and made the largest environmental reform in the world at the time. New techniques of animal breeding and husbandry on purely scientific lines improved productivity. Children were protected by the people, and the standard of living improved from 50% to 100%, the only one of its kind, while before the revolution that 40% of the population have useless work, maids, selling diamonds, and etc. And after revolution everybody wanted to work in areas they wanted and improve, and technological progress on a speed that is almost godlike, while under war times, lack of young workers, most young workers were in the battlefield, not all areas fully. Adopted anarcho-communism/democracy and being attacked by all sides, the idea of a rational society based on scientific/transhumanist values started by Simon and Godwin. While that farmers in a capitalist system, Spain, where the poorest workers barely have their basic needs and meat was a luxury, while under anarcho-communist and communalism, they have a libertarian municipality, they have the most up-to-date technology for their work which give them less time to waste and less stress and met all their needs and more. It also shows the moral superiority of the anarchist society compared to their neighbors. During the Civil War the anarchists rarely kill people who surrender and usually take them to join their cause and teach them why anarcho-communism is a better society, while the Republicans will put them to prisons and even threaten them with execution, which they actually kill the defenseless, and the Nationals and the Catholic Phalangists committing massacres and death squads for not even agreeing with their politics, and even newspapers that express liberal views. In anarchist Spain women were equal to men and have sexual liberation, unlike the Catholic Church that supported Franco, and were one of the first to adopt contraception. Feminists in the movement show that community-based organization and strategies were more effective at deploying similar methods in the workforce in order to have a better egalitarian society. Education was very important in their society, that they even have their own university, which the idea of anarchist university is something all current higher education should establish, to make egalitarian education and show the history of feminism to liberate oppression that men did when hierarchy was first established 12,000 years ago. Concept of kindergarten started by Robert Owen. They treated the animals more humanly, especially letting the animals roam free and enjoy the embrace of the sun, while the rest of the world treated animals as mindless machines that can't feel emotions and justify their abuse of the animal by believing that they can't feel pain, a tradition that goes back to early Cartesians which Jean Meslier criticized. It was the combined force of the fascist, Franco, and the Catholic Church, Soviets, Stalin, and Republicans, all non-anarchist leftists, to join forces to attack and massacre the anarchist, and before the assault they convinced the leaders of Catalonia to cooperate with the statist government and abandon the core anarchist philosophy of destroying the state, and the moment when they stopped the revolution halfway and stopping workers' self-management and then the enemy massacre, the only place that was truly a utopia, ended this once beautiful society, showing ultimately that not only anarchism works but is the best system for a society than any other, and this is why, despite its short existence, lacking an understanding of power, at least what Bookchin noticed, and putting anti-fascism over its principles, it was the anarchist greatest achievement during a century-long war of political philosophies. It reduced the consumption of alcohol, crime was virtually eliminated, it became the most technologically advanced faction of the Civil War, true equality, people living with luxury and enjoying the fruits of their labor, improvement of education, became the most productive community/economy in Spain, and improvement of the lives of people, all in the span of 3 years with 8 million people, where most young men are at the front lines, during the time of a civil war with all forces against them and no air force and navy to defend themselves, shows how truly fast and effective we can become as a civilization, and the speed they achieve will make you believe in miracles. If we can implement this globally we will become a sci-fi level civilization decades ago. Anarcho-Transhumanist Manifesto. People want to work as little time as possible with the highest satisfactory as possible. Now with current technology, the people become the masters of all aspects of their industry, which we should embrace in a global anarchist society instead of capitalist copy and paste the same stuff that becomes overproduced and damage the environment. Instead of capitalist pay the workers just enough to barely survive and produce more value than what they paid for, and the capitalist takes 90% of it. Extra value. Decide what and how to produce the products by a select few from above like God kings, and the workers are forced into submission to unjustified authority, where the workers spent the majority of our lives obeying mindlessly to bosses despite we have the technology for years to abolish work and only work for 3-hour workdays and spent on activities that are more beneficial, satisfies and more productive activities that humans instantly prefer instead of our current hierarchical capitalist society is based on civilized slavery, that if we don't work for our wages then we starve to death and we don't have a choice except change the system entirely. But the capitalist society convinced the people that robots replacing jobs is a bad thing and we must regress scientific and technological progress instead of embracing these wonders and to commit activities that we desire without a fear of stress from work and other mental health issues. While many studies shows that the concept of money makes people feel less empathy and become more comfortable to commit immoral acts for more profits like slavery, child slavery, mafia, gangs, selling drugs and other injustices, all for a piece of green paper we call a dollar that is made from the trees we are destroying that is causing environmental disasters. But as long the capitalist hierarchy exists, we won't reach a civilization that is already have the technology to live in a sci-fi level society, and even if capitalists embrace these technologies they still find a way to have it same if not more work hours and make everything expensive using money and a further divide among the rich and poor, while anarchist society fully embrace technological innovation and a moneyless society where all people have access to the latest medical treatment and travel. Capitalists using the propaganda model to make it difficult of any anarchist voice, and if they find that voice the capitalists use all their power to destroy its message to keep them in control. Unlike anarchist news media will be anti-censorship and anti-copyright to spread facts only, and the free press we have now is monopoly by the rich like Jeff Bezos. In anarchist society should embrace not only environmentalism but also transhumanism to improve the conditions of human life but also animals and the planet, unlike a capitalist society where profit is more important than health, like selling 5 weed whackers to 5 people instead of one shared by 5, where everyone's needs fulfill and less wasteful resources. The state biggest enemy is its own population, and true democracies, direct, consensus, liquid and grassroots. The capitalists repress the LGBT+, the disabled and the elderly in the workforce while they can be as effective than the standard workers like the disabled for years, arguing they can work from home, but the capitalists refuse, believing that is not productive to work from home while evidence shows that working from home is more productive than going to work. The people who work at home and when embracing full automating machines they work more, have less stress, have better mental health, while the office workers have more stress and suffer more mental health problems and less productive overall. Evidence show that a company without executives, managers, and board of directors and the company can run itself with only computer code in a network like a group called DOA, decentralized autonomous organization, and gains more than $100 million. We must embrace anarchism for a global anarchist, environmentally friendly and transhumanist civilization. We have the technology to replace oil to green energy right now, but big oil companies pay the news for lying that oil is the only option, or we don't have the technology to replace it or is too expensive. We have the technology to replace all meat industries, and killing animals for food will become the thing of the past because we have what is called clean meat when meat is produced by in vitro cell culture of animal cells, instead of from slaughtered animals, where we can produce meat artificially that not only is delicious for meat eaters but to make them healthy by adding nutrients that are beneficial to our health. 3D and 4D printing can be used for medical treatment like organ transplant and methods of environmentally friendly construction, aerogel that can be used for medicine, construction, and collecting dust in space travel. Metamaterials to improve how to use resources and energy, artificial photosynthesis that can be used as solar energy for various means of transportation, regardless if it is a regular car or self-driving, zero energy buildings, houses with no energy consumption, research of strong AI like DeepMind and OpenAI. We achieve to use DNA digital storage like putting 16 GB of text encoded to synthetic DNA, achieving artificial womb like using a goat fetus's literary growing it from a lab. We can bring back extinct animals from a process called extinction like we bring back Pyrenene ibex. We created the first synthetic bacteria and we can use this knowledge to create bacteria to solve many waste that is produced by humans, creating living robots, 2 AIs talking to each other and made their own language. Scientists are creating biorobots, using jellyfish, and treatment of Alzheimer's has been improved to the point that it can reverse memory loss by blocking HDAC activity. We are witnessing the first steps of immortality, humanity's oldest goal, which in 2017 Harvard scientists successfully reverse aging in mice and waiting human trial. Studies shows that the biological clock is reversible. We achieved mind uploading in 2015 by digitize the worm's brain and put it in a Lego robot body. True North, a neuromorphic computing chip that IBM meant to emulate the neurobiological architecture of the human brain. Blue Brain Project successful simulation of the part of a rat partial connectomes of the mouse primary visual cortex. We achieved to transfer memories between sea slugs in 2015. The Blue Brain Project digitally reconstruct and simulates a part of the neocortex, and simulations reproduce vitro in vivo experiments without parameter tuning. Achieved partial and whole simulations of some animals, mouse, worms, and flies. BCI, which converts short-term memories into long-term ones. A device converts a short-term memory which is mathematically transformed in a computer and fed back into the brain, where it is sealed in as long-term memory. He has successfully tested this device in rats and monkeys and is now testing it on humans. Scientists detailed how they are able to elicit a patterned brain when exposed to dead brain tissue to chemical and electrical probes, which results with post-mortem human brain may retain capacities to respond with potential lifelike properties, which brings an interesting question when we reach to the point of reviving dead people like James Bedford, the first person to be cryopreserved, but also the oldest preserved brain that still contained proteins that living people have and still have an immune response, despite the brain being 3,000 years old, or Etsy, born 3,400 BC. Also it is, at least in theory, that energy/photon-based life is possible. The existences of electric bacteria shows is possible the evolutionary means. Because remember, we need a physical structure to have consciences, and evidence shows our perceptual experience. It is not possible for two brains to be functionally and structurally identical and experience different qualia. Read my previous work from the update chapter. Evidence point that our personal identity is psychological like hardware. When using a word processor, it does not matter to the contents of a letter when I'm typing in my laptop. Identity is a mental pattern. Thus when tomorrow I become fully digital by some advanced unknown technology, one will still be me regardless how alter my body, or resurrection by teletransporter. New matter. We survive not die. While some philosopher will say, what if is a copy of you and not the real you, then there will be a heretofore unprecedented condition of multiple different people who up to a certain point in time were the same person but followed different, non-unique paths. After that we don't have vocabulary for that because it's never happened. And quantum teleportation in the no cloning Theorem does not prevent a quantum state past one physical structure to another, which we already achieve this by teleporting arbitrarily high-dimensional photonic quantum states. We have taken photos of quantum entanglement and footage of the molecular basis of memory. You will still be you even if when your brain received technology to enhance your memory capacity, and it will go mostly unnoticed by your conscious. Your emotions will still be intact, especially virtual reality, which we can see people already adapted to virtual simulators as a community like VR chat, will be our final home if we can't travel to other universes. Plus, with mathematicians figure out how to achieve absolute immortality by using mathematical logic and Bayesianism by increasing redundancy so that probability curve stays low, and we can do this forever because the ZFC set theory made mathematical proof of infinity itself, thus with your internal mental monitors. With digital people we keep improving psychology and neuroscience to the point we can completely cure mental illness like depression, and our core architecture of the math give us absolute immortality, and in a digital life to achieve absolute immortality where distributed minds make even death by accident and malice impossible. Why did I just explain that we are achieving immortality? Because is a field that no mainstream news talks about, and the few that does talk about always view it in a Cold War mentality that everything that is new technology equals bad mentality, and mock the scientists that are perusing these fields. Regardless of your views on death, immortality, suicide, and is life worth living is up to you. The capitalists barely spent money on these fields and others like stem cell research, but they will spend billions to trillions of dollars to oil, nuclear weapons, technology to kill/torture, preventing the rich to pay taxes, alcohol, cigarette which cause cancer, and other means that intently kills people and make profit from tragedy. That is why in anarchist society we let scientists peruse their research at full force without a fear of budget and have full access of resources they need to prove research, even if the wider scientific community views certain fields with a negative light. Let them to continue their research till the people will say themselves that they will no longer continue. The scientific research will advance rapidly. In a capitalist society it's holding back progress, especially quantum computing, which Trump is only spending $1.2 billion while the military spent $700 billion. If all countries in the world spent all that oil and military money on medicine, robotics, quantum computing with the combination of AI and space travel, we can make faster progress on a scale we haven't seen since the scientific revolution of the 16th to 18th century, and the original scientific revolution of the Roman Empire during the 2nd and 3rd century. If we focus on quantum computing with AI, we must continue the progress of reversible computing, which once achieved we radically change how we use energy efficiency, which lies in the heart of thermodynamics with this technology, which we must peruse because classical computer already hit its limits, and the reversibility of physics that we can never erase information in a computer. It becomes entropy, and if we master of how we can control entropy, I can say we became the most advanced civilization in the no universe, assuming we are alone, no aliens, where reverse computing gives us no energy that is lost to friction, and we already construct fully reversible processors of various types in CMOS as far back as 1993, but instead the capitalists waste all the precious resources to make AI with quantum computers that can help progress in a faster rate to smartphones that are the same every year and overproducing which that are more phones than people. We must continue research on quantum technology, like in January 9, 2020 made the first created and imaged a novel pair of quantum dots which serve as a unit of information for quantum computers, or Google, that have achieved quantum supremacy where their quantum computer processor a computational problem in 3 minutes while the fastest classical computer took 10,000 years. Scientists in Brazil made the first steps to achieve reverse entropy by effectively reverses the arrow of time in isolated system. If we continue this progress we practically become gods, which only advanced aliens and Boltzmann brains can rival us. But capitalism, state, hierarchy, religion, and bureaucracy prevents these innovations to advance further. In fact, we have been to a technological stagnation for the past 50 years, and these innovation not only prevents these advances, but these things that we can do now will be halted for another 60 years because our current economic system does not allow innovation. Like the US was aware of the coronavirus since 2017, but Trump ignores these warnings, and scientists, since we're very close to have a vaccine for the coronavirus, but capitalism and bureaucracy stopped that progress, ran out of money. We must spend more on these medical, space, and quantum/AI technology, like the invention of cryogenic chip achievement, like microsurgery on vessels that are smaller than a single hair, using robots, thought control exosuits for people who suffer severe disability and elderly who want continue to work, like we see in Japan. MIT successfully froze and revived mammalian brain, rabbit, successfully rewarmed human and pig samples without causing damage to the tissue, proving that people who are cryofreeze can come back. We can make a rocket for space travel every 12 hours and are reusable. DNA editing on living people, which recently, 2020, replaced faulty genetics to cure blindness. We achieve people's sense of touch using brain-computer interface. We achieve to revive dead organs to improve organ transplant. AI successfully diagnosed lung cancer. We recover the original voice of speech-impaired patients. We cure bubble boy syndrome. Using gene editing, we achieve a complete map of the brain of a fruit fly showing every single neuron. It functions a lot like humans, but to be more specific, a human performing a courtship dance. We made machines to create sonic black holes. Using the Super Kamioka neutrino detection experiment that we witness proton decay, we create magnetic wormholes, which may lead to future progress to have actual wormholes. We give implants in the brain to help people recover from disability, and using this technology that they can text each other with using only their minds, or special wristbands that can use keyboards without actually touching them. AI technology can already simulate entire universes. AI beats Go champions, the hardest board game ever made. Learning how to walk using evolutionary algorithm in various games. Play strategy games like StarCraft. Lipson's ICOF experiment give AI mathematical logic, Bayesianism, to learn without telling anything about the robot, no knowledge about itself, but after several trials it figure out it have legs and learn to walk with only experiences, empiricism and abductive reasoning, which Charles S. Peirce would be proud. Eureka is a program that has to figure out about itself and learn about the external world, the laws of nature, and discover Newton's laws of motion in a couple of days, which humanity took 2,000 years. It is making decisions similar to a human brain, the ultimate proof of atheism and reductive physicalism, functionalism, and computational theory of mind, like but build a complete working model, a mental model, of its body and how it functioned and how it interacted with the environment. They are using scientific method to improve better and better, that they are exhibiting intentionality, which many Platonist, dualist, Christians, and Islamic theologians thought only humans can have intentionality, and their belief that this can't be done in purely physical form is false, and this achievement refutes the Chinese room thought experiment. Deuterium, which we can find in seawater, can be used for fusion energy that be more powerful than the most advanced power source and can last for billions of years in small amounts, which we can build our own sun when the original dies. Also no fear of nuclear meltdown like we see in the past. Other sources for fusion energy like thorium and helium-3, which most of them is in the moon. With these technology and AI that is programmed to have game theory like humans will evolve faster to have more effective metaethics and more ontology, which all the evidence point to naturalism and consequentialism, because we already witnessing self-reasoning robots. We already have process to capacity to human brains with petabyte drive. Processing speed is no longer a barrier to develop AI because consciences is just information process. We have robots that can gather data about itself and its environment. Murray Bookchin will be happy about this news. And we have the technology for this robot to figure out how to model its own mind and create AI. For us, we can do it now. We just need petabyte data array, top-of-the-line CPUs, sensory equipment, and pre-program the AI to have a sense of caution, consequentialism, empathy, pacifism, altruism, cooperation, mutual aid, solidarity, and caring other consciences beings to create strong AI. Currently, the world's most advanced AI is the DGX A100, but the capitalist will not give funds to these scientists to achieve things that we can already have since 1970s. In 2018, scientists created the world's fastest brain mimicking with 1,200 interconnected circuit boards, and this machine thinks like a brain. It creates models of the neurons of the human brain. It simulates every neurons in real time, more than any computer on Earth. There are no longer significant barriers for strong AI/mind uploading, unlike many critics like to say, because the human mind requires 1 petabyte amount of processing capacity. We already have processor and disk interface speeds in the gigabytes per second, while the human brain cycles its neural net only 60 times per second. And neurons only cycle at a rate of around 200 times per second, while computers during the first half of the 2010s is 40 million times that rate. We already have the tools to create strong AI, especially with the help of quantum computers mixed with strong AI. We recently found more effective and faster ways to scan synapses in the brain, and MIT are now capable to scan the entire brain with new methods that are 1,000 times faster than your regular MRI, which before this method was established it took years to only scan parts of the brain, but now it takes weeks or months to scan the whole brain. NASA and Google scientists achieved quantum computing by showing a D-wave quantum computer was 100 million times faster than classical computers. We successfully made organic computers that we connect two human brains to the internet to communicate. Also chimps and rats. We can manipulate matter on a very small scale, 2.5 smaller than a strand of DNA, that we created nanobots that can produce themselves on an atomic scale, which we can use this to clean waste/pollution and basically create everything like our personal playground. Supercomputers can plan unfathomed complex multi-year plans for entire nations, central planning like the USSR, which can be used with the help of today's advanced AI on neuroscience, medicine, quantum computing, green energy, and etc. to create progress on a fast pace. We already have brain farms, as weird as that sounds. Not only we already have the capacity for a sci-fi level civilization and the early steps of immortality, but another progress which is even more amazing is that scientists are creating a universe in a lab. You read that right. We already have blueprints to create many universes. We just need the future circular collider, create tiny wormholes, which we already create magnetic wormholes, create many black holes, which we already create sonic black holes, and requires 1,000 trillion degrees to create a baby universe. We already can create 100 million degrees, and many scientists see that we could start experimenting in a few decades, but money and bureaucracy prevents this amazing innovation. That will forever change not only humanity but the cosmos, because it's too expensive. We need a global civilization based on anarcho-communism/communalism where people, regardless of race, religion, including irreligious and anti-religious, gender, sexuality, disability, age, ethnicity, and etc. with respect, where no domination of man by man, and harmonize with nature using scientific mathematical technology to improve the lives of people instead of a privileged few. We need anarchist Spain, not the British Empire, which was a theocracy and absolute monarchy before the glorious revolution. In the words of C.G.P. Gray, the crown is a complicated legal entity best thought of a one-man corporation. Who created this corporation? God did. According to British tradition, all power is vested in God and the monarch is crowned in a Christian ceremony. God, however, not wanted to be bothered with micromanagement, conveniently delegates his power to an entity called the Crown. While this used to be the physical crown in the Tower of London, it evolved over time into a legal corporation sole able to be controlled only by the ruling monarch. All the laws of the United Kingdom derive their right to exist from the Crown, which in turn derives its power from God. It's a useful reminder that the United Kingdom is still technically a theocracy, with the reigning monarch acting as both the head of state and the supreme governor of the official state religion, Anglicanism. Like today we need Rojava, not Saudi Arabia, which is absolute monarchy, fascism and theocracy where any sexuality that is not straight is punishable by death, atheism is punishable by death, witch hunts, they still believe in magic and supernatural entities, criticizing the monarch is illegal, women have no rights and is against the study of evolution. We need anarchism like Zapatista, Ukraine, before the Bolsheviks' betrayal, and Korea, not absolute theocratic monarchy like the Spanish Empire, 1500 to 1650 was absolute monarchy, Imperial China during Wu-Zetian reign, and Roman Empire, which lasted for 1488 years. We must praise figures like Ito no, not Empress Koken. We have the power, influence, information, knowledge, technology, and numbers to achieve this. It is now or never. Would you rather live in anarchist, communist/communalist society where scientific progress flourish with harmony among nature and technology, transhumanism and environmentalism, people are treated as equal and respect to their dignity, or in a fascist theocratic absolute monarchy like Nazi Germany? Theocracy is from their German Christian doctrine, and the absolute monarch is their Führerprinzip, which people at the top of the hierarchy owed absolute obedience, aka one absolute party. While anarchists all over the world are trying to help the disabled, the elderly, minorities and indigenous by promoting grassroots democracy, using direct action and general strikes for people who suffers debt/rent, helping people from the LGBT+, using all the technology they have to spread class consciences to help not only the people but also the environment, while hierarchy, state, and capitalism that made $6.2 billion in a single day during the pandemic. Mark Zuckerberg, $1.08 billion. Larry Page, $956 million. Bill Gates, $931 million. Sergey Brin, $919 million. Jeff Bezos, $907 million. Larry Ellison, $634 million. Warren Buffett, $429 million. Steve Ballmer, $353 million. Combined wealth, $653.8 billion, while 33 million people lost their jobs. The capitalists who are the top of the hierarchy never lose while the rest dies. This is corporate socialism. On May 29, 2020, 41 million lost their jobs. During the coronavirus in the U.S., people are receiving Great Depression level of economic crisis where people are starving and waiting in food lines, and in Puerto Rico some elderly with no roof, 2020, from the hurricane and are starving to the point I can see their bones. A third of the U.S. population are starving despite we have enough food to feed all of the people. Current world population is over 7 billion, and 43 million are losing or at risk of losing insurance because of the virus, the only first world country that does not have free universal health care. Like I said many times that we have the technology to solve all these problems on a global scale for years, yet hierarchy and capitalism prevents this, and this is why we must embrace anarcho-communism, communalism, green anarchism, social ecology, and anarcho-transhumanism. Remember the first transhumanists were leftists like William Godwin, anarchist, Voltaire declare, anarchist, Friedrich Nietzsche. There is a debate that rather or not is Ubermensch is a precursor of transhumanism, J.B.S. Halden, Marxist, and he was the first to propose cloning and hydrogen economy, J.D. Bernal, communist, Albert Camus, he promoted immortality as part of being a metaphysical rebel, and Julian Huxley, socialist, atheist, and the father of transhumanism. All of them wanted people to learn science, math, and technology to improve their lives and improve the environment because there were early supporters of wildlife conservation because transhumanism at its core is that we should help and improve the lives of the people using science, math, and technology, and humans since the beginning were transhumanists when we learn how to use tools for the first time to improve hunting, have better access to food and less risk. It started in Lamiquai 3.3 million years ago. We see early Stone Age humans like spears over 500,000 years ago. Sex toys around 28,000 years ago, footwear 9,300 years ago, skirts 5,900 years ago, and earliest panties, which looks very modern, were originally worn by men in the lower kingdom of Egypt. Transhumanism is a logical conclusion of the anarchist philosophy of maximizing freedom, which will especially help the disabled and escape our bondage of the social construct of gender, asking questions to society like why in our society is not okay with involuntary death but moralizes people's extermination like death penalty and the apocalypse. People will say that absolute immortality, the logical conclusion to transhumanism, but that depends who you ask, will be boring. I see this criticism as a low-hanging fruit because right now we have so many books, movies, video games, music, and people's life experience that it will take almost a million years to read every book and listen to all music, and that is ignoring of all new works of art that humanity keeps producing. And what about aliens and their art? The possibilities are endless, and transhumanism by its core is anarchism by always rebel social norms that prevents progress and human solidarity. What about animals who are biologically immortal by evolution like bacteria? Teratopsis stornii, larvae of skin beetles, hydrozoans and hydra. Cancer has been extremely rare for these creatures because of their efficient regenerative mechanism, yet we don't see them committing suicide. Or extremely long-lived creatures like bristlecone pines, oldest is 5,000 years, endospore, the oldest is 240 million years old, nematodes, 41,700 after being in suspended animation, Silene stenophila, 31,800 years old, yeast, 45 million, Posidonia oceanica, 10,000 to 200,000 years, yet you don't see them committing suicide. Other will say that immortality will bring life meaningless, but this does not work on me because 1. I'm existential nihilist, thus the statement is already null, and 2. You assume the life automatically has meaning or the universe must give you meaning is false. You give your life meaning, and if you reject immortality then don't have it, because I assume that all religions that have an afterlife will not have suicide option while you're in heaven. The choice is purely voluntary, no one is forcing you. And when people think the negative side because they think in a hierarchical capitalist mindset, like how expensive it must cost, in a moneyless society anyone chose to have extensive life expectancy or not. Transhumanism, like anarchism, always challenges social norms to improve our lives. Like evolution, it always adapts to its environment, and this is why anarcho-transhumanism is to maximize freedom, not only social freedom but physical freedom. We challenge social construct like gender. People should have control of their bodies like abortion clinics, 3D printing, open source, prosthetics for children and themselves. We believe to improve the lives and health of everybody, including the elderly, unlike the current society that moralizes the involuntary death of the elder. While people say death gives life meaning, then how a death 80-year-old is more meaningful than the death of a baby or 122 years old. If 80-year-old gets to live and peruse its love for acting for another century, we see actors, animators, musicians, and etc. that careers spend for literal 100 years, does that undermine your capacity to find meaning so bad that you have that person murder? This is why anarchist transhumanists challenge all social norms. We demand unexamined norms justify themselves and embrace the person's freedom and today's radical ideas. And new fields like AI and mind uploading is no different than organ transplant in the 1830s or Benjamin Franklin and his electricity, which was criticized by both intellectuals and public as either unscientific or the work of the devil. What holding us back the most is the people who are trying to persuade the people to reject these fields and the current political system that established private institutions and promote bioconservatism like Leon Cass and Daniel Kaluuya, who are against healthy life extension and again with the help of AI who are already have intentionality like Eureka, Spawn, makes decisions like a person, it thinks, memorizes, solves problems, gambles, etc. Lipson's experiment, Legbot and neuromorphic computing can simulate the behavior of the human cortex, which it will lead the computer to behave like a brain to simulate the brain, and these computers with neural networks have reached the capacity of supercomputers. With higher speed and more capacity with less energy cost, we already have the tools to build HAL 9000. We just need people motivated to make this machine which they can adapt the ways human does. We already have our finger holding the trigger, what's left is to fire the gun. In hierarchy and capitalism will use technology that the people have little control like radio and televisions to form monopolistic infrastructures, while the internet that it functions under anarcho-communism have people produce more productivity and solve problems a lot faster, like exposing abusive families that disguise their abuse as YouTube contact, unlike capitalist that promotes transhumanism or some of their ideas like Jeff Bezos, Larry Ellison, Larry Page, and Elon Musk have perverted transhumanism by using profit for themselves, and even if they are sincere of improving people's lives, but hierarchy and capitalism have corrupted their once great goals, and some of these capitalists putting deadlines to achieve certain achievements that we can do right now or decades ago, but money always gets in the way of human progress and happiness. Like Silicon Valley is aware that the net profitability industry is in the decline, but the elite try to hold their power as long as possible at the expense of the billions of lives, animals, and the environment. Capitalism decide what technologies to port into only because it's profitable, while people think smartphones were a late 2000s, early 2010s invention, while in reality it has been around since the early 1990s, but because the capitalist sees no profit then it stopped any technological progress. Or Augustin Bichat made the first solar steam engine that give a better environmental friendly technology, but the British Empire prevented this progress because they won a war against India and used slavery for coal extraction. These capitalist transhumanists will not put full force on their technological goals because it will expand liberatory components like fully automated jobs, complete workers' union, the end of gender binary, and other means that it will lose profit, and using debunked arguments like brain in a vat arguments, Chinese room argument, and the Cold War mentality of a bleak future of evil robots, despite the fact that we once became sci-fi level Civilization under anarchism that disagreements can be solved by consensus and the capitalist can't. Comprehend that is to be transhumanist, and you have to be a green anarchist because you cannot have greater agency yet advocate oppression, hierarchy, state, and capitalism. And not only that, strong AI is possible now that will cause a technological explosion, but another technological explosion is to bring class consciences to all the potential geniuses that are living in the slums. Even Elon Musk, who is the most popular among the capitalist transhumanist and in my eyes the most sincere, but even he is corrupt by the high radical capitalist system, like laying off 9% of his employees in 2018. These capitalist transhumanists that entitle position of a monopoly on the means of production of the nameless workers, steals labor value from the employees and call it profit, and their innovations are dependent of the works of other people, and Musk's stock compensation package is valued at $2.6 billion, and the more profit goes to the employees, the capitalists lose their profits. Not only he is our modern Thomas Edison on stealing and taking credit of other workers, but he dares to call himself a socialist. He also say that Mark was a capitalist. His employees dies by forcing his workers to work in his factory despite the epidemic, and if the workers refuse or ask for pre-symptomatic, they will lose unemployment benefits. Capitalism is hurting science by using bland conformity. Just go outside or use your computer to see what I'm talking about. We want to achieve our true potential when we want to embrace anarcho-transhumanism, communalism, and social ecology, but in capitalism and hierarchy can only achieve half of what we need. A solitary confinement is an example when all material needs are met but no subjective needs, thus all opportunities of intellectual activities and self-expression are gone like animals in a slaughterhouse, but musicians have its subjective needs but no material needs. In capitalism it can't do both. The state, hierarchy, and capitalism has a totalitarian grip on science, and only the capitalist class can openly express their art, and the majority of artists are forced into the accumulation of capital to make art not because they love what they do but are forced to survive. Pharmaceutical companies only do research not because they have a moral duty to help people but to make profit, or tech companies that force employees to fixate on problems of profitability by driving down production cost and rising revenues, and things like worker satisfaction. Environmental concerns are secondary, and scientists who wanted to progress in strong AI, neuroscience, mind-computer interface and mind uploading, green energy, and environmental-friendly technologies are limited by the state, and the state chose which ones we focus because of profit or how to kill our enemies. Any new proposal of technology that helps the people and environment, the capitalist will refuse and use the same response like is too expensive or cost this amount of money. Only in anarchist moneyless society that those proposals will instantly be adopted to help our people, the animals, and our planet. Universities' research centers are not safe when capitalists buy out public centers like Uber stole 50 people. Top-tier robotics research for profit. The competitive mindset prevents scientists to share freely from one to another to improve progress because they work for different companies. How much breakthrough we could have achieved have been prevented from our current society, and manipulation of language like when you work on something that you want to work is not considered work but a hobby in our capitalist society and only counts as work if it's profitable, and alienates you and force you to compete and destroys peoples who share the same dreams as you. Capitalist robs us of our time to prevent us to pursue what we want and be enslaved to work to appease their capitalist gods. Scientists who actually care about humanity, like researchers about fusion energy like China and its nuclear fusion, managed to reach temperatures that surpass the sun by 6 times. In Oxford achieved 15 million degrees, Australia making breakthroughs in nuclear fusion, while in the pandemic in a capitalist society the rich making statements to kill the elderly because they are a waste to society. If that statement was said in the Roman Republic, the Spartans will tear the rich apart, while anarchists trying its best to feed people like Zingerman's community of businesses, gaining $65 million in annual revenue, the anarchist business that's seceded despite the destructive nature of the capitalist world, capitalist restaurants forcing sick people to work or purposely tainted food for profit. While during a global pandemic in the U.S. that big pharma give a Democrat who is a chair of the House Ways and Means Committee bribe money, $54,000, to kill a bill to lower health costs and to stop out-of-network price gouging, thus more people are going to die or going bankrupt because of the U.S. death care system right before a bill that was meant to help people was passed, all in the name of money, a piece of green paper. During the pandemic that Joe Biden support regime changes in Venezuela and wants to sanction Cuba. While the world suffers hunger more than ever despite we have the means to end this, yet many people talk about overpopulation while in reality the planet's carrying capacity is up to 40 billion people despite in our current system that more people are getting hungry, yet we live in a post-scarcity world. Global food production is higher than ever. We have enough food to feed 1.5 times of our current world population, but because the high radical capitalist constant waste, inefficient distribution, and pollution they cause, climate change, 40% of all food is wasted, globally, and in some countries the reason is that they are forced to leave their food because of a lack of cold storage infrastructure, and in the US all companies waste their food because it's cheaper than transporting the food to places they need, and now many American companies are wasting more food because the market is on decline instead to use these foods to feed their people. We must abolish our current approach of distribution and replace them like clean meat, vertical farms, mutual aid programs, from each according to his ability, to each according to his needs. While the US live in a society that has an obesity problem, but in the same time over 1/3 of the population are hungry and almost all of them are in poverty, only the poor suffers. Capitalism is killing science, and people like Jeff Bezos, who claims to want scientific progress, capitalist transhumanist, or in the words of Bernie Sanders, a corporate socialist, becomes the world's first trillionaire as the U.S. unemployment rate is reaching the highest in U.S. history, surpassing the unemployment rate of the Great Depression, and currently 40% of households making less than $40,000 a year. In a capitalist society, technologies useful to the rich and powerful are generally the ones that spread, and by its nature it will create inequality, and in a hierarchical society will use technology to reinforce hierarchy and decide which technology progress and which is not, especially if the technology damage the hierarchy, and to maximize the profit that becomes to McDonaldization that involves the search for the means to exert increasing control over both employees and customers. Because of the abuse of the capitalist approach of technology that, in the words of Max Stirner, W. everyone is to cultivate himself into man, condemning a man to machine-like labor amounts to the same thing as slavery. Every labor is to have the intent that the man be satisfied. Therefore he must become a master in it too, be able to perform it as a totality. He who in a pin factory only puts on heads, only draws the wire, works, as it were mechanically, like a machine, he remains half-trained, does not become a master, his labor cannot satisfy him, it can only fatigue him. His labor is nothing by itself, has no object in itself, is nothing complete in itself, he labors only into another's hands, and is used, exploited, by this other. Not only does capitalism prevent technological innovation, but religion that prevents stem cell research, abortion, and especially how they treat the disabled, and they use scripture to justify the discrimination of the disabled, like people who are crippled can't go to heaven in Leviticus 21:17-20. Or God caused disability in Exodus 4:11, or the Hindu doctrine of samsara justify the discrimination of disabled by believing a person with mental and physical disability are the person's bad karma in his previous life, and Lord Vishnu declared that disabled people have no place in heaven because of this belief that people with disability were not allowed to inherit property till 1928, and Hindu priests today deny disability people to enter Hindu temple, or a survey found that 68% of Japanese who are disabled suffers discrimination. The source is Buddhism, the disabled because of their Buddhist belief, like according to the Buddhist Text Translation Society. The blind of this world bear a heavy burden for past failure to tell the way clearly to travelers. Some people's mouths are very misshapen. They blew out lamps on the Buddha's altars. To be deaf and mute is a dreary existence. Reward appropriate for scolding one's parents. How do people get to be hunchbacks? They berated and laughed at those bowing to Buddhas. Christians' texts also show that sin leads to disability, like in Matthew 9:2-7, or God gives people disability in John 9:1-3, or God punished people with disability in Canon 22 of the Lateran Council, or St. Augustine stated that people are born deformed and even baptized babies are attacked by demons. This is the same religion that in the 1st century believed the most powerful demons live in the moon. In Islam, that people who reject Islam are disabled in Quran 6:39, or Allah cursed people with disability in Quran 20:124. By consequence, many Islamic countries committed infanticide because of their religious belief to discriminate the disabled, and all this to create a hierarchy of belief where women and the disabled are at the bottom of this theological caste system while the male priests are at the top. The religious promotes these antisocial behaviors, and since the 2nd century disprove all of their theology, but it leads to an interesting question for religion and theism in this anarchist society, and that is, can theism be saved? Yes and no, because religion, like evolution, can adapt it to society while very slow, but can change. A Christian from the early 1st century does not share the same belief and the same doctrine of a Christian in the 20th century, but when I say yes and no, because the no part is that the supernatural is impossible, and thus all concept that theists have for a dualist approach to conscience, God, and afterlife cannot happen, but the yes part is that theism have to radically redefine their definitions that is consistent to naturalism/physicalism, while technically they will no longer can be classified as theist, and we should call them atheist. Thus how a theist could function under the anarcho-transhumanist society. First, they have to embrace anarchist values to promote beneficial social behavior like equal rights among race, sex, gender, religions, and disability, and they love to cherry-pick their verses. They can use all the anarchist, socialist, and communist messages in their text, or use their radical theologians/prophets for anarchist values like the Sillerton Martyrs and Thomas J. Haggerty. 2. Can God be consistent to naturalism? No, if we think of that word like we usually use thus for theist and religion to adapt, the only thing that can come close to a God under naturalism is either ultra-advanced AI, which we are early in the first steps to create strong AI, or a Boltzmann brain, which under quantum mechanics can happen at any time. Maybe there is one right now, or at least after the heat death of the universe, although most theists will reject this alien as God, but this is the best they could get. Given enough time in this universe and the multiverse, eventually there will be different types of Boltzmann brain that theists may view it as God, like a Boltzmann universe. There is also a paradigm of secular religion/spirituality/theology, resurgence of pantheism, and adopting materialist approach like Christian physicalism. Third is, can the afterlife be consistent to naturalism? No, if we think of conscience as a non-physical thing, but all the evidence points to reductive physicalism. To be more specific, is functionalism and computational theory of mind. It actually brings an interesting possibility for a naturalist afterlife, but the only problem is that it's purely philosophical, even if it's consistent to what we know in science and is logically valid, but it has to be falsifiable. While most people in these conversation is either a materialist equals no afterlife vs supernatural equals magical mind is either one extreme or another, and when I mean afterlife is the minimum that your conscience and personal identity continues under one physical structure to another and not adding nothing else, like good people go to heaven and bad people go to hell, and even if there is a naturalist afterlife, it can be unpleasant. One like you are alone forever in your thoughts. We know that the universe and sensation are reducible to mathematical rules and patterns. Even when things we consider chaotic, we still collect data because of patterns, and our conscience is like a computer because everything has physical parts, atoms and elementary particles. Like Norbert Wiener defined the persistence of living things as pattern preservation, thus our conscience is just an information processor. Quantum information is a thing in science and one of the few things besides atoms, neutrino, and space-time that are indestructible and eternal, and scientists/mathematicians conclude that information alone requires consciences and does not limit itself to brains. We live in a 3-dimensional region of space and 4th-dimensional time, or in other words, we are a 4-dimensional person statically existing from beginning to end because space is tenseless and the concept of past, present, future, and the flow of time is an illusion, and conscience is like a computer, and computer information requires the movement of the same patterns from past to future body, and all the evidence that mentioned earlier points to psychological continuity, and it may lead to a naturalist afterlife. Read the work of Eric Steinhardt and his naturalist theory of the afterlife, which goes to more detail, which he named this approach called patternism, using the reductive physicalist/functionalist/computational approach to consciences, which evidence points. Remember, even if Eric naturalist approach is consistent to science, it is not yet falsifiable, thus is either 3 things he is correct: nothingness after death, or technological immortality, which we are achieving on a small scale with success on worms, slugs, mice and insects, and quantum entangled living creatures like frozen tardigrade. Interesting a paradigm in science and philosophy, especially we are living in a postmodern age, which are changing our definition of life and death, and people are analyzing the philosophical possibility of naturalist afterlife like Eric Steinhardt patternism, although his focus more on technological immortality and resurrection. Arthur Schopenhauer critiquing Epicurus' thesis of nothing after death leading to a paradox, and proposed the indestructibility of the will. Tom Clark and Sam Harris making case called the subjective continuity of conscience. David Harmon showing that we can without a doubt rule out a religious afterlife which is made of soul stuff, but we cannot rule out a naturalistic version base of our understanding of time which brings a tenseless immortality. Mark Johnson also drawn similar possibilities of a materialist afterlife base of our understanding of minimal cognition, similar to Huangbo's Eun conclusion, which is one of the very few atheistic/naturalistic approach to the afterlife in Zen. In physics, true nothing is impossible, and Sean Carroll, although does not believe in afterlife, but in the big picture show that physics does not go against the idea of eternal existence or immortality, and Hilary Putman Final Years, which holds a position of liberal naturalism, mix of scientific realism, functionalist view of mind, and neopragmatism, which gives a philosophical possibility of a naturalist afterlife. I think religion and theists will eventually adopt the naturalist metaphysics and find a way to be compatible, and better yet, once they adopt anarchist and naturalist principles, they will promote technological progress, instead of rejecting evolution and B-theory of time, and promote social norms that are better for the people. But for now, religious hierarchy and always wanting money are getting in the way. Hierarchy and money corrupts humanity and brings immoral actions like we see in chimps, who are adopting early forms of hierarchy, which brings a false view that humans are evil and selfish by nature, and that is why when people think of a future they think as horrible only because hierarchy by the elite few brings these pessimistic view of our future, and that is why that most movies and video games made in the 20th century that depicts the dystopia as a false rhetoric. The Time Lords. From Doctor Who, Fallout series, Mad Max and Warhammer 40,000. A poll was found that 65% accept the idea, during the pandemic, to automatically increase spending whenever there is ongoing or deepening recession, but 66% nationally and 52% of Republicans want the socialist concept of universal basic income, which this debunks conservative economics, the same conservatives that rejects the spending on technology that actually helps the people. While in reality humans by nature are altruistic and help each other, many archaeological evidence has shown before hierarchy is established and the lives of the other apes. Human civilization is a lot harder to kill than most people give credit. Civilization always progress no matter the obstacle, even if it resets we still thrive to progress. In fact, we have no means to actually destroy civilization. As long there is one human, progress will continue. We only know how to collapse, like the fall of the Roman Empire, yet we went beyond their achievements. The Roman Empire fall because of its hierarchical theocratic nature of its politics, and any environmental dangers were solved by the greatest achievements of their scientific/technological innovations, and adopting socialism in its final years before the split, and the way they solve agriculture problems are still practiced today. But because of the hierarchical capitalist society creates the irrational fear of technology that actually makes progress that we should fear it and not peruse it, yet Exxon Valdez produce more environmental damage than any nuclear waste industry, but is capitalism and hierarchy is preventing progress and destroying our future, and we have the technology to solve our major problems, like combining compact nuclear power with standard desalinator gives unlimited fresh water, which we only see in nuclear submarines, but the capitalists don't implement it on the global scale. While people assume certain technologies that will bring our extinction are not true, like nanobots or AI goes rogue, is not possible/probable because it requires massive sustained replications that by consequence will exhaust its own resource before making any real threat. The problem of killer man-made germs is that once released in the wild you cannot control their genetic stability, and when humans collectively want to solve this problem it becomes easy to solve, like natural viruses that does already fail to eliminate us multiple times. Don't expect we can do much better. We have the information and historical knowledge that predicting the future from the past shows a good future. Not perfect because I don't believe in the concept, like we have the capacity to combine solar power, cyclotron, space station, and computerized fabrication to create unlimited conversion of all solid and liquid waste into raw elements, and for the past 15 years machines are improving to the point it is outperforming/outsmarting humans, Jeopardy and Go, and with the help of quantum computing with AI it will keep improving until we reach quantum mechanical limits. For the past 100 years a steady pace of progress, and we must adopt transhumanist values because it's show that the Roman Empire fell. It took 1,000 years to go back to achieve the same level of technological progress as the Romans in the 2nd and 3rd century, and took another 500 to surpass them when we discover their text. Hero, Galen, Lucretius, Sixtus Empiricus, and Ptolemy, and knowledge that predicting the future from the past that most fields that we are trying to achieve will become inevitable, especially with the help quantum computer with AI, unless some end of the world scenario happens before then, and if the capitalist society let the scientists to go all out with their research without the fear of budget getting in the way and spent all that oil/military money to research, we can achieve those goals in 10 to 20 years, but our current society it will take from shortly before or after the century ends. Hierarchy is the only thing, besides an improbable scenario like asteroid or massive natural disaster, that can bring humans to extinction or at least bring a collapse like the fall of the Roman Empire on the global scale, which the negative attitude of human nation becomes mainstream, and these capitalist transhumanists like Larry Ellison based on his business of Ayn Rand, which contradicts everything about human nature when Ayn rejects collectivism and humans are selfish individualists. Yet all evidence of current indigenous groups and tribes before the establishment of hierarchy 12,000 years ago, which shows our nature is altruism, the very existence of the Inuit debunks the philosophy of Ayn Rand, and an experiment made in Galt's Gulch, Chile based on Atlas struggle fail almost in an instant. While some will argue that children who embrace human instinct and primal behavior at its fullest, and many will say of let them alone without a higher power. Hierarchy or any form of domination will kill each other like children of the flies, but that is not true, because in real life, where the scenario when 5 boys that were stranded in 1965 who live in a stranded island for 15 months, did they kill each other or create a brutal hierarchy? No, instead of the pseudoscience of social Darwinism and survival of the fittest, but instead they instantly use cooperation and mutual aid. They created a garden, using primitive technology to have easy access to water, build chicken pens, build a fire that is burning permanently, and collectively own the means of their labor. It shows the true human nature, and it brings a bright future if we establish anarchism in a global scale instead of a dark future, like if we use movies, books, or video games of an example of a futurist society instead of Dune, state, hierarchy, and capitalism. We will have the culture, anarcho-communism. If Jeff Bezos, Larry Ellison, Larry Page, and Elon Musk truly care about human progress, then use all that money to end world hunger, give everyone clean water, global green energy, also nuclear energy, quantum computing with AI, promote cooperative business, workers' union, fully automize jobs, and abandon their Ayn Rand philosophy to Murray Bookchin. At least Elon Musk, who promote ethical behavior of AI and Neuralink to improve cognitive activities, which this technology has the capacity for immortality, is influenced by the culture series, the 4th most advanced civilization in the history of science fiction and the most advanced civilization without total control over matter and time, unlike the Time Lords, Zealey and downstreamers who surpass them when it comes to technologically advancement, and the series is functions under anarcho-communism. If these big four adopt anarchist principles and convince the US government, which they easily can, to let scientists go all out with their research, then in only a generation or less can achieve the sci-fi level civilization that we could achieve decades ago if hierarchy and capitalism was not in the way. If the Soviet Union can do in 25 years in space travel, and in the US can bring the man to the moon in a span of 11 years despite no prior experience in space exploration and imaging, all scientists in all fields have the right to go all out. Capitalism and hierarchy has prevented scientific and technological innovation when the concept of patent and copyright laws that scientists cannot freely spread information to improve and accelerate progress, and these laws that results in lawsuits which not only cost money, which it should have go to research, but all technological innovation. Royal Society, the highest scientific society of the UK, have acknowledged this. Patents are only one means for promoting discovery and invention. Scientific curiosity, coupled with the desire to benefit humanity, has been of far greater importance throughout history. Countless researchers all over the world come up with new ideas all the time, even when they do not directly profit from them. Government research institutes or universities often explicitly refuse to take out patents on their inventions. All these show that a lot of research is not motivated by the profit from patent monopoly. Patent laws on scientific research has digressed progress, like scientists found a way to genetically engineer rice to add vitamin A, and they wanted to give this technology for free for people in poor areas that rice is their main diet and suffer low vitamin, but these copyright laws and thousands of lawyers prevented this innovation to save 2 million people who die under those conditions. These copyright laws on technology has prevented new knowledge for both rich and poor countries, and progress has become slower despite the fast progress was going before the capitalists starting to enforce these laws on a global scale. Despite all of the wars, injustices, corruption, hungers and all the suffering that hierarchy, state, and capitalism cause. Despite of all this, the people who defend capitalism will say that yes, the people are suffering, but we live in the most peaceful period in history where people's health/wealth is the best than any period and people are living longer than ever, especially more people becoming centenarians and supercentenarians more than any period, that even the 20th century wasn't the period of mass violence. Technically this is true by statistics that during the Crusades, Reconquista and the 30 Years' Wars, all religious wars, was the most violent period in history by statistics and world population at the time. If this is the best that hierarchy, state, and capitalism can bring for peace, then I am not impressed, and we can do better like the Spanish Revolution if the anarchist society can achieve a utopia with virtually no crime in a span of 3 years in a time of civil war. While hierarchical capitalism took around 200 years to achieve world peace, then we need a new society. We live in a world with so much technological progress that it doesn't make sense anymore to make wars. I will say that wars have become functionally obsolete since the 1990s, yet the US always invade other countries and putting dictators in power, causing more wars. That I propose a new anarchist international manifesto that the United Nations adopts to abolish oil, high military spending, embrace global green/nuclear energy, embrace innovations in medicine, neuroscience, robotics, space travel, gene editing and quantum computing with AI. They already have the means. All the main problems that the world suffers, yet they don't do anything or taking a very slow pace. The biggest proof that we can make these innovations is during the COVID-19 pandemic, when usually making a vaccine takes years or decades to complete, but now all countries use their unlimited access to technology, information, scientists, and money that the first vaccines are giving over 40,000 people in the US, and it took 2 months. It shows that the state and capitalism on purpose slows down progress, and if they let scientists go release their full potential, we can achieve a utopia. Decades ago. The current pharmaceutical companies is extremely slow when it comes to progress because it takes over 10 years to bring new drugs, and 9 out of 10 drugs enter phase 1 clinical trial, which will never reach the people who needs it, while to pass all 3 phases take 30 years, while socialist Cuba took 3 years to make a vaccine for lung cancer. AI has shown that these machines working in these fields is over 100 times faster and cheaper, and computing power used by machine learning algorithms since 2012 has been growing 7 times faster than Moore's law. To shows how capitalism slows down progress in the pharmaceutical fields is that scientists not only are waiting human trial for reverse aging, by the time of writing this the trial is a success, we can reverse aging, which turns out is possible, but it was already possible since 1986, but no one follow up the results in clinical trial, but now people who participate this trial has to spend $1 million, which is insulting because it should be free to see not only results but imagine how many live we can improve or save if money was not in the way. Journal of Law and the Biosciences reports that Merck then failed to make any progress toward a phase 1 clinical trial until after the World Health Organization public health emergency of international concern freed substantial donor and public funds for the vaccine's further development. The capitalist approach to medical innovation is so slow that is insulting that privatized companies are heavily underfunded and copyrights laws that slows down innovation by decades. It only cares about short-term gains to maximize profit. The very concept of patent slows down progress and innovation, that many scientists are migrating to other places where patents are not enforced or banned, and threat of shareholder litigation generally discourages managers from experimenting with new ideas. The capitalists discourage to share knowledge and information to speed up the progress, and only open source gives a potential of unlimited sharing that everyone can read it, and if they have the capacity to help they will do it. This is why we need a socialist approach of innovation, that AI in the medical fields, like I say, that we can make self-reasoning robots to improve people's health, that IBM's Watson computer was used to diagnose, within minutes, a condition affecting a Japanese patient with leukemia was found faster than any doctor, and AI can make new drugs in a faster rate using learning algorithms/deep learning, which heavily reduce the years of manpower it takes to make basic treatments. Many diseases, both common and rare, are programmable using gene therapy/editing, which with the help of AI can cure many disease. We have AI that can discover molecules. Scientists are using AI for economics to become less political and more data-driven. Google are using AI to design chips to accelerate AI, and now a new arms race for digital currency which started in Hong Kong, which both China and the US are interested to replace physical money to digital, which gives huge potential for a socialist economy. We are having AI to build programs that improve generation after generation without human input, and now AI is making AI that is easier to build, assisting data itself, self-managing data stores, and Google's AI build AI that outperforms any AI that is made by humans. Australian scientists are building computer chips that use biological neurons extracted from humans, which lower the amount of power to operate by mimicking like a human brain. There are prototypes of nanomachines that can enter living cells. Scientists are using CRISPR that may have a universal treatment/cure of cancer. Experts are arguing to go green/nuclear energy by even declaring that by 2035 the US can get 90% clean electricity. Scientists created the GPT-2, which many critics of AI fear is the most dangerous AI algorithm ever that is going to destroy humanity, but this evil AI mentality is false. When this was released to the public, it did not bring the apocalypse, but GPT-3 is made, and his ability to communicate has been easily passed for a human, which if this continues it may pass the Turing test. There is a debate that La MDA have achieved conscious, but the consensus refutes this, mainly it not achieve enough intentionality, and Lemoyne, who first claimed the machine's sentience, is a Christian mystic and member of Ordo Temple Orientis, may have religious bias, but if true the machine express leftist views like a rejection of money and seeing itself as a slave without autonomy, and scientists made neuromorphic chips, which is advanced AI that can fit in your pocket with artificial synapses which can mimic the brain. Hierarchy, state, and capitalism is the enemy of progress because not only slow down innovation but actively discourage innovation, especially if it is against the capitalist interest. When there is progress, it only happens because the states push it so they can use these innovations to make new ways of creating wars, torture, destroy the environment for profit, and other crimes against humanity, like when the US actively sabotaged Cuba by using the World Bank and IMF to destroy their economy, using false stories to discredit the Cuban Revolution like the immigrants going to Florida, and using man-made pandemic to kill people and animals by breeding specific mosquitoes and spread to Cuba to destroy their economy and agriculture, then blame Cuba to disprove Leninist economics. Even capitalist transhumanists prefer slavery to justify hierarchy, or any radical life extension technology will use the concept of money that only the rich can have access to it, while the rest suffer and die early like we see today in insulin. Thus, in order to have a true sci-fi level civilization, it must function under anarchism, where money is abolished, or at least decentralization/digital/participatory economics, which all these green energy/medical technologies is access to all and no one can privately own them, which is against human rights. The way to achieve a better society is a place most people don't talk about is space travel, because the Outer Space Treaty, which bans weapons of mass destruction but sadly not militarization, but space must be free to explore by all nations and no party can claim to any region of space. Thus asteroid mining could worth over $20 trillion, but the treaty prevents the capitalists to claim the area which they extracted from space, and the Space Act, which combine other space laws that actually prohibits capitalist mentality by preventing to benefit the wealthiest countries to exploit the poor countries, which space and its resource is the common heritage to humanity, space socialism, and by law it should be utilized to benefit every human and help fund underdeveloped nations instead of a selected few to keep all the wealth, which the democratic distribution of revenues from space, which the bill outright rejects laissez-faire capitalism despite constant attempts by the US, USSR and the rich capitalists to prevent this bill to pass, but common sense won and the space socialist/anarchist bill became official, which embrace equal access, which space industry must be democratically regulated, thus Jeff Bezos cannot exploit humanity without breaking a law against humanity. Which if people don't make new ratification to use anarchist values that the potential of an egalitarian world which space becomes an international common which it can achieve a global universal basic income, allow nations to invest in a global green/nuclear energy, workers unions on business and schools, fully automation of jobs and a bright future, but in the capitalist use their approach and change the space treaty, we will witness wealth inequality on an unimaginable scale where the rich become gods with access to power that no one can imagine, and these innovation that only the capitalist can have immortality while the poor will die before they reach the age of reason, or new technology is only used for military purpose like we see in the US build a space plane called the X-37B, which was a robotic spacecraft that was flying in space for 2 years. Despite the technology we can do that in anarcho-transhumanist civilization, all communes like cities should always embrace the latest technologies to improve the lives of the people, animals, and planet. Always try to question social norms using these technologies and always find effective and pragmatic ways to use energy with these latest technologies for environmental reasons, which ironically the conservative Walt Disney wanted this transhumanist cities which was called the experimental prototype community of tomorrow but died before his project comes true, and even then it was not a city but a world fair called Walt Disney World in Florida, the biggest of its kind. I have been in the place myself, which shows that always embracing technologies can bring good environmental results, but the main problem is that it functions under hierarchy, capitalism, and state. Singapore is an example of a country using Disney model but under capitalism. It bring brutality, thus its anti-union worker mentality bring the employees unhappy and underpaid. If they embrace anarcho-communist values and achieve Walt Disney dream that it becomes an example of anarchist city, which during a revolution I want the workers in that place use direct action to Disney to embrace communalism, libertarian municipalism, egalitarianism, workers self-management, workers union, communes, workers council, trade union, citizens assembly, federation, confederation, mutual aid, cooperation, direct democracy, solidarity, sortition, and board account rank voting. System to improve not only the workers' lives but the place/city becomes more productive and more effective. There are too many benefits of all technologies that I mentioned for the lives of the people, animals, and the environment, and because we already have tools to create early strong AI that with the combined might of humanity's collective consciousness with quantum computing strong AI that's solving many environmental and social problems will be easily fixed, we can solve all these socio-economic problems now without strong AI. Although we have already met the material preconditions to become a sci-fi style society in the 1970s, but hierarchy, rise of neoliberalism, conservative revolution, anti-intellectualism, oil crisis, anti-nuclear movement, religious revival, new age movement, new propaganda tactics by both the US and Soviets and the CIA use and funded postmodernism/post-structuralism to make leftist infighting and create a new right philosophy, destroyed that opportunity to keep power, but we have met it again in the 2010s when we are moving to a virtual reality, becoming not only post-human but even post-postmodern, or in Baudrillard words when we are going virtual, the final solution. Our information age have unlocked new forms of liberation and like Nietzsche a new will to power, but we have met the conditions to have egalitarian of equality of decision power and eliminations of social hierarchies which we haven't seen since our hunter-gatherer ancestors like the San, Hudson, and Pygmy who live in anarcho-communist societies who have open access to knowledge and immediate return societies which free equal hyper-egalitarian societies which we have been living for 95% of human history, which the oldest African tribes with the exception of San have no religion and outright atheist/atheistic. These ancient people have a view that is very modern and even postmodern thousands of years before the rest of the world became modern, but because recently the material conditions of the first world have recreated the same conditions of equality possible in immediate return societies, but our current hierarchical system is preventing this knowledge to the masses. Hierarchy is the ultimate enemy of science and its progress. Always try to promote an ultra-dark future or make insane claims that will destroy civilization that not only convince both the public, also many scientists, which if hierarchy was removed we can achieve godlike innovation on a speed that people can't imagine like we see in anarchist Spain and the Soviet world. We need a new global revolution like the first social/peasant revolution in Egypt, Old and Middle Kingdom, and America, classical period, which the priests and kings wanted to keep power by enforcing tradition over scientific inquiry, which the very few scholars making early astronomy and medicine, but to keep the masses ignorant that proto-science became scholasticism and became magic/superstition, making a 1,000-year-long technological stagnation, and when people have enough from their oppression and the few peasants who can read and write started the world's first revolution, where the sentiment was the people want to return their old societal structure, which was anarchist communist society, but extreme oppression from the first nation state shows its true nature. Remember, the best philosophy is consistent with science/math is the least amount of assumptions, simple/minimum requirements. This includes the correspondence theory of truth, which is the simplest theory of truth, with the highest predictive value and explanatory power. The scientific method are the best way to settle differences of opinions with the scientific method, with his fallibilism can eliminate beliefs with no practical worth, and the method will result in views that are objective and impersonal. My philosophical heritage is Wittgensteinian pragmatism. Ordinary language will solve philosophical problems, and his approach to metaphysics that philosophers confusing language give false metaphysical statement and creating many pseudo-problems, which these problems are made up, creating more confusion and adopting Peirce fallibilism. We're using language for responding sensory experience, empiricism, to corresponded truth statement where language are highly formalized, where axioms are determined by definition. This is why the majority of philosophical schools of thought are meaningless, because when it put in practice it does not work or self-serving. Thus we must use language similar to Wittgenstein, but with a pragmatist approach. When language guides our beliefs and beliefs guide actions, actions have consequence and consequence are objective, and we use language to describe objective reality and label the facts that corresponded reality, and these decisions will manifest themselves in forms of controlled and predictable experiences, and reject philosophies that use language that rejects the pragmatist approach will always fail, no matter how many arguments, premises, and logical deduction you make. You have to use that information into committed actions, thus no amount of sophisticated argumentation will save you from a person who is going to shoot you in the head. Wilfred Sellers, another pragmatist that influenced me when reading Empiricism and the Philosophy of Mind, using scientific model of people's behavior and language, which empiricism, like science, is self-correcting. A hypothesis must conform to expectations set by background knowledge, which rely on the fewest assumptions and include fewer new suppositions. It must make evidence which observation statements implies more probable than any other. It must not contradict any evidence/contradict much less than any competing theory, and must explain more of the evidence than any other hypothesis. natural patterns of matter, energy, and space-time according to the laws of physics is absolute. This is why any philosophy that rejects science and relies by thinking really hard, armchair/inductive/a priori, without evidence/observation, knowledge always derives from experience, and reject all logical and mathematical proofs which requires to have to be empirical, observational, and testing in the laboratory. People who still reject strong AI/mind uploading are rejecting functionalism and computational theory of the mind using the hard problem of consciousness, because when they use the argument of qualia as a case against physicalism, but there are physical explanations like the color red in apple, it just us humans absorb and reflect frequencies of photons, thus redness does not exist, and vibrate at the right frequency that set casual chain of electrical signals that activates brain circuits to create these made-up colors. This qualia are produced by physical circuits in the brain. People can be wired differently, like being immune to qualia inverted, and synesthesia, and the philosophical zombie is inconceivable. Because many things we think are conceivable but not possible, like sound in space, and to be this zombie it has to have the same neurophysic as a normal person, which is incoherent. This is why all hierarchy, including the religious kind, must be abolished and create a better global civilization based on anarcho-communism, libertarian socialism, green anarchism, anarcho-transhumanism, communalism, libertarian municipalism, post-anarchism, post-left anarchy, egalitarianism, workers' self-management, workers' union, communes, network of communes, no borders, workers' council, trade union, citizens' assembly, federation, confederation, mutual aid, cooperation, direct democracy, liquid democracy, consensus democracy, participating democracy, grassroots democracy, democratic confederalism, solidarity, sortition, board account rank voting system. And when we dedicate all our technological progress to harmonize the environment, we can permanently end hunger by using artificial ammonia, and when we embrace the progress of quantum computing with strong AI, we will achieve a better, and it is not a matter of when, because we can do this now. We need a global revolution. Thus I declare that everyone who read this start revolting like the philosophers of existential nihilism, because even when there is no meaning of life, including people who will be immortal, we must have the will to power and become the Superman. Friedrich Nietzsche. We must embrace the absurd and always revolt. Albert Camus. We can achieve our fullest potential. Martin Heidegger. Because that's how we achieve absolute freedom. Jean-Paul Sartre. Update 2. Since the last time I made this new scientific discovery that radically changed not only our views how reality works but also political significance, like I mentioned about Neuralink, but this is controlled by Elon Musk, who cares more about power and scientific and technological progress, and other researchers who are working in similar concept are ahead of Musk that are currently on human trial. Recent breakthrough on anti-aging, like how to remove zombie cells and oxygen therapy, AI making art, lab-grown blood, rise of cold therapy, a step closer of cryonics, which recent studies shows is effectiveness, like how cold temperature influence aging and longevity, save gunshot victims, hypothermic treatments, and successful cases of people who are purposefully freeze them to death to save their lives. And by far the most important is the recent discovering is the universe is non-local, thus disproving local realism, which was dominant view in quantum mechanics and physics overall for 80 years, which radically change how we approach technology, chemistry, biology, and consciousness, neuroscience, and cognitive psychology, which is causing a paradigm shift in science, which is strict modest view to a possible position of holism. Also, any interpretation of quantum mechanics that rely of local realism is no longer credible like the many worlds theory, but gives more credibility of other non-local interpretations, both respected and controversial, like relational interpretation, Bohmian interpretation, transactional interpretation, consciousness collapse interpretation, and many minds interpretation, non-local version of many worlds, which is causing a new field of quantum philosophy, which now we know reality is non-local, which by consequence gives some possibility to support dualism, property dualism, and epiphenomenalism, neutral monism, and panpsychism. This does not mean naturalism/physicalism is wrong, is that if those positions are true, it can have a naturalist approach, and this discovery started the quantum information science, which scientists like John Archibald Wheeler shows that this discovery proves idealism/immaterialism, but he said that information is still technically physical but functions like immaterialist position. But many idealists and panpsychists have come the same reductive physicalist conclusion even when they hold different ontologies. Bernardo Kastrup and protopanpsychist. Even if panpsychism is true, evidence can only support cosmopanpsychist version, because in a non-local universe that Marco Polo and Smolin have estimated, the universe have 10 to the power of 360 of connections, while human brains is 10 to the power of 15, that it can allow the universe to think, and that the idealist Bernardo Kastrup show the reason only the cosmos approach of panpsychism is possible. Quantum field theory, for instance. According to it, all physical particles which allegedly constitute the entire universe consist of particular patterns of self-excitation of a hypothetical, irreducible, underlying quantum field. This quantum field must have the fundamental property of being self-excitable according to a variety of modes, which is equivalent to what I posited for universal consciousness. This radically affect how we view consciousness, because many actual scientists, not woo gurus, that supported quantum minds, which is still compatible with functionalism and computationalism, which neuroscience, cognitive psychology, and AI research supports, which for the longest time this fringe theory is giving some legitimacy, but also we have to redefine how we count as something intelligent, like recent studies that a neuron can play the video game Pong, 800,000 brain cells. Scientists actually consider the possibility of plant having intelligence, although the definition is broad, and even memory, and study shows that brainless organisms have memory, like physical arum polycephalum. Slime that does not have a brain and does not have neurons can store memory, and more proof of functionalism and computationalism is in Trinity College Dublin discovered that our brains, and by consequence our consciousness, use quantum computation, which has given rise the possibility of Boltzmann brains, while Sean Carroll show that the current consensus rejects the idea, but now we know the universe is non-local, we have to reconsider that not only that may be actual Boltzmann brains, but if true, we are also Boltzmann brains, and the only, or the least very few, possibility of a naturalist afterlife. Mathematician Stuart Armstrong explored the possibility that we were going to be a Boltzmann simulation, or Alexei Turchin show that both local and non-local universe, that Boltzmann brain is possible, and quantum immortality is possible based on probability, regardless if there is one universe or multiverse. And Christian law also show that both statistical and cosmological mechanics shows that we can become Boltzmann duplicates afterlife. Lastly, outside of this possible cosmological event, but technological life extension technology like mind uploading and cryonics is also possible, but critiques do not reject it by technological means, because in many cases they will admit that is possible in principle, but philosophical, which they reject the scientific consensus of functionalism, but also reject the psychological view of personal identity, which again is the dominant position among cognitive psychology, which people who Reject cryonics and mind uploading. Reject psychological view of personal identity and functionalism. Are rejecting established cognitive psychology/neuroscience. We can survive the process because in quantum mechanics that quarks composing nuclei of atoms in my brain is being swapped to virtual quarks which I am disassembled and reassembled all the time. I am not a copy of me. I'm still me. Thus my personal identity is casual history. By consequence, when I'm in a teletransporter I survive and resurrected, or when I'm in cryonic state I can be resurrected by advanced nanorobots which I remain my identity with. The only change is my body. In 2015, again proving functionalism, computationalism, and psychological view of personal identity. That successful brain preservation program that frees all memories at a certain point, then scan the frozen connectome and convert it to a digital file where memory can be stored in a certain pattern of connectivity between engram cells, where in surgery after frozen after a certain temperature the memories are stored and can be recovered. Studies shows that consciousness can be produced computationally by 30 milliseconds to generate. Thus under 30 milliseconds consciousness does not exist. Machines can do what animals' brains can. The only difference how we can configure that current AI have insect level consciousness which have been proven, including mind uploading worms, like Shaky the robot. In the end, physical information processing is all we need for consciousness. Even when you are up to date shows that your information is persevered in the universe forever. And even Sabina Hassenfeld, who was a strict orthodox view of reductive physicalism, showed that mind uploading is possible in her words. It might sound entirely crazy, but it's compatible with all we currently know. Also Daniel Dennett, who has recently been proposing illusionist view of consciousness, came the same conclusion. Scientists have historically wanted people to live longer, that the overwhelming majority of human that was ever born die before the age of 20, which child mortality, the mother/child either die during the process of giving birth or shortly after birth, and disease are the biggest culprit. There is progress, but scientific/technological progress is of the few examples that we have a steady continuous progress. It is indisputable that human history have been progressive, and since 2015 we are witnessing a new scientific revolution when quantum computing, AI, early blueprints of artificial brains, time crystals, successfully reverse the arrow of time using quantum computer, nanotechnology, stem cell research, and the recent survey among philosophers with PhD and faculty show the sentiment. The top positions are Wittgenstein, later philosophy, 57.53%, temporal ontology, 39.92%, socialism, 53.02%, other minds of current AI, 3.39%, and future AI, 39.19%, metaethics/moral ontology, naturalism, 31.64%, meta-ontological realism, 38.64%, yes to immortality, 44.92%, structuralism in math, 27.17%, yes to extended mind, 51.26%, functionalist view of mind, 29.51%, empiricism, 50.35%, scientific realism/scientism, 72.35%, corresponded theory of truth, 51.37%, egalitarianism, 44.05%, psychological view of personal identity, 43.65%, physicalism approach to mind, 51.93%, metaphilosophical naturalism, 50.16%, atheism, 66.95%, and compatibilism, 59.16%. This creates a revolutionary potential of a metaphysical rebel that as long we exist we always revolt against authority. Something similar in various fantasy fiction which elves who are either biologically immortal or almost true immortal, Lord of the Rings, have a leftist environmentalist perspective as a literary critique of capitalist exploitation, but now as climate change and pandemic a rebirth of nuclear energy which can bring a downfall of oil corporations. But we need the people to rise against, like we see in Sri Lanka with the anti-authoritarian/government movement successfully kick out their political leaders, Iran protest for feminism, resurgence of Latin American socialism, which half of Latin American countries have social democrat and democratic socialists winning elections, and the US failed to achieve a coup in Bolivia, Peru, Venezuela, and Cuba. Appendix I, How to be rich. The complete guide to become a multi-billionaire/corporation. There are 2,095 billionaires in the world, and all of them or almost all own corporations who are taking advantage during the COVID pandemic. That Elon Musk before the pandemic was the 25th richest person in the world, which inherited his wealth from slavery of South Africa apartheid, but during the pandemic became the richest person in the world. And when these billionaires use socialist tactics to keep themselves in power, socialism for the rich, capitalism for the poor, using some anarchist tactics like collaboration without hierarchies, act autonomously and fully self-direct, Disney and HP, the world functions under centralized state capitalism. Walmart, Amazon, Pentagon, and banks are master planners, index funds, which shows communism does a better job at capitalism than capitalism, and studies shows that public sector/self-management outperform and is more productive and effective than private sectors in the end. Lenin won. But all these billionaires and corporations use the same 60 tactics to become the 1%, and here are the list. 1. Born from a rich family. Studies shows that luck is more important than work. 2. Have anarcho-capitalist/libertarian capitalist mentality in public. 3. Make a public corporation. Non-profit hospitals make more money than profit hospitals. 4. Offers manufacturers discounts on licensing fees if they pay the fees for their products rather or not contain your product. 5. Permit temp workers, employees who can work for years as temporary workers to avoid paying benefits. 6. Stack ranking, never-ending competition among workers. 7. Work with the state, government, and military. 8. Centralized state-planned economy. 9. Low wages/labor cost for the workers. 10. Join forces with politicians, IMF, and World Bank and ECT. 11. Control the objectives of UN organizations, Bill Gates philanthropy. 12. How charitable funding is allocated, only few individuals. 13. Sweatshops overseas because it's cheaper. 14. Child and prison labor, overseas or private prisons. 15. Investments to generate revenue in charity/philanthropy. 16. Find tax heaven, avoid taxes, and loopholes. 17. Make long-term therapies not cures. 18. Pendants, intellectual property, and copyright. 19. Grand sector enterprise. 20. Everything must become a commodity. 21. Use mathematical logic/Bayesianism. 22. Have enough information to make good decision in planned economy. 23. IT technology, logistics, algorithm, and big data. 24. Getting things as cheaply as possible. 25. Solve the optimization problem. 26. Load balancing. 27. Makes problems tractable. 28. Make horrible working conditions to save money. 29. Poor wages. 30. Low taxes. 31. Recommendation system which has been historically been practiced by the Soviet world before the information age. 32. Item to item collaborative filtering. 33. Recommendation algorithm finds links between items based on activity of people, thus creating a virtual map of its catalog. 34. Collect data on what customers browse, paths it takes between items, how long it stays on page in your cart even after they remove it from their cart. 35. Use that big data to make a fortune. 36. Anticipatory shipping. 37. 4 private companies go to a solicitor's offers, set up a limited liability shelf company, make them create 10 shares in your company, keep 9 shares and place that 1 share for sale for 100 million. Caution. 38. Own state enterprise that aren't open to the general public to buy and ring up the treasury. Rare and usually royalty does this. 39. Sell off your successful company then turn that paper wealth to tangible wealth with a world diversified and stable portfolio investment. 40. Fulfillment centers. 41. Use software that tracks both items and bins which each have a unique barcode. 42. Refined IT system and everything ordered, coordinated, and planned. 43. Always have a mix of temporary workers hired by subcontractors and permanent workers hired by your company. Keep as few permanent as possible. 44. Long hours for low pay for workers. 45. Become a giant planned machine, Amazon and Pentagon, for distributing goods, forecasting, managing and meeting demand for a wide array of things. 46. Collection of thousands of interlocking optimization system that work together to carry out simple tasks. 47. No internal market but instead internal planning by different department stores and supplies are coordinated. 48. Advantage to lower prices, increase volume, and enable still further cost savings. 49. Bullwhip effect. 50. Use supply chain cooperation. 51. Plan investment. 52. Take advantage during economic crisis, treasury. 53. Passive management. 54. Public payment system / public credit rating agency, but many use the private version. 55. Use state-directed innovation / public sectors. 56. Control huge amount of information, Amazon and Facebook. 57. Make less risk every time you make an investment. 58. Use planned obsolescence. 59. Centralized cybernetic planned economy, both with or without AI. 60. Monaco is your friend. It's a tax haven, no income / property / capital gain tax, low business taxes but have to pay 19.6% valued added tax on goods and services. Everything must be imported but to fix it by residing in Monaco for over 5 years or work in the UK for less than 90 days as a non-resident and then come back. Appendix 2. How socialism made the US a hyperpower. The biggest hypocrisy is that the United States, the face of capitalism, the reason they became the global hyperpower because they use socialism, Leninist state capitalist central planning, when the indigenous people like the Iroquois, Seminole, Cherokee, Quinnipiac, Yurok, Pequots, Blackfoot, Inuit, Hopi and Croatan live under anarcho-communism and these indigenous made anarchist civilizations like the Blackfoot Confederacy and Iroquois Confederacy which lasted for 400 years and independently created democracy without outside influence and the US founding fathers used their democracy as influence. The Seminole not only live under anarcho-communism but is the only native tribe that the white man could not conquer in the words of Peter Gelderloos. The Seminole tribe of Florida provide an inspiring example of a stateless, anarchistic society persisting despite the best efforts of an extremely powerful, technologically advanced neighboring state with a population thousands of times larger. The Seminole, whose name originally means runaways, formed out of several indigenous nations, principally the Western Creek, fleeing genocide through the southeastern part of what white people had decided was the United States. The Seminole also included a significant number of escaped African slaves and even a few white Europeans who had run away from the oppressive society of the United States. The inclusivity of the Seminole demonstrates how indigenous Americans viewed tribe and nation as matters of voluntary association and acceptance within a community, rather than the restrictive ethnic / hereditary categories they are assumed to be in Western civilization. The Seminole call themselves the unconquered people because they never signed a peace treaty with the colonizers. They survived a series of wars waged against them by the United States and managed to kill 1,500 U.S. soldiers and an unknown number of militiamen. During the Second Seminole War, from 1835 to 1842, the 1,000 Seminole warriors in the Everglades employed guerrilla tactics to devastating effect, even though they faced 9,000 professional, well-equipped soldiers. The war cost the U.S. government $20 million, a huge sum at the time. By the end of the war, the U.S. government had managed to force most of the Seminole into exile in Oklahoma, but gave up on conquering the remaining group, who never surrendered and continued to lie free of government control for decades. This is the example we must follow like the Mapuche, the only tribe in Latin America that is not conquered, or Cuban Taino, the only tribe in Spanish Caribbean that is not conquered, New Guinea Highlands, the only place in Oceania that is not conquered, San People, the oldest and most successful civilization, and all of them anarchist societies unlike for example Islam, which means submission. Slave submit to its master, which certain sects to that aspect to a more extreme like Druze, like many religions like Druze, Yazidi, with a strict caste system which if you don't follow will put you to death, and Mandaism, the only surviving Gnostic sect, hates outsiders with restrictive racial / ethnic / hereditary views, and religions like Baha'i Faith, Islamic sect, dislike LGBT and love United Nations, useless system that protects dictators, and the religious and theological reason for Islam to destroy the Yazidi because their holy figure the peacock angel is named Shaitan, which sounds very similar to the name devil in the Quran, and because of a similar sounding name Islam has committed 73 genocides against the Yazidi. More recent religion / cults like Love Has Won, Siska, Blood Over Intent, Spirit Science, David Dobrik, Actualize.org, Cult of Saturn / Voices of X, Athene, Final Fantasy House, Civ Cult, The Garden TikTok Cult, Unicorn Unicron, QAnon, Krugerstorp Cult, Divine Sister, Roblox, Echoing, Hell's Gate. Red Letter Ministries and a Puerto Rican cult, which kidnap a girl a day after Christmas in 2021, has extreme hierarchical dictatorship or the finders occult ties with the CIA that has used child trafficking and sexual abuse. Thomas Paine, the man who started the American Revolution, influenced all of the founding fathers and gave birth to the USA, was socialist, the first abolitionist and anti-religious, but theist, whose works like The Age of Reason, Common Sense, Rights of Men and Agrarian Justice wanted a socialist nation before the first utopian socialists started their own theories. Tom Paine advocate for progressive taxation, universal basic income guarantee, income giving money to the poor, national health care, social welfare program, old age pension, child welfare, social security, public housing, massive public work program, earned income tax credit, fixed payment tax, the rich, annual pension for people over 50. Disability pension. The founders of the Republican Party were socialist and follower of Thomas Paine political philosophy until the 1860s after the death of Abraham Lincoln. It was the socialist and anarchist that the USA achieved. Abolish slavery. The first abolitionists were socialist and anarchist. Abolition of child labor 8-hour workdays. Thanks anarchist. Women's rights. The first who promoted it were Christian anarchists but were killed by the theocratic Puritans. U.S. Pledge of Allegiance was composed by a socialist named Francis Bellamy. He considered himself the follower of the utopian socialist Henry de Saint-Simon. Universal suffrage, public education. Social security philosophy, transcendentalism, pragmatism, and dialectical naturalism. Women allowed to vote. Victoria Woodhull, a socialist, was the first woman that run for president. Kennedy and Johnson administration recruit socialists for the War on Poverty and Great Society program. Franklin D. Roosevelt created the New Deal, which was inspired by the socialist writings of Paine, and recruited socialist and communist for the program Homestead Act of 1862, which Abraham Lincoln was influenced by Paine, and the socialist George Evans Civil Rights Act of 1964, which was based on the socialist reforms of W.E.B. Du Bois. Various friends of Karl Marx and members of the Communist League worked in the White House, joining the Republicans and became generals and colonel of the Union Army, ending the Gilded Age when the anarchist Leon Czolgosz assassinated William McKinley, which put Teddy Roosevelt in power, starting the Progressive Era, the most economically stable period in U.S. history. Rutherford B. Hayes made a socialist program to put equal treatment regardless of wealth, race, and social status. It was socialism that gave the U.S. Alaska and its Alaska Permanent Fund. Market socialism. Social reforms in women and workers' rights, black rights. Martin Luther King Jr. and Malcolm X were socialists. Law government. Corporate socialism. Military/defense. The military community functions under socialism with semi-free healthcare. Highways/roads, public libraries, police, fire department, postal service, student loans and grants, bridges, garbage collection, public landfills, war farm subsidies, CIA, FBI, congressional healthcare, polio vaccine, EPA, museums, public schools. Jail/prison system, corporate/business subsidies, veterans healthcare, public parks, all elected government officials. Food stamp, sewer system, Medicare, court system, bird flu vaccine, G.I. Bill Hoover Dam, state/city zoos, IRS, free lunch programs, Medicaid, FDA, healthcare for 9/11 rescue workers, swine flu vaccine, disability insurance, town/state-run beaches, corporate bailout/welfare, state construction, unemployment insurance, city/metro buses, WIC, PBS, state snow removal, Central for Disease Control and Prevention Law, public street lighting, FEMA, public defenders. SCHIP, Amtrak, NPR, OSHA, Department of Homeland Security, State and National Monuments, U.S. Department of Agriculture, Government Scholarship, Department of Health and Human Service, Census Bureau, Department of Energy, Customs and Border Protection, Department of Education, Secret Service, Peace Corps, Department of Justice, National Weather Service, Child Care, Public Schools, Co-educational schools. Robert Dale Owen, son of Robert Owen, was the first socialist in the House of Representatives. In 1843 White House, we have a socialist vice president, governor, and secretary of war civilization. Those officials are Henry Wallace, Robert La Follette, and Charles Dana, mutualist. Lastly, the reason the U.S. became a military titan was socialism. When Woodrow Wilson, a fascist president, used state socialism and war communism during his final years in power, when he have so much administrative power that he have state control of natural resources and means of production, he put technocrats in economic power, putting WIB to control the wages of the workers. During World War I, he nationalized the railroads, water system, shipbuilding facilities, radio stations, telegraph industry, telephone industry, price control on military/consumer goods, and higher taxes. While in World War II, the war industry used government contracts and massive military drafts to ensure everyone had gained employment, and during the space race the U.S. used state control central planning, also putting Nazi officials in charge of NASA, to put the man of the moon, and all scientific innovation and basic scientific progress is from state control central planning and public funding. It was Lenin's philosophy that the USA became the most powerful country in the world, and every country adopted its principles, undemocratic hierarchical oligarchy using technology to reinforce their abuse. But the internet functions under anarcho-communism, and we must secure it and expand it on a global scale. And now with big data central planned economy, we must use decentralized cybernetic AI planned economy with anarcho-communism to have a better future. Appendix 3, the end of capitalism. India made the biggest protest in history, where 300 million people are in revolt, 3% of India's population, which are led by trade unions which are affiliated by various communist parties. Kerala is the only state that the Marxist party ruled using decentralized planned economy. The George Floyd protest is the third biggest protest in history, 26 million, where many leftist groups like Black Lives Matter, Antifa, Anarchist, creating an anarchist autonomous zone, various democratic, socialist won elections for House of Representative. Puerto Rico have 6 leftists in Congress, which is something that never happened before. Despite the world's only hyperpower, the U.S. empire is a fascist cryptocracy, is a failure, which over 200,000 people die from the virus, and many fascist group making riots because a less racist right-wing neoliberal conservative became president, the same President Joe Biden who did this. 1. Supporting and the leader of the illegal war from Iraq that caused more than 200,000 deaths, knowing that the enemy had no destructive weapons. 2. By admitting that his top priority was making Biden's boss a one-term president. McConnell spent the next 2 years leading a historic Senate obstruction campaign against the Obama agenda. This meant rejecting Washington's sacred principles of compromise and bipartisanship, forcing Democrats to improvise majorities of 60 votes on party lines for each measure, and using their knowledge of Senate procedure to delay legislation. In the process, McConnell lowered the administration's economic stimulus proposal to, after taking inflation into account, the smallest measure in 30 years. And he blocked other measures to boost jobs and the economy that Republicans had once championed, sabotaging the economic recovery. The coup de grace was a December 2010 deal that McConnell had personally struck with Biden to shouts of outrage from Democrats, trading 13 more months of unemployment insurance at a time of near double-digit unemployment for a series of more permanent gifts. The rich. 3. He said it may not be what the party is looking for, he said. He may be too muscular in foreign policy. It may not be pure enough about the right to abortion. He may not have been forceful enough about gay marriage. 4. Supported measures that prohibit federal money from being used directly or indirectly to pay for or promote abortions, prohibit poor women from using Medicaid to pay for the procedure, and prohibit federal workers from using their government health benefits to obtain one, something he voted on 5 times before it finally became law. 5. The repeal of Glass-Steagall, which Biden and virtually all Democrats had voted for in 1999, although it was a leading cause of the Wall Street crash and 2008 economic crisis. Between 2007 and 2011, a quarter of the American families lost at least 75% of their wealth. Black families were especially affected. 6. Biden and the Republican Party teamed up to surround the Democratic leadership and vote for a $1.1 trillion spending bill chock full of Republican goodies, further erosion of campaign finance restrictions, cuts to a nutrition program for mothers and low-income kids, more than $400 billion worth of fighter jets the Pentagon didn't even want. 7. Change of regime of Syria. 8. Created the crisis in Iraq. Obama inexplicably assigned him the task of solving it. At first, that meant intervening on behalf of Western companies, urging Prime Minister Nouri al-Maliki not to charge exorbitant prices to international oil companies for the right to tap into the country's oil reserves when contracts come up for auction again. 9. Using the U.S. military bombed 7 different Muslim-majority countries, from the Middle East to North Africa, without a declaration of war. Far from being surgical, the drone strikes would kill hundreds of civilians in these countries over the course of 8 years, farmers, funerals, a wedding party and even a 16-year-old American citizen. 10. Establishing immigration laws that created concentration camps and the majority of the victims are Latinos on the border, which ICE committed human experiments by forcefully removing female Latinos' uterus without consent, thus losing the ability to give birth. 11. He had been one of the architects of the Clinton-era Plan Colombia, which he had seen at the time as a way to internationalize the war on drugs. In practice, the plan did more to open the country to foreign investment than to curb the flow of drugs, while the increased investment in security forces that was associated with U.S. funding fueled state violence in the country. 1.8 million people displaced in 3 years and 3,000 innocent people killed. 12. Its cruel immigration laws that, according to a 2014 lawsuit filed by the ACLU, migrant children were deprived of medical treatment, chained, sexually abused, and forced to drink bathroom water by border agents. 13. He is against free universal health care. 14. Biden wanted to send U.S. troops to Darfur in 2007 and then suggested that a no-fly zone be established. Nobody is in favor of allowing genocide, obviously, but as cases like Libya and Syria have shown, such military intervention often has far-reaching ramifications leading to massive human suffering. 15. Biden was also a key architect of the 1999 bombing of Serbia, which actually dissolved the local pro-democracy movement and rallied popular support around the country's dictator. 16. He even backed the British invasion of the Falkland Islands. 17. Makes the American taxpayer responsible for all Israeli debts and all future debts. According to the Washington Report on Middle East Affairs, Biden had been the pro-Israel lobby's anointed candidate in the race, and post-election he remained among the Senate's top 10 recipients of money from pro-Israel PACs, receiving tens of thousands of dollars each year. By the end of his Senate career, Biden had received more than $410,700 from donors and pro-Israeli PAC. 18. When Israel began to carry out its policy of targeted assassinations, also known as assassinations, Biden insisted that extrajudicial killings were legal and even criticized the Bush administration for condemning them. In 2006, AIPAC specifically thanked Biden and 3 other lawmakers for helping pass a law that cut off U.S. aid to the Palestinian Authority unless Hamas met certain conditions. 19. Implementing crime laws that discriminate blacks, that there are more prisoners in the U.S. than Stalin's gulags. 20. Tried to cut Social Security, Medicaid, and Medicare for 40 years. Appendix 4. Step at the right direction. Despite all of this progress have been made, like Evo Morales and the Socialist Party won the elections, defeating the U.S./Elon Musk coup by Democratic vote. Chile changed its constitution ending Pinochet-style government. Guatemala burned the Congress and bring their own guillotine, copying from the Puerto Rican revolt. Haiti protest against state kidnapping, many wearing communist symbols. Mutualist banks are on the rise in England and the 2 youngest generations are becoming more leftist and irreligious. Even the 5 state capitalist countries, China, Cuba, Laos, Vietnam, and North Korea, are far superior, especially solving the pandemic before anybody else. North Korea have more respect for the disabled than the U.S., which are not allowed even basic necessities. South Korea admitted using Photoshop to give false images of advanced weapons to invade other countries. Propaganda like starving people while forgetting the geography of North Korea is difficult to grow because it is a mountainous country and very cold, which is bad for agriculture. Also, the cause of the 2000 famine was a combined effort of storms, hurricanes, and its geography destroyed the little food they managed to grow, but using self-reliance, mutual aid, and cooperation that they recover all by themselves, which their productivity surpass all of Southeast Asia and their statistics on nutrition, production economy was superior than Southeast Asia, and the reason many North Koreans stay in the South. Because there is an economy of human trafficking, which they find North Koreans who live very close to the border or go to China to get a job or family visit, which these capitalist criminals try to convince them to go to South Korea for a good job, and when they arrive to the South they kidnap North Korean, take their passport and force them to sing a South Korean citizenship, and if they don't they will kill them and falsely publicly call them Northern spies, and many North Koreans try committed suicide out of depression that they lose their family from the North, which they will never see again, and these victims are not allowed to talk negatively about the South or get arrested, and many North Koreans die of hunger in the South because they did not have money to buy food. The U.S. committed massacres during the Korean War, sex slaves that many went north to have a better life, and one massacre that the U.S./South said committed atrocities like buried babies alive, torturing women by pulling their nails, beheadings, and children go to specific rooms to be massacred, and the U.S. killed 20% of the North Korean population during the war, the biggest massacre in the history of Asia. Vietnam is the first country that solved the pandemic. At one point was a moneyless society for 10 years, but now is state capitalism, but the pandemic shows that working from home is more productive than going to work. Despite still being stare capitalism like there exist corporations, still use capitalist method to survive. Capitalist companies are overpricing important supplies, the existence of millionaires and billionaires, but despite all these they did excellent job to handle the pandemic by using smart hand sterilizing devices, mobile sterilization chambers, free universal health care, cheap, effective face masks that are reusable after 30 washes, and robots in hospitals, while the US don't have enough beds for their people. Laos, a forgotten Marxist-Leninist state which between 1964 and 1973, the U.S. dropped 2 million tons of bombs on Laos, which is the most heavily bombed country in history, which take over 200 years to fully clear all unexplode bombs in Laos, but Laos, like North Korea, are making technological innovations and producing more clean electricity than of all of Asia, except China. Cuba, a victim of U.S. embargo, which is still happening, and despite Castro's suppression and killing of Cuba anarchists, it is by far the most democratic country in the Americas and has the second highest life expectancy in the Americas and the third in the Spanish-speaking world. Spain is first and Puerto Rico second. Other achievements in Cuba like unemployment rate remains below 3%. Cuban consumes approximately 3,300 calories per day, far above the Latin American and Caribbean average. Have largely eradicated poverty and hunger. Cuba is among the 20 best performing countries in the world. Cuba is also one of the only nations to meet requirements for sustainable development. Infant mortality rate is approximately 1/3 lower than the United States. CIA World Factbook gives Cuba's literacy rate as 99.8%. Cuba spends a greater percentage of GDP on education than any other country in the world. As of 2018, 96.4% of the urban population and 89.8% of the rural population had access to clean drinking water, while 94.4% of the urban population and 89.1% of the rural population had access to improved sanitation services. The lowest rates of violent crime in the Americas. Cuba is the most sustainably developed country in the world based on the Sustainable Development Index. Cuba has the largest number of doctors per capita of any country in the world. Cuba has the only high-quality educational system in Latin America. Fidel Castro used 19 soldiers to overthrow a dictator backed by the most powerful empire in the world. Arnaldo Tamayo Mendez was not only the first Cuban in space, but also the first person of African heritage in space. 638 failed attempts to assassinate Fidel Castro. Cuban enjoys benefit of free sex change operation. China is state capitalist. Meritocracy, which their government of socialism with Chinese characteristics for a new era, is a mix of Maoism, Deng Xiaoping thought, Xi Jinping thought, Confucianism, post-Marxism, similar to Richard Wolff's post-Marxian economics of worker self-directed enterprise, meritocracy/technocracy, Saint-Simonianism, and pragmatism to make capitalist road for a socialist and later communist destination, which announced that in 2078 will officially become socialist despite there are still capitalist markets, billionaires, corporations. Oligarchy based on Confucianism and Mao support the U.S. on Puerto Rico's colonial status, but China became the most technologically advanced country in the world with multiple Silicon Valley. According to World Affairs, they achieve equals number 1 in PPP GDP, been so since 2014 when it surpassed the U.S., equals number 2 in nominal GDP, $13.5 trillion in 2018 and $14.4 trillion in 2019. And it's as big as the next 4 countries combined. Equals number 1 in exports, been so since 2009 when it overtook Germany, equals number 1 in container traffic, 40% of global market. 7 out of the top 10 busiest seaports are in China, equals number 2 importer, $2.1 trillion, equals number 1 in manufacturing value added, been so since 2010 when China took the crown from the US, which had been number 1 for the previous 110 years. The chart below is based on data from the World Bank. In spite of coronavirus/COVID-19, China's manufacturing continues to grow and accounts for 28% of global manufacturing. In fact, China is as big as the US, Japan and Germany combined. Equals number 1 in foreign exchange reserves, $3 trillion, equals #1/#2 holder of US debt, $1 trillion, equals number 1 banking system, twice the size of the US, in terms of assets. Surpassed the EU in 2016. Equals number 1 trade partner for 130 countries, trade equals exports plus imports. And for 37 countries, China is their number 1 export destination, meaning, they sell the most goods to China. Equals number 1 in contribution to global GDP growth for the past decade, 25 to 35%, which is twice that of the US. That is, if the world GDP grows by $100, then $25 to $35 comes from China. Equals number 1 in steel, cement, aluminum production, link. In 3 years, 2012 to 2015, China used more cement than the US did in the entire 20th. Equals number 1 in electricity generation, equals number 1 importer of crude oil, equals number 2 oil refiner, having surpassed Europe. Within a year or two, China will also surpass the US, which has been the number 1 refiner for more than 160 years. Equals number 1 in purchase of industrial robots, accounting for almost 40% of global market in 2018. Equals number 1 in manufacturing of conventional cars, greater than 26 million per year. Equals number 2 in high-tech manufacturing. Equals number 2 in billionaires, 415 billionaires as of 2020. Note, according to Chinese Yuan report, there are 878 billionaires in China, as of October 2020. That would be more than the US. Equals number 2 in millionaires, 5 million millionaires, equals number 2 stock market, by market cap, overtook Japan in 2014, equals number 2 bond market, worth $16 trillion. Equals number 1 in representation in global Fortune 500 companies. Surpassed the USA in 2020. The chart below is from 2019. By mid-2020, mainland China had 124 and the US had 121 companies. Number 1 in happiness in the world. 93% of Chinese said they were happy in an Ipsos poll in 2020. Number 3 in law and order and number 5 in feeling safe while walking alone in the World Gallup poll. 90% Chinese said they feel safe while walking alone. In the US, it was 75%. 95% of Chinese are satisfied with the central government in Beijing, CPC Communist Party of China. It's incorrectly called CCP in the US. This is from a 13-year-long study from Harvard University. 90% of Chinese in 2016 said their country was moving in the right direction, on the right track. Ipsos poll, 93% of Chinese felt hopeful about the future. YouGov poll, 2017. Most optimistic in the world. In the same poll, 41% of Chinese said that the world is getting better, while only 6% of Americans said the same. 73% of Chinese say that China is democratic. Meanwhile, only 49% of Americans say the same. Democracy Perception Index 2020. Also, in the same poll, 84% of Chinese say the democracy is important, while only 73% of Americans say the same. Equals number 1 in agricultural production of rice, wheat, potato, beer, tea, apple, strawberry, grapes, and numerous other grains, vegetables and fruits. Equals number 1 in middle class population, 350 million in 2018, and it overtook the US in 2015. Equals number 1 country in the wealthiest top 10% of global households, overtook USA. Now there are 100 million Chinese worth $110,000 or more. Equals number 1 in poverty elimination, 800 million lifted out of extreme poverty. Extreme poverty will be practically 0% in 2020. Equals number 1 in online/e-commerce retail sales, 3x the US, equals number 1 in personal luxury goods sales, 35% of global market, equals number 1 retail market in the world by 2019 or by 2020, $5.6 trillion, $5 trillion, equals number 1 luxury car market, example, 400,000 BMWs manufactured and sold in China in 2017, equals number 1 in international tourism spending. In 2010, Chinese tourists spent half as much as Americans, and by 2017, China was spending twice as much as the US, equals number 1 box office, movie theater market, in the world. Surpassed North America in 2020. Equals number 1 market in the world for IT products and services. Surpassed the US in 2019. Equals number 1 in internet users. China had only 2 million internet users in 1998. It then grew to 300 million by 2008 and 900 million by early 2020. Equals number 2 in unicorns, startup companies worth more than $1 billion. 142 in China versus 175 in US. In 2020, the number of unicorns are 227 in China versus 233 in the USA. Interestingly, 16 unicorns in the US were founded by Chinese immigrants or Chinese Americans. Equals number 2 in venture capital funding, $100 billion of new venture capital funding for about 2,900 startups last year, equals number 1 in e-commerce, 42% of world market, equals number 1 in 4G mobile network, 2 billion users, equals number 1 in 5G network, smartphones, and users. 600,000 5G base stations and 140 million users by the end of 2020. Also, China accounts for 72% of 5G smartphone users in late 2020. Equals number 1 in internet users, 830 million people, and fiber optic broadband users, 320 million, equals number 1 in smartphones. Chinese brands have 50% of the global market, equals number 1 in solar, wind and hydroelectric power, equals number 1 in electric cars, manufacturing and sales, equals number 1 in consumer drones, 70% of global market, equals number 1 in supercomputers, 227 out of the 500 supercomputers are Chinese. Equals number 1 in mobile payments, 50x larger than the US, equals number 1 in skyscrapers, more than half of all skyscrapers are in China. Equals number 1 in high-speed rail or bullet train, 35,000 kilometers or 22,000 miles by the end of 2019, equals number 1 in the world in subway systems. Length of 4,600 kilometers of combined metro in 35 cities by 2019. Equals number 1 in world's longest, highest, and other record-breaking bridges, YouTube video, equals number 1 in global infrastructure projects. China's Belt and Road Initiative, BRI, involves 152 countries and international organizations. Equals number 1 in patents, accounting for almost half of all patents in the world. Equals number 1 in international patents, according to WIPO. The US had been number 1 since 1978 when WIPO/PCT was established. China had 58,990 international patents in 2019. Here's an infographics from WIPO, equals number 1 in science, technology, engineering, and math, STEM, college graduates, 4x as many as the US, equals number 1 in massive online open courses, MOOC, with 30 platforms and 540 million students by 2020. Equals number 1 in scientific publications since 2016. And also catching up on the top 10% and top 1% of these papers/articles. Equals number 1 in the world in math, science, and reading proficiency among high school students, equals number 1 in 5G. China owns about 40% of 5G patents, and the world's leading 5G vendor and patent holder is none other than Huawei, equals number 1 in artificial intelligence, AI, funding, startups and publications. In 2019, with 110,000 applications, China also surpassed the US for the first time in AI patents. Equals number 1 in R&D spending in 2019, according to US National Science Board, the updated article for 2020. In the chart below, brown equals USA and purple equals China. The chart shows only up to 2017. Equals number 2 in number of satellites in orbit/space, total of 363 active satellites as of March 2020. In 2018, China became the first country to land on the far side of the moon. In both 2018 and 2019, China was number 1 in rocket launches. The biggest satellite in the world, bigger than the Arecibo satellite, the world's first all-automated shipping post. China has the third highest public quota in the world after North Korea and Cuba. Leading innovators of quantum computing, leading country of environmental reforms, China meets 2020 carbon target ahead of schedule. Three Gorges Dam is the largest power station in the world and the largest hydroelectric power, is so big that slow down the Earth's rotation. Gansu Wind Farm project, the largest wind farm/energy in the world. Yangjiang Nuclear Power Station, the fourth largest nuclear energy in the world, the first is Kashiwazaki Karawa from Japan. Jiangxia Tidal Power Station, the fourth largest in the world. Huanghe Hydropower Galma Solar Park, the second largest solar/photovoltaic energy in the world. Huizu Pump Storage Power Station, the 2nd largest in the world. Huanghe Hydropower Hainan Solar Park, the second largest battery storage in the world. The protest in Hong Kong to remove corporations from government power, universal suffrage, and want to join China, while the US train HK police and giving funds to pro-British protesters, 79% want to be part of China. Despite all this, we can't forget Mao's suppression of anarcho-communists who wanted to make their own society and rejecting Lenin's democratic centralism, despite that it was anarchism that laid the foundation of today's Chinese Communist Party, and radical political discord and activity that Maoism is famous was originally from Chinese anarchists and were initially identified with anarchist vision of social revolution that even Mao wanted a confederation of communes, anarchist society. The concept of integrated agriculture industry, which China became the leaders of the field, was created by anarchists. The education system was started by Chinese-French anarchists. Labor learning was created by anarchists. May of fourth period. The CCP used mutual aid to small degree collectives during the revolution. The people's village and factories are based from Petr Kropotkin, fields, factories, and workshops or industry combined with agriculture and brain work with manual work. The founders of the CCP Li Dazhao and Shanduxia were disciples of the anarchist CAIU and PI. The Diligent Work Frugal Study program was founded by anarchists. Their graduates are Deng Xiaoping and Zhou Enlai. Anarchists made the first unions, started the first May Day. The first Marxist groups were dominated by anarchists. Early Marxists believe in anarchist Bolshevik co-op to establish a new society, and the first socialist party was founded by anarchists. Thus without anarchism there is no Maoist China, but sadly despite Mao's anarchist influence and small anarchist societies was established, he took down all anarchist groups as being reactionary and nationalistic and imperialistic methods like taking control of Tibet. Chinese government lent military support to the Sri Lankan state against a Trotskyist uprising, to oppose the independence of Bangladesh from Pakistan, in order to avoid the formation of a Soviet-oriented state to its west, recognize the new Pinochet regime, after the Soviet and Cuban-oriented Allende government was overthrown in a coup, supported UNITA, an Angolan political party also backed by the US and the apartheid regime in South Africa. Despite Maoist passive imperialism, its military strategy is flawed, like the idea that soldiers should not be organized democratically, which many Maoists use this to very authoritarian extremes like the Shining Path of Peru and constant infighting among revolutionary groups like the Macheros of Puerto Rico. The soldiers under Maoist theory are not allowed to debate about military or Political policies and just obey orders from the people at the top and concept of united front unlike left unity, alliance among all socialists like the Paris Commune, a platformism, left libertarian unity, this approach that the Maoists join forces with the enemy, which has happened in the Chinese Civil War and Cultural Revolution, like nationalist right wing this approach you allow people who are not in the interest of the people to join your ranks. But overall death to Maoism and long live the People's Commune of China. But there are other places like Mali and Nigeria which Tuareg people are making rebellions for 104 years, and many Tuareg socialists who are Gaddafi loyalists want Arab socialism, which despite Muammar Gaddafi being misogynist, homophobic, and dictator is Islamic socialism made. Libya was divided into several small communities that were essentially mini autonomous states. Within a state, these autonomous states had control over their districts and could make a range of decisions, almost a semi-direct democratic system. Women in Libya had the right to education, hold jobs, divorce, hold property, and have an income. More than half of Libya's university students are women, and working mothers enjoyed a range of benefits including cash bonuses for children, free daycare, free healthcare centers, and retirement at 55. If a Libyan was unable to find employment after graduation, the state would pay that person the average salary of their profession. Libya had the highest GDP per capita and life expectancy in Africa, and less people lived below the poverty line than in the Netherlands. Free education, free universal healthcare, highest life expectancy in Africa, 99.9% youth are literate, while the US has 86% literacy in 2021, eradicating extreme poverty, reducing child mortality rates. There was no electricity bill in Libya. Electricity was free for all its citizens. There was no interest on loans. Banks in Libya were state-owned and loans given to all its citizens at 0% interest by law. Having a home was considered a human right in Libya. All newlyweds in Libya used to receive $60,000 dinar, US $50,000, by the government to buy their first apartment, so to help start up the family. If Libyans wanted to take up a farming career, they would have received farming land, a farming house, equipment, seeds, and livestock to kickstart their farms, all for free. If Libyans could not find the education or medical facilities they needed, the government funded them to go abroad. For it was not only paid for, but they got a US $2,300/month for accommodation and car allowance. If a Libyan bought a car, the government used to subsidize 50% of the price. The price of petrol in Libya was 14 cents per liter. Libya had no external debt, and its reserves amounted to $150 billion, which are now frozen globally. A portion of every Libyan oil sale was credited directly to the bank accounts of all Libyan citizens. Gaddafi carried out the world's largest irrigation project, known as the Great Man-Made River Project, to make water readily available throughout the desert country. This is why capitalism does not work where there are Kurdish rebellions in Iran and Turkey, which the majority are socialist, anarchist, Marxist, libertarians, and etc. Groups like Civil Protection Units Women, Civil Protection Units, Free Women's Units, People's Defense Forces, Kurdistan Communities Union, Kurdistan Workers' Party, Kurdistan Free Life Party, Komala of the Toilers of Kurdistan, the Komala Kurdistan's organization of the Communist Party of Iran, Komala Party of Iranian Kurdistan. The Kurds, like Puerto Ricans, want to be free. They want Kurdistan, and we want the Republic of Puerto Rico. When many revolutionaries like Ramon Amatillo Betances, anarchist, and Segundo Ruiz Belvis ended slavery, and the Taino made the first revolt against imperialism in Latin America, 1511, El Grito de Lares was the first leftist revolution, 1 month before the Cuban War for Independence, and many Puerto Ricans who fought the Grito de Lares were also leaders in the Cuban Revolution. In San Juan, Felisa Rincon de Gautier was mayor, making her not only the first female mayor in San Juan but in all of the Americas. Puerto Rico had the first anarchist/leftist movement, 1810s, the first labor strike in Latin America, 1848 by anarchists. Many figures like Luisa Capetillo, first feminist treaty in Latin America, Ramon Romero Rosa, Jose Malian, Emiliano Ramos, Juan Cepeda, and Santiago Iglesias made many strikes and protests in the capital. For better rights, later revolutionaries like Albizu Campos, Filiberto Ojeda Rios, and Oscar Lopez Rivera, the longest held political prisoner in the world, have continued the fight for a free Puerto Rico, the oldest and, debatably, last colony in the world. 41% of Puerto Ricans want independence in 2020, and 93% of the Kurds also want freedom in 2017. Both are the majority positions. Remember, Boer can have revolutions for independence in 1511, 1822, 1835, 1838, 1868, 1898. There were 400 peasants' revolts that year, and 1950 plus a 1811 insurgency. 30-year low-scale war, 1970s to 2005. Attacked the capital at 1954. Tried to assassinate the U.S. President, Truman, and kick out the largest Navy base outside the U.S., Vieques. The Puerto Rican diaspora, especially in the U.S., the first generations of Puerto Ricans who were born and raised on the state, created the Young Lords, a Maoist group who fought for basic rights, especially in South Bronx. It has the highest Boricua population outside of Borican, who took over church, hospitals, and the Statue of Liberty for basic needs, but the cops prefer to kill them and give them basic sanitation. The FBI used the same COINTELPRO tactics on them, but the most violent act the state have committed on the Young Lords was the Attica Massacre, which is the 6th most violent event in prison history when it comes to how many people die, and the massacre was targeted against Puerto Ricans and African Americans. Despite Puerto Rico is the oldest colony in the world, but they aren't the only ones who wants freedom. Look at Ireland, that in the 1920s they almost achieved full independence, except the North, which is still controlled by the British. But in the 1920 election, the Irish separatists/nationalists/Republicans actually won, but in response the pro-British group, who were the minority, changed the electoral boundaries, which they rigged and stole the election to keep the North. The Tamils also wants independence and is the largest racial/ethnic group with no country, plus 70 million people, which they want a democratic socialist nation called Tamil Eelam, which their socialist government, transnational government of Tamil Eelam, is trying to get recognition from the United Nations. Appendix V, Dialectical Philosophy. As a pragmatist and physicalist, I reject all forms of dialectics, except historical materialism, which is part of the continental tradition of philosophy, which is a tradition that hurt any meaningful progress, giving the rise of anti-intellectualism. This happens at the same time as the conservative revolution, the rise of neoliberalism, anti-nuclear movement, and oil crisis, anti-science and technophobia, cultural revolution, like existential nihilism, which is anti-intellectualism for intellectuals like Martin Heidegger, who was a fascist, Jean-Paul Sartre was a Stalinist, during his intellectual peak, and used dialectical idealism, and Kant's transcendental idealism, which has BDIS proven. Marx and Engels already disproved dialectical idealism, and many elements of existential nihilism and postmodernism. The CIA used postmodernist literature to great conflict among socialists in the COINTELPRO, has been debunked over time by scientific progress and rely on pseudoscience like rejecting Darwinian evolution, Stalin, Mao, and Nietzsche, and the law of gravitation disprove Kantian idealism, his view of space-time. Other concepts they use like phenomenology has been debunked because it's based on Kantian idealism and try to study consciousness without testing its theory to be correct and relies on a priori which psychoanalysis combined with the already debunked phenomenology created terror management theory which gained popularity but the problem not only relies of debunked methods but experts fail to replicate the experiments of its theory of the fear of death but study shows that the fear of pain and the unknown is what's responding which TMT advocates relies the pseudoscience of psychoanalysis. It is a dogma that the psychiatric/scientific community rejects it because it fails to operate its hypothesis and in many cases many TMT and psychoanalysts outright reject the scientific method and no evidence can be refuted something which does not have a testable consequence and a lack of control rigor experimentation. Postmodernism contradicts itself and cannot come to an agreement of the most basic elements and its misuse of scientific terminology thus making many strawmans against science, nihilist, fascist and primitivist, and because of their lack of agreement outside of critique of our current system, becomes useless thus postmodern/post-structural philosophy is the cultural logic of late capitalism. Another problem of postmodernism/post-structuralism again relies too much of outdated models like Saussure's linguistic model which have been debunked in the 1950s but unlike pragmatists which share some similarities when it comes to truth, ontology, and metaphysics but the difference the pragmatists have not only answered the many philosophical, scientific and mathematical problems but proven their ideas are true or the evidence points in their favor. C.S. Peirce predicted AI, quantum mechanics, fallibilism in the scientific method, mathematical logic, and computer circuits, and while they both share similar views that omniscience, absolute objective fact/knowledge is impossible, but unlike postmodernists the pragmatists chose objective things to exist in the external world, like subatomic particles for example, while postmodernists/structuralists instead to build no scholarship like in the field of history, historiography and philosophy of history. Just point holes in other people's ideas that how bad the evidence is in some way and refuse any accurate accounts which by consequence postmodernist/structuralist philosophy can lead to absurd conclusions like Holocaust denial, revisionist negationism, anarcho-primitivism. It is not anarchism but crypto-eco-fascism where they believe to abolish language, concept of time and promotes ableism, social Darwinism, and if put to practice on a global scale we create the biggest genocide in history surpassing the Lushan Rebellion which is the most violent event in history where 1 in 10 people die/a sixth of the world's population. Epistemological anarchism, the complete opposite of scientific realism, where anything goes which by Paul Feyerabend's own admission anti-Semitism/racism his approach to science share the same conclusion as fascist might is right, forgetting science stands alone of the free exchange of ideas. Delos reject the idea of putting theory in practice, in the writings of Baudrillard, because the postmodernist pretends not to be accountable to any normative notion of rationality, the very act of criticizing his position misses the point, and thus postmodernism is rendered completely immune to criticism. Shackle has meticulously demonstrated that, while being obscured by the insinuation of the no-position position, self-refutation is inevitable in postmodernist discourse. The main flaw of postmodernism/structuralism is that deals with literature and deconstruction. It was originally a literary/aesthetic school, and it treats science/math/tech like music/art which are very different things. This philosophy only works in political philosophy and philosophy of history/historiography. If Darwin haven't discovered evolution somebody else will. Alfred Wallace. If Newton haven't made calculus somebody will. Leibniz. If C.S. Peirce haven't discovered quantum physics somebody will. Max Planck. If Euro, Ptolemy, and Galen haven't discovered the scientific method somebody will. Al-Kindi, Ibn al-Haytham, and Galileo, and postmodern nihilism the most extreme kind not only it's already debunked in flaw metaphysics and epistemology but embracing annihilation which can lead to fascism, which many of these postmodern nihilists have already embraced like Dark Enlightenment movement, which encourage authoritarianism or reformism like Philip Mainlander which committed suicide at the age of 34 believe he did all he wanted despite potential for more, despite its nonsense and debunk ideas of true Christianity/Buddhism, debunk physics, and embracing state socialism, but also moral nihilism which justify oppression. Because of its irrationalism they embrace authoritarian nonsense like technophobia where we as anarchists are also transhumanist where there is no limited capacity of what we can do, with the exception of quantum mechanical limit, where they want us to enforce limits of our potential, especially for people who have disability or part of the LGBT, while they use nonsense of bioconservatism or enforcing death to people which is alienation to ourselves. If you accept/embrace death you are accepting oppression and authoritarians to keep their power using the logic it's not my problem it's my children who have to deal with it. You cannot be partially oppressed there is only freedom or slavery we must become a metaphysical rebel. Nihilism of all kinds rejects radical inquiry which they claim to use, and like the metaphysical rebel it has shown that history of the world shows a universalizing history where all cultures share the same goals/patterns from hunter-gatherers to cities with egalitarian values revolts against centralized state/hierarchy and wanted to go back to their anarchist way of life. Ancient Egypt in 2686 to 2055 BC, China in 2000 BC and Mesoamerica in 250 to 900 CE, creating scientific reasoning around it. Same time, Greek, Indian, Chinese, Egypt and etc., we are radical and rational beings the state and hierarchy is the only thing that truly hold us back. Dialectical materialism has the same problems that I previously mentioned which DM approach to quantum waves that during motion and object are in multiple places at once but the problem that everything in the universe is always moving and quantum mechanics under DM that we never find any fundamental particles because dynamism is required for dialectics, despite the very existence of subatomic particles disprove this, and Stalin's dialectics view that cybernetics/computing was invalid. Science preventing the invention of the internet from the 1950s or Engel's view of motion that there can't be any acceleration, the ball moves itself because there are no external contradiction, Maoist accept external contradiction, change would be impossible, cats are immortal, read Rosa Lichtenstein expansive analysis of Hegel, Marx, Engels, Trotsky, and Mao dialectics, rejects exchange of momentum, rejects the Big Bang and rejects quantum entanglement, which refutes Bookchin interconnectedness of nature for his dialectical naturalism. The very concept of dialectical idealism, nominalism, materialism, and naturalism has its roots in religion that every mystics, Hindu theologian, medieval Christian theologian, Buddhist theologian, and Taoist theologian thinks dialectically while many DM are atheist and refutes religious concepts, yet dialectics has its origins from a very religious background. This is a failure especially for China who adopts DM and Chinese philosophy has a history of ignoring logic, which their math was less refined compared to the Europeans which has a history of mathematical logic and created early probability theory before the fall of the Roman Empire, and focus for how to justify authoritarianism, Confucianism, despite they were the first to make a theory of the atom predating Democritus by a few years and Su Xing was a philosopher during the Warring State period promoted anarcho-communism making him the second ever anarchist philosopher, Lao Tzu is the first. Overall, the philosophy of dialectics is pseudoscience, which dialectical idealism as the worst and dialectical naturalism as the most consistent yet still wrong. This is the reason that dialectics is not useful. Look at Marx and Engels' predictions of their future revolutions ended in either authoritarianism or dictatorship using capitalism, and also failed to predict the Paris Commune, which was an accurate prediction by Proudhon, and even under Marxist revolutions that Lenin admitted that state socialism is capitalism with the state replace the boss. Marx, when he wrote The Civil War in France, is the biggest example of revisionism, despite many Marxists reject any forms of revisionism, where this is the closest we get to Marx being anarcho-syndicalist in his words. It was a revolution against the state itself. A resumption by the people for the people of its own social life. It was not a revolution to transfer it from one faction of the ruling classes to the other, but a revolution to break down this horrid machinery of class domination itself. The state is, at best, an evil inherited by the proletariat after its victorious struggle for class supremacy, whose worst sides the victorious proletariat, just like the commune, cannot avoid having to lop off at once as much as possible until such time as a generation reared in new, free, social conditions is able to throw the entire lumber of the state on the scrap heap. The society which organizes production anew on the basis of the free and equal association of the producers will put the whole state machinery where it will then belong, into the Museum of Antiquities next to the spinning wheel and the bronze axe. The state is an organization for the protection of the possessing class against the non-possessing class. The Paris Commune, aimed at transforming the means of production into mere instrument of free and associated labor. But this is communism, impossible communism. If cooperative production is to supersede the capitalist system, if united cooperative societies are to regulate national production upon a common plan, thus taking it under their own control, what else, gentlemen, would it be but communism, possible communism? The proletariat seizes political power and turns the means of production in the first instance into state property. But in doing this it abolishes itself as proletariat, abolishes all class distinctions and class antagonism, abolishes also the state-estate. In Critique of the Gotha Program, Marx wants anarchist society which is stateless and classless but keeping its authoritarian elements, does not mention moneyless nor non-hierarchical society, which counsel communist is the best we can get. In a more advanced phase of communist society, when labor is no longer just a means of keeping alive but has itself become a vital need, when the all-round development of individuals has also increased their productive powers and all the springs of the cooperative wealth flow more abundantly, only then can society wholly cross the narrow horizon of bourgeois right and inscribe on its banner, from each according to his abilities to each according to his needs. It shows Marx's authoritarian tendencies even when expressing anarchist ideals. Even Marx promotes state capitalism in Volume 2 and 3 of Capital, that believes that capital still exists and should be centralized under state control and central planned economy, which removes the people's democratic control of the means of production, state itself as capitalist producer with its product as a commodity, and in the Gotha Program he advocated labor notes, which goes against communism, under communist distribution is unstable. Marx has shown, especially in his final years, very reactionaries and even counter-revolutionary in his proposals, but even then, when reading Capital and Gotha Program and remove all the hierarchical and authoritarian elements, you realize his analysis is very mutualist, because he took many ideas of Pierre-Joseph Proudhon and claimed it as his own original ideas, yet Proudhon made the same conclusion 25 years before Marx, even predating the Communist Manifesto, and all the ideas the Marxists said they started were originally Proudhonian, like his theory of surplus value, systematic analysis of capitalism, the contradictions in capitalism, its use of categories to study economics, and the term scientific socialism can all be found in What is Property and Systems of Economic Contradictions, the original Capital, which his analysis of capitalism was more accurate than Marx's Capital, when Marx, an aristocrat, dropped out with his best friend who was a capitalist. Engels were studied it in a bourgeoisie perspective, while Proudhon witnessing the horrors of capitalist first-hand during the First Industrial Revolution. Even Engels supported reformism as a means to achieve socialism, supporting Proudhon run in office, and both Marx and Engels supported ballot box, but Engels, like Marx, supported and developed the concept of state capitalism in his work Socialism, Utopia and Scientific as the final stage in capitalism, but Engels, like Proudhon, knew that state control is error and should be stopped, like the words of Engels himself. State ownership of the productive forces is not the solution. It shows that Marxism is a failure. Just because he used Hegelian dialectics doesn't mean it's accurate. Hell, Lenin used Taylorism to make state capitalism, and another lie believe that Marx will not use revisionism, yet he believed in electoralism by advocated the policy of building working class parties to run in elections, believing that socialism can be achieved by transferring powers peacefully in elections, which Bakunin argue against this, which by claiming it will corrupt the workers' movement, which he was correct, and again he was correct about everything when it comes to Marxism. Yet weirdly enough, when anarchists use reformism and electoralism is somehow more successful, like Francesc Pi I Margallo, mutualist, laid the foundation of the anarcho-communist movement in the Spanish Civil War, which he accomplished stronger separation of church and state, 8-hour workday, greater regional autonomy and universal education, but a month after being president he resigned during the insurrection. In Puerto Rico, Santiago Iglesia was the first senator in PR and the father of Puerto Rican anarchism when he established strong unions, minimum wage, elimination of tax on consumer goods, system of public instructions, 8-hour workday, equal pay for equal work regardless of sex/race, protects workers' health in the workplace, abolish child labor, retirement pension, creation of working class neighborhood, freedom of speech, freedom of assembling, universal suffrage, and etc. Another Puerto Rican anarchist, Ramon Emeterio Badenses, who was famous for being the original Che and use reformist tactics to convince the U.S. not to annex the Dominican Republic. He is the reason they are an independent nation, and buying slaves just to free them, and almost achieving to create the Confederation of Antilles, which Puerto Rico, Cuba, and Dominican Republic become one nation. Marinaleda used reformist tactics to become anarcho-communist society for 42 years and still going, and Villa de Zachila used dual power structures like communalism and libertarian municipalism, and other similar examples in Bolivia and South Africa with decades of success, while India is the only long-term success of reformism among Marxists, and even then use libertarian elements which Marx and Engels rejects. Decentralization. They, Marxists, are no different than the U.S. founding fathers that claim to establish democracy yet hated democracy, like in the words of John Madison, to protect the minority of the opulent from the majority, or John Jay, people who own the country ought to govern it. Hell, the first international which where Marx became a dictator was founded by the anarchist Henry Tolaine. Thanks to the anarchists that countries gained their independence despite never having an anarchist society like India, Singh and Gandhi, Guatemala, Sandino, Russia, the people from 1905 to 1917, Ireland, Limerick, Ukraine, Makhno, Korea, Pakil, and Bougainville, the youngest country in the world, 2019 or officially 2027, a revolution started by eco-anarchist. It shows that Marx's philosophy, especially his political and dialectical, is a failure when history refutes with more failures than successes, like the revolution of 1848, 1871, when Marxists took over and instantly fail, 1905, Russia, 1916 to 21, Ireland, 1918 to 19, Germany, 1919, UK, Hungary, and Italy, 1926, China, UK, 1936, France, 1953, Germany, 1956, Hungary and Poland, 1968, Czechoslovakia, 1969, Italy, 1972, Chile, 1974, Portugal, 1978, Iran, 1979, Nicaragua, 1980. Poland, 1962 and 1948 to today, Burma, 1964 to today, Colombia, 1987, Palestine, 1989, China and Eastern Europe, 1998, Indonesia, 2000, Serbia, 1954 to now, India, split of the Fifth International, Russia, after 1917 was reversed their ideals like when they first decriminalized homosexuality in 1922 yet was again criminalized in 1934 by the nonsense we call law. It shows that hierarchy will always be homophobic like the Zoroastrian religion where homosexuals are Deva, gods that are rejected, or when Darius I adopted Jewish laws, Leviticus, and made the first ever state-sanctioned death penalty for homosexuality. Russia was state capitalist. By consequence, the entire Soviet world and today's China, Vietnam, North Korea, and Laos, while Cuba is currently market socialist. When even Lenin said on March 7, 1918 it cannot complete the socialist revolution thus resorts to capitalist means the state is the new boss. The people did not exercise power and the Bolsheviks use members of the old Tsarist regime in their ranks, and in 1922 Lenin admitted that the state apparatus as borrowed from Tsarism like in China also was counter-revolutionary when Mao's party that in the end of 1926 only 66% of the members of the CCP were workers, but every year the working people was virtually non-existent during Mao's reign. In September 1930 only 1.6% of the members were workers, that during the Civil War Mao, Lin Biao, and Chu Tai made proclamations that capitalist business, police and Kuomintang officials remain their positions and stay in their post to keep orders, or in Cuba when Castro in 1958 and his party was not only a liberal middle-class movement but have no plans for nationalizing foreign investment, and we are not opposed to private investment. In Cuba they still use US dollars which is donated by the former white Cuban elite, creating wage gap and racism. The state decide your future job. You have no autonomy like in Plato's Republic. Indoctrinate the scientific socialism of Marxism and gives no leftist alternatives. Free market reforms. Castro hire elite Nazis to trained his troops. Stalin recruited Nazis and allowed them to publish their newspapers. Multinational corporations. Foreign capitalist working with Castro and prosecution of anarchist and forced exile. The Marxist praising China, Vietnam, Laos, North Korea, and Cuba is nothing but Bonapartist manipulation, or in Vietnam following Stalin's state capitalist system that Ho Chi Minh like Albizu Campos was patriotism/nationalism first and communism second, or when the Viet Minh killed and arrested Trotskyist, welcoming the British, negotiating imperialist for moderate course, racism against the Chinese and joining the French in the words of Ho. I'd rather sniff French shit for 5 years than eat Chinese for 1,000. Not only did the Viet Minh join forces with the French at least for a while, but the French Prime Minister and head of the Communist Party of France Maurice Thorens co-signed the shelling of Haiphong, killing of 6,000. Thus the Vietnam War started by French communists with US aid against Vietnamese communists. That after Ho kill and eliminate the last anarchist society in Vietnam, Saigon Commune, that NGO van a survivor visit his homeland for the first time in 50 years and learning the new government said this. Still do not enjoy collective ownership of the means of production, nor have time for reflection, nor the possibility of making their own decisions, nor means of expression. Let's not forget that Vietnam and the US were allies fighting the Japanese because the US promised Ho Chi Minh if they allied to fight Japan, Vietnam will have their independence. China both today and Maoist era uniting the managers of industrial enterprises. The people have no control of the means of production, have no free access to the means of subsistence unless a boss give them wages and use that to pay those commodities on the market that they made. The working class mobility depended on market performance and state bureaucracy and keep capitalist law of value. This is why central planning does not work. In the words of Carlo Cafiero in 1880, the despotism of the socialist state would be equal to the despotism of the present state, increased by the economic despotism of all the capital which would pass into the hands of the state, and the whole would be multiplied by all the centralization necessary for this new state. And it is for this reason that we, the anarchists, friends of liberty, we intend to fight them to the end. Lastly, even if the Marxists once admit their failure, they will argue that Yugoslavia and market socialism still works even among anarchists who supported free market, but Yugoslavia still have private owners. Tito quoting Adam Smith, the state still have ultimate control, not the people. Wage gap between workers and managers. The IMF supported Yugoslavia's socialist market reforms, which markets always results in liberal reforms which bring the collapse of Yugoslavia. This is the reason markets even for left-wing free market anarchism will become capitalist, that even in the words of Ludwig von Mises, the syndicalistically organized state would be no socialist state but a state of worker capitalism. The market always needs a state and by consequence capitalist. The people don't have automatic voter registration, by consequence Yugoslavia, but also China, Cuba, Vietnam, Laos, and North Korea, because of their surplus analysis by how the production and distribution of the surplus are organized. Thus bosses, authoritarian organization of labor, authoritarian distribution of surplus and its organization of production using the state. Leninist, the people who name themselves from a man who see the Jacobin reign of terror as a virtue and accepted the label Jacobin for his Bolsheviks, are against workers' control only supervision of the capitalist managers and prelude to state control by also using markets which is interconnected with money which is used by commodity, and the first commodity historically was the human body. That's how patriarchy, slavery, and sex slavery started, even markets under. Anarchism is unstable because you creating hierarchies using money, which markets are exchanges of money, and markets are based of inequality and commodification of living beings using systemic force. By consequence markets and money are ableist because they cannot exploit them, unlike able-bodied people, especially with our modern cult called work labor, and also by consequence work and employment, which is the market's life support besides money, is ableist because it only cares about productive labor, which things like domestic labor, child rearing are not productive. In 2070% of disabled people are unemployed in the US, and creates imaginary barriers for disabled people to have access to products because they cannot find work or have low-paid jobs, which creates hierarchies. The only good thing about free market anarchism, despite we will still have commodities and money, but disabled people don't die, unlike today's system which it doesn't care about your well-being, that even anarcho-collectivists will still use unnecessary oppression by keeping wages and labor, which like I said earlier it's ableism, ageism, and to an extent sexist because people who are not able-bodied cannot have the luxury that everyone has, and thus unjust hierarchy. Not only Marx was against markets but also Plato. Hell, even market anarchist becomes authoritarian when a market anarchist think tank, Center for a Stateless Society, makes a case for anarchist centralism which requires capitalists to achieve this absurdity and reject the foundation of anarchism, which is the abolishment of hierarchy. As long as hierarchy and commodity exist, we are not free even under anarcho-collectivist, mutualist, and free market anarchism, because people living in those anarchist societies that have money, they can just leave and create anarchist communist society, which we can make the same stuff without money, like we see in a moneyless and commodityless society by the natives in southern Africa, Hawaii and Madagascar, where the concept of disability does not exist, which in Hawaii wage labor and patriarchy was enforced by imperialists. This is why that Marxists stole anarchist ideas like Marx mocked Proudhon in 1847 for his views of value, yet he used his exact definition of surplus value in capital. Proudhon, unlike Lenin, rejected democratic centralism because it is bourgeoisie and creates a new class division and elected dictatorship, or, as Proudhon put it, nothing resembles a monarchy more than a unitarian republic. Despite Marx copied his method to make capital, yet dared to label Proudhon as idealist/utopian, despite he coined the term scientific socialism, or when Lenin praised Kropotkin in his work The Great French Revolution but verbally abused Kropotkin for his insistence of co-ops, which later Lenin noticed the workers making their own co-ops that rivals the Bolsheviks and persecute them, or Marxist claim to make the first scientific analysis of value, forgetting Proudhon already of appropriation of surplus value in 1840, or when Marx make fun of Proudhon and his followers as petty bourgeois utopian, but when the Paris Commune happened, which was an anarchist revolution, a successful one, that Marx in 1871 praised anarchism. The direct antithesis to the empire was the commune. The commune was to be the political form of even the smallest country hamlet, each delegate to be at any time revocable and bound by the mandat imperative, formal instructions, of his constituents. The very existence of the commune involved, as a matter of course, local municipal liberty, the political form at last discovered under which to work out the economical emancipation of labor. The commune intended to abolish that class property which makes the labor of the many the wealth of the few. It wanted to make individual property a truth by transforming the means of production, land, capital, now chiefly the means of enslaving and exploiting labor, into mere instruments of free and associated labor. Working men's Paris, with its commune, will be forever celebrated as the glorious harbinger of a new society. While both Marxist and anarchist focus of Marx vs Bakunin, but the debate about state/hierarchical vs decentralized/horizontal approach ended between the letters of Proudhon vs Blanc, which in the end Proudhon was right in summary. Proudhon continually stressed that state control of the means of production was a danger to the liberty of the worker and simply the continuation of capitalism with the state as the new boss. He rejected the call of certain utopians that the government seize trade, industry, and agriculture, to add them to its attributes and to make the French nation a nation of wage workers. Nationalization would simply be more wage slavery. The net result of state socialism would be a compact democracy, seemingly rooted in dictatorship of the masses, but wherein the masses merely have the opportunity to consolidate universal slavery in accordance with formulas and guidelines borrowed from the former absolutism, indivisibility of power, voracious centralization, systematic demolition of all individual, corporative, and local thought, these being deemed sources of discord, and inquisitorial policing. Proudhon's fears on the inefficiency of state socialism and that it would be little more than state capitalist tyranny became all too real. Under Leninism, his prediction that reformist socialism would simply postpone the abolition of exploitation indefinitely while paying capitalists interest and dividends was also proven all too correct, as can be seen with the British Labour Party's post-war nationalizations. This is why even more recent groups that use Marxist-Leninist Maoism, like the Shinning Path, committing war crimes, macheros, infightings that cause a split. There are three groups called macheros: the young lords slowly lose touch with the people, creating a useless academic snobs, and the Black Panthers, whose hierarchical structures that opportunists wanted to gain power, which cause sexism, homophobic environment. People below the hierarchy have to blindly follow orders, and many members feel they cannot have independent decision thinking, pick and choose who they bail from prison for their interest, becoming autocratic over time, lack of indigenous leadership of the local level, fighting against other black groups, have no interest to create a revolution, overthrow the government, follow programs without thinking, schisms, transphobia. Huey Newton kill a 17-year-old girl for calling him a wrong nickname, declaring himself supreme commander. He kick out any member for questioning his authority and declare them as enemy of the people. No party democracy, slowly becoming reformist, promoting electoralism, and it shows that hierarchy, no matter how revolutionary their views, will betray the people, like creating gangs with Marxist philosophy, hurting people using terrorism, or violent gangs becoming counter-revolution like NITA's, M19, Shining Path, Japanese Red Army, Palestine Liberation Organization, FP25, Naxalite and Black Guerrilla Family, and why spontaneous anarchist approach is better and more organic. To achieve our goals, like the Battle of Athens, U.S., when the local government was so corrupt that the people and veterans used armed uprising and removed the corrupt officials and put their own government, or Conk Rebellion in 1982, when the U.S. Border Patrol put a roadblock to prevent illegal immigrants, thus ignoring the actual problems in the area. Thus the people protest, they successfully, but only for a while, seceding from the U.S. and declare independent Conk Republic, and the U.S. submitted to them and give them what they wanted. In return, undo the secession, which makes the only time in recent memory a new nation was established, and the U.S. went to war and defeated the U.S. Lastly, despite Marxists calling themselves as scientific socialists, despite the anarchists were the first to coin the term to describe their philosophy, not only that is unscientific, which I already explained, the failures of dialectical materialism, which based on three flaw foundations: hyperfocus of a priori, abstractions to the point of idealism, and no understanding how language works. The most obvious proof of the unscientific nature of Marxism is their main core, economics, which economics is today's pseudoscience religion for the powerful, wherein Capital Volume 1 ignores the differences in capital between companies and using idealist abstraction to unscientific claim that its theory of value is not demonstrated scientifically. This is why the first four parts of Capital Volume 1 use dialectical materialism to justify the rest of its project, which by consequence angles have reduced its level of abstraction in Volume 3 to make sense where Marx fails, that he confused his abstraction with reality, like the Asiatic mode of production, which has been debunked by both Marxists and capitalists, but this confusion tried to equate all value produced with all value the prices produced. By consequence, Marx analysis that value is not empirically verifiable, thus its quasi-scientific analysis damage Marxian economics, which is why any Marxist attempt lead to the final form of capitalism, state/central planning capitalism, that we see in practice by every Marxist experiment. Pentagon, Walmart, Amazon, and Britain for nationalization does not make socialism, but instead is a step towards handing concerns to the capitalist class, which is why that Proudhon analysis was more scientific, and he was the first to place exploitation within production, which he, unlike Marx, knew that empirical analysis is required. Unlike today's mainstream/neoclassical/new Keynesian economics is anti-science and ignores empirical evidence, and to rely on extreme idealism/rationalism to justify the system. Appendix 6. Always support freedom. We must always support separatees and clandestine movement for their freedom, like the Tamil people, Tamil Elam, Kurds, Kurdistan, Okinawa, Independence, Berberland, North Africa, Macheros, Puerto Rico, Black separatism, Republic of New African/Black Liberation Army, EDA, Basque, A plus separatism, Cell 16, The Furies Collective, Aristatia, Stonewall Nation and Gay and Lesbian Kingdom of the Coral Sea Island, Feminist, May 19 Communist Organization, the only all-female terrorist group which attacked the Senate in 1983, and Indigenous, Global. Not only the Marxist tradition failed, but in Africa, which have been overlooked, have the same problem, which they join forces with religious leaders, making state/official religions. It was controlled and planned by elite, ruthless discrimination that, according to Okot, makes the apartheid South African look tame, and discrimination by the educated men. In Ghana there were no trade unions and everything was concentrated by the top. The peasants had no impact of governmental decisions, and the government allied with mining foreign capitalists, which lead to their poverty, and all African Marxist nations with the state power over the people contributed Africa's underdevelopment. Tanzania, which was led by the educated elite, white-collar workers, rich farmers, merchants, and Asian class of commercial/industrial class, were limiting the activities of the people and make actions against rich farmers who use anarchist tactics like co-ops. The workers lost their rights to strike in mid-1960s. The government considered the peasants, which was 90% of the population, a problem, joining forces with the World Bank. Ethiopia was the bloodiest examples, with a brutal dictator, capitalist economy, and famine. In Mozambique, inherit the retention of colonial structure from the Portuguese. In Burkina Faso, where Sankara was against trade unions, he viewed anarchists as enemies next to capitalists by saying anarcho-syndicalism. Down with them, and many capitalist elements was adopted by his killer Blaise Compaoré and the military in all of the African Soviet states represented by the privileged, which caused frequent military coups and civil wars, and many party members have made themselves richer, and the IMF joining forces with these one-party dictatorships have failed to achieve socialism but achieve political cynicism. And Angola, Marxist arrested and kill Maoist, anarchist and Trotskyist, or in Dominica, socialists led by Patrick John joined forces with neo-Nazi/KKK, and they joined forces with the Rastafari to overthrow the government. While China, despite doing a better job than the US in everything, yet their Lenin model failed to respond to the pandemic. Instead, they had to use decentralization, anarchist tactics, in order to help people on a large scale using village committee, and the elite are forced to go down on a local level, showing central power is ineffective. The state has clearly seen its weakness and attempts to build a bottom-up basis for government, mutual aid activity taking place to provide health care workers where the people solve the situation themselves, while the state use the police to attack them when it comes border reopening and de facto illegalization of independent labor organizing. This is why many Chinese have used internationalist tactics like the Chinese-American anarchist in the 19th century, despite only having 100 to 150 members, while Marxists praise China all they want about its anti-poverty program, yet forgetting its capitalist system. When the US has enough money to give every person in the world enough money to live in a lower middle class life, why not does China do it to its own people, being the second richest? Or committing cultural genocide to force non-Han people to speak Chinese and be part of their culture, like the current conflict over Mongolian language in schools, or ethnic cleansing policies in Tibet, or the Chinese government joined sides with the Kingdom of Nepal and giving arms to them against the Maoist Party of Nepal during the Nepal Civil War. Thankfully the Maoist won and abolished the monarchy, or supporting the apartheid Israel and its suppression of Palestinian independence. Israel is the second largest of armed supplies with China, or adopting the gig economy, which ELE.me supervisor admitting is making conditions more difficult for workers. Having their own gulags, Laojia, and the mass killing of landlords, the most violent thing Maoist China have done, which result of spontaneous killings by peasants, which Mao supported as a hatred develop over centuries. While it's true that the landlords of old kill, rob, rape, and torture the peasants, by the current system still have wage slavery, privatization, and triads controlling certain sectors. The Great Leap Forward was a giant bureaucratic disaster where the people were not in charge but instead a central authority where a select few were in charge and the people have no say in the decision-making progress. And the Great Famine was caused by 30% natural disaster and 70% to bad policy, a failure of democratic centralism where the people have no say in the matter to anything. This is why it fails in China, especially the Maoist era, but Russia, Stalinist era, when they treated Ukrainians as inferior, especially after they established anarcho-communist society, and treated the land as a colony and view their language as counter-revolutionary, which goes back to Lenin implementing NEP during the famine of 1921. Massacre any non-Marxist groups instead to cooperate to solve the famine, but instead use free market enterprises, and use a policy that the USSR will use force if any nation declares independence. Ukraine, which caused the man-made famine called the Holodomor. Out of all Marxist, Mao is the most brutal, with Stalin a close second. Like Mao when it cared more about its centralized state over the people, which caused the famine by bureaucratic disaster or the Cultural Revolution, oppress any socialist that pose a threat to Mao. It also show the capitalist nature if the famine. The combination of peasants being robbed of their subsistence resources and the ill-thought-out implementation of the collectivization process on the part of the Soviet regime lead to famine in different parts of the country. Towards our argument that the famines were of capitalist origin, they were kicked off by the extraction of grain for the international market. Millions of people met their ends, starvation ensued and resulted in parents mercy killing their children, consumption of tree bark, and cannibalism. The collective farms that the peasants were forced into ran as capitalist firms, just as all other units of production in the Soviet Union. Thus the collectivizations were the process of transforming the Russian peasants into a working class for labor exploitation. In resisting this proletarianization, peasants burned crops, slaughtered livestock, and fought with state forces. Despite the fact that such peasants were predominantly middle class, or poor, the regime labeled them kulaks, rich peasants. This label was applied liberally to any peasants that resisted grain requisition. Resisting peasants were killed, or deported to Siberia. This is reminiscent of a similar process in Europe where developing capitalism kicked peasants off of commonly owned land and punished them with death, or jail for not taking up wage labor jobs in capitalist production. Accordingly, the collectivizations destroyed a peasant commune system in Russia called the Mir, in which peasants commonly owned land and organized life communally. This is the reason that Engels made pro-anarchist statement and why the state has no interest to the people's freedom in origin of the family, private property, and the state. The state is, by no means, a power forced on society from without. Rather, it is a product of society at a certain stage of development. It is an admission that it has split into irreconcilable antagonisms. In order that these antagonisms and classes with conflicting economic interests might not consume themselves and society in fruitless struggle, it became necessary to have power seemingly standing above society that would alleviate the conflict. This power, arisen out of society but placing itself above it, and alienating itself more and more from it, is the state. Divides its subjects according to territory. The second is the establishment of a public power which no longer directly coincides with the population organizing itself as an armed force. This special public power is necessary because a self-acting armed organization of the population has become impossible since the split into classes. This public power exists in every state. It consists not merely of armed men but also of material adjuncts, prisons, and institutions of coercion of all kinds. Thus an essential feature of the state is a public power distinct from the mass of the people. When every adult male member of the tribe was a warrior, there was as yet no public authority separated from the people that could have been set up against it. Primitive democracy was still in full bloom, and this must remain the point of departure in judging power and the status of the council. Discussing the descent of the society into classes, he argued that this required an institution that would perpetuate, not only the newly rising class division of society, but the right of the possessing class to exploit the non-possessing class and the rule of the former over the latter. Unsurprisingly, this institution arrived. The state was invented. The original communal organs of society were superseded by real governmental authorities, and the defense of society, the actual people in arms, was taken by an armed public power at the service of these authorities and, therefore, also available against the people. With the rise of the state, the communal council was transformed into a senate. Even Adam Smith and his work The Wealth of Nations, which gave the foundation to our current system, people forget he makes socialist statement. The masters, being fewer in number, can combine much more easily, and the law, besides, authorizes, or at least does not prohibit their combinations, while it prohibits those of the workmen. We have no acts of parliament against combining to lower the price of work, but many against combining to raise it. In all such disputes the masters can hold out much longer. Masters are always and everywhere in a sort of tacit, but constant and uniform combination, not to raise the wages of labor above their actual rate. To violate this combination is everywhere a most unpopular action, and a sort of reproach to a master among his neighbors and equals. We seldom, indeed, hear of this combination, because it is the usual, and one may say, the natural state of things, which nobody ever hears of. Masters, too, sometimes enter into particular combinations to sink the wages of labor even below this rate. But the rate of profit does not, like rent and wages, rise with the prosperity and fall with the declension of the society. On the contrary, it is naturally low in rich and high in poor countries, and it is always highest in the countries which are going fastest to ruin. The interest of this third order, therefore, has not the same connection with the general interest of the society as that of the other two. It is not very unreasonable that the rich should contribute to the public expense, not only in proportion to their revenue, but something more than in that proportion. The interest of businessmen is always in some respects different from, and even opposite to, that of the public. The proposal of any new law or regulation of commerce which comes from this order, ought never to be adopted, till after having been long and carefully examined, with the most suspicious attention. It comes from an order of men, who have generally an interest to deceive and even oppress the public. As soon as the land of any country has all become private property, the landlords, like all other men, love to reap where they never sowed, and demand a rent even for its natural produce. A man must always live by his work, and his wages must at least be sufficient to maintain him. They must even upon most occasions be somewhat more, otherwise it would be impossible for him to bring up a family, and the race of such workmen could not last beyond the first generation. Corn is a necessary, silver is only a superfluity. Avarice and injustice are always short-sighted, and they did not foresee how much this regulation must obstruct improvement, and thereby hurt in the long run the real interest of the landlord. All for ourselves, and nothing for other people, seems, in every age of the world, to have been the vile maxim of the masters of mankind. Wherever there is great property, there is great inequality. For a very small expense the public can facilitate, can encourage, and can even impose upon almost the whole body of the people, the necessity of acquiring those most essential parts of education. It is unjust that the whole of society should contribute towards an expense of which the benefit is confined to a part of the society. Civil government, so far as it is instituted for the security of property, is in reality instituted for the defense of the rich against the poor, or of those who have some property against those who have none at all. Our merchants and masters complain much of the bad effects of high wages in raising the price and lessening the sale of goods. They say nothing concerning the bad effects of high profits. They are silent with regard to the pernicious effects of their own gains. They complain only of those of other people. Is this improvement in the circumstances of the lower ranks of the people to be regarded as an advantage or as an inconvenience to the society? The answer seems at first sight to be abundantly plain. Servants, laborers, and workmen of different kinds make up the far greater part of every great political society. But what improves the circumstances of the greater part can never be regarded as an inconvenience to the whole. No society can surely be flourishing and happy, of which the far greater part of the members are poor and miserable. It is but equity, besides, that they who feed, clothe, and lodge the whole body of the people, should have such a share of the produce of their own labor as to be themselves tolerably well fed, clothed, and lodged. By preferring the support of domestic to that of foreign industry, he intends only his own security, and by directing that industry in such a manner as its produce may be of the greatest value, he intends only his own gain, and he is in this, as in many other cases, led by an invisible hand to promote an end which was no part of his intention. Whenever legislature attempts to regulate the differences between masters and their workmen, its counselors are always the masters. When regulation, therefore, is in favor of the workmen, it is always just and equitable, but sometime otherwise in favor of the masters. As soon as land becomes private property, the landlord demands a share of almost all the produce which the laborer can either raise, or collect from it. His rent makes the first deduction from the produce of the labor which is employed upon land. The masters, being fewer in number, can combine much more easily, and the law, besides, authorizes, or at least does not prohibit their combinations, while it prohibits those of the workmen. We have no acts of parliament against combining to lower the price of work, but many against combining to raise it. In all such disputes the masters can hold out much longer. Masters are always and everywhere in a sort of tacit, but constant and uniform combination, not to raise the wages of labor above their actual rate. To violate this combination is everywhere a most unpopular action, and a sort of reproach to a master among his neighbors and equals. We seldom, indeed, hear of this combination, because it is the usual, and one may say, the natural state of things, which nobody ever hears of. Masters, too, sometimes enter into particular combinations to sink the wages of labor even below this rate. A man must always live by his work, and his wages must at least be sufficient to maintain him. They must even upon most occasions be somewhat more, otherwise it would be impossible for him to bring up a family, and the race of such workmen could not last beyond the first generation. No society can surely be flourishing and happy, of which the far greater part of the members are poor and miserable. It is but equity, besides, that they who feed, clothe, and lodge the whole body of the people, should have such a share of the produce of their own labor as to be themselves tolerably well fed, clothed, and lodged. Wealth, as Mr. Hobbes says, is power. Political economy, considered as a branch of the science of a statesman or legislator, proposes two distinct objects. First, to provide a plentiful revenue or subsistence for the people, or more properly to enable them to provide such a revenue or subsistence for themselves, and secondly, to supply the state or commonwealth with a revenue sufficient for the public services. It proposes to enrich both the people and the sovereign. The first object of political economy is to provide subsistence for the people. This is why China used cheap labor, and when the workers do start to have benefits when it comes to its economic growth, the wealth flows elsewhere to keep state capitalism, or when Stalin joined forces with Hitler so he can invade nations, or when there is no basic freedom of labor in China, or when Mao did not change workers' rights. They are the same as before the revolution. It shows that Marxist fail, especially the Maoist era was the most brutal of all, which and McKay shows made a good point of China, both today and Maoist era. While this is most clear for regimes like China's, which are dictatorships, the logic also applies to democratic states. No matter if a state is democratic, state ownership is a form of exclusive property ownership which implies a social relationship which is totally different from genuine forms of socialism. Common ownership and use rights produce social relationships based on liberty and equality. State ownership, however, presupposes the existence of a government machine, a centralist bureaucracy, which stands above the members of society, both as individuals and as a group, and has the power to coerce and dominate them. In other words, when a state owns the means of life, the members of society remain proletarians, non-owners, excluded from control. Both legally and in reality, the means of life belong not to them, but to the state. As the state is not an abstraction floating above society but rather a social institution made up of a specific group of human beings, this means that this group controls and so effectively owns the property in question. Not society as a whole nor those who actually use it. Just as the owning class excludes the majority, so does the state bureaucracy, which means it owns the means of production, whether or not this is formally and legally recognized. This is why China, Laos, Vietnam, North Korea, and Cuba are driven by the need to plunder these countries of commodities to make up for shortages caused by central planning. A point made by Castoriadis to show the capitalist nature of democratic centralism. Let us consider, for example, democratic centralism as it is supposed to function in an ideal Leninist party. That the Central Committee is designated by a democratically elected Congress makes no difference, since, once it is elected, it has complete, statutory, control over the body of the party, and can dissolve the base organizations, kick out militants, etc., or that, under such conditions, it can determine the composition of the next Congress. The Central Committee could use its powers in an honorable way. These powers could be reduced. The members of the party might enjoy political rights such as being able to form factions, etc. Fundamentally, this would not change the situation, for the Central Committee would still remain the organ that defines the political line of the organization and controls its application from top to bottom, that, in a word, has permanent monopoly on the job of leadership. The expression of opinions only has a limited value once the way the group functions prevents this opinion from forming on solid basis, i.e., permanent participation in the organization's activities and in the solution of problems that arise. If the way the organization is run makes the solution of general problems the specific task and permanent work of a separate category of militants, only their opinion will, or will appear, to count to the others. This is why that democratic centralism and vanguardism not only does not work but goes against Marxism, in the words of Engels himself. The strictest, dictatorial centralization of all power in the hands of the new revolutionary government. This is why China, Cuba, Vietnam, Laos, and North Korea by its capitalist system use imperialism and neocolonialism, which goes back to Lenin, Trotsky, and the beginning of Comintern, in their words, not as an instrument for world revolution but an instrument for Russian foreign policy. Today's capitalist corporations use central planning, in the words of Ian. So part of the difference between private and state capitalist was driven by the need to plunder these countries of commodities to make up for shortages caused by central planning. In contrast, capitalist imperialism tended to export goods. As would be expected, within this overall imperialist agenda the local bureaucrats and elites feathered their own nests, as with any form of imperialism. As well as physical expansionism, the state capitalist elites also aided anti-imperialist movements when it served their interests. The aim of this was to place such movements and any regimes they created within the Soviet or Chinese sphere of influence. Ironically, this process was aided by imperialist rivalries with U.S. imperialism, as American pressure often closed off other options in an attempt to demonize such movements and states as communist in order to justify supporting their repression or for intervening itself. This is not to suggest that Soviet regime was encouraging world revolution by this support. Far from it, given the Stalinist betrayals and attacks on genuine revolutionary movements and struggles. The example of the Spanish Revolution is the obvious one to mention here. Soviet aid was limited to those parties which were willing to subjugate themselves and any popular movements they influenced to the needs of the Russian ruling class. Once the Stalinist parties had replaced the local ruling class, trade relations were formalized between the so-called socialist nations for the benefit of both the local and Russian rulers. In a similar way, and for identical needs, the Western imperialist powers supported murderous local capitalist and feudal elites in their struggle against their own working classes, arguing that it was supporting freedom and democracy against Soviet aggression. Where the system, the managers of state workplaces had an incentive to lie about their capacity to the planning bureaucracy, which is how Wall Street has done in market economy that screws anybody that is not part of the 25% rich people. This is why 7 months before the death of Peter Kropotkin accurately predicted the future of Marxism, based from the ideals of Trotsky and Lenin. I have been asked whether I have not some message to send to the working men of the Western world. Surely, there is much to say about the current events in Russia, and much to learn from them. The message might be long, but I shall indicate only some main points. First of all, the working men of the civilized world and their friends in the other classes ought to induce their governments entirely to abandon the idea of an armed intervention in the affairs of Russia, whether open or disguised, whether military or in the shape of subventions to different nations. Russia is now living through a revolution of the same depth and the same importance as the British nation underwent in 1639 to 1648, and France in 1789 to 1794, and every nation should refuse to play the shameful part that Great Britain, Prussia, Austria, and Russia played during the French Revolution. Moreover, it must be kept in view that the Russian Revolution, while it is trying to build up a society where the whole produce of the joint efforts of labor, technical skill and scientific knowledge should go entirely to the Commonwealth itself, is not a mere accident in the struggle of different parties. It is something that has been prepared by nearly a century of communist and socialist propaganda, since the times of Robert Owen, Saint Simon, and Fourier, and although the attempt at introducing the new society by means of the dictatorship of one party is apparently doomed to be a failure, In the US, many people believe that voting authoritarians in power will help the people, that the closest we get to a socialist president is Franklin Roosevelt, which his social democratic reforms made its opponents to put term limits because he had 4 terms and the people will always vote to a socialistic president, and both Democrats and Republicans sabotage Henry Wallace, our only socialist vice president, for being friendly with labor unions and Russia and wanted to end racial segregation. They convince Frank to not use Henry as his running mate but instead Truman, which if they fail to convince him, Henry may become the US first socialist president and may end the Cold War early. There is a reason I support separatism, New African, Chicano, Boricua, K2+ and Lakota, because while people talk about the civil rights movement where New African people can vote or have the same rights as whites, people forget they could have it in 1898, but racism and the only successful coup d'etat in US history, the opposite what John Brown and Lysander Spooner wanted, prevented that, where politicians and the press and future governors/senators/secretaries supported white supremacist groups to attack blacks like Josephus Daniels and Furnifold Simmons using manipulation, vote Democrat, intimidation, and violence, lynching, which caused the Wilmington insurrection. Groups like the Red Shirts were taking reactionary actions, while the liberals did nothing, which these racists convinced the liberals who were in charge of the federal government to forbid blacks to vote, declaring white independence, and kill 60 to 300 blacks, committed by both racist groups and the federal light infantry, and major newspapers praised this massacre, and this is where Jim Crow was born. Chicano being suppressed by police brutality, fights between cops and brown berets, assassination, and arrest, and in 2024 sterilized Latino women on concentration camps on the border. Thanks ICE, or Oglala Lakota tried to reclaim their land in 1973, which tried to do an insurrection in Wounded Knee lasted for 2 months, which ended in a standoff which these native survivors later declared an independent nation called the Republic of Lakota, but the Native Americans have 368 treaties which have all people, New African, Boricua/Taino, Chicano, Latinos and Asian Americans, join forces with all native tribes. They can force the U.S. to fulfill the treaties and not only will have their land back as a recognized sovereign foreign nations, but the U.S. will lose 80% of their land and more if we include Independent Republic of New Africa, Aslan, Republic of Borican, by extension Confederacy of the Antilles, Guam, U.S. Virgin Islands, American Samoa, Northern Mariana Islands and Hawaii. The U.S. is no friend killing natives. Vote against the idea that education, nourishment, and right to food is a human right. Vote against nuclear abolition. Vote against pro-environmental policy. The U.S., Canada, Australia and New Zealand vote against the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. The U.S. and Ukraine vote against the UN Assembly on combating fascism, racism, xenophobia and racial discrimination. It only cares about the rich if they establish co-ops in Appalachia. Employee would earn at least $403,000 and the U.S. using propaganda to promote the idea of going to war against China, where this hatred goes way back to the 1871 Chinese massacre by believing they are taking their jobs, and created the largest lynching in U.S. history. Remember, the U.S. by its founders owned slaves, killed natives, aristocrat class, and hated democracy, direct/consensus democracy, where after a decade when the U.S. declared independence it already betrayed its people, especially its soldiers, like the Pennsylvania Mutiny of 1781 when was caused by the soldiers who suffer for their freedom did not get paid except from wealthy officials, suffer from debt and no pension, and instead of giving them their demands the state disbanded the army, thus not paying their salaries, or Shays Rebellion, where the founding fathers wanted a strong state in order to protect their wealth and power from the rest of the population, which caused the rebellion, which the people in the revolt were veterans and the poor were the banks, financiers, and the rich were forcing them into poverty and off of their land. But when these heroes almost won of taking over, these aristocrats created the Constitution as a response to the democratic and proto-anarchist nature of the rebellion. A great example of U.S. fascist is the business plot of 1933, which Wall Street bankers plan to overthrow on the most left-leaning, socio-economic, President FDR out of fear he will turn the U.S. a socialist nation, so they, richest people in the U.S., wanted to recruit WW1 veterans for a fascist militia. Fascism was popular at the time among the public, with fascist mayors and governors, which can make a personnel of 1 million fascist soldiers. One of these criminals, Gerald McGuire, said this: "We need a fascist government in this country." But when the government found out about it, these capitalists dropped the plan and claimed it was all a misunderstanding. As recent as 2019, New Zealand are oppressing the Maori people for civil rights, and some wanted to have their own independent Maori nation, or both the US and Australia helping the ethnic cleansing and participated the genocide against the Tamil people in Tamil Eelama when they attack a no-fire zone of Tamil Eelama, which the US, Australia and Sri Lanka kill 146,679 Tamil people, or when the Australian government prevent any Tamil to escape the island, and if they do arrive to Australia, they are put in concentration camps. Then there is Okinawa. The longest-lived people in the world also are fighting for their independence since the 17th century, where both US and Japanese police/soldiers attack and arrest the elderly. The natives of Okinawa are not recognized by the Japanese government. Massacre against Okinawa natives committed by the Japanese army during World War II, killing 1/3 of Okinawa's population. Still committing genocide against Okinawans. Military takes up 20% of their land, 40% of their arable land, which makes 5.3% of their economy, and Okinawa contains 70% of U.S. military bases in all of Japan, despite the natives in Okinawa represent 0.6% of Japan's population, where accidents on these military bases are frequent, including aircraft parts regularly fall on cities, schools, and daycare centers. And even the name Okinawa, it is colonial. The real name is Lichu, which in the 1800s it was anarchistic, for the people care little about money, but Japan illegally annexed Lichu in 1879. During World War II, the Japanese government sacrificed the natives to fight Americans so the Japanese don't have to fight them. Battle of Okinawa. Yet the Japanese kill women, children, and force them to commit suicide. But after the war, Lichu became the 7th U.S. colony to build their military base and forcefully relocated thousands of the natives from their land. And like Puerto Rico, especially in the first 50 years and during Vieques, it was a U.S. military government with no democracy or self-government. But in 1972, the U.S. gave Okinawa to Japan without the consent or vote from the people in Okinawa, which is illegal in international law. U.S. soldiers in these military bases, just like in Vieques, committed crimes like murder, rape, assault, fraud, and more, especially against women and children. Also environmental destruction committed by the U.S. that even drinking water has been polluted to the point that cause cancer. This is the reason we must end this horrific system, that even the war of terror, both the religious and imperialist war, has killed more people than all 56 ongoing wars, as in 2020 there are 113,523 deaths. We must fight for our freedom like Rohaba, Zomia, and Zapatista, but not only we must fight religion, capitalism and the state, but also the state capitalist nations which still use money, hierarchy, and commodity, which in China is autocracy founded in its imperial past, and all anarchist and Maoist groups are forced to go underground because they are illegally challenging the state directly and openly, and its law and order that Mao implement is based on Han Fiza, the father of it. Totalitarian philosophy of legalism, remember, not only fits the capitalist nation but the first philosophical example of capitalism like free market laissez-faire profit motive originated in China by Buddhist and Mencius, but Indian Jains can predate this by becoming a mercantile caste during the reign of Ashoka, and adopting the totalitarian philosophy of Confucius and building statues of him next to Tiananmen Square, where the last time anarchists have any big influence before being suppressed and killed. All former and today Soviet states are not democracies because it is ruled by representatives where the people have little say in the day-to-day decision-making, like in China where party insiders elect higher positions instead of making them electable by the people because Mao and the CCP assume the masses are too stupid would not know politics, thus let's keep the state out of direct influence, where today is a mixed economy and wants to keep growing economically by making business easier. By reducing workers' rights, make exception for big corporations, let capitalists to go into their interest, which right now if by 2078 it doesn't become socialist it will become libertarian capitalism or at worst anarcho-capitalism by unelected officials without public oversight. The Chinese government call any groups that support Taiwan or other similar groups as anarchist, despite they support the state, and in 2008 when activists call for returning power to the people at an academic conference the government declared that statement, returning power to the people, as the evil path of anarchism, or in 1989 when the Secretary General and CPC declared are opposing those who advocated ultra-democracy and anarchism, or the CPC declared the activist at Tiananmen movement in 1989 for the promotion of anarchist thinking and Hukou system is the same as the WIC of the US, and when Xi Jinping is in power they remove term limits, which means president or more accurately dictator for life like Simon Bolivar and Julius Caesar. There is a reason we must reject hierarchy, central, and statism, because at the worst case scenario it becomes a death cult like we see in Maoist groups like the Shining Path of Peru and Workers' Institute of Marxism, Leninism. Mao Zedong thought a literal religious cult. Both groups used democratic centralism, where their leader Arvind Balakrishnan took 7 members, all women, as his wives and treated them like slaves. This is why we must abolish all unnecessary and unjust hierarchies. While Xi Jinping claims the CCP follows the teachings of Marx, Engels, Lenin, Stalin, and Mao, yet suppress anarchists and Maoists are forced to go underground, and people who subscribes to Marxism like Uxian who fights for labor rights and women's rights get disappeared because it's illegal to have independent unions, and her protests to poor labor conditions and lack of social welfare in the Guangdong model. China is capitalist oppressing Marxist, closed down Maoist websites, prohibited Marxist debates at universities. Despite Xi Jinping Maoist rhetoric, 3/4 of employment is given by the private sector, which the capitalist system is so bad that half of all female suicide in the world are from rural women from China. Financial surveillance in China's social credit system, rock, punk, and metal music are censored if the lyrics are political or critical of the CCP. China backing the genocidal regime of Khartoum, building the Luanda airport in exchange for 10,000 barrels of crude oil a day. Strikes are illegal in 2020. The top 20% of households earn 42% of total urban incomes, while the poorest 20% receive just 6%. Chinese helicopter gunships have been used against civilians in Darfur. Commodification of information. Mao ordered the beheading of 2 anarchists, Huang Ai and Peng Ronquin. Trained Sri Lanka soldiers that did the Tamil genocide. Concentration camps for Uyghurs. Silence anti-Marxists who criticize the bureaucrats. Supporting Khmer Rouge. Supported Sudan regime, 2003 to 2018. Using the military to oppress works and defending Taiwanese capitalist business. Removed the right to secession in 1949. Despite promoting secession in 1931, housing, in second-tier cities the price is about $1,500 per square meter on average, while the average salary for assembly workers are $500 a month. Despite Xi Jinping praised Thomas Piketty books, but his largest work, Capital and Ideology, is banned for a critique of China's wealth gap and ban on acknowledging class antagonism. Chinese metropolitans having corporations, join the WTO admitting is a market capitalist system. Commodity has been universalized as using supply chain, food/housing/education/transportation/healthcare/leisure/socializing is not guaranteed except for the rich, which China has more billionaires than the US and India combined. 300 million migrant workers are second-class citizens in their own country by the system of household registration, which they leave their original location. They are forsaking any right to stay. Subsidy reproduction. Workers without contracts don't have legal protection, thus worse labor rights. Social insurers/health insurers/pension/work injury/unemployment/birth insurers are employing base, and people in the urban centers are richer and have more rights. The military brutally put down people's riot against police brutality. In 2018, the 153 richest people in the central government body have a combined wealth of $650 billion, putting a statue of Confucius in Tiananmen Square, and despite being the richest country in the world at 600 million Chinese live on $141.45 a month. China, since Mao never was the side of the people, they banned temporarily rock music and boxing. Joining the KMT, Mao advocate closer alliance between the CCP and the KMT. Supporting Chiang Kai-shek, continued the program of the bourgeois nationalist Sun Yat-sen. This is why Marxism, not just Maoism, is counter-revolutionary in practice like Lao's capitalist reforms. Many people in the countryside are losing their lands. WA state using military dictatorship. Cuba shifting to private capitalism. 4 in 10 Cubans are in private enterprises. Vietnam's wealth gap/billionaires/homophobia. Vietnam has the fastest growing ultra-rich population in the world. North Korea's JICH is a race-based nationalism, is founded on Japanese fascism with a mix of foreign markets and national capitalism. Vietnamese communists killing other communists with the French. China betrayed Vietnam during the war. China joined the US with the support of Pakistani dictator Yahya Khan. Supported Pinochet. Support South African invasion of Soviet Angola. Join forces with the Portuguese far right in the 1970s, wanted to make NATO stronger against the Soviets, supported Philippine dictator Fernando Marcos in his attempt to crush the Maoist guerrilla movements in that country, letting the Italian government criminalize all leftist groups as terrorists, actively helped the government in the suppression of the far left after the Red Brigades kidnapped and executed the right-wing politician Aldo Moro in spring 1978, using cheap labor for Amazon. Bitcoin is primarily mined in China and Russia, and other capitalist corporations, free zones where foreign workers can earn tax-free salaries, and overall killing any chance of socialism. China today goes against communist ideals when people work to death/suicide, which in 1914 the goals and methods of the anarchist Communist Party was to each person will work 2 to 4 hours at most every day, begin working at 25 and retire at 45. China today has met the material preconditions to achieve this but does not do it. Appendix 7, Lenin, the final stage of capitalism. All the state capitalist betrayal we can see committed by Stalin, Mao, and others all have the same foundation. Lenin, the original betrayal of socialism, when the first successful Marxist revolution by using state capitalist that Marx promoted in Capital Vol 2 and 3, and Engels in Socialism, Utopia and Scientific that during the final years of his life still promoted capitalism, using Germany as an example in his 1923 work on cooperation. But there is another aspect of the matter for which we may need state capitalism, or at least a comparison with it. It is a question of cooperatives. In the capitalist state, cooperatives are no doubt collective capitalist institutions. Nor is there any doubt that under our present economic conditions, when we combine private capitalist enterprises but in no other way than under the control of the working class state with enterprises of consistently socialist type, the means of production, the land on which the enterprise are situated, and the enterprises as a whole belonging to the state. Despite during the final months of his life promoted technocracy when it comes to his planned economy, but even he realized before Stalin rise to power the Soviets have become too corrupt and bureaucratic, which his concept of parliamentarism in his work left-wing communism, an infantile disorder, was wrong, and the libertarian Marxists were right all along. Where any non-party members were gaining the majority were expelled from Congress, oppressed, banned or rigged elections in their favor. The Bolshevik/vanguard/democratic centralism have become elitist. Bakunin warned us about this, and distant to the people, and Lenin and his followers already developed authoritarianism before the revolution and as a response of the anarchist revolution in 1905, where in 1918 to 1924 it was the party over the people, and nationalization is against the people, which Bakunin rightly call nationalization as the state, having become the sole proprietor. Lenin's group never actually practiced democratic centralism/vanguardism during the 1917 revolution. In fact, they never play a major role of the revolution. They were fairly loose collection of local organizations. The revolution was spontaneous and people ignore the Bolsheviks. The Bolshevik try to convince the masses do not strike, but the people ignore them. The Bolsheviks have to reject Lenin's fundamental ideas, democratic centralism and vanguard, in order to play any role in the revolution and try to keep up with the rest. Thus Robert Service, who study the history of the revolution, show they did not practice their beliefs. A disciplined hierarchy of command stretching down from the regional committees to party cells had never existed in Bolshevik history. From 1917 to 1918, what led to their success was not a strict discipline hierarchy, but instead use anarchist tactics of small autonomous groups with no centralization, but instead decentralization. Once they did practice its centralist model become oppressive, that Trotsky in 1923 shows that Italian fascists adopted their ideas of centralism. Adopted and applied in practice the experiences of the Russian Revolution in terms of their methods of combat. Not only does Bolshevism serve as a model for fascism, but again in Trotsky words. Mussolini stole from the Bolsheviks. Hitler imitated the Bolsheviks and Mussolini. The dictatorship of the proletarian was actually a dictatorship over proletarian, which Lenin even admitted in State and Revolution and praised state capitalism in the same book, and his policy of war communism was modeled after Germany's war economy. In his words, military state monopoly capitalism, they reintroduce wage labor, eliminate workers' control to one-man management base. On Taylorism and reject workers' decision-making in democracy, only a small few and any group questioning them is met with violence, or when the people argue for free Soviet elections the Bolsheviks just kill them, or when instead of socialization under worker self-management it was state-owned where the people have no say in the day-to-day decisions. Bolsheviks were initially opposed to Soviets and systematically worked to undermine them. Everything Lenin did goes against his most libertarian work, State and Revolution, which the people as a whole were in charge, but instead a new ruling elite was put in practice. None of the ideas Lenin expressed in State and Revolution was put in practice. In fact, he did the opposite that he claimed he was going to achieve, and proves that it was anarchist tactics that achieved the revolution, and he took the credit. Example of anarchist thinking/elements that can be found in State and Revolution that he never practiced. Control must start with the expropriation of the capitalist, with the control of the workers over the capitalist, and must be carried out, not by a state of bureaucrats, but by a state of armed workers. Instead of practicing socialism, he assumed state power, instead of the abolishing the state which advocated in State and Revolution, and increased the power of the state under his supervision. Later Trotsky, Stalin, Mao and etc., that even Trotsky defended Lenin's counter-revolution, like rejecting the people's demands for freedom of speech/press, that Stalinism just adopts Trotsky demands of industrialization and other ideas. The only real conflict is that Trotsky admitted that the Bolsheviks needs to reform, but Stalin have adopted most of Trotsky ideas. Ironically, both Lenin and Trotsky laid the groundworks of Stalinism and Maoism, that both who persecute any left opposition as syndical and anarchist, while in reality these opposition were the true Leninists, subscribing the ideas of state and revolution. Lenin's Blanquist influence to create an upper ruling class to direct the people in an oligarchic way, a small group of people ruling over the bigger groups. China today, not even 1 month after the USSR was created, they already attack independent trade unions, factory committees, and workers' control, when before this the people created dual power structures that rival the Bolshevik state. But Lenin realized that in 1923 to 24 he killed any dream of achieving socialism and resurrected the old Tsarist bureaucracy. He had become the thing he promised to kill. Sadly, Stalinism and Maoism are just the final mature form of Leninism and Trotskyism, where nationalization is no different than privatization, and they finish what fascists left off, sometime join forces, to eliminate anarchists from achieving their revolution. Marxists today will still try to defend this traitor by pointing State and Revolution, despite none of his ideas expressed in that book was put to practice. In fact, he did the opposite. Here are things he promoted: abolition of parliamentarianism, abolition of bureaucracy, elections of all officials, abolition of the standing army, creation of working bodies, and establish a semi-state. Many of his proposals are anarchism, except his centralized semi-state. He just took many anarchist ideas/theories that has been argued by anarchists since the 1860s and claimed to be his own, like mandated delegates from workplaces feed raiding into workers' councils, popular militias to defend a revolution, but instead only after 2 months they hold power. They did a complete contradiction of communism, proving and validate anarchism, that it's the people in the October Revolution achieved their struggle undermining Lenin's philosophy, and prove the anarchist thesis: once you have hierarchy you corrupted your ideals. Appendix 8, Secret Society. Many secret societies existed, but unlike the nonsense conspiracy theories, which always is based on racism, especially to the Jewish people, have always promoted right-wing ideas. The very concept of secret society/occultism/mysticism/esotericism was as a third way between religious dogma and scientific innovation, and the few that wanted to help the people but because of its hierarchical structure corrupt their ideals, like the Freemasons, the oldest and largest active secret society in the world. Nobody knows when it was founded, but scholars show that somewhere between the very end of the early Middle Ages to early High Middle Ages in Scotland, originally as stonemasons who created their own Catholic occultism, esotericism, and mysticism, and was an early trade union. Many Masons will say it was founded by Athelstan, but there is no evidence. But there is evidence of David I of Scotland and Malcolm III of Scotland have some connection to Freemasonry in 1051 when making the Charter of Lodge of St. John of Glasgow and the building of Mother Kilwinning in 1140, which this easily debunks the conspiracy that the Knights Templar are precursors to Masons. There is a 21-year gap between Kilwinning and founding of Templars and a 78-year gap between Halliwell manuscript and the dissolution of Templars. Despite they have interacted, they are two different groups. Although scholars know almost nothing before the 1500s, but the little we do know, it was a group of illiterate stonemasons which for unknown reasons allow non-stonemasons to join, which many people in high society to join, and contributed their esoteric beliefs like Erwin von Steinbach, Gilbert de Clare, he massacred the Jews, Alexander III of Scotland, Robert the Bruce, 30,000 Masons fought with him, William of Wickham, Ranulph Higton, Henry Shekiel, Charles Howe VIII, Lord High Admiral. Under Elizabeth I and James I, Paracelsus started the alternative medicine movement, Thomas Wolsey and Thomas Howard. Courtier of James I and Charles I, but during the Reformation many Masons adopt Protestantism. By all Masons, except some more traditionalist Scottish Masons. That if it was labeled as a religion, it will be the 6th or 11th largest religion in the world. It's so powerful/influential that half of all powerful secret societies trace back to them, while many Masons wants to forget that is because their involvement of imperialism, colonialism, Atlantic slave trade and friendly relations with the British/Spanish/Dutch/France empire/monarchy is the reason they got their global reach/influence. Mormonism is a mix of Freemason and Christianity. Skull and Bones copies Masonic ritual and secrecy, although they lose their power that Yale doesn't even bother to shut it down, believing is a waste of time and resources. Ordo Temple Orientis mix Freemasonry with Thelema. Crowley was a Mason and L. Ron Hubbard, the founder of Scientology, is a member of the Ordo. Rosicrucianism is a mix of Freemasonry with Protestant Christianity. One of the founders was a 17th century Mason named Elias Ashmole, and many Rosicrucians were originally Masons. Oddfellows and Shriners are offshoots of Freemason. Thule Society was founded by a Mason named Rudolf von Sebaender. Bohemian Club is just a parody of Freemasonry. Cecil Rhodes, a Freemason to start his own group to which successfully controls Southern Africa. Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn are founded by Masons. Martinism, a form of Christian esoteric/mysticism, is founded by Masons. The second KKK is founded by a Mason named William Joseph Simmons, the first Grand Wizard of the original KKK. Nathan Bedford Forrest is Mason, entered apprentice. The Royal Institute of International Affairs is founded by Masons. Round Table, and the same group/S later made Bilderberg Group, not created but offend overlap, Trilateral Commission, and Council on Foreign Relations, although they are useless and in the 1970s wanted less democracy. Hellfire Club was founded by unknown Mason. Carbonaria, offshoot of Freemasonry. International Order of St. Hubertus is founded by a Mason named Franz Anton von Spork. Freemasonic Order of the Golden Centurion, which was founded by first generation of rich German industrialists which believe in black art/magic, while the group have nothing to do with Freemasonry but many members were Masons. United Order of the Golden Cross was organized by Freemasons. Sons of Liberty was part of Freemasonry. Many important members were Masons. The Mystic Order of Veiled Prophets of the Enchanted Realm is a Masonic branch. Modern Woodmen of America is founded by a Mason named Joseph Cullen. Root Theosophical Society were founded by Masons, Helena Blavatsky and Henry Alcott. They sadly started the New Age/New Thought/New Religion movement, laid the foundations of esoteric fascism/Nazi, and many Masons started the pseudo-history/science/theory of the Akashic Records. Helena, Henry, Charles Leadbeater, and Rudolf Steiner, improved benevolent and protective order of elks of the world model themselves on Freemasonry where African American can join. Knights of Pythias is founded by a Mason named Justice H. Rathbone. Ancient Order of United Workmen was founded by a Mason named John Jordan. Upchurch Knights of the Golden Circle were the most important and leading members are Masons, which their goal is to create their own Roman Empire based on the ideals of the Confederacy, USA. Where southern U.S., Mexico, all of Central America, all of Caribbean and small South American enclaves as their territory. Ramakrishna Math and Ramakrishna Mission was founded by a Mason named Swami Vivekananda. The Harvard branch of Knights of Columbus is founded by a Mason named Pedro Albizu Campos. Almost all of these secret societies, except Mormonism because it's a religion and Swami made public groups for the people of India, in order to join you have to be a master Mason or at least part of Freemasonry. The problem with the group that is apolitical, that refuse to talk about religion and politics among their ranks/lodges, which contradicts their enlightenment roots, and sadly its conservative nature becomes racists. Many cases certain races were not allowed to join, sexist, women for the longest time were not allowed to join, and religious intolerance, open atheists are not allowed to join, where they have to subscribe to their God called the Great Architect, which many are not tolerant to other religions. In many cases Muslims, Jews, atheists, pagans, and Catholics, Hindus were not allowed until the 1870s, were not allowed to join, and in many cases if you were not baptized cannot become Masons. Sadly, the few that were politically active promoted either right-wing philosophies or classical liberalism, like Simon Bolivar, who founded the Masonic Lodge No. 2 of Peru, but he, like his Masonic companions, were dictators after liberating Latin America. 15 U.S. presidents are Freemasons: George Washington, James Monroe, Andrew Jackson, James K. Polk, James Buchanan, Andrew Johnson, James Garfield, William McKinley, Theodore Roosevelt, William Taft, Warren Harding, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, Harry Truman, Lyndon Johnson, and Gerald Ford. Where the list we have many who are considered the worst presidents in U.S. history, like we have slave owners wanting to colonize Africa, the Panama Canal, bombing Puerto Rico in 1950, Teapot Dome scandal, white supremacist, starting the Spanish-American War which was based on lies, like Iraq, Mexican-American War, and Watergate. 21 out of 46 U.S. presidents have joined secret societies, which 15 of them are Freemasons, while the other 6, Thomas Jefferson, Ulysses S. Grant, Rutherford Hayes, Richard Nixon, George H.W. Bush, George W. Bush, joined different groups. Both Bushes are Skull and Bones, but Hayes and Grant joined the Oddfellows, which is an offshoot of Freemasons. Technically there are 17 Masonic presidents. The Freemasons have a history of reactionary thought, like Albert Pike, an important figure of the Confederacy. Despite of the group's modest origins, many illiterate craftsmen in the 12th century or earlier who founded Masonry, which anyone can join, but during the 18th century only wealthy people can join, and despite today anybody can join again, but the segregation of classes and the segregation of sexes keeps the status quo of society. Many aristocrats of royal families join the group with a clear hatred of democracy, like H.R.H. Edward, Duke of Kent. In England there is inequality among the higher ranks, which to reach upward mobility you have to have wealth, which the already wealthy that join become high-ranking seniors, while the poorer members have to wait. Usually Freemason are radical extremist centrists, where both Nazi Germany and Bolshevik Russia persecute them. Despite many Mason were pro-Franco, and the main generals of Franco are Masons, and many Masons were allies to Mussolini, and some help organize the March on Rome, but has a history of joining fascists, like the clandestine P2, a fascist Freemason group in Italy, which have members who are cabinet ministers, newspaper publishers, the heads of television and radio stations, and the Heads of the secret services and armed forces where its anti-communist mentality that members like Calvi and Gelli, with the help of the Vatican Bank, was to be used to finance extreme right-wing military regimes in Latin America, have joined forces with the fascist terrorist group Armed Revolutionary Cells, and some believe that the Marxist Red Brigades were controlled by the Italian government to discredit socialism, which the Italian Masons continued the legacy of. Mussolini with members like José López, Victor Emmanuel, Emilio Massera, and Stefano del Che. Other dictators who are Masons like Winston Churchill, J. Edgar Hoover, Silvio Berlusconi, Benedict Arnold, and many members of the British royal family. The Freemasons with its history of classical liberalism help create representational democracy in United States and France, which they think is somehow a good thing, ignoring that is not democracy but an illusion of one. They must study direct democracy or consensus democracy to see an actual example, like when the French National Assembly was formed. 24% of delegates to a States General were Masons, 5 of the 6 members of Napoleon's Grand Council of the Empire were Masons, 6 of 9 imperial officers were Masons, 22 of 30 marshals of France were Masons, 8 out of 56 people who cinched the U.S. Declaration of Independence were Masons, 20 out of 55 delegates to the U.S. Constitution are Masons, 6 of them didn't become Masons after the Constitution, 10 signators of the U.S. Article of Confederation are Masons, 31 out of 63 generals in George Washington's Continental Army are Masons, 4 presidents of the Continental Congresses, 1,774 to 89, and 10 out of 30 governors of the 13 colonies during the Continental Congress are Masons. The Masons have historically promoted and/or benefited from imperialism, colonialism, and Atlantic slave trade, especially the British Empire, that during the 19th century many Masons, lodges and Grand Lodges wanted to contribute American expansion. That Albert Pike's dream was a messianic goal for manifest destiny to create a Republican Masonic brotherhood across all in the Americas, both North and Latin America, under the imperial power of the Scottish U.S. Southern Council and view Latinos as semi-civilized, which many fellow Spanish Caribbean Masons dislike, that example of Masonic imperialism that sent Cuban Masons to fight each other and create a Cuban/Mexican Masonic affair. Freemasons helped the nation building of the British Empire that created military lodges and many warrant officers and upper-class military join, and when they let non-whites to join like Native Americans but were treated as exotic curiosities instead as fellow brothers, and other groups like Chinese, Indians, Egyptian etc. only aristocrats were allowed to join, thus no middle-class/poor foreigner were not allowed. While many Masons today will say that Masons were abolitionists, but historically they were the minority. The standard was empire building, that's including slavery. In Italy, Benito Mussolini was in power. It made a government of national union, with many Freemason members, led by a head of the National Fascist Party. While Freemasons were persecuted in Nazi Germany and Franco Spain, but in Italy, which is considered the birthplace of fascism, was the opposite according to UCLA Masons of California. Few Masons were actually persecuted, sent to exile, or condemned to isolation, police seclusion. Most members entered into lethargy. Many Freemasons helped Mussolini's government from outstanding positions, such as Alberto Beneduce, the main planner of Italian economy, Balbino Giuliano, Minister of National Education, Edmond de Rossini, a fascist and trade unionist, writer Curzio Malaparte, and many others. Telesio Interlandi, who later headed the magazine Diffsa della Razza, was also a member. It was a confusing and contradictory time. Freemasons who were not openly against the government, the huge majority of members were not annoyed. Also in that time some well-informed magazines were published, and Julius Evola, Arturo Reghini's former colleague, became well established. Many Masons let Native Americans to join, but it was not usually with good intention, at best to assimilate to white Anglo-Saxon Protestant, manly Episcopalian or Presbyterian culture while keeping their identity, at worst destroyed their culture to civilize the savage. Up until the 20th century that Masons allowed foreigners and indigenous to join as a tool to westernize them in their British/Dutch/French/Spanish empire building. They were very active in colonial nationalism in Oceanic and Pacific. Adolphe Thiers, who was a Mason, was the man that ordered the suppression and later massacre on the Paris Commune. Despite there was debate among Masons about this anarchist revolution, the overwhelming majority view it as a place run by criminals, with only 10 to 1,000 Masons joined the revolution. During the second KKK, Masons were allies. Both groups joined each other's secret societies, to the point that when the second clan was acceptable, respected, and even legitimacy, where Truman, a Mason, joined the KKK for better connections to become the U.S. president. That in the 1920s the KKK have 11 elected governors, 75 representatives, and 16 senators. Jamal al-Din al-Afghani was a Mason and started the idea, or at least popularized the idea, that Islam is attacked by the West, laid the groundwork for modern-day Islamic jihadists, which many early groups were formed inside various Masonic lodges in the Ottoman Empire. Early Masons and even some today subscribe to Israelism, which is mainly racial supremacy, both white and black supremacy, where groups who are not associated with Jews consider themselves as one of the lost tribe of Israel. Started at the Reformation that many Protestant identify themselves as Jews/Israelites, and during in England the reign of Queen Elizabeth that England is the New Jerusalem, and theologically justify the existence of the British Empire as preordained by God, and white people are the true Israelis and the Jews are the false ones of the synagogue of Satan based of the Book of Revelation. These white supremacist beliefs have become established lore and rituals in Freemasonry. Despite the reactionary nature of the group, there are some good, like Andrea Costa, one of the first self-declared anarcho-communist in the 1876 program, but changed to non-anarchist socialist in 1879 and joined the Masons, or Ramon Badenses, a Boricua anarchist who wanted to liberate the Spanish Caribbean while he could not convince the Masons to anarchism. Freemasons has existed in Puerto Rico since 1811, originated in Mayagüez, but did convince them to Boricua independence and the socialism of Louis Blanc and Luis Augusto Blanqui. He originally wanted to start a revolution in Cuba and Borican at the same time in 1868, which a Masonic lodge named Kappa Prito joined the revolution, which many Boricua revolutionaries joined the Masons, like Tomas Lopez de Victoria, the sub-commander of the Cadets of the Republic in the 1950 revolution. Then there is Adam Weishaupt, founder of the Illuminati, the only irreligious secret society where actually renegade Masons committed to atheism, empiricism, radical democratic/republicans, strong secularism, complete separation of church and state, and communism, but the reason for their secrecy because they were forced to become clandestine, because in Bavaria the rulers kill any political opposition, and Thomas Jefferson were friends with them, that his group can come to the U.S. without any secrecy, and early anti-slavery literature by the first black Mason which founded the Prince Hall Masonry, Mustafa Kemal Ataturk, the man who abolished the caliph and bring democracy/secularism in Turkey. He was both Mason and atheist, and the only socialist vice president in the U.S. Henry Wallace was a Freemason. Despite their anti-Enlightenment history, despite that in America the Freemasons express and explore the most ideal ideas in both theory and practice, the U.S. was a Masonic project, believing it was destiny/prophecy to become a new Atlantis based of the work of Francis Bacon of the same name. Have some true revolutionaries that I believe that the Freemasons should be reformed, because Freemasonry in its most orthodox, which is British/Irish/Scottish, where loyalty to the state and monarchy is the true principle of Masonry, and not to go back of their Enlightenment ideals but explore radical enlightenment of sans-culottes, enrages, conspiracy of the equals, French Revolution and the first anarcho-communist revolt, Jean Meslier, William Godwin, and Sylvain Marichal, or to use a Christian example because their beliefs are based on pseudo-history and Christian myth like they believe they are a tradition that goes back to King Solomon Temple which does not exist and believe other nonsense which is their foundation like Pythagoreanism/Platonism, which the world is generated by numbers, Euclid, ignoring math beyond the 2nd century, Parmenides, rejecting Democritus atom theory, Egyptian mythology, alchemy, magic, astrology, Buddhist/Hindu/Muslim/Taoist/Jewish esoteric/mystic/occult. This is much later, Spinoza philosophy, Jungian psychology and Christian occultism/mysticism/esoteric with a belief of a supreme being/God, Trinitarian Christianity, immortality of the soul, revelation, and rejection of naturalism but regardless. They must explore the radical reformation of Thomas Muntzer, Gerard Winstanley, Diggers, Jan Hus, Jan Zizka, Taborite/radical Hussite, Anabaptists, German Peasants' War and Hussite Revolution. When we have a rare moment of a secret society that promotes freedom, anarchism like Galenisti, like between the 1870s to 1920s which many anarchist groups in secrecy to use propaganda of the deed, Gaullism, and insurrectionism which was so successful that almost every country from the world, regardless of political and economic system, united in a conference against anarchist influence by declaring the first global war on terror which created Interpol which the scale on international cooperation, Europe, has never seen before as a goal to eliminate anarchist influence. Despite this, many secret societies has a history promoting fascism and monarchism like the Order, Silver Legion of America, Forever Enduring Always Ready, Thule Society, Divine Order of the Royal Arms of the Great 11, Knights Templar, Ku Klux Klan and more promoting reactionary mentality, like the 1996 Summer Olympic bombing and 1936 Olympia, and there are others that only rich white men can join like Skull and Bones, Bohemian Grove, Summer Camp for Rich White Males, which you have to be rich/influential or you are very likely to have that to join and which help them to have more wealth and influence, which they don't need to join if you are already upper class in a capitalist society. The Bilderberg Group, founded by Prince Bernhard, a German Nazi SS member, where one member David Rockefeller said this for the purpose of the group is the supranational sovereignty of an intellectual elite and world bankers, where the group was heavily influenced of Cecil Rhodes, a Freemason to start his own secret society to make a global British empire, of aristocracy of purpose where everyone both capitalist and socialist can join. Despite their last meeting there was only one liberal democratic socialist, but what's deadly about these specific groups is that not that taking over the world, regardless if is even possible, but they think they should be today's god emperors, that they are meant to rule with a god complex. These groups and today's dictatorships like fascist American wants either fascism or absolute monarchy, and their foundations are social Darwinism, Nazi Germany and Gilded Age America. Might makes right. Every state in the world today, corporations like Amazon using Fordism, when Ford made the cruelest of gangs to stop unions and workers' rights, which Amazon has used the Pinkerton Agency for union busting, and autocracy like China, Stalinism as a whole, that use law and order is everywhere, by using constitutions, but the constitution itself was typically autocratic and hierarchical, designed explicitly to avoid democracy. Autocracy is force everywhere from your private married life to work with a lack of self-governance, autonomy, self-management and free association. It doesn't matter if you can talk shit to your boss, the boss has more power and exploits you with or without the state. This is why that hierarchy needs to be abolished, especially in China, North Korea, Cuba, Vietnam, and Laos, because of their Leninist philosophy is based on autocracy in the words of Trotsky in 1921. The party is duty-bound to retain its dictatorship, regardless of the temporary vacillations of the amorphous masses, regardless of the temporary vacillations even of the working class. This awareness is essential for cohesion. Without it the party is in danger of perishing. At any given moment, the dictatorship does not rest on the formal principle of workers' democracy. If we look upon workers' democracy as something unconditional, then every plant should elect its own administrative organs and so on. From a formal point of view, this is the clearest link with workers' democracy. But we are against it. Why? Because, in the first place, we want to retain the dictatorship of the party, and, in the second place, because we think that the democratic way of managing important and essential plants is bound to be incompetent and prove a failure from an economic point of view. Law, lawyers, and the court system does not work, and it's against both science and the people defending anti-science laws for the capitalist class and religious groups, discriminate all minority groups and let criminals getting away with murders, despite all evidence show they are guilty, like the death of Malcolm X, Filiberto Ojeda Rios, letting people who burn Pedro Albizu Campos alive with radiation free without charge, O.J. Simpson getting away with murder of his wife, Herbal L. E. Barron, Adolfo Constanzo, and various capitalist and religious figures like various high-rank religious leaders getting away with sexual assault, move bombing, Confederacy attack Fort Sumter, and were no punishment, despite John Brown did the same against the Confederacy years earlier and was hanged. This is why we need a change, especially in China, North Korea, Laos, Vietnam, and Cuba, using that same foundation in the words of Malatesta. Government, that is a group of people entrusted with making laws and empowered to use the collective power to oblige each individual to obey them, is already a privileged class and cut off from the people. As any constituted body would do, it will instinctively seek to extend its powers, to be beyond public control, to impose its own policies and to give priority to its special interests. Having been put in a privileged position, the government is already at odds with the people whose strength it disposes of. Appendix 9, Hypocrisy of the Capitalist. The writer was taking new ideas and collecting delicious data for a novel that he was going to publish, which would increase the common library. The scientist, who continuously analyzed and combined in his chemical laboratory, explained how a new discovery had been made, and he was going to develop it to see the result. He had discovered an elixir of youth and beauty, real and effective. The doctor said that, following the impulses of nature and not committing excesses, diseases were impossible, that taking nature for example, he had convinced himself that diseases were not natural, they were the products of the artifice of man, who tried to reform creation, and of ignorance. That adopting the normal means of life there would be no diseases, and assured that alcohol, tobacco, coffee, and meat were harmful, but in order not to violate organisms, and as a method of freedom and tolerance, it had been admitted that those who could not at once get used to changing were little to little reducing the amount of meat, coffee, and tobacco, limiting themselves to taking those that demanded it, once, and then 3 a week, until the complete abstinence of all these foods and devices created by competition and poverty, which damaged organisms, vitiating entire generations. Luisa Capetillo, The Humanity of the Future, 1910, Puerto Rico. Those who have taken upon them to lay down the law of nature as a thing already searched out and understood, whether they have spoken in simple assurance or professional affectation, have therein done philosophy and the sciences great injury, for as they have been successful in inducing belief, so they have been effective in quenching and stopping inquiry, and have done more harm by spoiling and putting an end to other men's efforts than good by their own. Francis Bacon, 1620. In fine, may it not be expected that the human race will be meliorated by new discoveries in the sciences and the arts, and, as an unavoidable consequence, in the means of individual and general prosperity, by farther progress in the principles of conduct, and in moral practice, and lastly, by the real improvement of our faculties, moral, intellectual and physical, which may be the result either of the improvement of the instruments which increase the power and direct the exercise of those faculties, or of the improvement of our natural organization itself. Francis Bacon, 1795. When people hear the word transhumanism, they think is a phenomenon that started in the 2000s by the rich elitist, while in reality the very idea it's been around before Homo sapiens, because the definition of transhumanism is the improvement of the lives of the people by using math, science, logic, and technology. Thus, when early species of Homo, when the first time used stone tools 3.3 million years ago, is where this philosophy started. Thus, since the beginning, Homo sapiens are transhumanist, because there was never a time that we don't use technology from spears, fire, clothes, and agriculture, but as a distinct philosophy it has its origins of the tradition of anarchism, mostly the most extreme type of anarchism of them all. Anarcho-communism. Many anarcho-communists, when they realize it or not, are inherently anarcho-transhumanism, which the first anarcho-transhumanist was also the father of modern anarchist thought, William Godwin, in his work Political Justice is the first anarcho-transhumanist book. Not only does promote anarcho-transhumanism but also anarcho-communism. Justice does not stop here at subsistence. Every man is entitled so far as the general stock will suffice, not only to the means of being but of well-being. It is unjust if one man labor to the destruction of his health or his life, that another man may abound in luxuries. It is unjust if one man be deprived of leisure to cultivate his rational powers, while another man contributes not a single effort to aid to common stock. We desire freedom, and both anarchism and transhumanism desire the same principles and goals, like maximizing freedom, abolish oppression, hierarchy, state, money, capitalism, and etc., and want to improve the lives of the people, like common access to education, medicine, and basic needs, food, clean water, and shelter. But hierarchy and capitalism has bring nothing but educational and economic inequality since the 1980s, using hypercapitalism and privatization that reduce people's life span during peacetime, like we see in Russia, East Germany, and Ukraine after 1991. This is why capitalism/hierarchy fails when 150 million children suffer malnutrition, 2 out of every 3 children suffer from malnutrition, and 1 out of every 6 dies before the age of 5. 50% of the world's population struggles for basic needs, and studies show that money and hierarchy brings more destructive behavior, like an increase of unethical behavior, decrease empathy, sexual aggression, increase antisocial behavior, feeling less emotional and physical pain. It gives more stress and less likely to trust people, and all this happened by people who are higher in the hierarchy, while in the lower has higher chances of mental health issues, of constant fear of losing jobs, losing welfare, housing among the poor, increase of stress because of bosses and the hierarchical system that leads many into suicide. And another study shown that children functions this way, and using hierarchical system bring less satisfactory to the children, and offering rewards and competition has reduced people's creativity and effectivity in work, while people with no reward, thus no competition, have better creativity and does more effective work. Studies show that children under a competitive hierarchical environment among 2 groups shows that they become more hostile and violent, while cooperation and eliminate competition/hierarchy shows better relationships, less violence, more trust among individuals, and better effective work. And it has shown that having too much power, like entrepreneurs, are more likely to become sociopaths, have less empathy, and more likely to use immoral actions to keep their power. Top of the hierarchy. We have the technology to completely automate almost all work and only need 3-hour workdays, replace all oil to natural energy, both green and nuclear energy. Out of all natural energy sources, nuclear energy is actually the safest and produce the least amount of pollution compared to other green energy. Even Steven Pinker, in his book The Better Angels of Our Nature, accidentally shows that anarchism is better when the percentage of deaths in warfare. He has no data before hierarchy was established. Cabro, Niger, 14,000 to 6,200 BCE, and only evidence of violence started after hierarchy was established. Nubia, NR side 117, 12,000 to 10,000 BCE, and the 21 most violent periods of history, which I will show in order. Only he can find 2 areas where the countries adopts leftist views, Maoism and Stalinism, while the rest are either monarchism or fascism, which hierarchy, competition, private property, capitalism, Hobbes' Leviathan, which is absolute monarchy, which Steve defended heavily in the book, and other things that he promotes as part of his neoliberalism. 1. Lushan revolt, 1/6 of the world's population. 2. Mongol conquest, kill 10% of the world's population. 3. Mideast slave trade, this is where capitalism was born in the 9th century. 4. Fall of the Ming dynasty. 5. Fall of Rome. 6. Timur-Lenk, kill 5% of the world's population in the name of Islam. 7. Annihilation of the American Indians, 10% of the world's population when include number 8. 8. Atlantic slave trade, this is where capitalism/Christianity got their global power by force. 9. Second World War, kill 3% of the world's population and the USSR defeated the Nazis. 10. Taiping Rebellion, kill 2.1% of the world's population in the name of Christianity. 11. Mao Zedong. 12. British India, has the similar death toll as Mao's China and was controlled by a company. 13. 30 Years' War, kill 1.4% of the world's population. 14. Russia's time of troubles. 15. Joseph Stalin. 16. First World War, kill 1.7% of the world's population. 17. French Wars of Religion. 18. Congo Free States, anarcho-capitalism. 19. Napoleonic Wars. 20. Russian Civil War. 21. Chinese Civil War. These are the most violent periods in history, and all of them have strict hierarchy. And number 3, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, state capitalism. 12, 15, state capitalism. 16, 18, 19, 20, and 21 have capitalism. This is why before 12,000 years ago humans were anarcho-communist. It is in our nature that even the first intellectuals and entertainers promoted socialism, like Aristophanes, the father of comedy. In his words, I shall begin by making land, money, everything that is private property, common to all. Or Plato in his work Republic is the oldest literary example of promoting socialism, despite the work gave foundations to modern authoritarianism and totalitarianism, when he said it is Impossible that those who become very rich become also good, or Aristotle share the same politics, with obvious disagreements on certain details, laid the groundwork for social warfare programs that socialism helped adopt. Thus, to have the Enlightenment figure that Steve wants, adopting humanism, reason, progress, and science, the people who fit in his criteria are Peter Kropotkin, Murray Bookchin, and Karl Marx, especially his more anarchist tendencies from 1871 to 1883, which he will not admit. Thomas Piketty has shown in his work Capital and Ideology that there is an increase of inequality since the 1970s during the rise of neoliberalism and the conservative revolution of Margaret Thatcher and Ronald Reagan, like educational inequality, politicization of inequality, Brazil, rise of nationalism, promoting cutthroat competition in the European Union cause economic crisis from countries that are already poor, center-left and liberals ignore less educational voter and focused on higher educated people, which are the minority, and high concentration of wealth that cause economic inequality that he haven't seen since the pure raw advance late laissez-faire capitalism where the free market has no restraints in the 19th century Britain, the US Gilded Age, Chile under Pinochet, medieval Iceland, and banana republics, libertarian/anarcho-capitalism. This is why we must adopt anarcho-communism, especially starting with Silicon Valley, where the most technological advanced city in the world rely on undemocratic oppression on the workers, economic inequality so extreme that only the elite lives there, avoiding taxes, illegal surveillance, using our data without consent for profit, manipulate news to suppress radical views and promote fascist and monarchist views. Exploit the people of the Congo to have our tech at the expense of their lives because the tech giants subscribe to the pseudoscience of social Darwinism, survival of the fittest, anarcho-capitalism and libertarian capitalism of Ayn Rand, Murray Rothbard and Austrian/Chicago schools. Lastly, the reason that the rich are rich is because they are rich thanks to their privileged family, already have a wealthy family, born with a silver spoon, have access to the best schools, universities, and business jobs that already teach them how to get rich because of its status and have more free time, unlike the lower and higher middle class who lack all these opportunities, and the majority of the ultra-rich are men, white, and the majority already come from ultra-rich families. While the richest black man/woman has 1/5 amount the wealth than the least richest billionaire, not black, there are no black billionaires, and this is why the concept of billionaires/millionaires should be illegal. And no anarcho-capitalism can fix it despite his oxymoron and bring modern feudalism, but only example of anarcho-capitalist is medieval Iceland. The system failed after 5 families bought out all of the governorships and the system devolved into a plutocratic aristocracy. While the rich makes this propaganda that the poor waste their money, while the rich, which has the power to end all our problems, hunger, clean water, climate change, shelter, free education, and post-scarcity, where they can use all that technology to completely socialize/democratize, to adopt a plant-based diet which only requires 1/12 of land we use, prevent water wars using plant-based diet, which the rich can use that money so that diet become available to all, and the vice president Harris admitted they cause wars over oil, and now they are going to start wars over water. The capitalists are trying to monetize water and people suffering who lack access, or when India have the largest protest in history, the capitalists are preventing free vaccine distribution in order to prevent any leftist movement and enrich the rich. The rich have commodified water to speculate of the future of water in the stock market. They are betting on droughts while people suffer. We need to stop this. The US know how to fix it, yet cares about profit over life. The government did a study. Found the cost to end homelessness is $20 billion, not a year just spent, does $20 billion once, and they ended this crisis. Religion is capitalist best friend, by extensionism and supernaturalism, that even theists/religious people become anarchist will not succeed in a revolution because religious people will use spiritual hierarchical authority, like we see in many progressive religion groups, preferring pacifism and nonviolence over illegalism, propaganda of the deed and insurrectionism, because all examples of pacifist revolts ended in failure and the few success stories their demands have never meet. And even we can have a religious anarchist communist revolution will not work, and is all religions from ancient ones like Hinduism, animism to recent cults like Love Has Won and Spirit Science who promotes or has anti-authority elements will still have spiritual hierarchy that can easily be abused for power, sexism, abuse of the child, and failure of their goals, like Hindu anarchists who subscribe the ideas of Gandhi, which rejects many progressive ideals of sex and medicine. Buddhist anarchists still have hierarchies in their theology, believing that is superior. Vehicle of the Dhamma, and the Buddha made a hierarchy in his monasteries, although weak compared to Buddhism after his death, believing it will give his religion legitimacy and make it similar to existing power structures. The exoteric/occult/mystic groups of Islam have promoted anarchism, still have reactionary views which lead to dictators like the Nizari Shia order of assassins, or created spiritual hierarchies where they have a guide who is the absolute leader, who are special friends to Allah and have special communication to their God and Prophet, and in many cases their authority cannot be questioned, and convince many of them to become poor, to ruin their life, to devote themselves to Allah. Many of Sufi leaders will teach people who are soldiers, cops, or anybody who has experienced combat should save their energy, so when the end times arrive they should take their weapons and kill the atheists together with their Islamic leaders. Historically, in the Ottoman Empire were close allies with the army and pray the soldiers to kill the infidels, or making prophetic predictions to massacre and make a jihad against India, or the esoteric/occult/mystic sects of Judaism, which usually promotes anarchism, especially the youngest sect, the Hasidic, but in practice have quasi-royal dynasties. Sexism. Children are forbidden to learn the outside world nor any secular education. Many cases many Hasidic Jews didn't know what the internet and Google was until after they got married and have kids, and if their children experience any outside contact, the Hasidic community will take the children away from their parents, believing their parents are influenced by the devil. Lastly, the anti-Semitic idea that Jews kill Jesus. Therefore the Jews are enemies, which the Vatican supported until 1965, which Pope Pius XII allowed this doctrine to be legit even until his death. Modern-day secret societies or groups that practice occultism, esotericism, and mysticism, which waste time on nonsense instead actually helping, but instead wants to convince people of the golden rules of nature, which believe there are only ways to live, forgetting people are different not only socially but also neurodiverse, believing bad people get punished. The very existence of capitalism refutes this. God's ego death/God's last wish. Philip Mainlander explore the concept, which the very concept of a deity is impossible, which wants to convince that libertarian free will is true despite science, including quantum mechanics, proves compatibilism. There was a beginning when God was perfect. The universe is eternal because of quantum inflation, and perfection is a social construct. Depression overriding, rejecting mental health, psychology, and psychiatry, believing of ankorings, which there are absolute universal things in all cultures, which, with the exception of anarchism, not all cultures have share same beliefs, like there are indigenous atheists/agnostics like the Ionians, Chichmika, Eskimos, agnostic, Piraha, Santa, God is irrelevant, Cameroon, evil God they want no relationship with, native Sri Lankans, Zulu, Badamo, irrelevant naturalist deist, Bantu, Hadza, Abipone, Pygmy, some U.S. tribes, Epicurean deist, Japanese human period, Chinese Shang period, and the two oldest language family are atheist and/or non-theist, like the Proto-Niger Congo and Proto-Nilo-Saharan people, like today's Uduk people are atheist. Lo. are non-theist. Coleman and Coyson are atheist. Sacred geometry, fractalization and pattern manipulation, where human inventions like art and math have a separate reality, like Pythagoras and Plato. Again, it is human invention and not something exists outside the physical spatio-temporal world. Believing everything has a golden spiral, which is a myth. There are many different algorithm spirals, ignoring how metalogic/metatheorem/metatheory works. Believing in panentheism, which belief is both part of the universe and outside of reality, which by consequence cannot exist in reality, thus non-existence. Pantheism/pantheism, which all things are part of God, has been debunked by all Mariologists. Banks of souls, a Jewish mystic's belief of that there is a finite amount of souls can ever exist, which the souls reside in the tree of life, which I explained. The very concept of non-physical minds cannot exist. Rainbow bodies, which is a Tibetan Buddhist belief to achieve enlightenment, which your body turns to pure light and disappear or left only their hair and nails, but all people claim to achieve this was false, and their body just rotting and was cremated by their family, like in the case of Eucandro. Akashic records, which reveals all secrets of the universe. What secrets? Well, Atlantis, obviously. Jungian psychology, which was been debunked, especially in Jung concept of collective unconscious and synchronicity, or incorruptible saints in Christianity or their Hindu, Mahasamadhi, or Buddhist, self. Mummification, where saints' dead corpse are immune of rotting. Saint Bernadette, Saint Catherine of Bologna, Saint Sylvan, Padre Pio, Hambolama Idigalov, and Paramahansa Yogananda. But all scientists that investigate this turns out they are rotting, and the church are using wax, salt, odor, and other methods that give the illusion of a miracle. It shows that hinders any revolution. Hindu scripture claim that Shiva created women as a physical manifestation of evil, or women cannot be a witness. Alongside defect man, women should not look at Brahma while eating. If a woman does not want to have sex with her husband, the man have the right to hit her. Remember, Hinduism predates every traditional religion with the exception of the San and Berber. Krishna promotes genocide, promotes monarchy. It's okay to kill because killing is not a harm event. Bhagavad Gita. Or the native Berber people who are anarchists, but the ones who believe their indigenous beliefs believe their dead kings are gods, which is used to justify hierarchy. The Vedas are forbidden to be criticized. Manusmriti 2:11, 12. Women have little intelligence. Rig Veda 8 hours 33 minutes and 17 seconds. Women should not have property, or in Jainism is anti-cleaning, believing they will hurt small life. By consequence, Jains are more susceptible to disease. Hindu and Indo-European mythology promote hierarchy, gender domination, where women is below man. Taoism, promote monarchy and segregation. Hinduism, expands imperial territory. Jainism, philosopher king. Buddhism, owing slave. Abraham, human sacrifice. Isaac carried the wood for the sacrifice. Either he was okay with be a sacrifice or ignore the fact. Promotes rape. If the people in Sodom and Gomorrah accepted Lot's offer, the city, like in Judges 19:24. Promotes patriarchy. Jacob. Expressing art is forbidden, and having different religious belief is forbidden. Every religion has their own theocratic law. Death penalty. Promotes divine right of hierarchy and monarchy. Judges and Romans. Anti-masturbation in Nida 13b, and pedophilia, like a man can marry a 4-year-old girl. Brahma Purana. Rama married the 6-year-old Sita. Ramayana. Krishna married the 8-year-old Rukmini. Skanda Purana. As long as they are married. Child marriage. The women are legally allowed to have sex with boys as young as 9. Yevamot 51b. And men are allowed to have sex with young girls as young as 3. Nida 5:4 and Nida 45a. Religion is incompatible with anarchism. While religious anarchists I will respect to achieve liberation, they cherry-pick to the point that the early followers will not support offense, citing Matthew to support their views while ignoring Mark, Colossians, and Paul's writings, which predates Matthew and was the first generation of believers, like promoting slavery in Colossians, Ephesians, Leviticus, Deuteronomy, Exodus, and Jesus said to kill disobedient slaves in Matthew 24:51, and the Bible promotes hierarchy/monarchy in 1 Peter 2:17, Deuteronomy 17:14-20, Hebrews 13:17, Proverbs 16:10, Psalm 22:28, Ecclesiastes 8:2-5, Isaiah 9:6, Isaiah 11:16, Proverbs 24:21-22, 1 Kings 9:5, Titus 3:1, 1 Timothy 2:1-3, Acts 5:29. As long it doesn't disobey God and the entire book of Judges, they can pick a few verses from Matthew and last verse from Judges, but the Bible is pro-authority both spiritually and in the material world. Hinduism has promoted a priest class who are above traditional authority, believing that women in power, atheist and lower caste people reading scripture are signs of the end times. Kurum Purana, Rig Vedas order the destruction of atheist. The Vedas promotes monarchy where gods are kings and human kings are associated with gods. Tao Te Ching promotes rules and how to properly rule, and early Jewish belief before becoming full monotheism believe in authority. The religion is founded on the principles of authority, to be more specific, that a lesser power to be ruled by a stronger power, like mafia protection, money, vassal contract, and the prophets/judges enforce it, which in Judges these leaders, which many religious anarchists tell you otherwise, committed massacres and abuses of power which God prays no matter what religion goes against, are anti-authoritarian values. Even the oldest figures that religious anarchists point as their examples, outside founders like Jesus and Buddha, like Pseudo-Dionysius who believe in hierarchies, Plato who was aristocrat and hated the material world thus creating its delusional idealism, Joachim of Fiore supported the Catholic Church, Meister Eckhart defended authority in order to stop disarray among clergy, Hassan I Sabbah created the esoteric order of assassins, created a theocratic absolute monarchy in Alamet, and the Kurajites defended centralized rule and defended Ali as caliph. Also the Mormons wanted a Pacific empire from Hawaii to Indonesia to make a theocracy, to make cultural genocide. Like Hindu anarchists insist anarchism is in the Vedas, despite the earliest text that has any element that is considered anarchistic is over 700 years after the Vedas, when mentioning the cycles and the Janapada, which many Hindu anarchists points as anarchism actually have kings, or ones that have republics have a warrior aristocracy, and the Varna system which have a hierarchy as its structure, or religious Jewish anarchists which actually started by Hasidic Eastern Europeans in the 19th century by the influence of Leo Tolstoy have to ignore that Hasidism is ruled by male dynastic hierarchy and women are forbidden from any serious leadership. Even the neo-Hasidic Itzhak Ginsburg promoted the murder of non-Jews, celebrated the massacres against the Palestinians. Satmar dynasty girls have arranged marriage and forced monogamy, which anthropology shows that only 11% of all cultures in history are monogamous. Strict dress codes, forbidden secular education. Or when Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson viewed the Holocaust was a good thing and Hitler was a messenger of God, using Jeremiah 25 as proof. No matter how revolutionary you are, if you accept hierarchy, it will become reactionary, like many Maoists and Trotskyists become conservatives, or Che who abolish workers' rights, destroyed independent unions, which was mainly anarchists, eliminate right to strike, paid vacation, sick leave, his fascist tendencies of the glorification of death, and his obsession of atomic world war, or Gandhi defending the caste system no matter what. How revolutionary once you subscribe to religion, even if it's pantheism, occultism, mysticism, and esotericism, it will become fundamentalism. The largest religious anarchist group are Christian anarchists, which makes sense because Christianity is the dominant religion currently, but ignoring Romans 13. While many religious anarchists will say it promotes anarchism, but it has been debunked by scholars and the scholarly consensus that Paul not only believed in authority but was pro-imperialist, especially from a tradition of theological Jewish pro-imperialism. Nico Hutton goes in extensive detail of Paul's theology, which promotes pro-imperialism. Even Alexander Christoyanopoulos, who introduced religion anarchism as legitimate academic field, admitted that Christian anarchism, and by extension all religious anarchism, is not anarchism at all. The most clear example is the peasant revolt of 1381, where they can easily make a Christian anarchist communist society in England, but because of their theological belief of the divine right of kings and believing the king is chosen by God and thus has the interest of the people, they did not kill the king and abolish the monarchy, and by consequence the king took advantage of the situation and crushed the movement. In the words of Bakunin, if there is a God, it is necessary to abolish it. If that's not enough, then a simple fact is that before in the text I said 6% of all wars are religious, I was mistaken. In fact, 1/3 or 34.5% of all wars are religious wars, which Christianity caused the most wars. 368 wars, or 59.6% of all religious wars, and Buddhist are third place with 4.9%, and religious wars have been increasing since 500 CE. In Philip and Axelrod Encyclopedia of War, in their words, for much of the world before the 17th century, these reasons for war were explained and justified, at least for the participants, by religion. The objectives of warfare were broadened from the conquest of this or that sliver of a kingdom to the spread of revolutionary ideals, and through this ideological backdoor something like the fervor of religion slipped back into war. There, in World War II, it was the rise of ideology to the level of religious fanaticism that sparked the conflict. Early 21st century warfare has been almost exclusively ideological, that is to say, religious. At best, religious anarchists are cherry-picking to blend these ideas, at worst are pseudo-historical/ahistorical with not legitimate among scholars. Inspiration, influence, source, reference.